Chapter 1. The Awakening of Spirits. Jinling, Wuto Mountain, Huishan Taoist Temple. At present, it is the winter season, and the snow falls heavily, cloaking the marketplace below the mountain in a shimmering white. In this moment, the townsfolk eagerly await, surrounded by countless snowmen of various sizes, standing at the foot of the mountain, anxiously anticipating something. Finally, at an unknown time, a young Taoist clad in a grayish-white robe descends from the mountain with an air of arrogance. He clasps his hands behind his back, glancing at the anxious crowd before proclaiming loudly, "Children aged 8, follow me up the mountain, the rest shall wait here. If you possess the aptitude for cultivation, those from the guest hall will come to inform you." Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupts in a flurry of discussion, their faces alight with joy. At last it has come. My child possesses innate strength after years of waiting. This day is finally here. Ha ha ha. If it were not for my son, Li Chunfeng, the Taoist temple would be shrouded in eternal night. My child is destined for greatness, my dear. Go forth with confidence. You could compose poetry at 3 and comprehend the 100 family surnames. At 7 you are bound for remarkable achievements. Chunner, you must make your mother proud this year. I never had the opportunity to cultivate, and now all hopes rest on you. The Tianfeng dynasty has long revered martial cultivation. Every time a child reaches the age of 8, across the dynasty, places such as Taoist temples, ancient monasteries, noble families, and sects open their doors wide, granting the children of the dynasty a free opportunity to awaken their spirits. Through this awakening, one can explore the depths of their spiritual veins. With varying degrees of aptitude, those with higher qualifications can soar with the winds, ascending to the heavens, being taken in as disciples by noble families and sects, achieving longevity and becoming distinguished individuals. This year marks the day for the awakening at Huishan Taoist Temple, and due to the prosperity of the dynasty in recent years, the number of children seeking to awaken has significantly increased. In total, there are at least a few hundred children present. Bayer, your nature is honest and simple. You have not encountered many outsiders when you ascend the mountain for the awakening. Be sure to be modest. At the front of the marketplace, a woman dressed in a beautiful cloud-patterned gown, her face radiating kindness, is earnestly advising a charming round-faced child. The child, with a top knot and a pair of steady eyes, carries a delightful fragrance, smiling as he scratches his head. Understood. Mother, you need not worry. You know your son is the most honest and will not quarrel with others. Upon finishing, a glimmer of light flickers in the child's eyes, and with a beaming smile, he jumps down from the carriage. The world of spirit awakening is quite splendid. The child, named Yangbai, follows behind a crowd of several hundred, unhurried, maintaining a sincere smile as he walks up the mountain with the Taoist. Yangbai hails from the wealthy Yang family of Jinling, yet he does not truly belong to this world. In a previous life, he met an untimely end in a car accident and, upon opening his eyes, found himself in this new realm. Despite this, he carries a delightful fragrance that endears him to others, and he gets along well with his family. Throughout his life, Yangbai is not engaged in any outrageous deeds at most. He has helped his family gain a little wealth. It is not that he is complacent, but he understands that this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Without strength, one cannot safeguard any fortune. Now, the path of cultivation lies before him. The journey up the mountain is long. However, the children do not cry or fuss, quietly following the Taoist, their eyes filled with hope. At the age of 8, they are already old enough to comprehend. Complaining about the steepness of the mountain or the length of the road would only serve to irritate the guiding Taoist, yielding no benefit. You smell so wonderful, even more so than my sister. What kind of fragrance pouch is that? Can I buy it? Unbeknownst to him, a little girl in front of Yangbai seems to have caught a whiff of something, casting a suspicious glance at him before approaching with envy. I won't tell you. Yangbai glances at the little girl and snorts softly, unwilling to elaborate. If you want sell it, then fine. Humph. No need to act all proud. My sister has a fragrance pouch gifted by the royal family, which is far more fragrant than yours. The little girl's expression falters momentarily, and then she walks a few steps away, visibly upset, refusing to engage with Yangbai any longer. After walking for over half an hour, they finally arrive at a square in front of the Taoist temple, where an octagonal altar has been set up. 7 or 8 Taoist priests, exuding an ethereal air, have been waiting for some time. Elder Anji, 472 individuals have arrived. The young Taoist bows slightly to the oldest priest present. Very well, let us begin. Anji nods, flicking his dust whisk, which strikes the octagonal altar, causing it to illuminate. 10 individuals per group. Step forth to the altar to awaken your spirits if fortune is on your side. You may even perceive the heavenly mysteries and awaken your innate abilities. The young Taoist quickly organizes the groups and addresses everyone. Innate abilities? What is that? Yang Bai, standing at the back, whispers softly, somewhat perplexed. You don't even know what innate abilities are? At some point, the little girl who had previously questioned him appears beside Yang Bai, giving him a disdainful glance while placing her hands behind her back. Tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, she gazes skyward with an expression that suggests she possesses knowledge worth inquiring about. Yang Bai's eyes flicker with a smile, but then his expression suddenly turns blank, staring dumbly at the little girl, whose adorable face shows a complete lack of understanding. The little girl glances at Yang Bai, stomping her foot in frustration as she retorts, "Consider it my generosity to explain it to you. Every person possesses spiritual veins: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those with all 5 types have mixed spiritual veins and are inherently unable to cultivate. If one has 4 types, they possess ordinary spiritual veins such individuals can cultivate, but they will at most reach the pinnacle of the opening stage. Mixed veins have little potential. Next are those with 3 types, known as profound spiritual veins. Only those who attain profound spiritual veins can join the Huishan Taoist Academy. As for those with 2 types, known as earth spiritual veins, or those with 1 type, known as heavenly spiritual veins, these are legendary. Even our dynasty rarely encounters them. Only those with earth or heavenly spiritual veins may have a chance to connect with the celestial mysteries during the awakening and awaken innate abilities. Innate abilities are precious, as they can enhance with the elevation of one's realm. Upon finishing, the little girl's face radiates hope. Oh, I see. So, those born in the year, month, day, and hour of Earth might have a chance of being heavenly spiritual veins? My mother says I am one. I wonder if it is true. Yang Bai nods and then, as if recalling something, suddenly asks, "How can that be possible?" The little girl looks at him, speechless. There are countless people in this world. Many are born in the year, month, day, and hour of Earth. There is no such saying. Well, fine. Yang Bai sighs, opting not to ask further. I've told you so much. We're friends now, right? Im Qin Xian, where is your fragrance pouch from? The little girl raises an eyebrow and then directly asks with a smile. Chapter 2, Fragments of the Earth Book, Innate Abilities. That's a secret. Yang Bai chuckles and replies with a grin. If you want say, then forget it. I'm not even interested. The little girl, somewhat irritated, ignores Yang Bai and runs to the front of the line. 10 individuals form a group and quickly stand before the octagonal altar. Elder Anji forms a seal with his hands, quickly channeling a fiery red light into the altar, which instantly begins to spin rapidly. Before long, the altar condenses a beam of light that strikes the 10 individuals, causing their bodies to gradually become transparent, revealing golden, green, azure, crimson, and ochre veins that radiate splendid brilliance. Out of 10, 9 are mixed and 1 is ordinary. They have little potential. Next group. Elder Anji sighs and gestures to the young Taoist. The young Taoist nods and promptly arranges for the second group to step forward. 5 mixed, 5 ordinary. Next group. 7 mixed, 3 ordinary. Next group. 6 mixed, 3 ordinary, 1 profound. Not bad, Zhihui. Take this little profound vein talent to rest. Time ticks away, and the number of individuals dwindles after an undetermined duration. A little prodigy with profound spiritual veins finally emerges. Those not selected weep softly, while the fortunate prodigy leaps for joy, his face unable to conceal his delight. My father was right. If it were not for me, Li Chunfeng, the Taoist temple would endure an eternal night. I am destined for greatness. He, Li Chunfeng, beaming with joy, is led away by the young Taoist. Next group. Elder Anji strokes his beard and smiles, continuing the arrangements. 7 mixed, 3 ordinary, pass. 10 mixed, pass. 8 mixed, 2 ordinary. This year's new recruits have poor qualifications pass. One after another, groups come forth although several hundred individuals are present. The process does not take long midway through. Elder Anji, exhausted, is replaced and several other elders take over, eventually nearing the end. It's my turn. Qingxian glances nervously at the octagonal altar, ultimately standing with the remaining 9 before it. Out of over 400 individuals, only 5 profound spiritual veins have appeared thus far, allowing only 5 to enter the Taoist Academy. The odds are exceedingly low, though those with ordinary spiritual veins may voluntarily serve as miscellaneous workers in the academy, accruing merits for the chance to join various halls. Qingxian holds herself in high regard and is unwilling to be a mere menial worker. She would rather return home. Ordinary spiritual veins can also lead to entry into great noble families, becoming guardians or similar roles. She is the daughter of a prominent family, yet lacking the Xianling vein, she can only return home to live as a wealthy young lady. It has begun. Qingxian, along with several little children, wore tense expressions, their faces filled with concern. Soon, a beam of light shone through, and Qingxian saw the elder of Qiling smile faintly and nod. 5 ordinary, 3 mixed, 2 profound. This is quite commendable. Qingxian was taken aback, but was quickly called forth by the young Taoist, standing beside a simple-minded boy. She had successfully awakened her Qiling. Next group? Oh, there are only 2 individuals left? Then let us hasten and bring them together. After a lengthy session of awakening, the elders, having exhausted their energy, appeared somewhat fatigued. The young Taoist, not expecting much from the remaining 2, waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. All right. Naturally, one of the remaining 2 was Yang Bai, who had been at the end of the line before he could respond. The little boy beside him obediently stepped forward to stand before the Bagua plate. Yang Bai forced a bitter smile and hurriedly positioned himself as well. The Bagua plate then began to operate, and the little boy beside him wore an expression of hope. Yang Bai glanced at the Bagua plate, and suddenly his heart raced inexplicably. Darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness began to plunge rapidly. In the next moment, scenes began to unfold before his eyes. Clear winds and bright moons. The calamity of the cosmos has commenced. The throne of the heavenly emperor has long been left vacant, and the primal chaos teeters on the brink of collapse. Will you accompany me through the chaos? We are willing. However, though the ginseng fruit tree is a root of celestial essence, the calamity from beyond the realms has begun. It may not survive. In this calamity, surviving is already a challenge for us. Very well. I shall grant a fragment of the earth's book reincarnate, and go forth while we may struggle to endure. Perhaps there is hope for it to weather the final calamity yet. That may be an extravagant wish of mine. Yang Bai felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a stick were forcefully stirring within his mind, incessantly intertwining. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and the visions before him faded, the excruciating pain subsiding, revealing a glimmer of spiritual light. As the light flickered, a ginseng fruit tree appeared before him, accompanied by a beam of white light. The ginseng fruit tree's robust roots were embedded deep within the vast white void, standing approximately 1,000 feet tall, its branches lush and verdant, as beams of light circled in the emptiness. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bai comprehended everything about this white light and the ginseng fruit tree. The white light was a fragment of the Earth's book. Everything that had just transpired was an illusion woven from the fragments of the Earth's book within his mind or true spirit. And the ginseng fruit tree before him was his true essence. Qiling, I have actually awakened a fragment of the Earth's book. Moreover, I am indeed the ginseng fruit tree. Although I am a reincarnation of true spirit, this is simply astonishing. Yang Bai let out a bitter laugh, struggling to fathom it. He examined the fragment of the Earth's book, attuned to its essence, and soon grasped its function. Manifestation. However, being merely a fragment of the Earth's book in a fragmented state, it could only reveal some basic information about himself. Yang Bai focused his thoughts and attempted to manipulate the fragment, switching to a different panel mode. Name: Yang Bai. Spirit vein: Heavenly Spirit vein Earth. Lifespan: 360 for every 10,000 years of cultivation. Lifespan increases by 47,000 years. True form: Ginseng fruit tree. Innate abilities. Manifestation of all things. Absorbing celestial materials and earthly treasures, elixirs and artifacts, through resource nurturing, can foster the ginseng fruit tree, condensing all things. The specific effects of condensation are related to the absorbed celestial materials and earthly treasures. This is quite straightforward. Yangbai laughed heartily, then scrutinized the panel, his expression suddenly a mix of joy and bewilderment. First, the lifespan. Every 10,000 years of cultivation grants an extension of 47,000 years? Does this mean that merely cultivating for 10,000 years would grant me immortality? How exhilarating! Yang Bei's heart soared with delight. Yet cultivating for 10,000 years is no trivial task. He wondered how long it would take to reach the pinnacle of cultivation in this world and what lifespan one might achieve. Moreover, he actually possesses the heavenly spirit vein. Though this seems reasonable after all. The ginseng fruit tree is a reincarnation, a prestigious innate root, so its innate aptitude cannot be considered low. Finally, this innate ability. Yangbai recalled that innate abilities were quite rare, requiring communication with the mysterious workings of fate he never expected to have succeeded. Chapter 3. Paper Sedan and Paperman. Yangbai felt somewhat disoriented, but soon realized that he was still in Qiling. His mind was immersed in fragments of Earth script, and the reality of Yangbai quickly came back to him. Looking around, he was taken aback to see the elders of Qiling staring at him in shock, their eyes wide and faces filled with disbelief. Beside him, the little Taoist was fixated on Yangbai, struggling to articulate his words. Suddenly, Elder Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the speaking little Taoist. With a flick of his whisk, the little Taoist promptly fainted. Indeed, what a convergence of the mundane and the extraordinary. Who would have thought that the rare earth-grade spiritual vein, seldom seen in the dynasty for a decade, would manifest itself in my Huishan? Truly, it is the blessing of the Tao ancestor. Elder Yi swiftly closed the Bagua disc, then revealed a benevolent expression as he approached Yangbai and gently spoke, "Little one, I am the second elder of the Huishan Taoist temple. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The Jing Hall serves as the temple's place of transmission. Under my tutelage, I shall devote myself to your guidance and treat you as my heir." You old rascal, how shameless of you. If we speak of the Jing Hall's teachings, it ought to be me and Lu, who is the most qualified. Pray tell, in terms of instruction, who among the Tao Academy can surpass me? Another voice interjected. This little fellow should rightfully join my ranks. Let the boasting commence. Aside from that esteemed master, when it comes to cultivation, who among you can compare to me? And Ji? Step aside, all of you. This gifted disciple is destined to be under my wing. Seeing Yi's unabashedness, the other elders of the Jing Hall were suddenly agitated, crowding around Yangbai with anxious expressions. A heavenly spiritual vein. It is rare for the dynasty to produce even one in a century. Even if one arises, it would have long been seized by those prominent families and royal clans. How could it possibly fall to this humble Taoist temple? The reason for designating Yangbai's heavenly spiritual vein as an earthly one was to maintain secrecy, preventing outsiders from discovering it and snatching it away, thus allowing us to assimilate him internally. The heavenly spiritual vein possesses unparalleled cultivation aptitude. Within the entire Huishan Taoist temple, only the temple's ancestor had such qualifications. But the ancestor has long since passed. It can be said that Yangbai has now become the temple's most coveted jewel. How could this be? His aptitude. Qing Xian, standing to the side, could not help but feel her eyes redden with envy. An earthly spiritual vein. This was something she had never dared to even dream of. Could it truly be related to the time and date of his birth? She felt compelled to discuss this with her family later. Oh dear, this fellow must be feeling quite proud of himself. Qing Xian thought with a tinge of bitterness. She had intended to show off in front of Yangbai once Qi Ling concluded. But it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Among those present, not only Qing Xian but also other unselected children could not help but tear up. Comparing themselves to Yangbai, one soared while the other sank into the mire. Feeling the injustice of fate starkly before them. Enough, enough! Elders, cease your quarrels and commotion. The temple master has sent word for us to bring those who have passed the assessment to him, at the foot of Wutuo Mountain. Outside Qingyun Square, hundreds of people stood there, anxiously awaiting, occasionally casting glances at the foggy mountain above, though they could see nothing. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, a little Taoist rubbing his head, looking aggrieved, emerged from the mountain with several hundred children in TOW. As he walked, he muttered under his breath about old geezers, sneak attacks, and shamelessness. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the little Taoist immediately adopted a different demeanor. Wearing a smile as he bowed to the crowd, Li Chunfeng, Wu Gang, Su Qingxian, Zhao Shaoer, Wang Xiaodao, Zhou Hong, Su Duoduo, and Yang Bai's family, please follow me up the mountain. For those wishing to become temple servants, you may also proceed to the temple to register, but only 20 spots are available. Ha ha ha, my son is truly remarkable, one proud parent exclaimed. There are only so few of them. Where is my son Zhao Guan? He could read at 3 and was reciting the 100 family surnames by 7. My child has passed. Thank heavens. The heavens have not forsaken the Yang family. Upon returning home, I shall fast, bathe, and offer incense in gratitude to the heavens and the bodhisattvas I in the sedan. Yang's mother was overwhelmed with joy and tears upon hearing the news about Yang Bai, clasping her hands together and gazing skyward in continual gratitude. Qingyue Mingfeng, you too quickly inform the master. He will surely be overjoyed to learn that Baigu has embarked on the path of immortality. Yes, madam. The two maids hurriedly dashed off toward the Yang family. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Yang's mother descended from the carriage and approached the little Taoist. Upon reaching his side, she bowed respectfully. Taoist, I am Yang Bai's mother. Good, good. The little Taoist glanced at Yang's mother and could not help but chuckle. Then, with a flick of his hand, he produced a paper sedan. With a series of hand seals, the sedan grew in size, soon appearing indistinguishable from a genuine one. Next, the little Taoist conjured 4 paper figures, commanding them to grow larger, standing around the sedan. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the little Taoist, puzzled by his antics. The mountain path is steep and long. I wouldn't want to tire the lady. Please, madam, take a seat in the sedan. These 4 paper figures are crafted using secret techniques, ensuring your utmost comfort within. The little Taoist spoke respectfully to Yang's mother. Upon seeing the delicate and refined demeanor of Yang Bai's mother, he felt a surge of inspiration within him. Yang Bai possesses a heavenly spiritual vein. Even the most indifferent temple master would undoubtedly take him as a disciple. In that case, Yang Bai would become my senior apprentice. And with his exceptional aptitude, he is destined for greatness. Cultivating a good relationship with his mother might just be my opportunity. Me? Yang's mother appeared dazed, unable to believe it. Not only her, but the eyes of the hundreds around her were also fixed on Yang's mother. Their expressions peculiar. For centuries, the Huishan Taoist temple had never witnessed such an event during Qiling Taoist. My son Li Chunfeng possesses the potential of a great emperor. May I take a seat in the sedan? An elderly farmer, dressed in simple clothes, suddenly inquired eagerly. He had never had the experience of riding in a sedan, especially a paper one. What a divine sensation that must be! Alas, this sedan is reserved solely for the lady. Only she has the qualifications to sit in it. The little Taoist shook his head gently. Upon hearing this, the old farmer felt somewhat embarrassed. Then I shall take a seat, feeling the collective gaze of hundreds upon her. Yang's mother felt her cheeks flush. However, with the little Taoist's permission, she entered the paper sedan. Lift the sedan. The little Taoist laughed heartily, issuing a command, and then led 7 men and women ahead, making their way up the mountain. Chapter 4. Taking disciples within the Huishan Taoist temple. In the Qingwei Hall, several figures had already taken their seats. The 8 major stewards, guest, dormitory, treasury, account, scripture, and hall, were all present, alongside the 3 masters and 18 heads. Seated at the forefront was an elderly man clad in a black robe with white trim, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. His eyes glimmered with myriad Taoist apparitions, golden light shimmering among the apparitions before gradually fading into nothingness. Temple Master, the individuals have arrived. The welcoming Taoist of the numbered hall entered the chamber, bowing respectfully. The Huishan Taoist temple's master, Qingwei, was a prominent figure in Jinling. His mastery of the art of dust clearing and silk weaving was unparalleled, making him a formidable presence throughout the Tianfeng dynasty, beloved by those within the Tao Academy. Rumors circulated that this master had achieved the Golden Core stage, though such claims remained mere speculation. For reaching the Golden Core was an arduous endeavor. Within the Tianfeng dynasty, Only 2 early Golden Core ancestors were known to suppress its fortune. Very well. Qingwei responded, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they shone with clarity, black and white distinctly defined. Yang Bai and the others were soon brought forth. Master, 7 possess the Xinling vein, and 1 has the Diling vein. All have gathered. Elder and Ji chuckled wryly, cupping his hands in greeting to the master before retreating with the other elders. Though referred to as the Diling vein, he understood that the master was well aware that Yang Bai was not merely an earthly spiritual vein, but a true heavenly one. Upon being summoned by the master, they all knew that the opportunity to take disciples had vanished. Such a talent would not escape the master's notice. Indeed, Qingwei's eyes shimmered with Taoist light as he surveyed Yang Bai and the others, quickly uncovering their backgrounds. This year, we have 8 disciples. Elders and stewards, do any of you wish to take on a disciple? If both parties are willing, you may take them under your wing to guide their cultivation. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Master Qingwei, these little ones would undoubtedly wish to join your ranks. Please, esteemed master, make your selection first. The chubby steward of the scripture hall, known as Dianzhao, chimed in cheerfully. The scripture hall within the temple was responsible for the temple's culinary needs. Its personnel varied, mostly comprising lower-ranking servants. Thus, Dianzhao knew that talents like Yang Bai could not possibly join their ranks. And they were unafraid of offending anyone. I have long ceased to take disciples. Qingwei's lips rarely revealed a smile as she cast a glance at Yang Bai, then, shrouded in mystery, closed her eyes and spoke. The assembly looked towards the overseer, and suddenly it dawned upon them. What did it mean to not accept disciples? Was she waiting for Yang Bai to take the initiative? Indeed, Qingwei had long ceased to accept disciples. But making an exception for Yang Bai was entirely reasonable. In an instant, all eyes, to varying degrees, turned towards Yang Bai. Among the 8 disciples, he was the focal point. The others were merely supplementary. What's the matter? Yang Bai's expression was one of innocent bewilderment as he stared blankly at the overseer, then scratched his head and lowered his gaze. Fool, pretending to be clueless. Doesn't he realize the significance of this moment? Hurry and pay your respects. Qing Xian shot Yang Bai an exasperated look, rolling her eyes at him. Having been wise beyond her years, she understood that as long as Yang Bai acknowledged the overseer as his master, with a few exchanges of modesty and a test to follow, it would undoubtedly come to fruition. She simply couldn't fathom why Yang Bai was dawdling. While others might perceive Yang Bai as simple-minded, she held a different view. He was, in fact, quite astute. Hey, which master do you have your eye on? Yang Bai nudged the adjacent Su Qingxian, speaking in a tone so naive it seemed he hadn't noticed the other elders observing him. Huh? Su Qingxian's face suddenly flushed. At this moment, the entire hall's attention was on Yang Bai. One could hear a pin drop. Yang Bai's quiet conversation with Su Qingxian was audible to all. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into an even deeper silence. The Jing Hall, perhaps? The Jing Hall has the highest level of cultivation. If there is hope, why are you asking this? Su Qingshuan's cheeks grew increasingly warm, yet the stillness of the hall intensified, with everyone awaiting Yang Bai's next words. It would be impolite for her to remain silent, so she spoke softly, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for the profound quiet, Yang Bai would have truly missed her words. You've spoken. We're friends, so if we're to take a master, we must both choose the same one. If the overseer doesn't accept disciples, I wonder if Gao Gong would consider me worthy. I'll ask him later. Yang Bai whispered with a goofy grin. Su Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Just then, a woman seated near the overseer could no longer contain herself, her face lighting up as she glanced between Yang Bai and Su Qingxian, lost in thought. Gao Gong wasn't a surname but referred to the head of the Jing Hall, who was named Zhao Yu. She appeared quite youthful, her complexion as smooth as jade, seemingly in her late 20s, making it difficult to believe she had already become the head of a hall at such an age. Ahem, is there anyone willing to join the Dian courtyard? Come to my Dian courtyard, where we have 3 little pigs and 2 sheep. You can eat to your heart's content. Dianzhao cleared his throat, glancing at the unexpressive overseer, then turned to the children with a look of incredulity. Refuse the overseer? This child is truly foolish. Such a golden opportunity, yet he fails to seize it. What a pity. Really? Dianzhao had initially thought no one would join the Dian courtyard, but to his surprise, As soon as he finished speaking, a response came forth from a rather dull child, his eyes sparkling with hope. Drooling as he exclaimed, "I want to join. My name is Zhao Shower." Zhao Shower was elated. Having grown up in a family that struggled for basics, his greatest wish was to eat meat every day, pork. To be specific, his father had often told him that if he could enter the Qingwei Taoist temple, he would be able to eat meat, and now it seemed his dream was coming true. "Wonderful, wonderful," Dian Zhao exclaimed thrice, quickly pulling Zhao Shower over now. "How about you too? Are you willing to become my disciples?" Seeing one disciple vanish so swiftly, and one that had joined the kitchen, several stewards grew anxious. Zhao Yu could no longer remain seated. Disregarding the indifferent overseer, she swiftly appeared before Yang Bai and Su Qingxian, feigning composure as she addressed them. Though she spoke to both, her gaze was firmly fixed on Yang Bai. Her nerves palpable. "Pretty sister, I've heard you're the strongest in the temple. I, Li Chunfeng, also wish to take you as my master." Upon seeing the promising Yang Bai seeking to apprentice under Zhao Yu, Li Chunfeng pondered for a moment before speaking out, "That's fine, that's fine." Zhao Yu was taken aback but quickly nodded. "We would be delighted. We pay our respects, master. We shall be in your care from now on." Yang Bai nodded dazedly, his eyes brimming with astonishment, wearing an expression of utter disbelief as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yu. Chapter 5. The transformation of all things. So, they have taken their vows? Su Qingxian remained in a daze, gazing at Yang Bai, lost in her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted, turning to Zhao Yu to express her gratitude. "Sister Zhao, is it not excessive for all three to join your fold? Shouldn't we leave some for our senior brothers?" At that moment, several stewards from the other courtyards wore expressions of bitterness, especially as they fixated on Yang Bai, secretly lamenting. It was uncertain whether Yang Bai's choice was a stroke of luck or misfortune for him. "My junior sister has just become the head of the Jing Hall and has no disciples yet. How about this? I'll allocate all disciples for the next 5 years to everyone else." Zhao Yu declared generously. She was not at all concerned about whether she would have disciples in the future. Having Yang Bai alone was more than sufficient, the crowd murmured. But that's a heavenly spiritual vein. Whether there will be a talent of earthly spiritual vein in the next 5 years remains uncertain. Let it be. It's a mutual agreement, after all. There's no remedy for it. They all chuckled wryly, reluctant to say more. The competition for the remaining 4 would be far more intense, with each courtyard and hall presenting their own offerings, voices raised in heated debate. Ultimately, the destinies of the 8 were swiftly decided. Li Chunfeng, Su Qingxian, and Yang Bai entered the Jing Hall under Zhao Yu, becoming her disciples, with Yang Bai as the eldest brother and Su Qingxian as the youngest sister. Zhao Shower joined the Dian courtyard under Dian Zhao, becoming a direct disciple of Huang Shizu. Wang Xiaodao apprenticed under the eldest elder of the Hao room, while Zhou Hong entered the Liao courtyard. Once they had all taken their vows, the overseer, Qingwei, displayed neither joy nor sorrow as she calmly stated, "Now that you have taken your vows, you may all depart. The guest quarters will be arranged for the disciples and their families to meet. From tomorrow on, you will officially enter the temple." Yes, the elders did not linger, dispersing one after another. What a pity for the heavenly spiritual vein. Qingwei sighed softly after the others had left, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Qingxian, do you think we've lost out? Those little ones gained quite a few benefits from their apprenticeships, even Zhao Shower with his 3 little pigs and 2 sheep." Zhao Yu led Yang Bai and the others to their quarters. And as the 3 followed her closely, Yang Bai tugged at Su Qingxian's arm, speaking in his usual naive manner. "Hey, does Master have any methods for hastening the growth of spiritual herbs? Like making a 100-year-old ginseng mature in just a year? Hasten growth?" Zhao Yu was taken aback, not expecting Yang Bai to ask for something like that. "I'll inquire with the other elders to see if they have any. Please wait a few days." "Thank you, Master." Yang Bai's heart swelled with joy, though his expression remained blissfully naive. The reason he sought such herbs was that they were of utmost importance to him. Talent and divine ability, the transformation of all things, by absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, pills, and artifacts, he could nurture ginseng trees, refining all things, with the specific effects dependent on the resources absorbed. While he could directly absorb spiritual herbs and pills, if he could hasten their growth, the efficacy would be stronger, thereby maximizing efficiency. More importantly, once the spiritual herbs matured, they could be sold. This would provide him with a lucrative means to acquire a variety of resources and better utilize his innate abilities. As for why he chose not to apprentice under the overseer, Yang Bai had his own considerations. Upon first meeting her, he felt as though she could see right through him, and he wondered whether he would eventually be devoured if he remained by her side. It was wise to secure a position with a brilliant senior sister. That seemed quite agreeable. What about you two? Do you have any desires? As long as they aren't too excessive, I will certainly fulfill them. Zhao Yu smiled, affectionately ruffling Yang Bai's hair before realizing she couldn't neglect the other two. Sister, I want a sword technique. Hee. My father once said, if Li Chunfeng were not born, the swordsmanship would remain as eternal as the long night. I desire the most formidable sword techniques. Zhao Yu found this somewhat amusing. However, being a child, she chose not to comment further. Instead, she retrieved a book titled The Great Freedom Sword Technique, which contains methods categorized into 3 tiers, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate, along with the extraordinary. Although the Great Freedom Sword Technique is merely a second-rate method, mastering it well allows one to wield the sword with the heart, making the sword reach wherever the heart desires, thus rivaling even first-rate techniques. This is the martial art she is currently cultivating and the strongest sword technique she has been able to acquire. Yet, the more profound the sword technique, the more challenging it is to master. Each individual's comprehension varies significantly. To achieve the level where the heart and sword are one must truly understand their own sword path, or else it remains utterly unattainable. More, sister. Li Chunfeng chuckled, eagerly accepting the sword technique and tucking it into his small chest. Master, I would like to ask for your assistance. Upon seeing that her 2 senior brothers did not refuse, Su Qingxian hesitated, then said, I am the daughter of Su Yin, the Minister of War of the Tianfeng dynasty. Su Yin caused my mother's death and remarried a venomous woman. My sister feared that I would be harmed by my stepmother, so she brought me away. However, it is not difficult for Su Yin to find someone. He will surely locate the Taoist temple in the end. After saying this, she looked at Zhao Yu with some concern. Master, do you have confidence in stopping Su Yin? To think she is the daughter of the gun god. Su Yin. Zhao Yu's expression stiffened, and her heart trembled involuntarily. Su Yin enlisted at 13, fought in numerous battles, and by 25, became a formidable general, his gun techniques as unpredictable as a deity. He commands an army of 100,000, exerting pressure on the major sects within the dynasty. What does an army of 100,000 signify? Through the blood sacrifice secret technique, connected with the war drums, and the 4 symbols formation. Even those at the golden core stage would not dare to confront such might. Chapter 6. The divine farming technique, greed cannot chew it up. Although he has since been appointed as the Minister of War and no longer leads troops into battle, the current formidable general, Su Hu, remains his staunch loyalist. Presently, Su Hu guards Longmen Pass, facing off against the army of the Lei Yin dynasty, and his troops are not far from Jinling, at most a day's march. They could be at the city gates. Why would you want to join the Huishan Taoist temple? Zhao Yu felt a bit uncomfortable and asked skeptically, I heard that the Huishan temple master possesses great power. With the might of the golden core, so? Su Qingshuan's eyes glistened with tears. She understood that wandering aimlessly was of no use. The key was to find a force unafraid of Su Yin. Coincidentally, this year she had turned 8, and she had heard that the Qingwei of Wu Tuo Mountain might have taken that step, so she came here. Zhao Yu felt somewhat speechless. This matter must be discussed with the temple master. I cannot decide on my own. Rest assured, the Huishan Taoist temple does not provoke trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. After settling the 3, providing them with Taoist robes and bedding, Zhao Yu went to seek the temple master. The 3 of them were housed in a row of bamboo cottages adjacent to Zhao Yu's. After tidying up a bit, they left their room, guided by a Taoist to the guest courtyard in search of their respective parents. Mother. At this moment in the guest courtyard, Yang's mother was sipping bamboo tea, accompanied by the young Taoist Ji Hui. While discussing something with an elderly Taoist, a child travels 1,000 miles, and a mother is filled with worry. Yang Bai had never left home, leaving his mother exceedingly anxious. Buyer, you're here? Hearing Yang Bai call her, Yang's mother quickly glanced over and waved him over to Buyer. I have already heard about the Earth Spirit Vein. Excellent, truly worthy of being my good son. However, you have never endured any hardships and are rather innocent, making you susceptible to bullying. I fear you may not adapt well here. Tomorrow, I will have your father bring you some changes of clothes and conveniently donate 300 gold to the temple. With money, they should not treat you harshly. Cough, cough. The elderly Taoist in the guest courtyard could not help but cough. Am I not here while you arrange matters for the temple? All right, mother, do not worry. I will listen to the temple's instructions. If they bully me too much, I shall return home and not stay in this Taoist temple. Yang Bai nodded absent-mindedly. A few Taoists thought, if an ordinary person spoke such words about coming and going freely, they would have been driven away long ago. Though the Huishan Taoist temple is not large, it is not lacking in a few disobedient disciples. But Yang Bai, never mind, let us just humor him for now. Jihui Taoist and Shun Taoist, I entrust my son to your care. I will come to see him on the last day of each month. After exchanging some heartfelt words, Yang's mother wiped her tears, feeling they had said enough, and bid farewell to the Taoist. All right, once a month is acceptable. I may come to visit, not just to check in. The old Taoist and Shun sighed, casually waving his hand, feeling quite helpless. Ordinary people may ascend the mountain, but typically, they do not encounter many practicing Taoists. Most are merely miscellaneous workers, able only to burn incense. With the elder's words regarding the guest courtyard, Yang's mother could enter the inner courtyard each month to see Yang Bai. If it were another ordinary disciple, they would be lucky to return home for a few days during the new year. As for anything else, they could only dream of it. I will see you off, Aunt. Jihui nodded, and before long, a paper sedan chair and paper figures appeared before him. He then offered Yang's mother a warm smile, performing a spell to escort her back down the mountain. Oh, this is how my mother arrived. This little Taoist is quite interesting, Yang Bai thought to himself with gratitude. After thanking the old Taoist and Shun, he returned to his room. 88 years old, having been raised in comfort, climbing a mountain already left him quite exhausted. Yang Bai locked the door and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, before he had fully awakened, the temple's morning bell startled him. With the ringing of the bell, it was already time for morning lessons. In the past, I would sleep until after 10 at home. It seems that cultivation is indeed quite exhausting. Stretching lazily, Yang Bai crawled out of bed and briefly washed up before stepping outside. Hey, everyone is here. Where's Master? Upon stepping out, he saw Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian sitting in the courtyard. Momentarily taken aback, aren't we having morning lessons? Master has gone to arrange the cultivation matters for the disciples in the temple. She told us to eat something first and wait for her to return to teach us the ultimate skills. Su Qingxian appeared to be in good spirits. It was unclear what Zhao Yu had told her, but her face radiated joy. Sitting on a stone bench, she smiled and said, Food? Where is it? Yang Bai glanced at the two. Li Chunfeng was holding a wooden sword, seemingly engaged in some idle practice, aloof from the world. He shook his head and turned to Su Qingxian, asking, I didn't eat enough last night. I'm quite hungry. We finished it all. You said it yourself. We must eat before morning lessons, then proceed to the Tongming Hall for cultivation. Master packed our meals half an hour ago, and now you wake up so late. Who can you blame? If we didn't eat it, it would have gone cold and wasted. Su Qingxian rolled her eyes. Fine. Yang Bai sighed. He had grown accustomed to not eating breakfast in the mornings. Master is here. Just as they were conversing, Zhao Yu walked in, first closing the door, then producing 2 packages. Yang Bai, someone from your family has come to visit, bringing you some clothes and a bit of food. Zhao Yu handed the package to Yang Bai. Thank you, Master. Yang Bai took out a hamburger from the package and absent-mindedly took a bite, instantly feeling satisfied. Although he had not done much in the 8 years at home, his gluttonous nature had led his family to provide top-notch meals, knowing his love for food. Thus, his mother sent it along with his father. All right, Chunfeng, pause for a moment. From today onward, I will begin instructing you in cultivation. You need not attend morning lessons for now. Once you have made sufficient progress, we will discuss it again. Zhao Yu sat down on the stone bench and had Yang Bai and the others sit in front of her. Taking out several books, The Great Freedom Sword Technique, Qingyun Body Technique, Yellow Heaven and Earth Transformation Sutra, Innate Purple Cloud Skill, Talisman True Explanation. The best is what suits you. Based on your spiritual veins, select 2 books for yourselves, 1 technique and 1 method of combat, or body technique, spell, medicinal alchemy, talismans, or artifact refinement. Do not be greedy. Once you have made your selections, I will analyze them for you. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, she encouraged them to proceed. Yang Bai did not move. He first let Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian flip through the books, then grinned foolishly at Zhao Yu. Master, do you have any divine farming techniques? You know, the kind that can cultivate spiritual herbs in the ground and hasten their maturity. What? Divine farming techniques? Zhao Yu's face darkened. Chapter 7. Techniques and Rewards. Su Qingxian and Li Chunfeng also paused, staring blankly at Yang Bai, unable to comprehend what he was up to. There are some, but are you certain you want that? That is primarily the technique practiced over there, mainly responsible for caring for medicinal herbs and refining pills. Zhao Yu pondered before responding. However, you must consider this carefully. You are a spirit vein. Cultivating will undoubtedly be swift, but caring for spiritual herbs will require immense effort, which may not yield worthwhile returns. Rest assured, Master, Yang Bai patted his chest, I merely wish to learn an additional skill. It will not hinder my cultivation. Nurturing the ginseng fruit trees and cultivating one's skills, Yang Bai would never abandon either pursuit. By endeavoring in both realms simultaneously, he was certain to shorten his cultivation period. While others mocked me for my madness, I merely chuckled at their inability to see the truth. Very well then. If that is the case, you may cultivate as you wish. However, should I discover that you have neglected your training as a result, I shall not let it go unpunished, Zhao Yu solemnly admonished Yang Bai. Then retrieved a scripture titled Essentials of Shennong from the books laid upon the table. Contemplating for a moment, she turned her gaze towards a corner of the small courtyard, extending her finger, causing the earth beneath to tremble violently. Gradually, the soil became soft, loose, and viscous. I once promised you a method to accelerate the growth of your spiritual herbs. Yesterday, I visited the dormitory and exchanged some spiritual soil from there. Half an acre should suffice for your cultivation endeavors. As she spoke, a clump of brown soil appeared in Zhao Yu's hand, which she cast onto the ground, causing it to spread rapidly until it covered approximately half an acre. Is this it? Yang Bai could not resist rushing over to touch it, his heart brimming with joy. Within this spiritual soil, he sensed a unique aura, leading him to believe that if he buried himself within it, he too might flourish. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Perhaps, yet the spiritual soil requires the nourishment of spiritual energy. A single spiritual crystal, dissolved in water to become spiritual water, could sustain the vitality of the soil for about 3 days. This inferior spiritual soil is still quite decent. 100-year-old ginseng could likely mature in merely 50 years. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Previously, when Yang Bai mentioned the 100-year ginseng, she assumed he intended to cultivate ginseng. Spiritual crystal? Spiritual water? Yang Bai was taken aback. Such a cost exists? Master, if there is inferior spiritual soil, does that mean there is also medium-grade and superior-grade spiritual soil? Indeed, there are. Medium-grade spiritual soil allows for 100-year ginseng to mature in 20 years, while superior-grade spiritual soil can achieve this in merely 10 years. However, do not get your hopes up. Throughout the entire Tianfeng Empire, our Taoist temple likely does not possess any medium-grade spiritual soil. This inferior spiritual soil was difficult to acquire, and if not for some effort on my part, I would not have obtained it. The dormitory is lamenting over it now. Moreover, if you cannot afford the price of inferior spiritual soil, how can you even consider medium grade? Zhao Yu remarked, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Master, what exactly is a spiritual crystal? Li Chunfeng asked, somewhat puzzled. You do not even know this? Spiritual crystals come in 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. They serve as currency for cultivators. Embedded within spiritual crystals is spiritual energy, which cultivators can absorb. They are indeed valuable. Even we must complete the tasks assigned by the temple to earn the spiritual crystals granted to us. Su Qingxian lightly huffed, casting a glance at Li Chunfeng with an air of superiority. The temple regulations were sent out yesterday along with the Taoist robes to the 3 of you. However, among the trio, Li Chunfeng recognizes few characters. Yang Bai is too lazy to read, leaving only Su Qingxian to carefully review them all. Qingxian is correct. You have just entered the temple, so you do not possess any spiritual crystals. Only by working for the temple will you earn spiritual crystals. Even I receive merely 30 pieces of inferior spiritual crystals in a month. Zhao Yu affectionately ruffled Su Qingxian's small head, beaming with approval. Very well. The group sighed, realizing that obtaining spiritual crystals would be a challenge. If even Zhao Yu, the esteemed head of the Scripture Academy, receives only 30, it is evident that spiritual crystals are indeed precious. How about this? Suddenly, Zhao Yu cast a glance at Yang Bai, her mind stirring with a small idea. In a span of 7 days, whoever can enter the channel and unlock their first spiritual aperture shall receive a reward from me. For instance, if you unlock a spiritual aperture on the first day, you will earn 7 spiritual crystals. On the second day, 6, and so forth. Zhao Yu also possessed the Xinling vein, yet her comprehension was remarkably high. She had grasped the cultivation method and sensed the energy within just an hour. Subsequently, she unlocked her first spiritual aperture in merely 7 days, in the entire Huishan Taoist temple, apart from the master of Qingwei. No one has yet broken her record. The reason she offered spiritual crystals as an incentive was primarily for Yang Bai. She did not wish for his talents to be squandered on menial tasks. What a splendid reward, master! If I unlock 2 spiritual apertures in 1 day, or even 3, what then? Yang Bai exclaimed with delight, eagerly inquiring. That is impossible. After opening the first spiritual aperture, it sustains damage and will require 4 to 5 days for recovery before the next can be opened. However, if you truly manage to do so, Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared. Then the reward will be doubled. If you unlock 2 spiritual apertures on the first day, that would be 14 spiritual crystals. If 3, then 28, and so forth. Excellent. Thank you, master. Yang Bai rejoiced, suddenly feeling invigorated, curious about how many apertures he could open in 7 days. By the way, what exactly is a spiritual aperture? Master, what is a spiritual aperture? At that moment, Li Chunfeng raised his voice in inquiry. If you do not understand, feel free to ask. I had forgotten that you cannot read. Henceforth, every evening, come to my room, and I shall teach you to recognize the characters. Zhao Yu sighed, exasperated. A spiritual aperture refers to the nodes of spiritual veins within the human body. The first realm of cultivation involves unlocking these apertures. The more apertures one opens, the greater the accumulation of spiritual power, thus making subsequent cultivation easier. Among the different grades of cultivation methods, the third rate can open 108 apertures. By circulating the vital energy throughout the body, one can reach the Qi aperture realm. However, this is the weakest Qi aperture realm and holds little promise. Most mundane cultivators at the temple break through using such methods. The second-rate cultivation method can open 360 apertures. Circulating the vital energy throughout the body can also lead to the Qi aperture realm. Your master and the 8 hall managers of the temple achieve their breakthroughs this way. As for the first-rate cultivation methods, our temple lacks them. It is said they can open 720 spiritual veins, and the royal family of the Tianfeng Empire or certain top sects in the Huayun Empire might possess such methods. Finally, there are extraordinary cultivation methods that can unlock 1,080 apertures, reaching the human limit. I cannot say whether the top sects or the Huayun Empire possess them, but they are beyond our imagination. It is said that those who break through can rival the Golden Core, Chapter 8. Qi sensation achieved, thus opening the aperture, can rival the Golden Core. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of envy. Their eyes shining brightly, however, upon realizing that their temple did not possess such methods, they could only sigh in resignation. Well then, have you chosen your cultivation methods? Let me see. Zhao Yu shook her head. Gazing at her disciples with exasperation, she was reluctant to elaborate further. Merely having a method does not guarantee the ability to unlock 1,080 apertures. Opening apertures is time-consuming. It took her nearly 20 years to open 360 apertures. Moreover, the more chaotic the spiritual veins, the greater the risk of going astray during the process. Among those present, only Yang Bai held a glimmer of hope to unlock 1,080 apertures. Have you made your selections? Su Qingxian quietly took out 2 texts from the collection and presented them to Zhao Yu. Wood sword technique and clear wood vitality method. Zhao Yu examined the 2 texts, nodding lightly in approval. Not bad. The wood sword technique, although a third-rate sword technique, is most suitable for young women. You possess wood, earth, and metal spiritual veins, with the wood attribute being the strongest. Thus, choosing a wood-based technique is complementary. As for the clear wood vitality method, it is a second-rate technique. Practice it and see how well you comprehend it. If you do not grasp the Qi sensation within 3 days, you may exchange it for another. Thank you, master. Qingxian gleefully nodded, settling down to read. Sister, I have also made my choice. During Zhao Yu's conversation with Qingxian, Li Chunfeng eagerly presented his selected method to Zhao Yu, his face alight with hope. Zhao Yu glanced at it, her brows furrowing slightly. 100 Battles Method and Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. These two methods are challenging to practice. The 100 Battles Method requires enduring countless battles to refine the essence of combat and cultivate an unwavering heart. Although it is a second-rate method, in terms of potential, it should not be inferior to a first-rate one. The Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique surpasses the second rate as well, but practicing it requires substantial financial investment for purchasing medicinal materials for body refinement. She held little faith in Li Chuanfeng's choice of these two methods. The slow pace of aperture opening is one concern. What good is refining the body if one does not pursue longevity? Do not worry, sister. Li Chuanfeng possessed the potential of a great emperor. If I am to practice, I will pursue the strongest path. Rest assured, sister, I can endure hardship, Li Chuanfeng declared nonchalantly. His family was engaged in agriculture, and enduring hardship was merely fundamental. Was cultivation truly more arduous than farming? Reflecting on this, he glanced at Yang Bai, pondering why he insisted on cultivating the land. Zhao Yu. She tenderly patted Li Chuanfeng's head, feeling a pang of sympathy for such a stubborn child. They were few and far between. Given this, I shall grant you 3 days. If you can sense the qi sensation within that time, I shall not speak further. The 100 Battles method is not easy to grasp, and its practice is more challenging than second-rate methods. Ordinary people struggle for a year to succeed. Let this child endure some hardship to temper his character. But I cannot read, Li Chuanfeng protested, looking helpless. Then it will be 1 month. Zhao Yu waved her hand dismissively. Master, I am also ready. At last, Yang Bai held the essence of Shennong in one hand, his face adorned with a bright smile, as he handed over another tome of martial arts to Zhao Yu. The Spirit Nurturing Technique. Zhao Yu cast a glance at it, contemplated for a moment, and chose not to elaborate further. This particular technique was deemed second-rate, cultivating the spirits of myriad beings and incorporating them into oneself, promoting a state of balance and tranquility. It lacked offensive capabilities, yet it was said to prolong one's lifespan. After speaking, Zhao Yu regarded Yang Bai with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Tio nurture ginseng and select a longevity technique. This little fellow must be profoundly fearful of death, she mused. More guidance from the master. Yang Bai nodded earnestly. Extending his lifespan certainly held no drawbacks. Engaging in battles and strife, he could be akin to a ginseng fruit tree, bearing a few ginseng fruits. Who knows, he might even ascend to immortality. Subsequently, Zhao Yu meticulously explained the various cultivation principles of each technique to the trio, guiding them from the shallow to the profound, from the superficial to the intricate. The hours slipped by unnoticed. Even Li Chuanfeng, who was illiterate, listened intently, captivated by the teachings. As noon approached, a sense of hunger struck them. Yang Bai generously produced hamburgers and sandwiches for everyone to share. Not bad. This fare surpasses the meals at the temple's dining hall. I've never encountered such a style of eating before. After finishing, Zhao Yu licked her lips, showering praises on the delightful flavor of the creamy, milky sauce, pondering how it was prepared in the afternoon. The trio began to meditate, circulating their techniques in search of the sensation of qi. Zhao Yu remained nearby, seated on a stone bench, ready to clarify any uncertainties they encountered. As time progressed, Yang Bai's consciousness gradually immersed itself in the fragments of the Earth Book, seeking the elusive qi sensation, primarily relying on intuition. Through the circulation of his technique, he sensed a faint spark of spiritual energy within his body. This process was challenging to articulate. Once understood, it was inherently grasped, while those who did not comprehend would have to slowly cultivate their awareness. However, Yang Bai felt that he might not require such convoluted methods. The fragments of the Earth Book could manifest the internal conditions of his body. He directly utilized his consciousness to transform the Earth Book fragments into the ethereal images of his various spiritual meridians and orifices. Each time he practiced, he observed the changes occurring within his body. Gradually, after an indeterminate amount of time, a mass of earthy yellow qi began to coalesce at a juncture of his spiritual meridians, growing denser and more vibrant, eliciting mounting excitement within Yang Bai. At last, when the qi mass reached a certain threshold, he perceived the qi and could control it through his consciousness. The sensation of qi had manifested. If he could circulate this qi into the spiritual orifice, creating a space within it, it would signify the opening of an orifice. Subsequently, He could fill this orifice with spiritual energy and repair any damage incurred during the opening, thereby allowing him to open the next orifice. Yang Bai felt a surge of determination. He directed his consciousness to control the qi, aligning with the pathways outlined in the spirit nurturing technique, and in accordance with the ethereal images manifested by the earth book fragments. He began to circulate the qi toward the first spiritual orifice. Was opening an orifice difficult? Indeed. This was why Yang Bai could perceive the internal conditions of his body. For an ordinary person, the initial step would be to sense the qi, then, based on their technique, discern the state of their spiritual meridians. Only then could they circulate the spiritual energy through the meridians. During this process, if the qi mass was not entirely controlled by the consciousness, it would dissipate. Some of the qi would traverse the spiritual meridians, with portions remaining behind. Furthermore, if the qi took a wrong turn and failed to reach the designated spiritual orifice, one would need to recalibrate their awareness. The intertwining of spiritual meridians within the human body often led to errors in circulation, which was a common occurrence and a significant waste of time. Perhaps, with time, as one familiarized themselves with the various conditions of their spiritual meridians, such issues would improve. Finally, there was the process of opening an orifice. If there was insufficient spiritual energy, the opening would not be complete, necessitating a second circulation of energy. Conversely, too much energy could damage the orifice, potentially leading to its shattering. If one could not form a complete cycle of energy, they would be rendered incapable. Chapter 9. Stagnation. The first failure. The mass of spiritual energy Yang Bai had gathered barely brushed against the orifice before vanishing entirely. Akin to an egg striking a stone, it appeared that attempting to open 2 orifices in a single day was indeed a formidable challenge. If he struggled, how would his junior disciples manage to open their orifices within 7 days? It seemed he was a rather ineffective master. Yang Bai shook his head and resumed absorbing spiritual energy. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Zhao Yu had stepped out for a while to procure some food for the trio and then continued her explanations. Naturally, the focus was primarily on instructing Li Chunfeng in the art of writing. Cultivating while being illiterate was a daunting task. Comprehension was one aspect, but the foundation remained paramount. Yang Bai occasionally listened in, though his primary objective was to inquire about methods for opening orifices. After an entire afternoon of accumulating spiritual energy, he felt ready to attempt again. After all, should he succeed today in opening an orifice, it would yield 7 spirit crystals. As he circulated the energy, he had become quite familiar with the pathways of the spiritual meridians. Before long, a consolidated mass of qi had reached the first spiritual orifice. According to his master, there were 3 methods to open an orifice: condensing, transforming into a needle, and transforming into a spade. The so-called condensing method was the traditional approach, entirely dependent on the level of qi condensation. The transformation into a needle involved converting the qi into a long needle and piercing the orifice, while the transformation into a spade entailed using qi to gradually excavate the orifice. However, both the needle and spade methods required a high level of control over the qi, typically achievable only by seasoned practitioners. Yang Bai controlled the qi, cautiously attempting to condense it into a long needle. Unlike others, he was acutely aware of his body's conditions, allowing him to quickly find the sensation and control the qi. Akin to seasoned masters, gradually, the long needle took shape, and then it was inserted into the orifice. With each thrust, the orifice became increasingly open, and gradually, a spiritual orifice began to form. The realm of orifice opening was achieved. A smile broke across Yang Bai's face. Although the orifice had sustained some minor damage, it was of little consequence. He possessed a divine talent. By sourcing some medicinal herbs and utilizing his innate abilities to condense them, he could restore it. The essence of condensing lies in amplifying the efficacy of herbs and distilling their quintessence. I can sense the qi. Suddenly, Su Qingxian exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, startling Yang Bai. What? You can sense the qi already? Is that true? Zhao Yu was equally astonished, her expression shifting to one of joy, utterly incredulous. The ability to sense qi was closely related to one's comprehension and the compatibility with their technique. They had been cultivating for less than a day. Less than a day. This little girl had surpassed even her own understanding. Originally, Zhao Yu believed Yang Bai to be the only genius among this cohort. But unexpectedly, Su Qingxian proved to be no less remarkable. Given her current prowess, she even eclipsed Yang Bai, who, it must be noted, had yet to sense the qi good. Zhao Yu affectionately ruffled Su Qingxuan's hair, beaming with pride. Heh, my senior brother hasn't even sensed the qi yet. Not as impressive as it seems, huh? Su Qingxian smiled at Zhao Yu and then glanced at Yang Bai, hands on her hips, her demeanor brimming with confidence. Having always felt somewhat overshadowed by Yang Bai's superior aptitude, now that she had sensed the qi faster than he had, she could hardly contain her joy. Relishing the chance to flaunt it before him, Yang Bai, don't pay any mind to Qingxuan's prattle. She simply has a higher compatibility with the technique. Just keep at it, and you'll likely sense the qi soon as well. Zhao Yu chuckled at Qingxuan's antics, sighing softly as she consoled Yang Bai. Comprehension and compatibility cannot be forced. There's little I can do. I hope this doesn't dampen your spirits, don't fret. Senior brother, you still have me. Once I finish learning the characters, it will be time for Li Chunfeng to overshadow the junior sister. Li Chunfeng patted his chest, exuding confidence. Hemph. Qingxian rolled her eyes at Li Chunfeng, uninterested in engaging with the Navi fellowed, and no worries. I've already opened one spiritual orifice, Master, Chunfeng. There's no need to comfort me. However, Qingxian, let us be clear. Sensing the qi is merely the first step. Is it truly worthy of such elation? I considered you a friend. I didn't wish to undermine your spirits, but I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yang Bai looked at the others with a bemused expression before using 2 fingers as a sword. Slicing across the courtyard wall, the flash of yellow light illuminated the space, leaving a shallow scratch on the wall. As the spiritual energy accumulated within the newly opened orifice, Yang Bai had only just begun to gather energy. The scratch he created was the best he could manage at this stage. Yet, this seemingly trivial mark left everyone in the courtyard speechless, especially Zhao Yu, who stood in sheer disbelief. She glanced at Yang Bai and then back at the wall, struggling to process what she was witnessing. Was she hallucinating? Half a day to open an orifice, such a monstrous speed. The heavenly spirit meridian was truly formidable, impossible. She recalled that even the temple master had taken a full 5 days to unveil the first orifice. Comparing the two was utterly inconceivable. It's not possible. How could you be so swift? Su Qingxian, too, appeared dazed, staring at Yang Bai with her mouth agape, at a loss for words. How utterly unfair. After all that effort to find the qi sensation, and you've already opened an orifice? Why didn't you say so sooner? This is mortifying. Truly worthy of being the senior brother. It seems I have a long road ahead of me. Li Chunfeng felt a hint of pressure, though he was unaware of the true implications of opening an orifice in half a day. Thus he was not overly astonished. How do you feel? Is the spiritual aperture severely damaged? Do you need me to help you find the master to take a look? Zhao Yu was extremely worried. She understood how difficult it was to find the correct meridians from the spiritual veins. She had gone through this with the master herself, encountering several instances of being led astray along the way. If Yang Bai were to injure his foundation, it's nothing. I feel absolutely splendid. Master, please don't worry. Yang Bai replied, noticing that Zhao Yu's expression seemed genuine. His heart warmed, and he couldn't help but smile as he said, that's good. Zhao Yu nodded, though she still felt a tinge of fear. The pressure that this genius, Yang Bai, exerted upon her was simply overwhelming. Indeed, it was not easy to teach a prodigy. If this continued, she feared she might directly suffer from nervous exhaustion. By the way, Master, didn't you mention a reward of 7 spirit crystals? Could you please use 6 of them to help me buy some spiritual herbs from the herb shop? Any variety will do, and just give me the remaining 1 spirit crystal directly. I believe I can cultivate quite rapidly with it. Yang Bai glanced at Zhao Yu as if something suddenly dawned on him, then turned to her and said, What? Zhao Yu was taken aback, then quickly realized, her expression shifting, Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Do you need the herbs? You're still young. Should I keep them for you? Master will help store them to prevent them from getting lost. She grasped the pouch at her waist, her expression bitter. Those are spirit crystals, 7 of them. She felt a pang in her heart. Chapter 10. The frustrating speed of cultivation. Hey, Master, don't try to fool a child. You promised 7 spirit crystals, and the junior brothers and sisters are watching. As for the herbs, we have land for that. Of course, we can cultivate them. Yang Bai said cheerfully, showing Zhao Yu the divine farming essentials he held. By the way, there are a few points in this book that I don't quite understand. I would like to consult Master. Zhao Yu felt exhausted, realizing she shouldn't have mentioned any rewards. To her surprise, not only did she lose spirit crystals, but she also let Yangbai start cultivating the land. How she regretted it now. The next day, at the hour of the snake, dong, 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 the bell rang. Yangbai climbed out of bed, glanced out the window, and couldn't help but smack his forehead. It's already past 9. It's all Master S' fault for teaching so late last night. I'm still a child, at such a tender age like a flower. Yet lessons were held until dawn. After dressing and washing up, Yangbai opened his room. Sure enough, you're all still here. Did you save me some food? Su Qingxian was meditating, and Li Chunfeng was practicing swordsmanship. Yangbai walked over and sat on a stone bench, inquiring, did the junior sister help you eat? Li Chunfeng sheathed his sword and glanced at Su Qingxian, who seemed oblivious to everything, then sighed. At such a young age, she is not afraid of gaining weight. Yangbai sighed again, then noticed a package on the wooden table. Next to the package, there lay a spirit crystal. This is from Master for you. A single spirit crystal and 13 spiritual herbs. Though most of the herbs are rather small, mostly ginseng, Li Chunfeng informed Yangbai Dado. That arrived quite quickly, not bad. Yangbai opened the package and found 9 ginseng, a spirit mushroom, a snow lotus, and 2 red fruits. After contemplating, he picked one of the fruits, activated his innate ability, and took a bite. Wow, this tastes good. Li Chunfeng was taken aback, and even Su Qingxian, who was meditating, stopped, staring at Yangbai in astonishment. What's wrong? I'm a bit hungry. Yangbai quickly devoured the fruit, feeling a warm sensation envelop his body. Under the influence of his innate ability, he noticed that on the ginseng fruit tree, several branches of leaves glimmered. 3 branches were red, exuding a violent aura. Yangbai sensed them and quickly understood. This indicated a rich concentration of spiritual energy. There were also 2 blue branches and 3 green ones. The blue ones gave him a feeling of great replenishment, invigorating him, while the green ones made him feel warm. The green ones must be for healing. Yangbai thought, then with a thought, the green leaves transformed into a stream of spiritual power, merging into his body. Soon, he felt his spiritual aperture rapidly mending, and before long, it was restored to its original state. Indeed, the innate ability is truly useful. Aren't you going to plant those? Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian exchanged glances. Speechless. 6 spirit crystals bought 13 spiritual herbs, and just 1 bite consumed half a spirit crystal. That's simply extravagant, right? I completely forgot about that. Yangbai chuckled innocently, then took the package over to the spirit soil and began planting each herb. The spirit soil itself possessed vitality, and these herbs were not entirely dead. After a while, some began to sprout new roots, taking root and coming back to life. By the way, let us try the other leaves. Yangbai thought, turning his back to the 2 and focusing on the blue leaves. With a blow, he released blue spiritual energy that blended into the spirit soil. It seems there's no change. I guess I'll wait and see. Finding a clean spot to sit down, Yangbai held the spirit crystal, temporarily setting the planted herbs aside, and began to utilize his innate ability along with the spirit absorption technique to absorb the spiritual energy within. The spirit absorption technique was inherently beneficial for absorbing the spiritual energy of all things. As he absorbed, the spiritual power from the spirit crystal completely merged into the ginseng fruit tree, igniting 4 branches of red leaves. Indeed, this also indicates that the red fruit I just ate has a similar effect as spirit crystals. Yangbai thought, sending another thought forth, causing 1 red leaf to dissipate. He felt his spiritual aperture's energy rapidly condensing, and before long, it was completely filled. With the aid of his innate ability, the process was astonishingly simple. Glancing at the spirit crystal in his hand, he watched as it rapidly turned to ash, the inherent impurities of the low-grade spirit crystal dissipating. As time passed, Zhao Yu finished her morning class and returned. She observed the cultivating trio with great satisfaction. Not wishing to disturb them, she approached the spirit soil, only to be taken aback. I don't recall it growing this quickly. Moreover, why has the vitality of this spirit soil dissipated so rapidly? Looking at Yangbai, Zhao Yu pondered for a moment and decided not to interfere further. After all, the land had been cultivated by Yangbai. Since it was a good thing, perhaps Yangbai had done something remarkable. As his master, she didn't want to deprive him of his chance. If Yangbai was willing to explain, that would be splendid. If not, she would refrain from asking. Time continued to pass, and throughout the day, the trio awakened several times to ask questions before resuming their cultivation. Logically, they should have attended morning classes the next day and engaged in activities at the temple, for the temple did not harbor idlers. However, Zhao Yu was in charge of the lectures. The trio relied on the great tree for shade, and even if there were objections, few could challenge her authority. Given Yang Bai's talent, the temple was reluctant to let such a prodigy slip away, ultimately allowing them to continue as they pleased. Master, I have opened 3 spiritual apertures. At noon, Yang Bai, feeling a bit hungry, stretched and said to Zhao Yu, who was teaching Su Qingxian, 1 green leaf can repair 1 spiritual aperture, and 1 red leaf can fully replenish 1. Cultivating is incredibly simple. What? Zhao Yu momentarily failed to comprehend, then gazed at Yang Bai, suddenly frozen in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Not just Zhao Yu. Even Su Qingxian shared a look of incredulity, questioning whether she had misheard. Are you certain? No, weren't you supposed to fill the spiritual apertures with energy? Don't you need to repair your spiritual apertures? Zhao Yu asked, her body trembling slightly. What a joke. From yesterday until now, only a single day has passed, and you've opened 4 spiritual apertures. Such speed is unbelievable. The fastest cultivation in the temple is the master. And even he took an entire month to open 4 spiritual apertures. I have spirit crystals. The main function of the spirit absorption technique is to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Filling the spiritual apertures is quite simple. As for repairing them, have you heard of innate abilities? Yang Bai replied weakly. He had thought long and hard. Such matters couldn't be concealed, since the heavenly spiritual vein was already known. It was quite normal for someone to possess an innate ability, especially with such good fortune. Everyday innate abilities? Su Qingxian recalled what Yang Bai had mentioned before, her face suddenly lighting up with expression. Zhao Yu too was taken aback, her complexion changing as she stepped closer to Yang Bai, circulating her spiritual energy to examine him. After a thorough check, her expression turned complex. Chapter 11. The 7 Colored Leaves. However, she found nothing. Innate abilities could not be investigated. Zhao Yu had merely reacted in disbelief out of urgency. What kind of innate ability is it? Zhao Yu asked, taking a deep breath to eye in the entire Huishan Taoist temple. Only the master possessed an innate ability. If the earthly spiritual veins could be encountered once in a century, the heavenly spiritual veins were even rarer, and innate abilities were even more scarce. 10 earthly spiritual veins or heavenly spiritual veins might not yield a single innate ability. Zhao Yu looked at Yang Bai with a complex expression, surprised by how deeply he had concealed this aspect. It can be said that if news of Yang Bai possessing a heavenly spiritual vein and an innate ability were to leak out, not only would the Tianfeng dynasty come, but even the top sects such as the 9 Red and 12 clans would come to seize him. These sects and empires, without exception, possess beings that transcend the golden core stage. Specifically regarding the spiritual apertures, consuming certain medicinal herbs allows one to absorb the essence contained within, enabling the repair of these apertures. I need not worry about any fractures, Yang Bai remarked with a smile. Repairing spiritual apertures must be considered a middle-grade supernatural ability. No wonder you require these medicinal herbs, Zhao Yu replied, her face alight with excitement as she nodded. However, it was still difficult to fathom that someone with innate supernatural abilities, possessing a heavenly spiritual vein, was standing right before her. What merits had she accumulated in her past life, by the way? Master, you mentioned there were 28 spirit crystals, but after deducting those from this morning, only 21 remain. Why small territory has yet to be filled? Could you please assist me in exchanging for a few more? Yang Bai glanced at the pouch at Zhao Yu's waist and suddenly continued. Zhao Yu's expression stiffened, turning pale. Yang Bai's words made her almost forget. 28 spirit crystals, that was the entirety of her monthly offerings. Gone just like that. Zhao Yu's face grew rigid as she contemplated leaving. Wait a moment, master. Please give me 3 spirit crystals. I'm thinking I could open another 4 apertures tomorrow and earn back some spirit crystals for you. Inexplicably, a spark of realization flashed in Yang Bai's mind, and he suddenly exclaimed, initially, the promised rewards were 28 spirit crystals for opening 4 apertures on the first day, and 24 for the second. However, if I were to open 8 apertures the following day, that would amount to 48. Deducting today's 28 means I could still gain 20 spirit crystals. How delightful! Zhao Yu cast a glance at Yang Bai. Momentarily at a loss for words, She suddenly realized that the gravest mistake she had made was accepting Yangbai as her disciple. He was utterly insufferable. Zhao Yu tossed down 3 spirit crystals, fuming as she stormed away. With the spirit crystals in hand, Yangbai did not immediately commence his cultivation. It was now midday, and he felt a pang of hunger. After all, he had only consumed a single fruit in the morning. Glancing at a ginseng root nearly as thick as his thigh, Yangbai was taken aback, overwhelmed with joy. Could this be the effect of the blue leaves? After some contemplation, he harvested 4 roots, 1 for Zhao Yu, and generously shared the remaining 2 with Su Qinxian and Li Chunfeng, indulging in a moment of delight. By normal logic, ginseng grown in inferior spiritual soil should not have matured so rapidly, growing from the size of a fist to that of a thigh in just a morning. Zhao Yu, recognizing Yangbai's unique opportunity, refrained from questioning too deeply. Harvesting ginseng to consume like radishes was indeed a bit extravagant. However, the medicinal herbs he procured from the courtyard were intended for consumption, and he had never considered cultivating them properly. Why waste the active properties of the spiritual soil over time? As Yangbai activated his innate supernatural ability, he devoured the ginseng root in a few bites, soon feeling rather satiated. An 8-year-old child could not consume much. After all, shortly thereafter, he noticed that the ginseng fruit tree in his consciousness had sprouted several new leaves, 5 blue leaves, 3 red, 5 green, and 1 purple leaf. Purple? Yangbai pondered, perplexed. Upon focusing his mind, he sensed a rich essence emanating from the purple leaf. This essence. This ginseng is astonishingly potent. I feel as though I might burst. At that moment, Su Qinxian took a few bites of ginseng, her complexion shifting as her cheeks flushed. She quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a vigorous cultivation state. After a while, as the effects of the herb subsided, she joyfully resumed nibbling on the ginseng, continuing her practice, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Li Chunfeng experienced a similar transformation, though he did not open any spiritual apertures. Instead, he stood firm, adopting various stances as he gritted his teeth, seemingly engaged in body tempering. Indeed, the essence contained within the ginseng differed from the previous zhu fruit. One could nourish yin and yang, replenishing vitality, while the other could enhance cultivation. Yangbai felt a surge of satisfaction within. He then turned his attention to the lingzhi and snow lotus he had planted, promptly digging them up and consuming them. Before long, the ginseng fruit tree had gained over 30 new leaves, predominantly blue, with green being the next most abundant, and a few additional colors emerged, including orange for the snow lotus, enhancing physical constitution and immunity, and earthy yellow and cyan for the lingzhi, which calmed the mind and improved memory, respectively. As he murmured to himself, Yangbai gained a deeper understanding of his own body. What on earth is happening? After a while, Zhao Yu returned from outside, observing the 2 disciples gnawing on roots and then glancing at Yangbai with a puzzled expression. However, she quickly regained her composure, looking at the spiritual soil with incredulity as she placed the newly exchanged herbs down. You let them consume this? How extravagant. Each of these 2 ginseng roots is worth a spirit crystal. Even I can only earn 1 per day. You just entered the courtyard, and even if you complete the assigned tasks, it would take you 15 days to earn that much. Zhao Yu found it hard to comprehend Yangbai's thought process. He spoke of farming, yet after merely half a day, he had begun harvesting? What are you even planting? Master, that was in the past. Now that I am here, everything is different. You must try the ginseng I saved for you. It is undoubtedly sweet and delectable. After you finish, help me appraise it. How many spirit crystals could this substantial medicinal herb fetch from the courtyard? Yangbai appeared utterly unconcerned. During Zhao Yu's time here, he had also come to grips with other matters. Medicinal herbs should be promptly sold to the courtyard. Through buying and selling, capital would naturally accumulate, alleviating concerns over future cultivation resources. Moreover, with the nourishment he provided, he would certainly not suffer any losses when selling these grown medicinal herbs. Chapter 12. Youngster, experience the world's treachery. Saved for you. Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and Yangbai promptly presented the plump ginseng root before her. Based on his reasoning, the ginseng, nourished by the blue leaves, might have undergone some transformation. Comparing it to Su Qinxian and Li Chunfeng's current states, he felt the efficacy should have significantly increased. How many spirit crystals did you harvest? And do you truly not feel any remorse? Zhao Yu scoffed, then took a bite of the ginseng. After a few more bites, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, astonished. How could this be? This ginseng originally had a 5-year efficacy. How has it suddenly increased by nearly 3 years? Zhao Yu stared at Yangbai in disbelief. What on earth is this sorcery? An increase of nearly 3 years is indeed extraordinary. If cultivated for several more years, would this ginseng not become? Yangbai's eyes lit up. What are you thinking? No matter how you cultivate it, this ginseng cannot mutate. An inferior spiritual ginseng, like the cold jade ginseng, could at most grow for 200 years unless it mutates into a middle-grade spiritual ginseng. Otherwise, its spiritual essence would dissipate. Zhao Yu was left speechless. However, as she pondered, she felt something was amiss. This was cultivated from inferior spiritual ginseng. What if we had planted middle-grade ginseng, or even superior-grade ginseng? The possibilities are endless. Yangbai had also considered this, but his thoughts extended further. The cold jade ginseng was, after all, an inferior grade. Such a significant change was possible. If it were middle-grade ginseng, he wondered how beneficial the blue leaves would truly be. So, Master, how many spirit crystals do you think this ginseng could fetch? Well, Zhao Yu contemplated. Eyeing Yangbai, a 10-year-old ginseng can be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. Are you certain you wish to sell it? If 10 years equals 1 spirit crystal, then 200 years would yield 20 spirit crystals, quite a substantial amount. Perhaps we should nurture it a bit longer. Yangbai thought for a moment and shook his head. Only 3 hours have passed since planting. At this rate, the ginseng will mature within a day, if not sooner. Although I am unaware of your methods, this spiritual soil is rapidly losing its viability. It has only been a couple of hours, and it's already quite costly. Zhao Yu consumed the ginseng, revitalizing herself and absorbing all its spiritual essence. And then remarked with keen interest, can a 200-year-old ginseng truly earn 20 spirit crystals? Yangbai is too naive. When the ginseng matures, its spiritual essence and medicinal properties will undergo a qualitative change. If sold, it could fetch at least 25 spirit crystals. Of course, she would not disclose this to Yangbai, who had already earned nearly 30 spirit crystals, causing her considerable distress. She needed to recoup those spirit crystals, no matter the cost. Little rascal, brace yourself for the harsh realities of the world. So swiftly did Yangbai react upon hearing the news that he dared not be negligent. He hastily dissolved a spirit crystal into water and subsequently poured it into the spirit soil. Typically, the vitality of spirit soil remains fixed. However, Yangbai's situation was quite rare. Yet, considering the cost of accelerating the growth of spirit herbs, Yangbai felt it was a sacrifice he could endure. The brown earth, nourished by the spirit water, began to emit glimmers of earthy yellow light, indicating a significant restoration of its spiritual essence. This method is not sustainable. Watering at intervals is too cumbersome. And with the necessity of sleep at night, he lacks the time to continuously infuse more spirit crystals into the water. After completing the watering, he planted some herbs based on the materials Zhao Yu had brought. And he sighed, lost in thought. Wait a moment, would utilizing his innate divine ability to absorb the spirit soil be effective? He nearly forgot this possibility. Without further ado, Yangbai placed his hand upon the spirit soil and began to absorb it silently. Soon, a branch of the ginseng fruit tree thickened slightly, a segment of a twig gradually emerging. Was it ineffective? No, that cannot be true. After a brief moment of perception, Yangbai shook his head. It was not without effect. With a mere thought, the newly sprouted branch of the ginseng fruit tree vanished, and the earthy hue of the spirit soil deepened. However, despite its efficacy, Yangbai pondered that he should refrain from such actions for the time being. The ability to cultivate spirit herbs would already attract undue attention. Coupled with the enhancement of spirit soil vitality, the allure of wealth could jeopardize the safety of his ginseng. For now, he would rely on spirit crystals. Gazing at his 2 fellow disciples, a sense of urgency began to stir within Yangbai, prompting him to resume his cultivation. The spirit crystals provided by his master were an opportunity too good to pass up. Presently, Zhao Yu had brought numerous spirit herbs exchanged from the dormitory, all of which had been planted, leaving the rest to the passage of time. As night fell, Yangbai breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the recent fullness of 2 spirit apertures, his heart brimming with joy, it was time to water again. After some contemplation, he decided to borrow a spirit crystal from Zhao Yu. offering a mature ginseng in exchange, and then dissolved it into the water before pouring it into the spirit soil. Although his stock of spirit crystals had dwindled, Zhao Yu was quite generous in exchange for one spirit crystal. Receiving a mature ginseng worth 20 spirit crystals was undoubtedly a profitable deal for her. Before long, 2 more hours passed, and Yang Bai opened 2 more apertures, the 8 spirit apertures within him glowing brilliantly. A smile spreading across his face. "Here you go. I know what you're going to say." Zhao Yu, upon seeing Yang Bai smile, quickly grasped the speed at which he was opening apertures and reacted promptly, retrieving a spirit crystal from her waist and handing it to him. She had come to terms with it, treating it as a temporary loan to Yang Bai, reasoning that once her ginseng matured and was sold, she would earn 50 spirit crystals. She had grown indifferent to such trifles. More for the master. Yang Bai was taken aback by Zhao Yu's decisiveness but did not dwell on it. He extracted 5 spirit crystals, dissolved them into water, and slowly poured them into the spirit soil. Splash! Visible waves of spiritual energy rippled through the air, gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, the spirit soil transformed into a golden hue, with grains the size of wheat emitting a faint aura in the dim light. The spirit soil had reached saturation. You're wasting it a bit. Most of the spiritual energy will evaporate into the air and slowly dissipate. It's a pity there isn't a gathering array in the temple. Otherwise, this wouldn't be necessary. Zhao Yu observed this and did not object, though her expression was one of regret. There's no way around it. I can't forego sleep. I'm still a child, after all, growing. Yang Bai felt somewhat justified. Yet, he soon dismissed his concerns. A few spirit crystals were of little consequence. Selling a few more ginsengs would easily recoup his losses. With wealth comes freedom. Be the way, master. What is a gathering array? Where can I purchase one? A gathering array can absorb external spiritual energy and concentrate it within a specific area. The Tianfeng Empire should have them. There's a royal artifact pavilion in Jinling. I can check it out another day. Perhaps they have one. Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, uncertain, as she had only heard about gathering arrays from the temple master. Master, how many spirit crystals do you need? Just say the word. This is a valuable item, and I will buy it regardless of the cost. Yang Bai stroked his chin, a sudden inspiration striking him. If it can maintain spiritual energy, I won't need to water continuously, nor will I need to expend spirit crystals. It saves money. Moreover, with a gathering array, once the spiritual energy reaches a certain level, cultivation will undoubtedly be much quicker than merely absorbing spirit crystals. This is a win-win situation, applicable not just to the aperture opening realm but also to the Qi awakening and golden core stages. All right, Zhao Yu nodded, committing Yang Bai's request to memory. Chapter 13. Bargaining? Time flew by, and 5 days had swiftly passed. Yang Bai, as usual, stretched lazily, finally awakening to the sound of the temple's bell. Today marked the final day. Regrettably, opening the apertures had become increasingly difficult, and he likely would not receive his master's final reward. Rising to dress, Yang Bai sensed the surging spiritual energy within him, a faint sense of stability washing over him. It had been 7 days since he arrived at the temple, and daily cultivation alongside his master and fellow disciples had nearly caused him to forget his former life of luxury. Yet, this was quite agreeable. He had grown accustomed to it. Now, he had opened 36 apertures, averaging about 7 per day. Compared to the spirit absorption technique, his current cultivation had officially reached the first level of the aperture opening realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. This achievement was largely thanks to the spirit crystals Zhao Yu had acquired over the past few days, some as rewards for opening apertures and others from selling spirit herbs in just a few days. His assets had soared to over 2,000. Very few elders within the temple possessed such wealth. The sale of radishes had proven remarkably lucrative. They matured every 20 hours, and with each planting of 10, he could earn 200 spirit crystals. Of course, it was not solely radishes. He was also cultivating various herbs such as lingji and zhugua, among others, all contributing to his earnings. However, the spirit soil remained somewhat insufficient, and the courtyard was rather small. No matter how large it grew, it could not accommodate more plants. Yet, Yang Bai found this acceptable. He had no immediate desire to change. First and foremost, he needed to establish some strength. By the way, today his master was descending the mountain. He had asked her to check if there were any gathering arrays for sale, hoping she hadn't forgotten. Not bothering to tidy his room, Yang Bai opened the door, greeted the 2 individuals practicing in the courtyard, and then headed to his small plot of land to inspect it. He picked 3 ripe zhugua, declaring, "One for each of you." "Fair shares for all." Li Chunfeng and Su Qinxian smiled as they accepted the gifts. After several days of receiving spirit herbs from Yang Bai, they had grown accustomed to it. Initially, they felt somewhat embarrassed, as spirit herbs held considerable value. However, Yang Bai's resolute demeanor left them no choice but to shoulder some of the responsibilities, such as watering and tending to the herbs, which eased their consciences. Indeed, Yang Bai had completely relinquished control. The herb garden was entrusted to his fellow disciples, and with Zhao Yu handling sales, he had little to do but embrace the role of a capitalistic overlord, contentedly counting spirit crystals in boredom. Not quite. He still needed to provide nutrients for the herbs. This was one of his few contributions. Before long, his 2 fellow disciples took a bite, cautiously savoring the delicacies, then resumed their cultivation practices. Over the course of 6 or 7 days, despite their daily consumption of spirit herbs, their progress had not been particularly remarkable. However, improvement was evident. Su Qinxian was poised to open her first aperture today, while Li Chunfeng was on the brink of mastering the first level of the dragon-elephant transformation technique. "I need to accelerate my own cultivation." Yang Bai consumed half a zhugua, feeling somewhat sated, and then immersed his consciousness within his body. Name: Yang Bai Spirit Pulse, Heavenly Spirit Pulse, Earth, Entity, Ginseng Fruit Tree Lifespan, 360, for every 10,000 years of cultivation. An additional 47,000 years is granted. Realm, first level of aperture opening, 36 apertures, technique. Spirit Absorption Technique, entry. Divine Farmer's Essentials, entry. Innate Divine Ability. Transformation of all things able to absorb heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Elixirs and artifacts, nurturing the ginseng fruit tree through resource sustenance, refining all things. The specific effects of refinement correlate with the resources absorbed. After assessing his cultivation status, Yang Bai began to ponder. His current rate of progress was not particularly slow. Within a little over a month, he could directly reach the 10th level of the aperture opening realm, potentially attempting to break through to the Qi awakening realm. While there were many within the temple who had reached the Qi awakening realm, even the legendary fastest among them, the clear micro-temple master, only managed to break through at the age of 17. Meanwhile, he, after 2 months and the turn of the year, would merely be 9 years old. However, although he could break through quickly, he found himself conflicted about doing so. The aperture opening realm could ultimately open up to 1,080 apertures, and he was reluctant to advance with only 360 apertures opened. The dilemma he faced was, in essence, quite simple. Should he truly break through so hastily? If he did, would he later regret it? He suspected he might that I lack a suitable technique. Yang Bai recalled Zhao Yu's explanation of technique classifications. The spirit absorption technique was merely a second-tier technique, while a technique capable of opening 1,080 apertures would require an extraordinary method. If the Tianfeng Empire or the 9 palaces and 12 sects possessed such extraordinary techniques, it would likely only be within those factions. It seemed he would need to venture out to explore further. Yang Bai secretly made a decision. As a reincarnated being with exceptional innate spiritual roots, he was unwilling to merely drift through life. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, his body would undoubtedly become increasingly alluring, enticing countless demons and spirits. Strength was of utmost importance. Once he opened a total of 1,080 meridians and subsequently broke through to the Qi pulse stage, his power would directly rival that of the Golden Core. However, there was no need to rush. After opening 360 meridians, with fragments of the Earth Book manifesting, he was aware of the locations of all the spiritual meridians, allowing him to continue his progress. Once all the meridians were opened, he would consider other matters. Yang Bai shook his head, circulating his spiritual energy, and resumed searching for the meridians, aiming to open the 37th one. Yang Bai's considerations were well-founded. If all the spiritual meridians were fully opened, the explosive power of spiritual energy would likely be terrifying. At that point, even some weaker Qi pulse cultivators would probably be no match for him. As for how long it would take to open the meridians, it would take at most half a year. I'm back. Just after a short period of cultivation, Zhao Yu entered the courtyard, her face radiating joy, holding a book in her hands. Yang Bai opened his eyes, glanced at Zhao Yu, then shifted his gaze to the book she was holding. Secret Essentials of the Gathering Spirit Array. Did you manage to acquire it? That truly wasn't easy. The shopkeeper at the artifact pavilion quoted a flat price of 2,500. I bargained it down to 2,223. Here, this is the remaining spirit crystals. Zhao Yu nodded proudly, more thanks to Master. As expected of Master, when Master takes action, nothing is unachievable. Yang Bai, filled with admiration, expressed his gratitude. Zhao Yu's cheeks flushed, and she hastily waved her hand. Yet, internally she was quite exhilarated. She did not care for flattery from ordinary people, but who could resist the praise from Yang Bai? Comfortable. This book on the Gathering Spirit Array indeed took considerable effort to obtain. Yet in the end, she succeeded. This was also her first time purchasing something so valuable, so she impulsively made a flat offer, never expecting it to be accepted immediately. Perhaps this is what they call talent. Chapter 14. One punch for a little friend. By the way, there's something I need to mention in a month. It's the grand competition of our sect, aimed at assessing the cultivation progress of all disciples. I've heard that there are rewards for the top 3. Do you want to take a look? Zhao Yu spoke enticingly. For several consecutive days, her few disciples had not stepped out of the door. Nor had they attended the assignments arranged by the sect, and several elders had begun to express their displeasure. Although they dared not voice their complaints, this situation could not continue. It was time to let Yang Bai show his face. With Yang Bai's strength, once revealed, who would dare to object? She would gain considerable face from it. How is it judged, and what are the prizes? Yang Bai replied nonchalantly. The grand competition consists of 3 categories: the new disciples, the established disciples under 14, and the Chi Pulse stage competition. Each category's first place receives a pulse opening pill, which, although of no use to you now, is quite valuable among Chi Pulse cultivators. The second place receives a manual on footwork, said to be a top-tier second-rate technique, while the third place earns 300 spirit crystals. Zhao Yu continued, her voice filled with allure. The footwork offered as a reward by the sect is not the same as ordinary techniques. In certain aspects, it is not inferior to first-rate cultivation methods. As for the pulse-opening pill, it is also exceedingly precious. It aids in unblocking the spiritual veins within the body and activating the hidden celestial veins. With such a pill, the process is significantly expedited. Uninteresting. Let Li Shidi and Qing Xian go instead. Yang Bai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Competing with a bunch of little kids is far too dull. What if I accidentally punch one of them and make them cry? In truth, even a single Li Chunfeng would suffice. Who said you had to participate in the new disciple competition? You know it would be unfair. I was referring to the established disciples competition. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. All participants are under 14. Even the strongest among them is merely at the 4th layer of the Chi Pulse stage. Which you would certainly not fear. Is that so? Yang Bai glanced at Zhao Yu's hopeful expression and, despite intending to decline, ultimately nodded. To be honest, his master had truly been commendable, whether selling radishes or purchasing the Gathering Spirit Array. She had never uttered a refusal. He found it difficult to conjure a reason to decline. With a month remaining until the competition and the assistance of the Gathering Spirit Array, he estimated that he would have reached the 7th layer of the Chi Pulse stage by then. Although it might still be seen as bullying children, so be it. For the sake of his master, he would embrace the role of the villain. Then I will help you register shortly, Zhao Yu exclaimed excitedly. Unable to resist ruffling Yang Bai's hair, Yang Bai, feeling helpless, picked up the secret essentials of the Gathering Spirit Array that Zhao Yu had given him and began to peruse it slowly. After a long while, he looked up at Zhao Yu with a bewildered expression. I must admit, this truly is a technique worth over 2,000 spirit crystals. I simply cannot comprehend it. But with Zhao Yu's assistance, she took out a basic textbook on formations, combining it with the previous material, which allowed him to barely grasp the concepts. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Cultivation, eating, and sleeping were the routine for Yang Bai. In the end, he successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the Chi Pulse stage. Not only that, but the Gathering Spirit Array also yielded some results. It could now use the array plate to lock onto the spiritual energy in the courtyard, significantly enhancing the cultivation efficiency of everyone involved. Every formation was categorized into 3 realms: entry, proficiency, and spiritual patterns. Point 1 could complete the formation at the entry level using specialized array plates and bases. Proficiency allowed one to break free from the array plate, using the world and nature as a foundation, while spiritual patterns involved inscribing patterns into the world itself, utilizing everything as part of the formation. For instance, a stone. A powerful array master could unleash a killing formation with a single stone. However, not everyone could become an array master. The key lay in one's comprehension. With Yang Bai's commendable understanding, combined with the earthy and verdant leaves of the talent tree, he managed to reach merely the entry level of a low-grade gathering spirit array. "Let us go," Zhao Yu called out from the courtyard. Leading the three of them away. In the span of a month, not only Yang Bai, but also Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian had made significant progress. Su Qingxian had opened 4 spiritual meridians, while Li Chunfeng, with the aid of spiritual herbs, had cultivated the first layer of the dragon-elephant transformation technique and stepped into the second layer. Many second-layer Qi Pulse cultivators could not break through his defenses. Soon, the group arrived at a clearing in front of the sect. Many figures were already seated on the ground, and as they noticed Zhao Yu's arrival, they retreated, parting to create a pathway. However, the gazes of the crowd were fixated on Yang Bai and the others, filled with scrutiny. Although Yang Bai and the others had been in the sect for over a month, they had not been seen before. Some felt displeased with Yang Bai's uniqueness, while a few others, unable to tolerate it, wore expressions of disdain, as if they would have stepped forward to educate them had Zhao Yu not been present. Zhao Shishu, as they approached the martial arts platform, they quietly awaited their turn. After a while, a young Taoist boy approached and offered a respectful salute. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, exuding a notable cultivation aura. "Ji Hui, it's been a while. Your cultivation has progressed well." Zhao Yu smiled and nodded, casting a discreet glance at Yang Bai. She understood that this young Taoist was likely here for Yang Bai. "Senior brother, has my mother arrived?" Upon seeing Ji Hui, Yang Bai's eyes brightened. His mother had mentioned visiting him a month later, and indeed, more than a month had passed. Calculating the time, she should be here by now. "Indeed, I can't keep secrets from you, senior brother. For the past few days, I've been descending the mountain to check, and I've brought your aunt with me." Ji Hui smiled. "Thank you, senior brother. I appreciate your efforts. Please accept this small token of gratitude." Yang Bai, overwhelmed with joy, took out a mature spiritual mushroom from his pocket and presented it to the young Taoist. "How fragrant. Could it be fully matured? Not just that, this is a spiritual herb worth at least 25 spirit crystals. How could you just give it away?" The crowd murmured, astonished. "A mature spiritual mushroom. This item is quite valuable. How could it be given away so casually? What is this little junior brother thinking?" "Junior brother, this is unacceptable. This simply cannot be done. It's just to bring your aunt up the mountain." Ji Hui, upon seeing the spiritual mushroom, could not help but gulp, his eyes widening, hastily rejecting the offer. Seeing Ji Hui's reaction, Zhao Yu chuckled softly, glancing at Yang Bai before saying, "Was someone just saying something they shouldn't have? Anyone who dares to claim that spiritual mushroom is worth at least 25 spirit crystals, come here and face me." Chapter 15. The competition begins. Could it be that junior brother grew this? Ji Hui was stunned, then filled with admiration. "Since Zhao Yu has said so, I will no longer decline," he said, carefully tucking the spiritual herb away. "Could it be that this isn't purchased from Zhao Shishu? It is not that I am a resident of the dormitory. Rather, in the past month, Master Zhao has sold a considerable amount of spiritual herbs at our dormitory. I have heard from my master that each herb is worth at least 26 spirit crystals. This past month seems to coincide with the arrival of the junior brother into the sect. I wonder if junior brother Yang still requires assistance. I can keep the bed warm. Go away. You old bull seeking tender grass." The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning towards Yang Bai, eager to ascertain whether these spiritual herbs were indeed cultivated by him in just over a month. He seems to have sold a substantial quantity of herbs. If that is the case, it is no wonder that Yang Bai likely possesses a considerable number of spirit crystals. Yang Bai was aware of the attention he was currently receiving. He merely smiled and refrained from speaking. He was mindful of the implications of revealing his ability to cultivate spiritual herbs, as such a secret could hardly be kept hidden. For over a month, Zhao Yu had been periodically visiting the dormitory to consign spiritual herbs, which could not escape the notice of the observant. However, Yang Bai felt indifferent. With Zhao Yu as the steward of the academy and his own innate talent and progress in cultivation, he believed no one would dare to make trouble. Even if someone did, it would pose no issue for him in a few months. Once he has opened 1,080 acupoints, what could the Qi awakening realm possibly do? If they refused to comply, he would confront them. The first competition is about to commence. For now, just wait. Zhao Yu glanced at Yang Bai, gave him a few words of instruction, and then ascended the high platform of the martial arts arena. The platform featured 9 seats, with the sect master in the center and the 8 stewards flanking him. Aside from Zhao Yu, the others had mostly gathered. Let us begin. After a while, the space in the martial arts arena became increasingly crowded. The sect master of Qingwei cleared his throat and then spoke. His voice was not loud, yet at that moment, everyone could hear him as if he were speaking directly into their minds. Instantly, the entire square fell silent. Those participating in the new disciple competition, please enter. An elder from the number room then stepped forward, took a deep breath, and spoke with a firm tone. After hearing this, Li Chunfeng, Su Qinxian, and the other disciples moved forward, standing in the arena. Due to the small number of participants, they would compete 2 by 2, with the victors claiming the top spot. Noticing that Yang Bai did not emerge from the crowd, Elder and Shun said nothing further, simply stating, there are 16 new disciples. Aside from 7 with profound spiritual veins, there are 9 ordinary disciples with common spiritual veins. These 10 are the highest contributors among the labor disciples and have now been absorbed into the inner academy. Understood, the few responded, and then immediately looked at each other, preparing to engage in combat. The labor disciples lacked cultivation methods and possessed lesser talents. Despite being somewhat older, they had no means to contend with these younger opponents and soon fell one after another. Before long, only the top 8 remained. Why hasn't junior brother Yang participated? Below, Ji Hui glanced at the platform and then at Yang Bai, his expression one of confusion. Others around him shared similar sentiments, and a few promptly inquired. They were all aware of Yang Bai's talent. It was inconceivable that he would shy away from the competition. Moreover, with so many spiritual herbs at his disposal, his cultivation could not be lacking. So why did he not participate? Could it be due to an ailment? Or perhaps he had gone astray in his cultivation, suffering a significant loss in strength. What is the point of a group of children playing house? It's utterly boring. I'll go up. Even if they all attack together, they won't be able to touch me. Yang Bai chuckled casually. Ji Hui pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately shook his head. Initially, he had considered mentioning the rewards for winning, but upon recalling Yang Bai's status and the casually gifted spiritual herbs, he found himself at a loss for words. What a fortunate fellow! During their conversation, the battles on the arena quickly progressed to the top 4, Li Chunfeng, Su Qinxian, Zhou Hong, and Wu Gang. Junior brother Yang, who do you think will emerge as the champion? Ji Hui, feeling restless and eager to cultivate a good relationship with Yang Bai, casually asked. Zhou Hong has joined the dormitory and seems to have consumed a fair share of spiritual herbs. He likely possesses at least 3 acupoints of strength. As for Wu Gang, he is endowed with natural strength. Yet he is still no match for Li Chunfeng. Yang Bai did not respond directly, merely stating, at least 30 acupoints are required to breach Li Chunfeng's defenses. This competition lacks any real spectacle. Oh, Ji Hui replied noncommittally, smiling as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Such words suggested that Li Chunfeng was indeed a genius worth befriending. Junior brother Wu, please. Soon, Li Chunfeng and Wu Gang engaged in combat. Male against male, female against female. Be careful, senior brother. Wu Gang clenched his fists and launched a punch at Li Chunfeng. The wind from his punch howled, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. Bang! As their fists met, Wu Gang's expression turned blank. Why apologies? Li Chunfeng grasped Wu Gang's fist, pulling him close, and then pointed a finger, a beam of sword light descending upon Wu Gang's neck. Mastery of sword techniques. Using his finger as a sword. One cannot deny that Li Chunfeng's talent for swordsmanship is truly remarkable. In just over a month, he has already mastered advanced sword techniques. Senior brother is impressive. I shall seek you out for a sparring session another day. Wu Gang chuckled foolishly before jumping down from the platform. On the other side, Su Qinxian, with 4 acupoints, faced Zhou Hong, who had 3 acupoints. And the disparity in their spiritual energy accumulation was evident, leading Zhou Hong to quickly face defeat. However, Su Qinxian was also left breathless, her spiritual energy depleted, rendering her unable to continue. Of course, even if she could fight, she would choose not to. Within the temple, aside from Yang Bai, it is unlikely that anyone of her age could breach Li Chunfeng's defenses. The two descended the platform together, marking the conclusion of the first competition. Junior brother Li, how is it? You must have gained quite a bit from this experience. Li Chunfeng and Su Qinxian approached Yang Bai, and a spark of brilliance flickered in Yang Bai's eyes as he smiled and inquired. Nothing escapes your notice, senior brother. Li Chunfeng scratched his head. He practiced the 100 battles heart method, and through these few encounters, he had significantly enhanced his understanding. Moreover, it infused his spiritual energy with a martial spirit, further aiding him in breaking through the acupoints. Congratulations, Sister Zhao, with 3 geniuses in your midst. I should have contended with you earlier. A few stewards teased Zhao Yu from the viewing platform. After this battle, the prowess of Li Chunfeng and the others was evident, and no one commented on their absence from morning classes or sect affairs in the temple. It is still about strength and talent. If you truly possess talent and strength, even if you engage in petty mischief daily, no one would dare to speak against you. The next event, the Veteran Disciple Competition, is about to begin. Before long, Elder and Shun, holding a list, slowly stepped forward again. For the Veteran Disciple Competition, the new Disciple Competition was merely an appetizer, akin to a pre-meal dessert. Chapter 16. Spiritual Pressure. The Disciples Submit. The number of participants in the Veteran Disciple Competition was considerable. Anyone under the age of 14 could join. However, those with insufficient strength did not harbor any desire to participate, and altogether, the total number of participants barely exceeded 200. First match. Wu Nanan vs. Jiang Nantian. Elder and Shun read the names from the list before retreating. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy and a girl, both around 13 or 14 years of age, leaped out from the crowd. Dressed in Taoist robes and wielding long swords, they exchanged a respectful bow before engaging in battle. Bang! Their swords clashed, sparks flying as both combatants wore serious expressions, quickly separating before lunging at each other once more. The spectators in the temple were diverse. Some had opened more acupoints, while others possessed intricate sword techniques, and some excelled in agile movements. Nonetheless, every individual had their own weaknesses. Before long, Jiang Nantian seized the opportunity while Wu Nanan was fatigued. Thrusting his sword towards her chest, Wu Nanan's face turned pale, and she quickly conceded, retreating in defeat. Second match, Zhang Mingxin vs. Li Xiaoya. After watching a few matches, Yang Bai stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat bored. The strongest among the contestants barely reached the 4th level of acupoint opening, making the competition feel like a mere child's play to him. None were worth watching. This won't do. My mother is still waiting for me. If only the battles could be resolved quickly. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed with a wry smile, realizing there was little he could do. After all, the rules were not set by him. Soon, dozens of matches passed. 92nd match. Yang Bai vs. Zhang Lulu. Elder and Shun leisurely walked out to announce the names, suddenly pausing in disbelief, questioning whether he had misread the list. Yang Bai stretched lazily and stepped onto the platform. Alongside him stood a 14-year-old girl with a round face. Upon seeing Yang Bai, she clearly froze for a moment, looking bewildered. Not only Zhang Lulu, but everyone in the audience was equally perplexed, murmuring amongst themselves. What is happening? Did they call the wrong name? Wait, it can't be a namesake, can it? Elder and Shun blinked, glancing at Zhao Yu, who wore a broad smile and nodded at him, explaining, the little fellow found the new disciple competition uninteresting and asked me to sign him up for the veteran disciple competition. Fellow disciples, feel free to unleash your full abilities and teach this little one a lesson, so he understands the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. It is indeed true. Surely, even if this little genius possesses exceptional talent, he can only be at the 1st level of acupoint opening at most. Why don't you keep this disciple for yourself? My treasure is still waiting for me. Zhao Shimi knows how to play the game. The surrounding elders wore expressions of profound complexity, grappling with the bewildering spectacle that Zhao Yu had orchestrated. The distinction between seasoned disciples and neophytes was stark. The disparity in their realms was significant indeed. One had cultivated in the temple for 5 or 6 years, while the other had barely crossed the threshold of 2 months. Yang Bai, undeniably a prodigy within the temple, was subjected to a public reprimand. Was this truly appropriate? Nevertheless, it seemed the time had come to commence. Elder Anshuan, with a resigned smile, acquiesced to Zhao Yu's wishes and prepared for the event. After all, it was merely a single duel. Moreover, young Zhang Lulu possessed the discretion not to let Yang Bai suffer too much humiliation. All right, little brother, the elder sister is about to make her move, Zhang Lulu exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with unexpected fortune as she realized she would start with an effortless victory. She approached Yang Bai with a gentle smile, confident that her mastery of the deceptive wood sword technique would be superfluous against such a young child. However, just as she was lost in thoughts of how to educate Yang Bai, he sprang into action. With his spiritual energy surging, over 200 spiritual orifices erupted forth, enveloping his hands in a swirling, earthy aura. A formidable presence bore down upon Zhang Lulu, resembling an imposing mountain, and she stumbled, half kneeling in the dust. Spirit binding technique. Spiritual pressure. Although the spirit binding technique was a rather ordinary cultivation method, it did not lack offensive capabilities. The spiritual pressure it exerted could manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy, imbuing it with a potent sense of authority. Naturally, such a tactic proved ineffective against those stronger than Yang Bai, only serving to intimidate the weaker. Even some lesser talents could withstand the pressure and retaliate. Yet, Zhang Lulu was clearly no genius. At this moment, she felt immobilized, her body weighed down as if ensnared by the very fabric of time and space. What is happening? She lifted her gaze to Yang Bai, who approached her with deliberate calm, drawing his sword from behind her. Yield, sister, Yang Bai said softly, his sword pointed at her with a playful smile. What was going on? Why could Zhang Lulu not move? The spectators below were equally bewildered, initially expecting Yang Bai to be thoroughly chastised, but now witnessing an astonishing turn of events. The crux of the matter was that Yang Bai had emerged victorious. It must be the spiritual pressure. Such techniques were common among second-rate cultivation methods, effective only against the weak. Ji Hui pondered this, half-skeptical yet slowly grasping the situation. Indeed, spiritual pressure was not uncommon. Some present practiced similar methods and understood its implications. However, they struggled to comprehend the reality. Yang Bai was more powerful than Zhang Lulu? Surely, that was implausible. Though merely a disciple, even the elders and attendants were left in a state of confusion. Casting glances at Zhao Yu, who wore a triumphant smile but refrained from elaboration. How exhilarating! Had she known, she would have brought Yang Bai out to showcase his talents much sooner. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the crowd filled her with delight. Master Qing Wei furrowed his brow slightly. Just because others were oblivious did not mean he was. This was indeed spiritual pressure, and Yang Bai's cultivation method was no secret. Did this indicate that Yang Bai's prowess surpassed that of Zhang Lulu? His heart stirred, and the light in his eyes sparkled as streams of spiritual energy coalesced before him. Then he turned his gaze toward Yang Bai. Bang! The chair toppled to the ground as Master Qing Wei, typically composed, sprang to his feet. How is this possible? Just how strong are you? The crowd began to piece together the circumstances, and Zhang Lulu was no exception. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Yang Bai. Incredulous. Here was a mere child, yet she could not even close the distance. This child had only just begun his training, and what was this technique he wielded? My strength is insignificant. I am merely at the 7th layer of the spirit opening realm. While reaching the 8th layer will take me 4 or 5 more days, Yang Bai replied casually with a smile. Boom. As his words resonated, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Just moments ago, they were still reeling from Yang Bai's victory over Zhang Lulu, but now his casual declaration left them utterly dazed. 17th chapter. This is too unfair. I want to go home and farm. 7th layer of the spirit opening realm? 4 or 5 days to the 8th layer? Gasps filled the air as the crowd struggled to comprehend their own identities and surroundings. Isn't this little junior brother's entry into the sect still less than 2 months? A voice croaked from a nearby seat, uncertainty lacing the inquiry. How terrifying! Are you certain this is a genius and not a monster? Even true prodigies seldom exhibit such prowess. They had labored tirelessly for years. Yet here was a talent who, in less than 2 months, had casually reached such heights. In the past, anyone claiming such achievements would have been ridiculed. Yet now, could they truly not fathom it? Master, my little disciple is somewhat lackadaisical, barely rising for morning lessons, but fortunately, his cultivation has yielded commendable results over the past month, Zhao Yu remarked, barely containing her elation. Master Qing Wei raised a hand, restoring his chair, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Zhao Yu. The slight quiver of his arm betrayed the turmoil beneath his stoic facade. It seemed that earlier, he had declined Yang Bai's potential apprenticeship due to his position as master. Now, he felt a twinge of frustration. Zhao's sister, had I known, I would have bound Yang Bai to our inner chamber without hesitation. After a prolonged silence, other attendants from various temples expressed their envy and regret. Sister. Sister? Zhang Lulu was momentarily dazed. Still enveloped in the weight of Yang Bai's prior words, 7th layer? Almost the 8th layer? Mother, I no longer wish to cultivate. I want to return to farming. This is too much to bear. Elder Anshuan glanced at Zhang Lulu, signaling her to concede. She was reluctant to accept defeat, but he couldn't truly stab her, given their shared status as disciples. This match belongs to Yang Bai, Elder Anshuan declared with a weary smile. Stepping forward, having lived a long life, today marked the first time he encountered such a situation. Why don't you participate in the Spirit Opening Realm Tournament? Sister, I concede. I concede. Yang Bai replied, sheathing her sword and assisting her up. He discreetly produced a ginseng root, placing it in her hands, only to realize something felt amiss and patted her shoulder. Oh, you've developed. No wonder you're so soft, he remarked innocently, causing Zhang Lulu to flush crimson as she processed his words. Yet she said nothing, he was merely a child, after all, oblivious to such matters. Moreover, he had gifted her a root of ginseng worth over 20 spiritual crystals, which eased her heart, making her feel less aggrieved. Yang Bai truly was a remarkable little one. Next match, Elder Anshuan announced again, but the crowd's interest had waned. Once Yang Bai stepped off the stage, they hurriedly approached him, showering him with praise. Yang Bai was taken aback. Not anticipating such an overwhelming response, he donned an innocent expression, nodding at the crowd. I'm still a child. Please don't bother me. Seeing his bewildered demeanor, the crowd could only sigh in exasperation. Adding embellishments is less valuable than providing assistance in times of need. In this regard, Ji Hui truly struck it rich. Time passed unnoticed, and among the contestants, over 200 had completed their matches, with 100 finally achieving advancement. Elder Anshuan wasted no time and began to document the names of the newly promoted disciples, placing them in a red box for a drawing. The first match. The second match. The subsequent contestants displayed similar levels of skill, their spells and sword techniques clashing in a symphony of exertion. Each participant, by the end, was left breathless, having poured every ounce of energy into their efforts. Yang Bai took the stage once more, but with the release of his spiritual pressure, a young monk in his teens immediately reddened and quickly yielded. The gap was far too vast. Although they were merely 3 realms apart, the difference of over 100 spiritual orifices was insurmountable. Yang Bai had no other means at his disposal, relying solely on his spiritual pressure, unleashing the full force of hundreds of orifices. In such circumstances, aside from those rare talents who could triumph against the odds, there seemed little recourse, as for prodigies. Were there any at Huishan Temple? Perhaps the master himself could be considered one. But the rest could only be described as average talents. In the 38th match, Yang Bai emerged victorious. Elder Anshuan smiled wryly at Yang Bai, gesturing for both to descend, knowing full well there was no suspense left in this grand competition. With Yang Bai's spiritual pressure, he could easily dominate. Soon, the third round commenced, 50-25. This battle was particularly intriguing, as the opponent was the clever Taoist known as Zhi Hui, who could only display a complex expression before conceding defeat. Following this, the advancement to 13, 8, 4, and 2 occurred. 1. There was none of that cliché narrative where the protagonist suddenly powers up and violently defeats Yang Bai. After securing victory, Yang Bai wore a contented expression and departed the training grounds with the Taoist Zhi Hui, subsequently heading to the guest house. Next was the grand competition of the Tongqiao realm, which did not concern him. Mother, you must be anxious. Your son has just achieved first place in a grand competition and has brought you a gift. Hee. Upon entering a guest room in the guest house, Yang Bai spotted a familiar silhouette. His brow arched as he retrieved a mature ginseng, beaming with joy. Bai heir is here. Young mother, slightly taken aback, swiftly turned to gaze at Yang Bai, enveloping him in her embrace, tears shimmering in her eyes. It has been over a month since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. How have you fared in the Taoist temple? Have your senior brothers bullied you? With your temperament, you must have endured quite a few grievances. Zhi Hui's lips twitched as he closed the door, granting them some private time. Originally, he intended to take young mother directly to the Scripture Academy, but knowing it was a day of competition, he deduced that Yang Bai would not be there, thus taking the liberty to bring young mother to the guest house instead. As he caressed the spiritual herb in his embrace. Zhihui felt a sense of satisfaction. Just that one ginseng made the effort of waiting for young mother worthwhile. All right, mother, look, I have even gained some weight. You needn't worry about me. Yang Bai smiled wryly. His mother was so warm-hearted that each hug left him slightly breathless. Silly child. Young mother wiped her tears and playfully scolded, accepting the ginseng from Yang Bai's hands. She could not refuse, for it was a token of his affection. To decline would surely displease him. After placing the ginseng into her bag, she retrieved some food from it and handed it to Yang Bai, affectionately ruffling his hair. Chapter 18. Misty rain in Jinling. By the way, mother, has anything happened at home? Yang Bai inquired while savoring the pastries. He understood his mother's nature. If there were no pressing matters, she would have visited him much sooner than a month. Bai air is still as perceptive as ever. However, there is just a minor issue at home. Focus on your cultivation here. Everything has already been resolved, young mother said with a gentle smile, her expression filled with maternal love. That's good to hear. By the way, how is father? Keep an eye on him. He may be socializing outside, and who knows, he might be keeping secrets from you. Yang Bai remarked with a mischievous grin. He dares, young mother retorted, rolling her eyes. You are here, and you are diligently cultivating in the Taoist temple. Once you become an immortal and ascend as an ancestor, who would dare to bully me? The two conversed for the entire morning. And eventually, Yang Bai personally escorted young mother down the mountain. Watching her depart in a carriage, he sighed at the foot of the mountain. Entering the path of cultivation would surely distance him from his family. Perhaps in the future, he would be too late to send off his parents as their hair turned white. Perhaps I should persuade them to have another child. What is it? Zhihui noticed Yang Bai's sigh and, sensing something amiss, promptly inquired. Something must have happened at home. However, mother is reluctant to speak. Senior brother, may I descend the mountain for a while? Yang Bai replied succinctly, turning to face Zhihui. Descend the mountain? Zhihui was taken aback. There are strict instructions. You may only descend the mountain to visit family during the new year. Otherwise, unless there are exceptional circumstances, descending is prohibited. Violators will face punishment and, in severe cases, may even be expelled from the temple. With more than a month until the new year, was Yang Bai truly being overly hasty? As for matters at home, Zhihui did not believe anything significant would occur. Jinling was peaceful, and Yang Bai's family was not a small household. Indeed, rest assured, I merely wish to check in on home. If everything is well, I will return immediately. Senior brother, please inform master on my behalf and provide a cover, Yang Bai said, patting Zhihui on the shoulder as he headed homeward. Ah, I haven't agreed to this yet, Zhihui exclaimed, stunned. Jiangnan, Jinling, Yufu City is one of the most prosperous regions of the Tianfeng Empire. This city bustled with merchants and the lively cries of vendors. Upon entering Yufu City, Yang Bai felt a sense of returning home. In comparison to the Taoist temple, he sensed a greater warmth here. Let us head home first. Dressed in Taoist robes, the youthful Yang Bai, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, attracted quite a bit of attention. However, he paid little mind, weaving through the streets until he arrived at a particular residence, the Yang residence. There were servants stationed outside, and upon observing them, Yang Bai realized he did not recognize them. So he approached confidently. Halt! What is your business here? One of the servants, noticing Yang Bai's intent to enter, shouted loudly, blocking his path. You must be new here. This is my home. Naturally, I am returning. Do you think I am here to beg? Yang Bai rolled his eyes and gently pushed the servant aside. Why can't I move? The servant was taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances with another servant, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Creak. The door swung open, and Yang Bai walked in unperturbed, even taking the initiative to close the door behind him. Not long after Yang Bai left, the two guarding servants finally breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing as they regained their ability to move. Quickly report to the master. One of the servants shouted, rushing toward the main door. After pushing against it twice, he suddenly froze. The door is closed, young master. Is it the young master who has returned? Indeed, it is the young master. Even if I were to smell this scent for 100 years, I would never tire of it. Young master, did you perhaps return with madam? On the way, Yang Bai encountered several maidservants, who upon seeing him in Taoist attire, their eyes brightened, but then they paused, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Greetings, elder sisters. Yang Bai grinned innocently, then led the maidservants into a small grove, mysteriously retrieving a rose from his bosom. This is also a spiritual herb, specifically for beautifying the skin, improving complexion, and tightening the skin. The seeds were provided by Zhao Yu. Initially, I thought it of little use and did not intend to plant them. But ultimately I yielded and sowed some. This is a gift from your younger brother to all of you sisters. Do not underestimate this flower. It is a spiritual flower. Just one petal can enhance your beauty for 3 years, making you look 3 or 4 years younger. Please, take it and share. Really? Upon hearing this, the maidservants' eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, they each took a piece, dividing the rose amongst themselves, as expected of the young master. So generous. Indeed, there is no one as kind as the young master. Since he left, I have lost 5 pounds from worry. 5 pounds? Did you not say you gained 5 pounds this morning? You must be mistaken. The maidservants chattered excitedly, expressing their gratitude. By the way, elder sisters, has anything happened at the residence since I left? Please share with your younger brother. After waiting a moment for their chatter to subside, Yang Bai pressed on with his inquiry. The servants were most aware of the happenings within the residence. There has been nothing amiss. Everything is well at home. Qingyue, you silly, nothing has happened at our residence. But the cousin's family has encountered issues. The young master must have sensed Madame's sadness, hence the inquiry. It must pertain to that matter. I understand. Young master, you were not aware, but it seems that the cousin has caught the attention of a major sect. But her family does not approve, and truth, it does not concern us much. Primarily, it is Madame who is quite heartbroken. It is said that the sect in question is not a reputable one, and their cultivation methods are rather scandalous. The maidservants, feeling indebted, quickly shared the entire situation in detail. The incident began when a female practitioner approached the young master's uncle, claiming that his cousin was exceptionally talented and could join their sect to cultivate the Misty Rain divine art. Naturally, the uncle's family eagerly agreed and were overjoyed. Subsequently, they requested the practitioner to demonstrate her skills, and upon witnessing her true abilities, they allowed her to take the girl away. Afterward, the uncle visited their home and mentioned the matter to young mother, who then felt something was amiss. Her niece possesses a mortal spirit vein. How could she be so extraordinarily gifted? Thus, the Yang family utilized both official and unofficial channels to investigate, only to discover that the sect recruiting disciples was a low-tier force called the Misty Rain sect. The cultivation methods of the Misty Rain sect were rather peculiar, predominantly male practitioners, and their primary technique involved the Misty Rain divine arts upper section, which focused on strengthening the body. However, this technique had a peculiar characteristic. Through dual cultivation, they could absorb the essence and spiritual energy of disciples practicing the lower section of the Misty Rain divine artai. In other words, those cultivating the lower section became a source of nourishment for them. Chapter 19. Ghostly Patterns and the Art of Alchemy. The Yinyu sect possesses dedicated halls for their insidious recruitment practices, scattered throughout the various dynasties, tasked with enlisting furnace cauldrons for those who cultivate the upper-tier Yinyu divine skills. His cousin was fortunate enough to be selected. Once these naive young women master the techniques and attain a certain level of cultivation, those entities begin to indulge in these furnace cauldrons to enhance their own power. Of course, the absorbed furnace cauldrons do not perish. They can continue their cultivation. However, being perpetually utilized as a furnace cauldron is akin to a fate worse than death. Even more alarming is the fact that some individuals relish the idea of exchanging and trading furnace cauldrons, with several people sharing a single cauldron. Upon hearing this news, his uncle was utterly devastated, eventually succumbing to a severe illness. His aunt, a soft-spoken woman, lacked any resolve and spent her days weeping. A once harmonious family was thus shattered. Meanwhile, Yang's mother was preoccupied with negotiations alongside Yang's father, hoping to secure the return of their kin. So it is. Thank you, dear sisters. I shall go see my mother now and visit you again when time permits. Yang Bai expressed his gratitude, subsequently inquiring about his mother's whereabouts. After receiving the information, he allowed them to depart and proceeded towards the main hall of affairs. There, both Yang's parents were engaged in discussion with the second-in-command of the underworld in Jinling, Gui Wenlong and Tai Jin. In the grand hall, Yang's parents occupied the seats of honor, while Tai Jin, seated below, bore a scarred visage with a disdainful smirk plastered across his face. He was indeed no ordinary person. Possessing considerable cultivation, He looked down upon Yang's parents. Mere mortals, I have made my demands quite clear. I require your Yang family's 3 fabric shops and 5 taverns in Jinling, alongside the bribery of a disciple from the Yinyu sect, followed by the bribery of an elder from the same sect, which would necessitate your Yang family's Baiyang auction house. The notion of an auction house did not originally exist in this world. However, with Yang Bai's arrival, it naturally came into being. As the vanguard of the auction business, the Baiyang auction house's brand flourished across the land, raking in wealth. This became Yang's family's prized asset, the very foundation of their standing. Are you certain you can succeed? Yang Ziqiang, a forthright middle-aged man, furrowed his brow and scrutinized Taijin. The Yang family's reputation was well known, straddling both the light and dark realms. Yang Ziqiang's inquiry stemmed not from reluctance to part with his family's wealth, but from a desire to avoid futile efforts that would merely benefit others. Once the auction house was relinquished, who could predict where it would ultimately end up? Taijin's words held little credibility. Naturally, nothing is guaranteed. Every endeavor carries a measure of probability, does it not? With wealth and an auction house, the chances are naturally greater, Taijin replied, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded Yang Ziqiang. Moreover, do you possess an alternative? This left Yang Ziqiang in a quandary, for there was indeed only one course of action, and a direct confrontation was unfeasible. He could only devise another means to secure Baiyu's return. They were merely a mundane family, incapable of contending with an otherworldly sect like the Yinyu sect, lacking the audacity to do so. Though the Yinyu sect was considered a lower-tier force, it was still beyond their reach. After a moment of contemplation, while Taijin grew increasingly impatient to leave, Yang Ziqiang felt a stirring of hope. After all, money could be regained, but if a person was lost, it would be too late to remedy the situation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a voice from outside interrupted him. I oppose this. A small Taoist priest clad in robes strode in with a grave expression. Yang Bai? Buyer. Upon recognizing Yang Bai, Yang Ziqiang and Yang's mother were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he had appeared there so suddenly. Where did this little brat come from? Adults are speaking. What right do you have to interject? Is this how the Yang family educates their children? Taijin scowled, his annoyance palpable. He had nearly secured Yang Ziqiang's agreement when this child suddenly appeared. Father, mother, a mere lower-tier force is hardly worth selling off family assets. Leave this matter to me, and I will find a solution, Yang Bai said with a bright smile, disregarding Taijin entirely. The reason a lower-tier force is termed as such is that it is only guarded by those at the Tongqiao realm. Such forces typically consist of loose cultivators banding together, in stark contrast to mid-tier forces like the Huishan Taoist temple, which can only establish roots within a single dynasty and are not regarded as prominent. In truth, this matter can be resolved quite easily. If I summon my master, the Yinyu sect would not dare to protest and would have no choice but to release the individual while offering apologies. You intend to resolve this? Little Taoist, do not trip over your own tongue. Taijin's irritation peaked, his brows knitted deeply, his scars contorting into a fearsome-visaged buyer. Are you suggesting your temple should intervene? Yang's mother suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up. Initially, she had thought it unwise to involve Yang Bai, considering his lowly status within the temple, but she had not anticipated his arrival. Indeed, Yang Bai nodded with a smile. Wonderful, this is splendid news. Yuer is saved. Yuer is saved, Yang's mother exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Yang Ziqiang sighed in relief as well. Having Yang Bai enlist the aid of a powerful figure from the temple was the best possible outcome. Little Taoist, I am speaking with you. Are you deaf? At this moment, Taijin, flustered and enraged, extended a hand towards Yang Bai, attempting to seize him. Such an insolent child, unaware of his place. Gui Wenlong is the second in command of the underworld in Jinling. How dare this little brat treat me with such disrespect? He has the audacity to act without regard for my authority. Yang Bai regarded Taijin with quiet observation, a flicker of earthy energy flashing in his gaze. Instantly, Taijin's expression shifted to one of terror, rendering him immobile. Then, with a thud, he half knelt on the ground, trembling violently. Spirit pressure. Taijin's strength was not insignificant. Having cultivated a third-rate technique, he had reached the third layer of the Tongqiao realm, thus securing his position in the underworld. However, compared to Yang Bai, he was still woefully weak, as Yang Bai had not even exerted his full power to buyer. Are you all right? Yang's parents, taken aback by Taijin's sudden paralysis, Released breaths they had been holding, their faces marked by fear. They regretted having invited such a shameless individual into their household. Fear not, father and mother. This fellow is far too weak to breach my defenses. After all, the temple is not easily accessed, Yangbai said with a carefree smile. The temple? Are you perhaps from the Huishan Taoist temple? I am a fool for not recognizing your greatness. Please forgive my transgressions. Tai Jin's lips turned pale, his expression a mask of bitterness. Chapter 20. Huishan Taoist Temple. In his moment of anxiety, Tai Jin had failed to consider the implications, and only after Yangbai subdued him did he come to regret his impulsive actions. Was this truly a disciple of the Huishan Taoist Temple? It seemed far too formidable. Given Yangbai's age, he appeared to have only recently awakened his spiritual potential. After decades of cultivation, he had not even been able to lay a finger on Yangbai. Damn it! Is this a monster in disguise? Do not fear. I am but a child and do not take lives. Could you perhaps share some information regarding the Yinyu sect? For instance, where is it located? And who is its strongest member? Yangbai said, his demeanor gentle as he patted the kneeling Tai Jin, his voice soothing. Seeing Tai Jin bowing before him sparked an idea within Yangbai. Could he possibly subdue this individual? Perhaps to serve as a guardian for his home or courtyard? Today it was Tai Jin who had struck at him, but what if one day a cultivator targeted his parents? Certainly, I assure you, I will divulge everything. The Yinyu sect is a sect that spans across the various dynasties. As for its strongest member, I am uncertain. However, in the Jinling area, the strongest individual is a 6th-layer Tongqiao realm cultivator. The sect's location lies in the Yong'an prefecture of Jinling, where a small branch of the sect resides. I only know of 3 5th-layer Tongqiao realm cultivators within the branch. Tai Jin did not withhold any information. As the underworld was known for its connectivity, he quickly revealed all that he knew. A 6th-layer Tongqiao realm cultivator, the branch leader. Upon hearing this, Yangbai's eyes flickered with intrigue. If there was only one 6th-layer cultivator, it might be worth a try. Lower-tier forces seldom practice second-rate techniques, typically relying on third-rate methods. If that were the case, the Yinyu sect's strongest member could not have opened too many apertures. With the aid of his spiritual pressure, he could wreak havoc. Father, mother, I must ascend the mountain at once. Once I summon my master, we can rescue my cousin. Yangbai's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. Indeed, time is of the essence. You must depart immediately. Yang Ziqiang nodded, urging him on. He wished to offer words of caution regarding safety, but upon glancing at Tai Jin, he decided against it. His child had grown up. In the blink of an eye, he had become so formidable. Joining the Huishan Taoist temple had indeed been his second most astute decision. The reason for being the second enlightened one is that the first enlightened one fathered a son named Yangbai. It is precisely because of Yangbai that the Yang family opened several restaurants, selling items such as hamburgers and Huangmin chicken, which thrived in business. They even established an auction house, making a fortune daily. Come, follow me for a visit. Yangbai kindly helped Tai Jin to his feet, who, trembling with trepidation, left the Yang residence with him. Little master, please let me go. I am nothing of significance and refuse to accompany you to the temple, lest I tarnish the eyes of the esteemed elders on the mountain. Tai Jin, following closely behind Yangbai, said with a pale face and a bitter smile, going up the mountain poses a grave threat to my life. Take me to Yong'an Mansion. I will fetch my cousin, and afterward, I shall not obstruct you. You may leave. Yangbai glanced at Tai Jin with an impassive expression and replied, What? Tai Jin was momentarily stunned. You wish to go to the residence of the Yinyu sect yourself? However, after a moment's thought, Tai Jin quickly understood that if Yangbai revealed his identity, the Yinyu sect might indeed release him. Very well, he nodded, promptly leading the way. Before long, the two arrived at Yong'an Mansion. Yong'an Mansion, akin to Yu Mansion City, is one of the most renowned mansions in Jinling. However, compared to Yu Mansion City, Yong'an Mansion is somewhat less populated. Tai Jin guided Yangbai through a series of twists and turns until they reached a place called Yinyu Tower. Yinyu Tower, a place of rendezvous, is not a respectable establishment. Although the Yinyu sect is a religious order, their residence is situated in the brothel district, motivated by profit and the desire to curry favor with various factions. Yangbai, with a grim expression, followed Tai Jin into Yinyu Tower, instantly attracting a multitude of gazes. The onlookers, accustomed to patrons seeking pleasure, were astonished to see such a youthful boy, who appeared to have barely shed his childishness. An elderly madam, observing Taijin and then Yang Bai, particularly noting the Taoist robe Yang Bai wore, dared not act carelessly. She promptly approached them with a beaming smile. "Ah, welcome, esteemed guests. Please let us know your desires. What kind of companions do you seek? I wish to meet your sect leader. Take me to him," Yang Bai stated, dismissing the pleasantries and exuding a faint aura of spiritual pressure. "Sect leader? Of course. I will escort you right away," the madam replied, feeling a weight settle upon her as she realized she was in the presence of a formidable expert. She hurriedly led the two into the backyard. The backyard was significantly cleaner than the front, with numerous young women practicing their postures and washing clothes, emanating faint spiritual energy. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Bai noticed that these women appeared as if they were soulless. Their expressions devoid of life. Some bore scars, likely from whips and burns from hot wax. What sort of people are these? A few men, having noticed the intrusion, emerged from the courtyard clad only in loose robes. Loudly reprimanding them, Yang Bai observed that their faces were flushed, likely from engaging in dual cultivation within. "This is a visitor from Huishan Taoist Temple. Summon your sect leader," Taijin declared with a feigned authority. "Huishan Taoist Temple?" The men were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Bai and unable to suppress their derisive laughter. A mere child, probably just awakening his spiritual roots. Huishan does not permit formal disciples to descend the mountain. He is just a servant disciple, nothing more. Be gone. They were not like Taijin, who was utterly clueless. Huishan Taoist Temple had been established for centuries, and they were well aware of the rules within the cultivation community. "Where do these women come from?" Yang Bai asked, unperturbed by their taunts. He gazed at the men, his expression unyielding. The courtyard is filled with women, and with only a few men, their fate is all too evident. The crucial point is that these women do not consent. They are likely mere playthings for these men, brought in from who knows where. And what of his sister? Will she too become one among them? Yang Bai's anger simmered. "What's this, little boy? You think just because you've opened a few spiritual channels, you can stand up for them? Even if I tell you, what can you do? These women are daughters of prominent families. Exquisite and delightful. Your temple would not understand their worth," one of the men scoffed, licking his lips in disdain while eyeing Yang Bai. Having heard enough, Yang Bai's expression turned icy. With a wave of his aura, the men stumbled and collapsed to the ground, their faces paling in shocked "Ah!" Taijin was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 21. Killing and saving. Seeing Yang Bai's stern demeanor, Taijin let out a bitter laugh, walking over to the man who had just spoken. With one hand gripping the man's throat and the other plunging into his gullet, he yanked forcefully. "Ah, save me!" The man's eyes brimmed with tears, but with his throat constricted, he could not utter a sound. After a few futile struggles, he fell limp. "I have killed a man." The other men stared at Yang Bai and then at Taijin. Their faces filled with terror as they began to scream for help. Initially, they had not grasped the situation, but as Taijin committed murder, they realized what had transpired. This young boy, Yang Bai, had single-handedly subdued them. It was utterly unbelievable. The man who was killed was at the 5th level of the Qi opening realm, yet he was no match for Yang Bai. Just how formidable was his strength? They had finally kicked a steel plate as they screamed for aid and begged for mercy. They cursed themselves for their ignorance. Who would have thought Yang Bai possessed such power? Had they known earlier, they would have summoned the sect leader at once. "Who dares to offend my Yanyu tower?" Hearing the cries for help, the sect leader of Yanyu rushed over, his long legs exposed as he hastily donned a robe upon arrival. Upon seeing Yang Bai and Taijin, he was momentarily taken aback. Yang Bai scrutinized the sect leader of the Yanyu sect, and his expression darkened. The sect leader appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. His beard grizzled, likely engaged in unsavory activities. Upon hearing the cries for help, he had hastily emerged, only to find himself wearing a rather conspicuous belly band. "Since someone has already died, Taijin, eliminate the rest." With a wave of his hand, Yang Bai commanded. The Yanyu sect leader was momentarily stunned, only to feel an overwhelming force descend upon him, causing him to kneel on the ground in a daze. "Oh, I didn't expect the Yanyu divine skill to be merely a second-rate technique. The strength of someone at the 6th level of the Qi opening realm is indeed commendable," Yang Bai mused, surprised that the sect leader had not collapsed outright. However, it was of little concern. The Yanyu divine skill, being a flower-picking technique, was a fast-track method. Even if the sect leader opened his spiritual channels, the energy within would be muddled, allowing him to exert at most 60 to 70% of his full strength. All killed. A second-rate technique, and yet he is at the 6th level of the Qi opening realm. Tai Jin was astonished. He knew Yang Bai was powerful, but he never expected him to be capable of subduing someone practicing a second-rate technique with such ease. What level of strength was this? No, senior, please hear me out. If there is anything you desire, take whichever woman you fancy. I implore you, spare my life. Ah, indeed. Senior likely looks down upon these faded flowers. We recently received a batch of fresh goods that are currently being trained. If you wish, I will provide them all for you. The Yin Yu sect leader pleaded, now fully focused on preserving his own life. With tears streaming down his face, he begged for mercy. Training? Yang Bai's expression turned cold. A bitter smile creeping onto his lips. It seems too lenient to let you die this easily. Tai Jin, hang these men up. Also, find some small knives and give each of the women in the courtyard a few. They shall decide what to do with these men. No, you cannot do this. Please, let me die a quick death. The men, including the sect leader, were thrown into a panic upon hearing this order. Each woman receiving a small knife meant they were to be subjected to a torturous death. It was a fate worse than death. Yes, Tai Jin suddenly shuddered. Unable to contain himself, he fled from Yin Yu Tower, quickly procuring several small knives to hand to the women. Then, he shattered the men's spiritual channels and bound them to a tree. The women, upon seeing the knives in their hands and the subdued elders of Yin Yu Tower, felt their eyes brim with tears. In the past, these men had held their lives and deaths in their hands. Now, they would finally face retribution. One by one, all the women rushed toward the disciples of Yin Yu Tower, plunging their knives into their bodies with fervor. Some, driven by rage, even bit off chunks of flesh, sobbing as they did so. After witnessing the demise of the Yin Yu Tower disciples, Yang Bai left with the madam and Tai Jin. According to the madam, the virtuous daughters who had been lured in recent days were confined in a room, suffering under the torment of several brutish old women, being trained on how to serve the prominent figures of Yin Yu Tower. This is the place, the madam said, leading Yang Bai to a room. Her face pale as she spoke. Help! At that moment, a chilling scream echoed through the room, causing Yang Bai's expression to change dramatically. Sister! Tai Jin, save her! Everyone inside, except for the one I sent for, must be eliminated. Understood. Tai Jin nodded silently, kicking the door open with a forceful shove. Instantly, the room was filled with anguished cries as the bodies of several elderly men were flung out. All dealt with, as you commanded. Within mere moments, Tai Jin emerged from the room, his attire stained with blood, his face grave as he declared, "We should also bury the madam." Yang Bai nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied with Tai Jin's efficiency, and then gestured towards the madam before stepping into the room. No, please, my lord. The madam's face went pale, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy, shaking her head violently as a faint yellowish stain seeped from her. She was merely an ordinary person, yet given the circumstances regarding Yang Bai's family, he could not spare a single soul. After all, the madam was complicit. Tai Jin approached her, nodding solemnly, and with a swift twist of his hand. Her life was extinguished. Inside the room, a dozen beautiful young maidens huddled on the floor, their faces filled with terror. Since their hopeful arrival, they felt as though they had fallen into a den of demons. The rumored cultivation had never materialized. Instead, they were tormented by a fiend wielding a whip and silver needles. Day by day, some had nearly broken down, contemplating self-harm. Sister, it's all right now. We can go home. Yang Bai scanned the crowd and quickly located Bai Siyu, who appeared to be in a poor state, her eyes vacant, as if struck by overwhelming fear. Upon seeing Yang Bai Siyu froze momentarily, and before she could utter a word, Yang Bai lifted her onto his back. Immediately, two pure energies, one yellow, one green, flowed from the ginseng fruit tree in his consciousness into Bai Siyu's body, the yellow leaves soothing her while the green ones healed her wounds. Dear sisters, those who harmed you have been vanquished. You may return home now. Without heeding the astonished expressions of the others, Yang Bai departed the room with Bai Siyu in the back courtyard of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Voices called out, "My lord, many sisters have nowhere to go, no home to return to." Now that you have avenged us, we beseech you to take us in. Just as Yang Bai was about to leave with Bai Siyu, a group of women suddenly rushed before him, bowing deeply. Please rise, dear sisters, there is no need for such formalities. You all have families. It would be best to return home swiftly. Yang Bai sighed with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, home? Where do we have a home? Even if we return, how can we find our place? At his words, the women could not help but weep softly. Yang Bai, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence. The plight of women in this era was indeed dire. Upon returning home, they would surely face scorn, and it was uncertain whether their families would even recognize them. In that case, let us go to my home first, where you may stay for a while until you find your own paths. Given the circumstances, Yang Bai had little else to say, and he soon led the group back to the Yang residence. Mother and father, I have returned. Within the Yang manor, Yang Bai set Bai Siyu down and ensured the comfort of the other women before heading to the main hall. Upon entering, he was taken aback and then smiled wryly. Master, what brings you here? Why can't I come? Look at you, venturing into a tiger's den all by yourself. By the way, weren't you supposed to look for me? How come I could not find you? Zhao Yu sat in the great hall, her expression darkening as she glared at Yang Bai, her anger palpable. Currently, Yang Bai was her cherished pupil. If it weren't for Ji Hui's message, she would have been oblivious to Yang Bai's quiet departure. And if something had happened to him upon returning home, she would have been utterly at a loss. You little rascal, you deserve a good beating. I was indeed going to find you, but upon reflection, those people were not particularly powerful, and my sister was certainly suffering in their hands. For her sake, I decided to see for myself, yet I never anticipated their weakness. Yang Bai rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke apologetically. Your matter is far from over. I will deal with you later. Zhao Yu shot him a glare, too exasperated to say more. Are you all right? Yang's mother approached Bai Siyu after Zhao Yu's inquiry, her face filled with concern. Aunt, I am fine. I had no idea that I would owe my safety to my brother this time. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Bai Siyu, having regained her composure, wiped her tears while gazing gratefully at Yang Bai. We are all family. It is nothing. Yang Bai shook his head innocently, appearing nonchalant. By the way, mother and father, the people I brought back have already opened their spiritual orifices. Please take a look. If any are sincere, provide them with some crimson fruits to enhance their strength. Having such individuals around you will ease my mind. With that, Yang Bai produced some crimson fruits and handed them to his father. Finally, after a moment's thought, he retrieved a snow lotus and presented it to Bai Siyu. Uncle is deeply guilt-ridden and gravely ill. This snow lotus can be taken back, and by swallowing a petal, he will recover. Upon hearing news of her father's condition, Bai Siyu fell silent for a moment before nodding gratefully. Has everything been settled? If so, let us return to the temple. Leaving hastily has already drawn the attention of the temple master, who has now decreed that you are to remain in seclusion for half a year, without contact with outsiders. Zhao Yu, seeing that Yang Bai had no further issues, spoke up. She had previously discussed this punishment with Yang's parents, who had not objected. They were anxious about Yang Bai's actions. Had it not been for Zhao Yu, they would have wanted to give him a sound thrashing to vent their frustration. They had never anticipated that Yang Bai would venture out to rescue someone, and thankfully, he had succeeded. Had anything gone awry, they would have undoubtedly regretted it for life. This period of confinement is quite acceptable. Wait, I have something to say before we leave. Yang Bai pondered for a moment before retrieving a rose from his bosom and presenting it to his mother. Mother, this is a precious item. A single petal can take years off your age. I heard that a certain beauty-enhancing elixir is made from this very flower, and it is remarkably effective. After you use it, perhaps ask the sisters I brought back if they possess any secret techniques, and then you can bear me a little brother. Upon hearing that this flower could reverse her age by several years, Yang's mother couldn't help but feel elated, but upon hearing the mention of a little brother, her expression darkened considerably. Were it not for Zhao Yu's presence, she would have felt compelled to give this mischievous boy a good thrashing. What an inappropriate moment for such words! Yang Bai lingered no longer, sensing his mother's discontent, and quickly departed with Zhao Yu. I shall take you back. Exiting the Yu residence, Zhao Yu contemplated for a moment, then smiled playfully before manifesting a pair of ethereal wings, lifting Yang Bai off the ground and soaring into the sky. Have you never flown before? Today, your master shall show you." With that, they transformed into a gust of wind. Zhao Yu carrying Yangbai swiftly toward the Wu Tua mountain. "Little one, see how fast I can fly. Are you scared?" Yangbai was momentarily stunned, having not expected his master to possess the ability to fly, leaving him momentarily speechless. But soon, exhilaration took over. "Higher, higher, master. Yes, even faster." The wind was fierce, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. He mused that he should create a pair of goggles to practice this divine art another day. It was exhilarating. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhao Yu brought Yangbai back to the temple. Upon their return to the small courtyard, Zhao Yu handed Yangbai a jade vial. "This is a meridian-opening pill, worth 500 spirit crystals each, and can only be crafted by mid-tier alchemists." After the competition, when the disciples were called to the stage to receive their rewards, "I couldn't find you and realized you had gone down the mountain." With that, Zhao Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Fortunately, it was you who went down." The temple master was lenient in handling it. Had it been anyone else, they would have been assigned several months of menial tasks. "Thank you, master, for interceding on my behalf." Yangbai grinned foolishly, not probing further as he tucked the meridian-opening pill into his bosom. A half-year of confinement felt as though it was no punishment at all. Yangbai understood that the temple had treated him quite well. He had already remained in the small courtyard for over a month without venturing out, and his future plans involved focusing solely on cultivation to enhance his strength. "That's good to hear." Zhao Yu felt warmth in her heart, recognizing that this little fellow had some understanding. By the way, "Master, do you know where I might find extraordinary cultivation techniques? I wish to seek them out after the 6 months." Yangbai considered sharing his plans with Zhao Yu to avoid causing any further troubles. So he inquired, "Extraordinary techniques? Why are you thinking of seeking those out after just 6 months?" Zhao Yu's expression darkened again. "Do you truly take the temple's regulations lightly? Seeking extraordinary techniques is not something ordinary people can stumble upon. If you, my little ancestor, venture out and encounter trouble, perhaps being snatched away by a large sect, what would become of the people in our temple?" Chapter 23. Has immortality arrived? Do you know what forces exist in the continent we inhabit? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yu did not immediately refuse. Instead, she shifted the topic and inquired, "I know. I have perused the distribution maps of the various powers within the realm." Upon hearing this, Yangbai nodded in acknowledgement. It is said that we are all situated in the Danding continent, which harbors an empire, 5 imperial dynasties, and over 600 kingdoms. The empire oppresses the realm, presided over by formidable transformation masters. Beyond that, there are the 5 great dynasties, each reportedly possessing seasoned golden core cultivators. Conversely, the ordinary kingdoms merely represent minor secular forces, akin to certain princes or dukes. These powers are comparable to our Huishan Taoist temple, where the pinnacle of strength is typically the Qi Pulse realm. Apart from the secular powers, there are also the 9 palaces and 12 sects, which are said to be hidden sects and top-tier forces, each with transformation masters in residence. Even the empire dares not provoke them across the entirety of Danding continent. Indeed, Zhao Yu remarked, gently ruffling Yangbai's hair, feeling that Yangbai had put in considerable effort, thus sparing her the need for extensive explanation. In addition to the 9 palaces and 12 sects, the continent is also home to 36 superior sects, each with golden core masters in residence, as well as over 300 medium-grade sects, such as the Huishan Taoist temple, which is guarded by Qi Pulse masters. Finally, there exist low-grade sects, royal families, and the likes of Yin Yu sect, which are rooted in the mundane world, with the highest being the Qi Pulse realm. Beyond these, there is a multitude of wandering cultivators. Yangbai, with a solemn expression, continued, "Indeed, it is as you say. The extraordinary cultivation techniques you seek are unlikely to be found in medium-grade sections. While they may exist within the imperial dynasties, they are not inclined to share them with you. Thus, if you genuinely desire to obtain them, there remains but one path." Zhao Yu paused momentarily, then stated, "That is to join the 9 palaces and 12 sects, or the 36 superior sects. By entering their ranks, you could acquire the techniques. However, the nearest superior sect to Huishan is still 1,000 miles away. Unlike Yufu City, where one could simply descend from Wutuo Mountain and arrive in a few paces." "How troublesome," Yangbai replied with a bitter smile, realizing Zhao Yu's implication. "Indeed, 1,000 miles is quite distant. Even if there were a way, It would not be feasible in the short term. It would be better to remain at the temple, and once I have gained sufficient strength, I can consider other options. Very well, you must be weary today. Rest early. I shall report back to the temple master. Zhao Yu reassured Yang Bai before departing. Is there truly no other way? Yang Bai returned to his chamber, unable to suppress his thoughts as he immersed himself in his consciousness, contemplating his true essence. The ginseng fruit tree, having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, now bore vibrant leaves. Yet, Yang Bai felt he had not fully grasped the true purpose of the ginseng fruit tree. After all, it was an innate spiritual root. It could not merely serve to purify the power of low-grade spiritual herbs, could it? Moreover, the purified essence had already resulted in such an abundance of foliage. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Yang Bai's mind. He slowly directed one of the tree's leaves, allowing its medicinal essence to merge with the ginseng fruit tree. The power of the spiritual herb not only illuminated the leaves, but could also be directly absorbed by the ginseng fruit. Yang Bai's thought was simple. Since the leaves could illuminate, could they not also coalesce into fruit? If they could condense into fruit, might they not also form other entities, such as apples or radishes? Or even pills, or perhaps even a corporeal form in a swift motion. A single leaf, then another, quickly vanished, and a fruit gradually emerged. Yang Bai sensed the rich medicinal essence of the fruit and smiled faintly. He had succeeded. This fruit, of course, was not a ginseng fruit. Its essence was far from sufficient to condense into one. Currently, the fruit was merely a tangible manifestation of the gathered medicinal power, his innate divine ability, the ability to refine all things. By condensing and creating myriad entities, Yang Bai surmised that this was the more advantageous application of the ginseng fruit tree. Next, with a mere thought, Yang Bai caused the fruit on the tree to disappear. And a child of 7 or 8 years began to materialize. The child was a perfect replica of his current form, aligned with the fragments of the Earth Book. From this moment forth, I shall possess 2 bodies, one in the external world, and one within my consciousness, Yang Bai murmured to himself, flipping his hand to caress the Earth Book fragments. Name: Yang Bai Spiritual Pulse, Celestial Spiritual Pulse, Earth, Essence, Ginseng Fruit Tree Lifespan, 360, every 10,000 years of cultivation grants an additional 47,000 years, Realm. Complete Chi Pulse Realm Level 7, 249 pulses, Techniques, Spirit Absorption Technique, Beginner. Divine Farmer's Essentials, Beginner. Spirit Gathering Array, Beginner. Innate Divine Ability. Transformation of all things by absorbing celestial materials and earthly treasures, as well as pills and artifacts, and through resource nurturing, one can nourish the ginseng fruit tree. Refining all things. The specific effects of refinement correlate with the celestial materials and earthly treasures absorbed. Since I cannot acquire extraordinary techniques, I shall create my own. The avatar within my consciousness can be used to experiment with various techniques. Once I find a few techniques suitable for opening my pulses, and once I have activated a total of 1,080 pulses, I can attempt to merge those techniques into one. Yang Bai contemplated silently. How did extraordinary techniques initially emerge? Surely they were created by humans. With the fragments of the Earth Book, I can discern the cultivation routes of the techniques, and with an avatar, I can engage in trial and error. Furthermore, the leaves of the ginseng fruit tree can enhance my comprehension. Yang Bai was determined to prove he could achieve this. With a flicker of thought, Yang Bai decided to give it a try. He then transferred his consciousness into the newly formed body. Initially, he felt somewhat unfamiliar, but soon acclimated. The avatar opened its eyes, moved its body, and murmured to itself. It rose and performed 200 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, followed by 5 sets of calisthenics, and executed a military boxing routine. Finally, with a face of delight, he marveled at the power of the newly condensed body. A formidable avatar born from the convergence of numerous medicinal essences. He felt an abundance of vitality coursing through his being, with countless spiritual energies swirling within. What astonished him even more was that within this body, his thoughts flowed freely. The difficulties he once faced in cultivation now unraveled effortlessly. Remarkable, yet entirely logical. Strictly speaking, this body was akin to a supreme medicinal entity, enhancing his tranquility and comprehension, among other attributes. As the vast medicinal power continuously fortified his true spirit, augmenting all aspects of his being, Yang Bai reflected for a moment and glanced at the Earth Book fragments once more. Name: Yang Bai Spiritual Pulse, immortal spiritual pulse, earth, essence, ginseng fruit tree physique, 7 herb body, abundant vitality, lifespan. Every 10,000 years of cultivation grants an additional 47,000 years. Realm, none techniques, spirit absorption technique, proficient. Divine farmer's essentials, beginner, spirit gathering array, beginner. Innate divine ability, transformation of all things by absorbing celestial materials and earthly treasures, as well as pills and artifacts, and through resource nurturing, one can nourish the ginseng fruit tree. Refining all things. The specific effects of refinement correlate with the celestial materials and earthly treasures absorbed. I have achieved immortality. At that moment, Yangbai was utterly bewildered, yet filled with extraordinary joy. Upon reflection, however, he realized this was entirely reasonable. The current state of this body was primarily sustained by medicinal power. Once the medicinal power dissipated, the body would naturally cease to exist. There was no limit to lifespan. Correspondingly, as long as the ginseng fruit tree remained, he could continue to refine medicinal power, sustaining the vitality of this body. Eternal youth, eternal existence. I should cultivate for a bit. Open the over 200 spiritual pulses within me. With a mere thought, Yangbai, following the route of the spirit absorption technique, began to link each spiritual pulse within this body. Since the spiritual pulses had been previously opened, the spiritual vein was unobstructed. And this body was devoid of impurities. The spiritual pulses opened with ease. Yangbai swiftly activated several initial spiritual pulses. With a little red leaf, I estimate I could open about 30 pulses by dawn. As he sensed the dwindling spiritual energy within him, Yangbai sighed and returned his consciousness to his primary body, continuing to consume Zhu fruits. I mustn't forget the pulse-opening pills, Yangbai thought, then utilized his innate divine ability to directly swallow the pulse-opening pill. This single act consumed 500 spiritual crystals, and Yangbai felt a twinge of regret. Soon, visibly, the ginseng fruit tree began to grow. Hundreds of red, green, and yellow leaves flickered to life. But that was not the end. The surplus medicinal power of the ginseng fruit tree began to condense, and a small fruit emerged on the tree. The fruit was modest in size but quickly ripened. Pulse-opening fruit. Yangbai sensed its essence and immediately understood its purpose, feeling reassured that it was not a loss. The Qi Pulse realm differs from the Qi opening realm. Upon reaching this stage, the enhancement is in the speed of spiritual energy circulation within the pulses. Techniques like Zhao Yu's flying twin wings employ intricate methods to manipulate spiritual energy and can only be utilized upon attaining the Qi opening realm. If the Qi Pulse realm is likened to a martial artist, then the Qi opening realm is the true cultivator, at this stage. One can unleash various techniques through the adept manipulation of refined spiritual energy for ranged attacks, which is incomparable to the former realm. Furthermore, within the Qi opening realm, there are also classifications. Should a Qi Pulse realm practitioner cultivate second-rate or third-rate techniques, upon reaching the Qi opening realm, they will find themselves limited by the lack of pulses, only capable of opening their spiritual veins. The spiritual veins consist of 9 layers, each representing a higher realm. However, if one cultivates first-rate techniques, the scenario changes. The more pulses one possesses, the more spiritual veins can be constructed. These spiritual veins transcend the ordinary, being referred to as celestial veins, with practitioners attaining the 9 layers of celestial veins. Lastly, there exists the realm of transcendent cultivation known as the Tongqiao realm. Individuals in this state possess a greater number of spiritual orifices and a more intricate network of spiritual veins. Not only do they exhibit enhanced strength, but they also wield spiritual energy with remarkable finesse. Such spiritual veins are referred to as sacred veins. The 9 layers of sacred veins are incomprehensible in power. Even a practitioner at the first layer of the sacred vein, despite their weakness, can defeat those who have advanced to the golden core stage through their spiritual veins. The purpose of the Tongmai fruit is to safeguard the spiritual veins during the process of opening them, allowing for a tranquil mind, enabling one to swiftly activate a small segment of their spiritual vein. This fruit holds no value for Yangbai, yet he can profit from it. If refined into elixirs, a single fruit could yield no less than 4 or 5 pills. The Tongmai fruit is already scarce at the Huishan Taoist temple, and with Yangbai's innate abilities enhancing its efficacy, he decides to sell it for 600 spirit crystals, which is not unreasonable. A night passed without incident. During his cultivation, Yangbai discovered that while his primary body rested, his true spirit could enter his secondary body to practice. effectively substituting sleep and leaving him brimming with energy. Elated, Yang Bai hastily began to open the orifices in his secondary body. Thus, on the first night, he astonishingly opened 36 orifices. Time flew by, and in the span of 5 to 6 months, winter gave way to spring, and soon summer arrived once more. During this time, Yang Bai celebrated his first new year away from home in the mountains, though his mother had entrusted someone to bring him some dumplings, which brought him a modicum of joy and warmth. It is worth mentioning that dumplings were originally non-existent in this world, yet their presence came to be due to Yang Bai's arrival. Aside from his confinement preventing him from returning home, Su Qingxian also did not go back. It would have been fortunate if she was not captured again. Yang Bai did not inquire further, instead sharing some dumplings with the little girl, who soon developed a fondness for this dish. The spirit-gathering array has finally reached perfection at the stroke of midnight, while Yang Bai's primary body slumbered. His consciousness immersed itself in the secondary body, his fingers stirring the void with meticulous strokes. After a while, a flash illuminated the emptiness, and streams of spiritual energy were drawn towards him. The patterns of the void took shape. Spiritual markings have emerged. With these spiritual markings, the process became even more convenient. By inscribing a spiritual mark onto a ginseng, it would fervently attract spiritual energy. Yang Bai was overjoyed. Over the past 6 months, he had divided his time between opening orifices and cultivating a new technique, while also focusing on the spirit-gathering array. Were it not for the innate understanding granted by his secondary body, he would not have comprehended the legendary spiritual markings so swiftly. His strength had now reached a peak. But the spirit-gathering mark would significantly enhance his power. Yang Bai waved his hand, revealing the fragment of the Earth Book. Name: Yang Bai Spiritual Vein, Immortal Spiritual Vein, Earth, Entity, Ginseng Fruit Tree Constitution, 7 Herb Body, Vitality and Spirit in Abundance, Lifespan, 4 every 10,000 years of cultivation. Lifespan increases by 47,000 years. Realm: Perfected Tongqiao Realm, 1,077 Orifices. Techniques: Spirit Absorption Technique, Transformational, Divine Farmer Essentials, Entry Level, Spirit Gathering Array, Spiritual Mark, Azure Cloud Sword Technique, Proficient. Earth and Cloud Heart Sutra, Proficient. Mountain and River Mental Method, Entry Level. Rock and Soil Evasion Classic, Entry Level. Soil Transformation Technique, Entry Level. Mysterious Tao Chapter, Entry Level. Innate Divine Ability, Transformation of All Things, capable of absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Elixirs and Artifacts, nurturing the ginseng fruit tree through resource sustenance, refining all things, with the specific effects of refinement dependent on the absorbed heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In 6 months, he had opened 1,077 orifices. The remaining 3 orifices were not unachievable, but were simply lacking suitable techniques. Through Zhaoyu, Yang Bai had thoroughly explored the techniques available in the temple over these 6 months, yet he still could not find the routes for the last 3 techniques. Yang Bai felt powerless in this regard, leaving them aside for the time being. Having completed his cultivation of the spirit absorption technique, he first practiced the Azure Cloud Sword technique, opening an additional 288 orifices on top of the 360 he had already opened. Next, he practiced the Earth and Cloud Heart Sutra, opening 133 more spiritual orifices. Then came the Mountain and River Mental Method, Rock and Soil Evasion Classic, Soil Transformation Technique, and Mysterious Tao Chapter, ultimately achieving a total of 1,077 orifices. It is noteworthy that the Soil Transformation Technique and Mountain and River Mental Method are merely mediocre techniques, while the Mysterious Tao Chapter is nothing more than a fragmented text. Yang Bai approached it with a mindset of experimentation and unexpectedly discovered the pathways to an additional 15 spiritual orifices, which astonished him. Chapter 25. 1,080 Orifices, with 6 months elapsed. It was time for me to contemplate descending the mountain. The remaining techniques to unlock the spiritual orifices likely reside within first-rate techniques. Yang Bai silently affirmed. This was not baseless speculation. The Mysterious Tao Chapter indeed belonged to the first-rate techniques. And although it was a fragmented text, it nonetheless allowed him to open those 15 spiritual orifices. By his estimation, with at most 2 first-rate techniques, he would complete his cultivation of the entire Tongqiao realm. With the spirit-gathering array achieving the status of spiritual markings, it was time for him to test the ideas he had conceived earlier, especially as it pertained to his strength. Armed with this newfound power, his descent from the mountain would be considerably easier. Yang Bai's mind gradually returned to his primary body. Subsequently, he began inscribing spiritual markings within his spiritual orifices using the fragment of the Earth Book. Each individual's spiritual orifices differ, and their levels of development vary. Some orifices are excessively small, while others are overly large, creating a disparity in the accumulation of spiritual power. Yang Bai aimed to open his orifices as fully as possible. Striving for 100% activation, however, Yang Bai was merely experimenting. Yet, the chances of success were quite high. The method was straightforward. Once the spiritual markings were inscribed, the spiritual orifices would be continuously washed by spiritual energy, gradually enlarging through friction until they ultimately shattered. At that point, Yang Bai would repair the orifices, thus forming a perfect spiritual orifice. It must be said that such a method of developing spiritual orifices was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Were it not for the fragment of the Earth Book and his innate divine ability, Yang Bai would not have achieved such a level of mastery. Before long, a spirit-gathering array took shape. Yang Bai felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converge towards him, violently rushing into his body. Pain. Excruciating pain. Not only did his spiritual orifices tremble, but even his body quaked violently. Streams of spiritual energy surged from his body into his spiritual orifices, causing profound damage. Nevertheless, he endured. Next came the second and third markings. Yang Bai grew increasingly adept. The inscribing of spiritual markings accelerated, and the room filled with an abundance of spiritual energy, soon causing external changes. Upon reaching the 36th orifice, all the spiritual energy in the vicinity went into a frenzy, uncontrollably surging towards Yang Bai's courtyard. At this moment, his first spiritual orifice expanded tenfold and shattered. Repair? Yang Bai focused his thoughts, and green leaves transformed into torrents of green spiritual power, beginning to mend the orifices and his body. Repairing and shattering, the barriers of his spiritual orifices grew increasingly thick. Ultimately, the markings of the first spiritual orifice dissipated, and tenfold the spiritual power surged within. At this stage, this single spiritual orifice equaled the capabilities of 10 orifices of an ordinary individual. Time trickled by. When he inscribed the 360th spiritual orifice, the entire Huishan was stirred. Countless elders and disciples emerged from their chambers, witnessing streams of spiritual energy resembling rainbows traversing the sky, all converging towards Yang Bai's courtyard. What is happening? Isn't that the location of the teaching hall? Could it be that Elder Zhao Yu has cultivated some divine technique? Surely not. I believe this is the spirit-gathering array. I recall that Yang Bai possesses this ability. Goodness, how many spirit-gathering arrays must he have used? Indeed, this is excessive. Yang Bai must compensate us. If he doesn't warm my bed, I shall not rest easy. The disciples chattered among themselves, yet the spiritual energy rainbows continued to expand rapidly, soon spreading towards Jinling. What is going on? In the courtyard, Zhao Yu, the master of Qingwei, and the other 8 supervising elders all gathered there. They had witnessed spirit-gathering arrays before, yet none had seen one of this magnitude. It enveloped the entire Huishan Daoist temple. Are you certain this is a low-grade spirit-gathering array and not a high-grade one? I recall that if multiple spiritual markings are comprehended and used together, it could reach a mid-grade or even a high-grade spirit-gathering array. I never imagined someone could truly achieve this. At that moment, the Huishan Dao master spoke, his expression complex. He had thought the surprises Yang Bai brought him were already numerous. He had prepared himself for Yang Bai to advance to the Qi Pulse realm. Yet he never expected him to accomplish this feat, however. What was Yang Bai doing now? Cultivating within a high-grade spirit-gathering array. Was he not afraid of exploding his body? The master of Qingwei glanced at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu shook his head with a wry smile. This little fellow possesses innate divine abilities and likely fears no such explosion, I see. The master of the temple nodded, understanding now, so that is how it is. This young man has innate divine abilities. Wait, innate divine abilities? The master of Qingwei looked at Zhao Yu in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only the master but the other elder supervisors also stared at Zhao Yu, questioning whether they had misheard. Indeed, I forgot to mention it to you all. Zhao Yu felt a surge of satisfaction within, nodding with a wry smile. Soon, while the crowd was still engulfed in shock, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy gradually appeared above the Taoist temple. The entire courtyard, under the cleansing rush of this energy, began to crack and splinter. Following this, a young child, seated in a meditative posture, was revealed before their eyes. Yang Bai. He is truly cultivating. The onlookers could hardly believe what they were witnessing. At this moment, Yang Bai felt as though his body might explode, as each spiritual aperture extended. The verdant leaves of the ginseng fruit tree were rapidly consumed. Finally, 720 apertures, 730 apertures, 1,000 apertures. Ultimately, all 1,080 apertures were opened, and the spiritual energy surged, howling within him. Gradually, the vortex of energy diminished, the spiritual patterns within the apertures collapsed one by one, until the energy came to a standstill. Originally, Yang Bai intended to keep 3 apertures in reserve. But upon reflection, he realized that it mattered little whether he retained them or not. He could simply find the techniques to connect them later. Thus, he decided to expand all the apertures to their maximum capacity at once. Master? Elders, Temple Master, what brings you here? Yang Bai opened his eyes, surveying the shattered courtyard, then glanced at the Temple Master and the astonished elders who gazed at him in disbelief. He couldn't help but touch his nose. His tone somewhat sheepish. Your gathering spirit array has reached the level of spiritual patterns? And what kind of innate divine abilities do you possess? Temple Master Qingwei took a deep breath and spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Innate divine abilities. How many earthly spiritual veins does it take to produce one? To think we have one among us. It is indeed a blessing for Huishan. At this moment, the Temple Master of Huishan had silently resolved to treat Yang Bai as the next generation's leader. Although he was not his direct disciple, Yang Bai's strength was extraordinary. Compared to his own direct disciples, Yang Bai was incomparably superior. With Yang Bai present, Huishan was bound to flourish. Indeed, it cannot escape the Temple Master's notice. It is indeed spiritual patterns. As for the innate divine ability, it is merely a means of repairing spiritual apertures. A mid-grade divine ability, as my master has said, Yang Bai replied respectfully, smiling. Mid-grade divine ability? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Are you jesting? How could a mid-grade divine ability reach such a level? That earlier violent rush of spiritual energy would overwhelm an ordinary mid-grade divine ability, which would hardly suffice to heal internal injuries. It must be at least a high grade. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances with Zhao Yu, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, shrinking her neck in discomfort. Chapter 26. The celestial star ranking. However, no one spoke up. Possessing innate divine abilities was enough to evoke envy, regardless of whether they were mid-grade or high-grade. As they had none themselves, by the way, Temple Master, half a year has passed, and I wish to venture out of the mountain for a while, to visit home, Yang Bai stated directly, seizing the opportunity with the Temple Master present. Absolutely not. No way. As soon as he finished speaking, several elders firmly rejected him, their expressions grave. They were unaware of Yang Bai's talents, but given the prowess he had just displayed, they could not allow him to descend the mountain. What if something were to happen? What if the Tianfeng dynasty discovered Yang Bai's terrifying abilities and forcibly took him away? Better safe than sorry. Have you thought this through? Zhao Yu, unlike the others, fell silent for a moment before asking. She knew Yang Bai was still determined. Extraordinary techniques? To acquire such techniques, I must journey thousands of miles to join the Danyun sect, the nearest to the Tianfeng dynasty. The Danyun sect is a high-grade power. Joining it would mean severing ties with Huishan. She realized that if he joined, she would lose her disciple. Indeed, Master, do not impede me, and worry not about my strength. As it stands, you may not even be my match now, Yang Bai chuckled, responding confidently. You think you can surpass me in just half a year? Zhao Yu found this amusing. That is impossible. A person's strength is a composite of various aspects: swordsmanship, agility, body refinement, timing, the speed of energy circulation, and the accumulation of techniques. I concede that in terms of apertures, I cannot rival Yang Bai, but in other aspects, it remains uncertain. Since you are so confident, then face Zhao Yu in a duel. If you can truly emerge victorious, you shall henceforth be regarded as an elder of Huishan Dao Temple, and elders are permitted to report when descending the mountain, the Temple Master added with a subtle smile. Zhao Yu was at the 4th level of spiritual veins, however. Considering the overall context, she believed that even at the 5th level, she could contend with him. This level of power was no small feat. After all, Yang Bai was merely practicing a second-rate technique, and his innate divine ability was not offensive in nature. She did not believe Yangbai could win as long as he could not. He should remain in the temple and focus on his cultivation without harboring thoughts of leaving. Really? Thank you, Temple Master. Yangbai was taken aback by Qingwei's words, his spirits soaring. With that, he retrieved a wooden training sword and bowed slightly to Zhao Yu. Winking Master, please show mercy. I shall give it my all. Come on, Zhao Yu replied with a resigned smile, extending her hand toward Yangbai. She knew he could not yet enter the aperture opening stage, so she chose to use her fingers as a sword, refraining from drawing her weapon. Having only cultivated for half a year, what strength could he possibly possess without entering the aperture opening stage? Victory was assured for her. Very well, Yangbai focused his thoughts, and his 360 apertures trembled, releasing a wave of spiritual pressure. The energy surged forth like a roaring river, although it was merely ordinary spiritual pressure at this moment. Yangbai's apertures were 10 times that of an ordinary person. Zhao Yu's expression changed abruptly. She felt as though an overwhelming force akin to a relentless torrent was pressing down upon her. Rendering her immobile, gradually, her body began to tremble, beads of sweat the size of grains of rice appearing on her forehead. Drip, drip. Sweat cascaded down, and after 3 breaths, Zhao Yu could no longer withstand the pressure and was compelled to kneel on the ground. The 9th level of the aperture opening realm against the 4th level of the aperture opening realm, a crushing victory. Without even a fight, it was a decisive win. How is this possible? Is this truly the strength of the aperture opening realm? It cannot be. Something must be amiss. Several elders, clutching their beards, tugged at them in disbelief. Not only them, but the temple master was also questioning his own understanding. He possessed secret techniques and knew what Yangbai had just executed. It was indeed the spirit-gathering technique. Yet it was merely spiritual pressure. However, the simultaneous operation of all 360 apertures resembled a blazing torch, leaving him incredulous. Was this truly a level attainable by a human being? Master, are you all right? It is my fault. Had I known, I would have only used 10% of my strength instead of 30. Seeing his master pressed to the ground, Yangbai first felt a surge of joy. But it was swiftly replaced by guilt as he retracted his spiritual pressure and helped Zhao Yu to her feet. Zhao Yu was utterly bewildered. She looked at Yangbai, struggling to believe that she had lost. And so thoroughly at that it had only been half a year. Are you a demon? I have practiced for nearly 20 years, and yet I am utterly powerless before you? No, you are not my disciple. You are my ancestor. All right, from today forth, you are an elder of the academy. If you wish to return home, please report accordingly, and you may go, the temple master said, his expression a mix of joy and sorrow as he regarded Yangbai. He lamented that he could have taken him as a disciple. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and unwilling to linger, he departed with the others. Master, I was in the wrong earlier. Yangbai quickly changed his demeanor and apologized to Zhao Yu as soon as the crowd left. He felt quite embarrassed for having embarrassed Zhao Yu and no worries. Your strength is so formidable that I am delighted beyond measure. I will handle the formalities for your promotion to elder, and starting tomorrow, you will hold that title, Zhao Yu replied with a wry smile, ruffling Yangbai's hair in just half a year from novice to elder. What a prodigy! With that, Zhao Yu departed, feeling somewhat disheartened. By the way, master, my courtyard. After Zhao Yu left, Yangbai glanced around the small courtyard, his expression changing as he hurriedly pursued Zhao Yu for answers. Figure it out yourself. A stone cast into a pond created ripples. The events that transpired in Yangbai's courtyard were soon leaked by some elder. Following that, they received news of Yangbai's promotion to elder. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the Taoist temple. Innate divine abilities, perfected aperture opening realm, spiritual pressure overwhelming a high-level practitioner. Each piece of news left them questioning their existence, struggling to understand how Yangbai had achieved such feats. Is he truly human? Spare us. In comparison to Yangbai, they felt utterly inadequate, almost questioning their own suitability for cultivation. Who among the disciples could achieve the pinnacle of the first realm in just half a year? And to overpower Zhao Yu with a mere wave of spiritual pressure, bringing her to her knees. They had witnessed cultivation before, but never at such a level. Before long, this news spread like a spring breeze, reaching the outer disciples and subsequently expanding to Jinling. As time passed, It gradually made its way toward the imperial court, the empire, Ziying Prefecture, Qintian Supervisory Office. The so-called Qintian Supervisory Office was the organization responsible for overseeing all sect affairs in the empire. Within the Qintian Supervisory Office, there existed a Qintian mirror capable of reflecting the talents of countless sects. As long as a genius reveals their innate talent, this mirror of revelation can distinctly showcase it. Subsequently, the Bureau of Celestial Observations will formally notify the Empire to conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately placing the latest genius onto the 3 rankings. This institution is specifically dedicated to the discovery of exceptional individuals. The so-called 3 rankings refer to the Stellar General Ranking, the Celestial Star Ranking, and the Combat Power Ranking. Each realm possesses its own set of 3 rankings. The Stellar General Ranking signifies the ranking of all geniuses at a certain level since the inception of the Celestial Mirror. The Celestial Star Ranking represents the current living geniuses of the Danding continent at a specific realm. The Combat Power Ranking is divided into a Grant List and a Minor List. The Grant List is akin to the Stellar General Ranking, while the Minor List resembles the Celestial Star Ranking, indicating the strength of combat power within a realm. Suddenly, someone at the Bureau of Celestial Observations exclaimed, "The Celestial Mirror has been updated." Chapter 27. Acquisition of First-Class Techniques. An update is just an update. What significance does it hold? Isn't it customary for updates to occur periodically? Which genius is at this time? What rank on the Celestial Star Ranking? A companion quipped, "No, it's different this time. This genius is rather exceptional. They have never appeared before." Upon entering the Celestial Star Ranking, they directly secured a position within the top 30. The speaker's face was filled with astonishment. He then retrieved the information from the mirror, displaying it for others to see. Name: Yang by Spirit Vein. Heavenly Spirit Vein, Earth, Age, 9 Cultivation Duration, 6 months Realm, Perfected 9th Layer of the Opening Veins Realm, 1,080 Veins, has not cultivated any extraordinary techniques. Celestial Star Ranking, 28 Divine Ability, Repairing Spirit Veins, Medium Grade or High Grade Sect, Huishan Daoist Temple, within the Tianfeng Empire. Recommendation Reason: Spirit Veins are exceptionally clear. Through the use of spirit patterns to cleanse the spirit veins, their density surpasses that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Once they cultivate extraordinary techniques and connect multiple spirit veins, they could ascend to the top position on the Celestial Star Ranking. 78th on the Stellar General Ranking. What? The onlooker's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. Currently, Yang Bai has achieved the 20th position on the Celestial Star Ranking without even cultivating extraordinary techniques. Once he completes his training, he could dominate the 9 palaces and 12 sects, suppressing the Empire's prodigies. He is truly a monstrosity. Moreover, his innate talent holds the potential to reach the top 80 on the Stellar General Ranking. This is utterly terrifying. One must understand that the Stellar General Ranking has been established for thousands of years, during which countless geniuses have emerged, possessing various powerful physiques and innate spirit veins. Alongside reincarnated great cultivators endowed with combat-related divine abilities. The current era is vastly different from 10,000 years ago, and the Stellar General Ranking has not seen any movement for quite some time. Now, to witness someone break into the top 80, find him. The humble Huishan Daoist Temple cannot possibly contain such a talent. Temporarily seal off the news and locate him. Additionally, the 9 palaces and 12 sects also possess divinatory arts for discovering geniuses. I must report to the Emperor and activate the teleportation array. The head of the Bureau of Celestial Observations wore a grave expression as he swiftly sealed off the information and proceeded to the Imperial Palace. In Jinling, Yufu City, after half a year away from home, Yang Bai's mother missed him dearly, and the family finally had a chance to gather. The following day, Bai Siyu, having heard the news, arrived with her father to express gratitude for Yang Bai's previous assistance. On the 3rd day, Tai Jin brought a gift from the underworld's chief. On the 4th day, the Yinyu sect sent 9 maidens unblemished by the passage of time to apologize. On the 5th day, the governor also arrived. Upon hearing that Yang Bai, at such a tender age, had already suppressed the Opening Veins realm, the people of Jinling dared not disregard him. From various trades, esteemed families, and minor sects, individuals came to pay their respects. They sought nothing more than to establish a familiar connection, hoping to avoid a fate akin to that of Yinyu Tower, where they faced direct annihilation. With such acquaintances formed, Yang Bai did not turn them away. It would benefit his family. With him present, none would dare lay a finger on his family. and they would receive ample assistance. A week later, the Yang family closed their doors to visitors, while Yang Bai ventured to a technique pavilion within Jinling. Amidst the various royal influences established by the Tianfeng Empire across major cities, such as the Artifact Pavilion where Zhao Yu had previously purchased a spirit-gathering array, and the Technique and Elixir Pavilions, these royal entities offered an abundance of goods, albeit at a steep price. Greetings, welcome. How may I assist you? As Yang Bai entered the Technique Pavilion, a young woman clad in a black and white dress greeted him with a gentle smile. Her tone soft as she approached. The customary greetings, attire, and such had not existed in Jinling until Yang Bai's arrival, which ushered in a wave of trends. Bargaining, dividends, maidservants, kipeos, commissions, and chain stores all began to emerge in Jinling. I seek first-class techniques. Do you have any for sale? If so, how much do they cost in spirit crystals? Yang Bai casually inquired, glancing at the young woman, who appeared quite appealing. It must be said that Yang Bai felt quite pleased with the young lady before him. He wondered how long she had been with the Yang family, as she seemed to have absorbed their essence entirely. He could find no faults. First-class techniques? Mu Yuqing's eyes lit up, but upon glancing at the young boy before her, she suppressed her excitement, feeling somewhat speechless. Where did this little boy come from, boldly inquiring about first-class techniques? Could he afford them? Not only would he have to sell himself, but perhaps even his entire family could not afford them. First-class techniques are available only in catalog form. If you wish to proceed, you must first pay a deposit of 30,000 spirit crystals for the opening veins realm. We will then report to the Imperial City and deliver the techniques to you. Finally, you will need to settle the remaining balance. Adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, Mu Yuqing patiently explained to Yang Bai Dado. There are truly some available. May I see them? Yang Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had initially thought acquiring techniques would require considerable effort, but it turned out to be quite simple. Techniques can be delivered. As for the need for spirit crystals, Yang Bai was indifferent. His family's medicinal garden had amassed substantial wealth over the past 6 months, and he possessed nearly 100,000 spirit crystals. Of course, he had not brought them all with him. As it was too much to carry, he would need to return home to retrieve them. He had already planned to bring spirit crystals to the Artifact Pavilion to purchase a storage bag. Although it was a bit pricey, it was far better than not being able to carry anything at all. Certainly, Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement. Soon, she led Yang Bai to her room and retrieved a thick tome from the bookshelf. Regarding first-class techniques, there were not many available for sale at any realm, and there were only 10 for the opening veins realm, all located here. However, I must ask, are you purchasing on behalf of an elder? My name is Yang Bai. Yang Bai smiled as he accepted the book from Mu Yuqing, refraining from saying much more. In recent days, his name had circulated widely among the various cultivation families and sects in Jinling, with no one left unaware of it. There was no need for further explanation. Simply uttering his name sufficed. Yang Bai? Yang Bai? Mu Yuqing's expression froze, soon replaced by elation as a broader smile spread across her face. Who is Yang Bai? An unparalleled prodigy, known as the Daozi of Huishan Daoist Temple, where even the ordinary individuals of the opening veins realm are no match for him. For such a person to visit their technique pavilion was simply astounding. My sincerest apologies, esteemed young Master Yang. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare tea for you. Feel free to peruse these books at your leisure. There is no rush. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I can offer you a 20% discount. After Mu Yuqing finished speaking, she left, brimming with excitement. Yang Bai, unfazed, opened the tome and began to browse. He was elated, a smile gracing his face. The techniques available at the Technique Pavilion were indeed extraordinary. This catalog even included annotations regarding suitable spirit veins and some general spirit veins for each technique. Each technique had varying numbers of spirit veins. Regardless of the quantity, this greatly benefited Yang Bai, sparing him the trouble of purchasing every single technique to experiment with. Chapter 28. Bewildered? Happy New Year. Yang Bai first selected the Earth Attribute technique, followed by a non-attribute sword technique, examining them attentively. Among the books sold by the Empire, there were 2 Earth Attribute techniques, a sword technique, and the rest were of other attributes, which did not align with Yang Bai's spirit vein, rendering them unsuitable for him. Before long, Yang Bai had skimmed through the various techniques. The Back Earth Taishan Heart Sutra possessed 1 spirit vein that I require, but I shall set it aside for now. The Void Blade technique has 2 spirit veins that I need. However, It overlaps with the Back-Earth Taishan Heart Sutra, so I will temporarily discard the latter. Finally, I discovered nothing of use in the Mungyo Great Strength Fist Manual. After reviewing everything, Yangbai quickly formed a clear understanding. Although the spirit veins listed in the book were not exhaustive, the Void Blade technique contained 2 spirit veins that he required, which was beyond doubt. The Void Blade technique requires a deposit of 30,000 spirit crystals, with a subsequent fee of 40,000. This technique was created by the Void Blade master a century ago. Its origins are unknown. Yet once mastered, the sword technique is said to be peculiar, with the potential to tear apart the void, classified as a first-class technique, medium grade. As Yangbai was engrossed in his examination, Mu Yuqing re-entered the room, carrying tea. Accompanying her was an elderly man, with graying hair yet a remarkably vibrant demeanor. Upon seeing Yangbai, he greeted him with a warm smile. "I am the head of the Technique Pavilion. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Daoist Yang. I never expected you would visit our Technique Pavilion to acquire techniques. May I ask which one you have your eye on? I can offer you a 40% discount." 40%? Yang Bai's eyes brightened as he accepted the tea and took several hearty sips, having been quite thirsty. "Are you familiar with the Void Blade technique?" As the tea coursed down his throat, Yang Bai felt a surge of pure energy enveloping his heart, compelling him to indulge in a few more sips of this exquisite beverage. At the same moment, several blue leaves on the ginseng fruit tree shimmered to life, revealing their vitality. The sect leader, observing Yang Bai as he savored the tea with the same fervor as one might savor a delicate flower, could not help but wear a bemused expression as he noted how quickly Yang Bai consumed the treasured tea leaves he had safeguarded. With a subtle, pained smile, he nodded in acknowledgement. Seated across from Yang Bai, the sect leader dismissed the maidservant and proceeded to elaborate. "This cultivation method is valued at 70,000. I shall offer it to you at cost for 40,000. What do you think, Taoist? For prodigies, the Tianfeng dynasty is willing to invest heavily by fostering relationships with such talents. They ensure that these individuals will remember the dynasty's kindness, cultivating friendships rather than enmity. It was well known that these geniuses often acted irrationally. Take Yang Bai, for instance. Who would have imagined that just 6 months prior, he had merely awakened his spiritual essence, and now he had the power to compel his own master to kneel before him? While somewhat disobedient, this nonetheless spoke volumes of Yang Bai's formidable strength. "Thank you, sect leader." With no intention of rejecting such a generous offer, Yang Bai accepted it graciously, thinking that he could later repay the sect leader with some spiritual herbs. Such exchanges would forge bonds, and with the Yang family situated in Jinling, they could not afford to overlook the influence of these dynasties. Establishing connections would only serve to benefit the Yang family in the long run. "Ha ha, Taoist Yang, your willingness is gratifying. By the way, I happen to have some insights on the Void Blade technique and would be glad to share them with you." The sect leader felt quite pleased upon hearing Yang Bai's enthusiastic agreement, and he began to impart a detailed explanation of the cultivation method. As the head of the cultivation pavilion, he was well versed in the techniques they offered for sale. Yang Bai, recognizing the profound wisdom of his senior, eagerly accepted the guidance, seeking specific insights into the positions of the spiritual nodes within the Void Blade technique to align with his own. Before long, Yang Bai received precise information from the sect leader, and joy surged within him as he discovered that all the spiritual node details corresponded perfectly with his own 3 major nodes. Now, there was no need to search for another technique. However, time was of the essence, and he inquired, "Might the sect leader send someone to accompany me up the mountain to retrieve the spirit crystals? I have an abundance that I left behind." After a brief exchange, Yang Bai rose to take his leave, realizing that he had yet to acquire a storage pouch. The sect leader chuckled and patted his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, the storage pouch is indeed a precious item. I momentarily forgot about it due to the austere conditions on your mountain. Here, I shall gift you one with that." He retrieved a storage pouch from his robes and presented it to Yang Bai. "Gift it?" Yang Bai was taken aback, mentally calculating that a storage pouch was worth at least 2,000 spirit crystals. The sect leader's generosity left him in awe. "If that is the case, I am truly grateful. Ha ha, merely a small token, no need for thanks. Also, let that girl Yuqing accompany you, so you won't need to make another trip. Time spent in cultivation is precious. Focus on enhancing your strength." The sect leader waved his hand dismissively. "Then I shall trouble Miss Mu." Yang Bai accepted the storage pouch and bid farewell to the sect leader, promptly returning to the temple with Mu Yuqing. In the courtyard where Yang Bai resided, his room had been repaired with the assistance of the maintenance staff. Zhao Yu sat on a stone bench, observing her remaining two disciples practicing their cultivation. Her heart sinking with melancholy. That little wretch Yang Bai had left without so much as a word. How utterly unreasonable. Even if he were to join another sect, he could not have done so swiftly. What an ungrateful wretch. After all, she was still his master. Could he not have taken a moment to bid her farewell? If I see you again, I shall flay your skin. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, unable to suppress the urge to rub her eyes. Master, are you crying? Su Qinxian, noticing her distress, furrowed her brow and set down her wooden sword. Is Master crying? Li Chunfeng, also abandoning his training, rushed over to witness the scene. You two little rascals, do you think I am crying? I am merely frustrated by your lack of ambition, blinded by sand. Zhao Yu could not help but smack their heads. Admitting, fine, I am crying, Li Chunfeng chuckled, rolling his eyes, and upon seeing someone approach from outside, he exclaimed, Big brother, you're back. Come quickly, Master is crying. Big brother? Zhao Yu was taken aback. Master is crying? Did you two bully her? How could she possibly cry without cause? Yang Bai felt a flicker of irritation as he exuded a faint spiritual pressure, rubbing his wrist as he regarded Li Chunfeng and Su Qinxian. No, big brother, Master isn't crying. It's just that Li Chunfeng is talking nonsense. Master merely has sand in her eyes. As they sensed Yang Bai's impending wrath, Su Qinxian quickly shook her head and distanced herself. Yes, I was just joking, Li Chunfeng added, shaking his head and offering a sheepish grin. You're back? Zhao Yu finally registered, gazing at Yang Bai with a complex expression. Did you miss me, Master? Hee, I came back to grab some spirit crystals from the courtyard. Yang Bai replied with a grin, reassured by Zhao Yu's well-being. Zhao Yu's face darkened once more. Well then, hurry and get what you need. Zhao Yu huffed, her tone indifferent. She had almost forgotten that Yang Bai lacked a storage pouch. Without one, he could hardly carry any spirit crystals or medicinal herbs, unless he had a storage pouch to facilitate it. Yang Bai had likely procured one already and returned to collect his belongings. What seems to be troubling Master? Are you in a bad mood? Did something happen? Yang Bai scratched his head in confusion. Mu Yuqing was still waiting for him down the mountain, so he couldn't afford to dwell on matters for too long. He retrieved 50,000 spirit crystals from the storage and swiftly exited the courtyard. A short while later, he handed over 40,000 spirit crystals to Mu Yuqing and gifted the sect leader 10 mature moonlight ginseng as a token of gratitude before returning to his courtyard. Big brother, what have you been so busy with? Su Qinxian noticed the considerable reduction in Yang Bai's personal stash of spirit crystals, her expression one of confusion. Such a significant amount of money. She had grown accustomed to seeing it daily, feeling a sense of contentment, but now that it had dwindled, she felt a pang of heartache, despite the fact that the crystals were not hers. I purchased a first-grade cultivation technique. My cultivation in the spiritual passage realm has reached completion, and I can break through to the pulse awakening realm at any moment. Alas, I lack a technique to practice. Yang Bai sighed, sharing his struggles with Su Qinxian. Difficult? Su Qinxian stared at Yang Bai in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would utter such a word. Is that a word you are allowed to say? With your talent, how can you speak of difficulty? It's infuriating. You wretch, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You bought a first-grade cultivation technique? Zhao Yu interjected, unable to suppress her curiosity. Indeed, without an extraordinary technique, I will attempt to create one myself. Yang Bai chuckled, scratching his head. With only the void blade technique remaining, he knew that once he grasped it, he would enter seclusion once more. By merging the 8 cultivation methods he had learned through his consciousness and the fragments of ancient texts, he aimed to create the most suitable extraordinary technique for himself. Create one? Zhao Yu questioned, skeptical of Yang Bai's words. Yet, despite her doubts, hearing that he intended to remain brought her immense joy. Not only Zhao Yu but even Su Qinxian beside her stared at Yang Bai in bewilderment, questioning his sanity. Can techniques really be created so casually? That's a dangerous path. It could lead to madness, shattered nodes, or even catastrophic injuries. Sure, keep it a secret. I may not even succeed. When the technique arrives, a little girl will come to deliver it to the mountain. Could you please help me receive it? I've already paid for it. Yang Bai refrained from elaborating further. With nothing else to do and his spiritual nodes filled, Yang Bai pondered and looked at Li Chunfeng, Thinking that learning a body refinement technique might be beneficial, by the way, Li Shidi, would you like to accelerate your cultivation speed? He suddenly grinned at Li Chunfeng, who was immersed in his training. Yang Bai held a deep respect for his second disciple, who had been in the temple for over half a year. Logically, he should have realized that his talent was not exceptional. Yet he remained convinced that he possessed extraordinary potential. Such a mindset, Yang Bai could only describe as stubbornness. Really? Faster than consuming spirit herbs? Li Chuanfeng's eyes lit up. After 6 months, his Azure Dragon body refinement technique had reached the 3rd level, nearing the 4th level. Yet, this progress was largely due to his daily consumption of spirit herbs. Indeed, there are other methods. Yang Bai stepped closer to Li Chunfeng, drawing several spiritual patterns in the air with a flourish. In an instant, Li Chuanfeng's expression shifted as countless streams of spiritual energy enveloped his body. The sensation was akin to consuming a massive radish every second, but it also brought immense discomfort. As if perpetually bathed in a cascade of spiritual energy, he felt the presence of subtle currents slicing through him. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat began to accumulate upon his brow. This was merely the result of 6 spiritual patterns. For now, let it be, and when you have acclimated, we shall add a few more. Yang Bai observed the satisfying outcome of his efforts and nodded in approval. In truth, his physical strength was not to be underestimated. Having activated 1,080 spiritual orifices, he had endured countless streams of spiritual energy. Such energy, penetrating from the outside in, was far more ferocious. Were it not for his innate gifts, he might have perished in the process. Yang Bai was unaware that the reason the celestial mirror had temporarily ranked him as the 28th on the zodiac star list was not solely due to the density and expansiveness of his spiritual orifices, but also his physical form. At present, Yang Bai's physique, when exerted to its fullest, was not inferior to that of a practitioner of a top-tier body refining technique. The only limitation lay in his lack of understanding of how to harness such power. Now, as he found himself unable to further open his orifices, he considered that perhaps learning some offensive martial techniques would not be in vain, ensuring his physical prowess was not squandered. 2 days later. In the courtyard, the sounds of fists striking flesh echoed as 2 small children practiced against a wooden dummy. Such dummies were unheard of in this world until Yang Bai arrived, and now they had become a reality. The wooden dummy was animated, and Yang Bai had integrated the boxing techniques he wished to cultivate with it, enhancing his training experience. He was currently practicing a rather ordinary boxing style, its power modest. Yet it enabled him to rapidly familiarize himself with this form of Eastern martial arts, serving as a form of initiation. After mastering the boxing techniques, Yang Bai intended to explore spear techniques. Among various weapons, sword, spear, saber, staff, he felt the greatest affinity for the spear and staff, as they could unleash the potential of his physical form better than swords could. One day, when Yang Bai could wield extraordinary spear techniques to fully mobilize his physical body and spiritual orifices, he felt a sense of confidence that even a golden core practitioner would not deter him. Spear techniques belong to the realm of offensive arts, which are not as elusive as cultivation techniques. Yang Bai planned to inquire at the Techniques Pavilion about the availability of extraordinary spear techniques, confident in his abundant spiritual crystals. A discount from the pavilion head would be most welcome. However, even if he did not purchase anything, it would not be a significant loss. The spear technique suitable for the aperture realm would become less effective upon reaching the pulse awakening realm. And given Yang Bai's speed of cultivation, he might break through to the pulse awakening realm before acquiring the spear techniques. After a brief respite, the two practiced diligently for an entire morning. Su Qingxian brought them some water, after which they began to rest. Master, what distinguishes extraordinary body refining techniques from regular ones? Yang Bai asked, casually, sipping water while engaging Zhao Yu in conversation. Given his current physical strength, it was perplexing to him that it only equated to the level of a first-rate technique, considering he had achieved this through the refinement of spiritual energy and innate gifts. Extraordinary body refining techniques have long been scarce. Zhao Yu reflected before continuing, the key difference lies in the essence of true beasts. Essence blood? Yang Bai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the essence blood in ancient times, when demonic beasts roamed the Danding continent. There were countless terrifying monsters that preyed upon humanity. Thus, a prodigious talent emerged, creating extraordinary body refining techniques by bathing in demonic blood and refining demonic energy within themselves to combat these creatures. Zhao Yu paused briefly. Now that the demon race has dwindled, finding such extraordinary body refining techniques has become exceedingly rare, I see. Yang Bai nodded, momentarily setting aside further thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, the long-awaited Mu Yuqing finally ascended the mountain, bringing with her the first-rate technique. After expressing his gratitude to her, Yang Bai eagerly retreated to his room to begin his intense cultivation. Seasons changed, and yet again he faced failure on the 1033rd attempt, his clone perishing in a catastrophic explosion. Emerging from his clone's consciousness, he gazed at his own disheveled form and sighed in resignation. Creating techniques proved to be an arduous endeavor. He could hardly fathom how those original techniques were conceived. It was truly a Herculean task. Despite this, the past few months had not been fruitless. He had fused 8 techniques into 2, the earthly spirit nurturing technique and the void blade cannon, enhancing their overall effectiveness by at least 50% compared to before. Yang Bai sighed yet again, this time with a spark of excitement. Though he had not fully succeeded, he was on the right path. With continued effort, he believed he could fully integrate the void blade cannon into the earthly spirit nurturing technique piece by piece. Let us continue our training, Yang Bai silently encouraged himself. However, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to resume his practice, a forceful knock echoed through his door, and Li Chuanfeng's voice rang out. Elder brother, someone has come to abduct our junior sister. Abduct? Yang Bai's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly opened the door to step outside, at the foot of Wuchua Mountain. A middle-aged man clad in black wolf armor, donning a wolf helm, brandished a long spear that thudded heavily against the ground. The moment he struck the earth, a cacophony of hoarse neighs erupted from behind him, and soldiers stood ready with their crossbows aimed. The crossbows, forged from fine iron and imbued with martial energy, possessed formidable lethality. A mere arrow could easily fell a weak aperture realm practitioner without a chance to retaliate. Battle-hardened soldiers, armored warriors, the elder and Shun, along with Zhao Yu, stood in opposition to the middle-aged man, who declared fiercely, I shall say this once more. Hand over the general's daughter, or do not blame us for laying siege and creating a massacre. We have already stated that Su Qingxian is a disciple of our Huishan Taoist temple. Zhang Dudo's murderous intent is unwarranted. We, Huishan Taoist temple, pay our annual tribute and adhere to the law. How can you act so recklessly? Zhao Yu retorted, his face a mask of fury. Law? You harbor spies from the Lei Yin Empire. Our aim is to capture these spies and eliminate those who obstruct us. This is the law. Zhang Jun's face twisted into a sinister grin. Accusations can be fabricated at will. Those in the military are not bound by the law. Besides, even if the empire seeks retribution, a scapegoat can easily be produced. The emperor is but a figurehead. The army belongs to the Su family, at least for now. Zhao Yu's words faltered as he struggled to respond. Enough, enough. Zhang Duto should retreat. Opposing our temple brings no benefit to you. Besides, with your meager forces, you cannot take away anyone from Huishan, elder, and he firmly stated. Cannot take away? Ha! What if we cannot take them? We are ready to die without regret. Dying here is no great loss, Zhang Jun retorted with a cold laugh. General Su, who guards the Longmen Pass, diligently resisting the Lei Yin Empire. His forces are not far from Jinling. In just a day, they could be upon us. Will you truly not release them? Zhao Yu clenched his fists tightly, eager to witness the might of the imperial army, which indeed proved formidable. I wonder what your intentions are in taking my junior sister. This is her sect. Why resort to violence? Yang Bai had just arrived, witnessing his master in distress, and approached Zhang Jun with a smile. Who are you? This is not a place for you to speak. Zhang Jun frowned upon seeing a mere child addressing him. This is an elder of our Huishan Taoist temple, and his words reflect our temple's stance. Elder, and he remarked indifferently. Elder? Zhang Jun's demeanor shifted slightly, his attitude becoming more respectful. I dare not presume. General Su has instructed us to lower our arrows, lest we accidentally cause harm. Is there no way we can discuss this amicably? The general's daughter would not wish for us to truly lay siege to the temple. Would she? Yang Bai emanated a formidable aura. Continuing, Zhang Jun and his troops were visibly shaken by the spiritual pressure that enveloped them, instinctively retreating a step. Such strength, upon sensing Yang Bai's overwhelming presence. Zhang Jun found himself struggling to move, disbelief coursing through him. His soldiers mirrored his astonishment. Some clenched their jaws, trembling, while others swayed, their martial energy dissipating entirely, prompting thoughts of retreat. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The primary aspect of spiritual pressure is the warhorses. The cacophony of 1,000 steeds, neighing in unison, is followed by their quaking bodies collapsing to the ground, excreting waste in a foul stench that fills the air. The earthly command of spirit gathering can link 1,000 spiritual apertures, and with Yangbai's spiritual apertures being tenfold that of an ordinary person, this moment of spiritual pressure signifies the simultaneous eruption of 2,000 apertures. The force is unstoppable. This power, coalesced into a single entity, poses a challenge even to those at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm. Your skills are commendable. Do put down your crossbow. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, and soon his own warhorse, infused with demon blood, succumbed to the ground, leaving him with no choice but to dismiss the situation with a wave of his hand. Chapter 31. Supreme, Life Without End. Zhang Jun dismounted from his warhorse, fixing a fierce gaze upon Yangbai, ultimately compelled to call off his men. There was no recourse. Though the soldiers still harbored fighting spirit, their bodies were rendered beyond their control. To contend against over 1,000 soldiers alone was a sight Zhang Jun had never witnessed. He had only heard tales of seasoned generals, their murderous aura so overwhelming they could deter 1,000,000 troops with a mere word. "General, you have yet to explain why you lead your forces to retrieve my junior sister. Might we not engage in a civil discourse?" Yangbai, without withdrawing his spiritual pressure, continued to scrutinize Zhang Jun. At this moment, he internally marveled at the military prowess. Indeed, the existence of imperial dynasties has its rationale. With military energy uniting 200 men, even his 1,000 apertures operating at full capacity could not break through. "Ah, but I am merely following orders. When the higher-ups command, I must comply." Zhang Jun responded with a cold chuckle, offering no further remarks. "Oh?" Yangbai's expression hardened. "It seems you are one who must see the coffin before shedding tears." With 1,080 apertures intertwined within him, Yangbai channeled the void blade technique, the spiritual energy converging as he exerted his spiritual pressure. Although the earthly command of spirit gathering can only construct 1,000 apertures, the void blade technique is not merely for show. However, when employed in tandem, the numerous apertures quickly became overburdened, resulting in numerous fissures appearing. Some apertures even began to interact, destabilizing the spiritual veins. With a flicker of thought, Yangbai caused the myriad green leaves on the ginseng fruit tree to dissipate, stabilizing his internal condition point. 1,080 apertures, forming their own cosmic cycle, were incomparable to a mere 1,000 apertures. In an instant, it was as if the final straw had been overturned, causing many soldiers to involuntarily spew blood, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Men and horses fell in disarray, the formation shattered. Zhang Jun too sensed the terrifying spiritual pressure, recoiling in fear as he coughed up blood and collapsed. Moreover, the two distinct spiritual pressures gave rise to two variations, one being ethereal, the other substantial, employing the substantial as a hammer and the ethereal as a blade. The soldiers were mercilessly cut down, as if besieged by countless blades. In their hearts, the soldiers could not help but feel dread towards Yangbai. Not only Zhang Jun, but even the disciples of the Taoist temple found it difficult to believe. Yangbai had once again redefined their understanding. Over 1,000 disciples, all felled by a single wave of spiritual pressure. Just how formidable must his current strength be? However, they had become somewhat immune to Yangbai's displays, quickly dismissing it. After all, he was already incredibly powerful. Perhaps it would only be when Yangbai toppled their master that they would feel the stirrings of their hearts once more. The clash of powers arose due to insufficient spiritual veins. If I were practicing an extraordinary technique, perhaps this would not be the case. Observing his adversaries laid low by his might, Yangbai felt no arrogance. Instead, he contemplated his deficiencies. Wait, why must I modify my techniques according to the apertures? I could attempt to adjust the apertures according to the techniques instead, utilizing the ginseng fruit tree to alter the location of my spiritual veins and apertures. Suddenly, Yangbai's eyes sparkled with realization. Contemplating the feasibility of this operation, if within my body I were to align the paths of both techniques according to the spiritual veins, while adding some apertures, would it not allow me to harmonize my two current techniques into 1,080 apertures? What might occur then? I could potentially unleash the power of both extraordinary techniques simultaneously. After all, having more spiritual apertures within would mean greater strength. Very well, it seems you truly do not comprehend the situation. Therefore, I bid you to depart. In the future, refrain from visiting the Huishan Taoist temple without cause. With this newfound insight, Yang Bai saw little reason to continue engaging with this group. After exchanging pleasantries with his master, he retreated to his chamber. Senior brother, I have caused you and the temple much trouble. At that moment, Su Qingxian hid within Yang Bai's room, her face filled with guilt upon his arrival. It is of no consequence. Focus on your cultivation. When you possess the strength to return, should anyone else come, I will assist you in fending them off. Yang Bai patted Su Qingxuan's shoulder in comfort before entering a state of meditation. Diving deep into his consciousness, Yang Bai transformed several green leaves into his avatar, subsequently restoring his doppelganger. My true self cannot be easily mobilized. I shall first experiment with my avatar. Yang Bai placed his avatar back onto the ginseng fruit tree, and according to the fragments of the earthly book, he began to increase the apertures within his avatar. 1, 2, 50 dots. Before long, Yang Bai had successfully augmented 1080 apertures, corresponding precisely with the two techniques. Each technique possessed its respective apertures, operating independently. Next, Yang Bai commenced relocating the spiritual veins within, adjusting their quantity. Quickly, he moved approximately 300 veins, adding 50 branch veins, allowing the operations of both techniques to proceed without interference. The next step was to test the efficacy of this arrangement, as it would determine the outcome. Retrieving his avatar from the tree, Yang Bai's consciousness re-entered the newly formed body, quietly initiating the earthly command of spirit gathering. Yang Bai initially found it somewhat obscure, but soon his eyes brightened with clarity. Effective, at the very least. I can perform the technique. Now, to ensure all 1080 apertures are thoroughly opened. With a mere thought, the red and green leaves on the ginseng fruit tree rapidly fell, merging into his avatar, and soon after, the new 1080 apertures began to unlock. A week later, all 1080 spiritual apertures were completely opened. Next, both techniques were to be activated in unison. Yang Bai took a moment to gather himself before once more operating the earthly command of spirit gathering alongside the void blade technique. Boom! The spiritual energy surged, and his physical form began to shatter. With swift reflexes, Yang Bai quickly integrated fragments of green leaves into his body, rapidly mending his injuries. Effective. It truly works, though his body was on the verge of collapse. Yang Bai's eyes sparkled with increasing delight. The current predicament stemmed from an excess of spiritual apertures overwhelming a fragile physical form. Should his body reach a certain threshold, he could fully harness this power. Over 2,000 spiritual apertures. Were it not for the assistance of the ginseng fruit tree, he might have inadvertently obliterated himself. Truly a human bomb. Now, what I require is an extraordinary body-refining technique and the blood essence of demonic beasts. Yang Bai murmured to himself, pausing his technique's operation. Right? My true body can indeed be modified swiftly. With the ginseng fruit tree, I can undergo a second maturation, actively growing more spiritual apertures and veins. Coupled with the vigilant oversight of the earthly book fragments, the positions of the newly sprouted apertures will not be erroneous. Everything can follow the standards of my avatar. Wait, hold on, Yang Bai pondered. Smacking his forehead, his avatar, with its superior comprehension, had birthed an even better idea. If I can increase the apertures, why pursue so many techniques? After all, the earthly command of spirit gathering and the void blade technique are nearly equivalent to extraordinary techniques for me at this moment. Thus, I shall directly cultivate a singular technique, arranging symmetrical apertures along both sides of my body. By employing one technique to connect 2,160 apertures, forming an inverted figure 8. Perpetually cycling, the spiritual energy shall flow ceaselessly. Would that not surpass the extraordinary techniques? What should I call it? The Supreme Technique. Chapter 32. Blood Fiend Army. With this thought, Yang Bai resolved to embark on his experimentation. After all, there was little to lose. Once more, he placed his avatar upon the ginseng fruit tree, allowing it to grow anew. After its growth was complete, Yang Bai retrieved his avatar once more. The operational route he selected for the technique aligned with the void blade technique. The earthly command of spirit gathering was far too mundane, unsuitable for Yang Bai. No. It should now be referred to as the void spear technique. Yang Bai adapted the force application principles of the void blade technique into a spear technique, thoroughly reinventing the original technique. Over the course of several months, he had mastered the void blade technique to an exceptional degree, making it no challenge at all. As before, he opened apertures. These apertures could also develop into naturally open ones, though they would be too fragile and require Yang Bai's repairs. At this stage, opening apertures posed no difficulty for him. With ample spiritual energy, it was a trivial matter, so he opted to proceed with another round of openings. Days passed, and within Yang Bai's avatar, spiritual apertures proliferated, totaling around 2,200. Naturally, as he practiced a singular technique, some apertures became redundant. Ultimately, only 2,160 could be utilized. Of course, he could adjust the spiritual veins and add dozens or even hundreds of apertures, but the physical form could not bear such excess. He estimated that an extraordinary physical body could only accommodate 2,160 apertures at its limit. As for the remaining impractical apertures, Yang Bai decided to address them after completing the extraordinary technique. If he could endure them, they would serve as reserve apertures. With a mere thought, Yang Bai executed the void spear technique successfully. Subsequently, Yang Bai executed the void spear technique in reverse. This endeavor caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, revealing his lack of proficiency. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded. At last, the opposing forces converged, completing the circulation of the righteous meridians and transferring it into the reverse meridians, linking a total of 2,160 acupoints. Pow! His physical form shattered. Cough. It's not a significant issue. Although I have sacrificed a physical body, my thought process remains intact. The unparalleled technique, the void spear technique, can indeed be performed. Yang Bai's consciousness recoalesced within the sea of awareness. Despite his failure, it was merely due to the weakness of his physical form. Mastering the extraordinary technique should pose no major problems. A visit to the artifact pavilion is in order. Yang Bai swiftly resolved his thoughts and glanced at the ginseng fruit tree. With the ginseng fruit tree at his disposal, he could refine myriad substances. Perhaps the essence blood of some beast could yield results. Returning to his corporeal form, he exited the chamber and made his way down the mountain. However, after walking for a spell, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere, one imbued with a murderous intent that made it difficult for him to breathe. Senior brother, has something occurred in the temple? Yang Bai halted a passing disciple and inquired. Who is your master? Ah, it is you, junior brother Yang. No, wait, elder Yang, haha, I have long heard of your remarkable presence, yet have never had the fortune to meet you. Lei Xian initially appeared somewhat impatient, but upon recognizing Yang Bai, his eyes brightened. After dismissing some irrelevant matters, Lei Xian finally divulged the reason. The formidable General Wei Wu has unexpectedly appeared at the foot of the mountain, commanding an army of over 10,000, surrounding the area, and has specifically called for 2 individuals, your junior sister Su Qingxian and a certain little brat who suppressed 1,000 troops a month ago. Lei Xian glanced at Yang Bai and suddenly slapped his forehead. The other person is you, Yang Bai responded. My junior sister has descended the mountain? Indeed, with an army of 10,000. Upon hearing the news, junior sister Su must have turned pale. She has likely already come down. Lei Xian nodded that I understand. Senior brother, please help me gather some information and return to the academy to inform me. I shall prepare to meet that formidable General Wei Wu. Yang Bai retrieved a mature ginseng from his storage pouch, smiled and handed it to Lei Xian. Elder's words are unnecessary. Such trivial matters are best left to me, and no need for such formality. Lei Xian accepted the ginseng and hurriedly descended the mountain point. 10,000 troops truly think highly of me. Yang Bai sighed with a bitter smile before returning to his chamber, utilizing the ginseng fruit tree to begin the rapid cultivation of a doppelganger within his mind. There was no time to waste for his true self. It was prone to exploding. The only course of action now was to rely on the doppelganger, hastily creating one with 2,160 innate acupoints, coupled with over 2,000 spiritual acupoints worth of spiritual energy. It could serve as a one-time explosive, likely taking out a fair number of adversaries. The innate acupoints are delicate, but then again, doppelgangers are inherently expendable. Yang Bai paid little heed to the risks, carefully melding the red and green leaves into this doppelganger. After approximately an hour, Yang Bai exhaled in relief, his mind returning to this moment. Lei Xian had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing Yang Bai emerge, he was initially startled, then hurriedly spoke. Su, who has failed to negotiate with Uncle Zhao, and has declared that if you do not appear within 3 hours, he will attack the mountain. An hour has already passed. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, senior brother. Since he wishes to see me, I shall oblige. Yang Bai nodded, but he did not descend the mountain immediately. Instead, he visited the dormitory to procure a set of armor, placing the doppelganger inside to conceal his visage. Only then did he carry the armor and descend with Lei Xian. On the way, Yang Bai encountered the anxious Ji Hui, who, upon seeing him approach, exclaimed, "Elder Yang, you must not go." Su, who is a cunning wolf. Yang Bai waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. I am not afraid. He cannot kill me. After patting Ji Hui on the shoulder, he continued his descent. At this moment, conflict was imminent at the foot of the mountain. A bearded man, exuding a murderous aura, sat atop a warhorse, disdainfully observing the gathered crowd. The Huishan Taoist temple indeed held considerable renown within the Tianfeng dynasty, and the name of the clear micro-temple master was not without merit. However, as long as Su, who had not reached the Golden Core stage, he would remain undaunted. With his army present, the Zhuke battle array connected, and the drums of war resounded, awakening divine spirits from all directions. The people of Huishan were but trivial fowl. Uncle Su, what you seek is me. It has nothing to do with my senior brother. Today, I will go with you. Please do not make things difficult for my senior brother or the others in the temple. How about that? Su Qingxian implored earnestly. Ha ha ha, Qingxian, my elder brother has instructed me to bring you back, and I will certainly do so. However, my army cannot be insulted. Let your senior brother come out and allow me to pierce him with a spear to avenge past grievances. Everything else I can concede. Su Hu chuckled, maintaining a relatively gentle demeanor towards Su Qingxian. Uncle Su, what nonsense are you speaking? With an army of 10,000, the might of your troops is formidable. Even the Golden Core dares not clash head-on. How can my senior brother? Su Qingxian grew anxious. I do not care. Su Hu interrupted, unfazed. Chapter 33, Bewilderment. What shall we do? Are we to intervene? At this moment, on a peak not far from Wutuo Mountain, 3 middle-aged men clad in robes sat quietly, observing the unfolding drama. They belonged to the Empire and had only just arrived near the Huishan Taoist temple, unexpectedly encountering such a situation. The 3 possessed the strength of the Qi vein stage. However, they did not draw upon the spiritual veins but rather the celestial veins. Moreover, all had reached the pinnacle of the celestial veins. Should they all act in unison, Su Hu's army of 10,000 would pose no threat. Mere trifles indeed. Do not hurry. The main character has yet to appear. Why rush? Let us wait for Yang Bai to emerge. At the moment of crisis, we shall accede to that time. Yang Bai will owe us a favor. Will he not? The leader, a middle-aged man named Shu Yuan, shook his head, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, you possess great insight. It is no wonder you are the elder. Indeed, how could one not recognize his wisdom? The other 2, upon hearing this, brightened at the prospect, temporarily setting aside their plans for immediate intervention. Uncle Su, I implore you. Su Qingxian's eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to plead further when a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Junior sister, did I not tell you? If someone comes to abduct you, seek me out. Why did you not listen? Yang Bai approached Su Qingxian, placing his doppelganger on the ground, somewhat irritated. Senior brother, how did you receive the news so quickly? Su Qingxian was taken aback by Yang Bai's swift arrival. Enough, enough. We will settle this later. For now, do not speak. Just leave this to me. Yang Bai patted Su Qingxian's shoulder, then turned to face Su Hu atop his steed. Is it you who seeks me? I have arrived. Now, what do you wish to do? If you desire death, I can assist you. Not just you, but your entire army of 10,000. What nonsense! Su Hu looked at Yang Bai, incredulous and enraged. You little brat, do not assume that your mere talent places you above others. My army of 10,000 would make even the Golden Core wary of confrontation. What can you do? With that, he pointed his spear forward. Ha! The army of 10,000 roared in unison, their martial energy coalescing, unleashing a terrifying aura directed at Yang Bai. Yang Bai's expression shifted. He raised his doppelganger. 2,160 spiritual acupoints converging, intending to hurl it toward the army. The frenzied spiritual energy swirled around the doppelganger, and Su Hu suddenly felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Not good, wait. His complexion paled as he attempted to articulate a warning, but just then, a hand clapped down on Yang Bai's shoulder. Instantaneously, the vast martial energy of his army seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force. Rendered ineffective. Stand down. The clear micro-temple master emerged from the void, casting a glance at Yang Bai's doppelganger, his eyelids twitching, before addressing Su Hu. Jin. Su Hu's face turned an alarming shade as he gazed at the clear micro-temple master. Disbelief evident in his expression. Although it was rumored that the clear micro-temple master had reached the golden core, he had assumed it was mere hearsay. How could it possibly be true? Despite being newly initiated into the golden core, he would not dare confront the might of his army. Yet, a golden core could engage in guerrilla tactics. His army of 10,000 would be swiftly cut down. And there was also Yang Bai to contend with. The body that Yang Bai held contained an astonishing ferocity. If that body were to be thrown into his ranks, it would undoubtedly create a breach, wreaking havoc among his troops. Not only Su Hu, but the three individuals on the distant mountain, poised for rescue, felt a profound sense of dread. The golden core. The prospect of abducting someone now seemed impossible. Initially, they had planned to seize Yang Bai and leave without fear of the small Huishan Taoist temple, but now the situation had changed. They could not win. Though they were indeed at the celestial vein level, they were not dedicated combatants but rather civil servants of the empire. They would wait to visit the clear micro-temple master, reasoning with him, and if that failed, they would directly approach Yang Bai. Offering him generous rewards, he would surely not refuse. Uncle Yuan took a moment to catch his breath, ultimately waving his hand. Beneath the Wu Tua mountain, the master of Qingwei Gu appeared, plunging the entire area into silence. The disciples in the Taoist temple could hardly believe that their own leader was a golden core cultivator. Su Hu was equally incredulous that such a being could exist within their temple. I can't hold it any longer, Yang Bai exclaimed, startled by his own master, momentarily losing focus. This lapse in concentration resulted in the green leaves of the ginseng fruit tree failing to mend their corporeal form in time, leading to a leakage of spiritual energy. With a forceful throw, his doppelganger was sent hurtling towards the army. Su Hu's expression shifted, but due to Yang Bai's slight delay, the doppelganger did not land among the troops, but instead detonated directly above them. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The first to bear the brunt of it was the army. Despite maintaining their formation, the sound of the explosion was inescapable. Horses trembled and collapsed, while seasoned warriors were thrown from their mounts. Tens of thousands, in utter chaos, left the scene in disarray. The disciples of the Taoist temple watched this spectacle, feeling as if it were a memory from yesterday, fearful, bewildered, and incredulous. What on earth was happening? Zhao Yu widened his eyes, a bead of sweat forming in his palm. Had Yang Bai brought this perilous entity with him? What if it had exploded suddenly? Master Qingwei sighed, unsure of how to reprimand Yang Bai, resolutely deciding to educate him against playing with fire. He then turned his attention to Su Hu, who, as expected of a formidable general, remained composed even as his horse fell, brushing off the dust. He stood upright. Elder Yang, your skills are commendable. When the mountain shifts, the water flows. Until we meet again. With a cold snort, Su Hu hoisted his horse onto his back and waved to the others, signaling their retreat. Withdraw? Yes. The thousands of cavalry, each mirroring Su Hu, shouldered their horses and swiftly departed from Wu Tua mountain. Let us return to the mountain. Yang Bai, accompany me to the main hall. Giving Yang Bai's shoulder a pat, Master Qingwei gazed thoughtfully towards the distant peaks before stepping into the void. This was not a true traversing of space, but rather an expression of immense speed. Essentially, he leapt back to the mountain in an instant. Come, with the Master's arrival, Su Hu is unlikely to storm Heishan to seize anyone. Smiling at Su Qingxian, Yang Bai promptly ascended the mountain and entered the main hall. Master. Inside the hall, Yang Bai performed the disciples' salute and greeted Master Qingwei. Let us wait here. Guests are likely to arrive shortly. Yang Bai, stand beside me. The master beckoned. Oh? Yang Bai nodded, quickly obediently taking his place beside the master, though he looked at him with a face full of confusion. His expression somewhat perplexed. Are you aware of the Zhoutian star list? Master Qingwei, while waiting for others, smilingly inquired of the bewildered Yang Bai. Chapter 34. Is there no privacy left? The Zhoutian star list. What is that? Yang Bai's face was one of puzzlement. He genuinely did not know. From the moment he stepped into the cultivation world until now, he had barely been in it for just over a year. Still not yet 10 years old. The Zhoutian star list had always seemed so distant from the Taoist temple, where, over thousands of years, not a single person had ever entered the star list. The disconnection was too severe. Only prominent families or major dynasties would have any inkling of the terror that list represented. Master Qing Wei, however, was not out of touch with the times, as a golden core cultivator. He was aware of the significant events within the dynasties, including the existence of the star list. Following Yang Bai's display of talent, he had been contemplating whether Yang Bai would make it onto the Zhoutian star list. To ascertain accurate information, he had even purchased a sublist of the Zhoutian star list concerning the Tongqiao realm, which detailed the top 100 talents within that realm. Regrettably, Yang Bai had not been listed. And just as he was about to give up hope, today he discovered something intriguing. People from the Empire have arrived. The newcomers don the Empire's ceremonial robes, which offered cleanliness, protection, and seasonal comfort, exclusive to the Empire's scholars and much cherished. With the arrival of these individuals, Master Qing Wei quickly deduced their intention. They were here to take someone. Such brazen acts of thievery by the Empire were not well received. He had only heard of them before, never expecting it to occur within his own Taoist temple. Luckily, he was a golden core cultivator. However, regarding Yang Bai's disposition, Qing Wei was somewhat uncertain, so he directly summoned Yang Bai to clarify matters face-to-face and gauge his stance. To be frank, Master Qing Wei understood that a prodigy like Yang Bai, possessing a heavenly spiritual vein and divine abilities, had been overlooked by their Taoist temple. They lacked extraordinary techniques, the blood of mystical beasts, rare herbs, and divine weapons. Had Yang Bai been placed in the Empire or among superior forces, he likely would not have spent so long in the Tongqiao realm, and even now, he might not be a match for Yang Bai. The so-called Zhoutian star list is a catalog generated by the Empire using spiritual instruments to survey the Danding continent. It comprises not only the Zhoutian star list, but also the battle power list and the celestial rankings. With idle time, Master Qing Wei leisurely explained it all to Yang Bai. As if sharing anecdotes, in conclusion, he chuckled and added, "You should have made it onto the Zhoutian star list. What do you think?" "Oh," Yang Bai pondered and nodded. "If such a list exists, I would undoubtedly be listed. If I cannot even make the list, it would lead me to question its credibility." Master Qing Wei's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated Yang Bai to hold such confidence. Did he truly believe he would be on the list? The top 100 in the world. Some who practiced extraordinary techniques and reached perfection in the Tongqiao realm might not even make it. "You likely haven't practiced extraordinary techniques, have you?" After a pause, Master Qing Wei inquired, recalling that Yang Bai seemed to practice a first-rate technique. "No," Yang Bai responded, shaking his head. "Supreme techniques do not qualify as extraordinary. Rather, they evolve directly from first-rate techniques, and this evolution reaches the pinnacle." Then, the master continued, "The main hall has someone requesting an audience. They've even sent a visitation note, claiming to be from the Empire." Just as the master was about to continue speaking, a young acolyte hurriedly entered the hall, bowing, then cautiously glanced at the master and presented him with a note. In a short time, the news of the master being a golden core cultivator had spread throughout the Taoist temple. The disciples celebrated jubilantly, creating a lively atmosphere. "Let them in," sighing, Master Qing Wei accepted the note, nodding without even glancing at it. "Yes." The acolyte promptly acknowledged and exited hastily. What was the master going to inquire? Yang Bai, curious about the unfinished thought from earlier, asked, "I wish to ask you about your cultivation progress. Do you currently lack a copy of an extraordinary technique? If so, I might be able to arrange a way to help you acquire one." The master posed the question. Such items are unavailable in the Tianfeng dynasty. However, the Empire possesses them. Many items from the Empire are exceedingly rare in the Tianfeng dynasty, so perhaps the three individuals possess something valuable. As for whether they could be purchased, the Heishan Taoist temple had stood for thousands of years. How could they lack resources? If necessary, they could sell the dragon turtle shield, a treasure crafted from a great demon. The dragon turtle, slain by the first-generation master of the Taoist temple a millennium ago. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinary, now regarded as a rare treasure and one of the legacies of the Heishan Taoist temple. No, I do not lack that. By the way, master, do you know where I can find the blood of mystical beasts? I am in need of it recently. Yang Bai, unsure of the master's intentions, shook his head in refusal but then reconsidered and made his request. Blood? So, you wish to cultivate a body-refining technique. Master Qingwei nodded, smiling, though he did not elaborate further. From the Windward Empire, Uncle Yuan, Che Lai, and Dong Sun, greetings to the master. Soon, the three from the empire were brought in. Upon seeing Yang Bai, their expressions momentarily froze before each respectfully saluted Master Qingwei. You three have come for Yang Bai? Master Qingwei asked directly, smiling as he opened the conversation. Indeed, the trio responded. Surprised by Master Qingwei's forthrightness, they had expected some pleasantries before getting to the point. Then you may ask him directly, but let me make it clear. If he refuses, you cannot take him away. I know you are from the Tianmai, but my Taoist temple is not without its divine weapons. Master Qingwei nodded and then closed his eyes. Naturally, Uncle Yuan seemed to have anticipated Master Qingwei's stance and did not become upset. Looking at Yang Bai, he revealed a smile. Come back with us to the empire. We have extraordinary techniques, exceptional body techniques, everything you desire. We even have individuals from the Divine Ability Institute who can assist you in strategizing, assessing your innate abilities, and finding better ways to utilize your talents, enabling you to become the #1 on the Zhou Tian star list. Uncle Yuan does not believe that Yang Bai would refuse. Any normal person would not turn down the conditions he proposes. Oh, I see. The empire is over an unknown number of miles away from here. You are specifically here for me. Yang Bai glanced at Qingwei Guanzhu, contemplating the prior inquiry made by the Guanzhu, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he chuckled and asked, Did you bring a greeting gift? Is it a mere agreement? Uncle Yuan was taken aback, as if he had misheard. Surely not, surely not. You come to seek me and haven't brought a greeting gift? Such a lack of sincerity. Forget it, I won't go. Perhaps if I do, I might end up being sold and counting your money for you. Seeing this, Yang Bai frowned, offering a wry smile as he slowly shook his head in refusal. I am not joking. Just the fact that someone is assessing my innate abilities is enough for me to decline. Can one not have a modicum of privacy? Chapter 35. The shield crafted from the dragon turtle? You refuse? The expressions of the three turned somewhat grim, taken aback by Yang Bai's dissent. A greeting gift? Yes, indeed. Here is a piece of 3-aperture spirit crystal, used for forging divine weapons. I shall present it to you today. Uncle Yuan took a deep breath, cursing Yang Bai's greed inwardly, and then retrieved a stone from his storage bag. The stone was black, roughly the size of a fist, with 3 holes on its surface. Uncle Yuan approached Yang Bai and graciously handed it to him, saying, The greeting gift is already here. May I ask if my young friend can accompany us? Oh, Yang Bai examined the black mysterious stone and then squeezed it with all his might. It was quite hard and did not yield under his grip. The 3-aperture spirit crystal could forge mysterious tools, and even an ordinary golden core cultivator would be unable to crush it. Uncle Yuan chuckled at this. Well, since it cannot be of use to me, I shall decline. The Huishan Taoist temple is quite good. I have no desire to go to the empire for the time being. Yang Bai pondered for a moment, shook his head, and returned the mysterious stone to Uncle Yuan. At this juncture, all 3 understood that Yang Bai had no intention of leaving with them. Extraordinary cultivation methods, the blood of magical beasts, divine weapons, and the guidance of powerful individuals. No talent had been able to refuse such offers until now. You are indeed remarkable, but mark my words, one day you shall realize that even geniuses can blend into the masses. Uncle Yuan snorted coldly, no longer pressing the matter. He cupped his hands in respect to Qingwei Guanzhu, and then departed with the other 3. Wait. As the 3 were about to exit the great hall, Qingwei Guanzhu opened his eyes and spoke. I know you possess numerous valuable items this time. Name your price. I desire a portion of magical beast blood. Magical beast blood? Uncle Yuan scoffed, glancing at Yang Bai. Unfortunately, I did not bring any magical beast blood with me this time. The Tianfeng dynasty is merely a dynasty after all. We did not expect such talent to emerge in this place. With that, the 3 turned and left. Guanzhu, there is no need for such formality. I will find a way to procure the magical beast blood myself, Yang Bai said, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his nose. Alas, my Taoist temple is too small to support a genius. Qingwei Guanzhu fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. He placed the duster he held before Yang Bai. Qingwei, the 152,385th Guanju of Huishan Taoist Temple. Hereby appoint you as the 152,386th Guanju of Huishan Taoist Temple, granting you access to all sacred texts, secret arts, and resources of our temple. Will you accept this position? Ah? Yang Bai was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Qingwei Guanju did not pressure him but quietly awaited his response. I shall accept. After some contemplation, Yang Bai finally nodded, respectfully taking the duster. Although he felt somewhat perplexed, it would be impolite to refuse given the Guanju's earnestness. At worst, he could accept the position temporarily. After all, with Qingwei present in the temple, it would not matter much. Excellent, follow me, Qingwei smiled, stroking his beard, and beckoned Yang Bai as they made their way to the rear hall. Yang Bai did not inquire further, following Qingwei through a series of turns until they arrived at a locked room. Qingwei produced a key, unlocked the door, and then opened a hidden passage. Boom! A stone door swung open from the passage, and Qingwei led Yang Bai inside. The room contained only a table, upon which sat a statue and a storage bag. Salutations to the ancestor. You are now the young sect master of our temple, and this storage bag is yours to inherit. Qingwei smiled at Yang Bai, extending his hand. Inherit? Yang Bai looked at the storage bag on the table, then recalled Qingwei Guanju's earlier words, and suddenly understood. The Guanju had found a pretext to entrust him with the temple's treasures. And this was likely all that Qingwei wished to provide him. I feel unworthy of receiving such gifts. Take it, and when you grow strong, you may give back to the temple. Huishan Taoist Temple is your home. Since you have chosen to remain, the temple shall fully support your growth. Do you not believe you will possess such strength in the future? Qingwei, having anticipated Yang Bai's refusal, shook his head. I naturally believe in my own potential. Yang Bai considered this, expressed his gratitude to Qingwei Guanju, and then ceased his refusals. After bowing 3 times to the ancestor, he took the storage bag, his mind immersed in its contents. What is this? Upon seeing the contents of the storage bag, Yang Bai was momentarily stunned. The first thing that caught his eye was a pile of spirit crystals, so abundant they resembled a mountain. This storage bag is truly large, Yang Bai silently marveled. Roughly estimating, he believed the spirit crystals within numbered in the hundreds of thousands, though they were primarily of the inferior grade. The medium-grade spirit crystals were fewer in number, totaling only about 1,000. However, their purity far surpassed that of the inferior-grade crystals. Next, he found a collection of mysterious iron and various divine weapons displayed on a shelf. Yang Bai casually picked up a spear and twirled it. A fine spear. Indeed, it is an exceptional weapon. The spear shaft is crafted from ancient demon wood, while the spearhead is made of meteoric iron, qualifying it as a divine weapon. Any cultivator below the golden core stage would find their defenses pierced by it, Qingwei remarked while stroking his beard, nodding in approval. Yang Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He set the spear aside and continued to inspect the storage bag. In addition to the spirit crystals and various refining materials, there was also a bookshelf filled with various cultivation methods and secret arts, body refining techniques, secret arts, spellcraft, combat techniques, array formations, talisman making, and alchemy. Yang Bai rummaged through the collection and eventually pulled out a book on extraordinary body refining techniques, the Xian Gui body refining technique. Millennia ago, our temple's ancestor was a prodigy. He slayed a Xian Gui and forged a dragon turtle shield from it, subsequently creating this extraordinary technique using its blood. Unfortunately, the ancestor soon vanished, and the precious blood was depleted over the millennia. Qingwei sighed. Did the ancestor not cultivate any first-rate techniques or extraordinary methods? Yang Bai queried, somewhat puzzled as he flipped through the texts, unable to find such techniques. The ancestor practiced extraordinary techniques. However, he mysteriously disappeared before he could leave behind any extraordinary methods. As for first-rate techniques, our temple has not recorded any. Qingwei's expression stiffened, a bitter smile crossing his face. Very well. Yang Bai felt that the ancestor of Huishan Taoist Temple must have been negligent. Had he cared for the temple, such a situation would not have arisen. However, it was fortunate that there were similar supporting techniques from the aperture realm to the golden core stage. The temple's peak. It must have been a superior sect, which was not without merit. Continuing to search through the storage bag, Yang Bai discovered several seeds and, after a moment of thought, retrieved a shield. The name of the shield on the divine weapon shelf read, Dragon Turtle Shield. One shield, one spear, a few seeds, and this extraordinary body refining technique, Guanju. I shall borrow these items for the time being. Yangbai placed the storage bag back on the table and spoke. Haha, henceforth, they are all yours. Here is the key. Whenever you wish to come, just do so freely. Qingwei Guanju handed Yangbai a key, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 36. The so-called idolization. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Yangbai planted the seeds and then retreated to his room. The dragon turtle shield should be able to refine my ginseng fruit tree, provided there is blood. Yangbai took out the dragon turtle shield. Trying to temper his excitement, however, he lacked complete confidence. After all, a millennium had passed, and it would be miraculous if there remained any blood of the dragon turtle. I shall give it a try. With this thought, Yangbai gripped the dragon turtle shield and employed the ginseng fruit tree to absorb its essence. He did not seek the blood itself, only hoping to find traces of the dragon turtle's blood upon it. With the blood, he could refine it to obtain the essence. The so-called dragon turtle shield was essentially a shield the size of a turtle shell, crafted from the shell of the dragon turtle. After a while, the dragon turtle shield disintegrated into a fine ash and fell to the ground. As for the ginseng fruit tree, Yangbai concentrated his thoughts, beginning to shape it according to the essence of the blood. Puff, however, fate was not on his side. Ultimately, the ginseng fruit tree only managed to condense into a tiny turtle shell. Failure. Yangbai let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat helpless. His mind was immersed in the sea of consciousness, meticulously examining the turtle shell on the tree. The shell was a vibrant green, exuding a rich vitality. Vitality? A spark of insight flashed through Yangbai's mind, as if he grasped something, yet also felt as though he had not fully captured it. With a flicker of thought, he rapidly conjured a doppelganger and then entered it. Indeed, vitality signifies that the turtle shell can continue to be perfected. The shell possesses the genes of the dragon turtle. As long as it continues to grow, it can, akin to the creation of a doppelganger, give rise to the dragon turtle. With the enhancement of comprehension from the doppelganger, Yangbai quickly found his direction. Next came the resources. He had no inkling of how many resources would be required to create the dragon turtle. Why was he so intent on manufacturing the dragon turtle? If he integrated the dragon turtle's bloodline into his own being, he would embody the essence of the dragon turtle. Yangbai pondered the potentialities of the dragon turtle's physical form. The flesh of the demon race was inherently more formidable than that of humans. Despite humans possessing extraordinary body-tempering techniques and condensing malevolent energies, they merely narrowed the gap with the demon beasts. They could never truly rival them. So, does this mean I would cease to be human? That seems unwise. Hastily merging the dragon turtle's bloodline into my body might lead to unforeseen consequences, such as unexpectedly growing a shell. It would be prudent to first integrate the bloodline into the doppelganger. If the doppelganger encounters no mishaps, then I shall proceed to merge it with my true form. With a sigh, Yangbai concentrated his thoughts, causing the various leaves on the ginseng fruit tree to dissipate, transforming into streams of nutrients to hasten the maturation of the dragon turtle. At the base of Wu Tua Mountain, Shu Yuan and the others wore grim expressions, tightly clenching their fists. This mission had been a hard one for them, having bribed numerous individuals to secure it. Yet, unexpectedly, Yangbai's obstinacy left them empty-handed. Brother, what shall we do now? Dong Sun sighed and asked Shu Yuan. Indeed, brother. If Yangbai refuses to go to the empire, we cannot force him. Should we cultivate enmity, it would not bode well for us once Yangbai gains power and influence in the empire. The remaining members of the caravan were deep in thought, feeling equally helpless. Let us return and speak with the Qintian Bureau. Yangbai is among the top 30 of the Zhou star ranking. We shall position him as number 1. We must showcase the Zhou star ranking. Shu Yuan contemplated for a moment, his expression turning somewhat sinister. Crushing him with praise? Dong Sun looked puzzled. What do you mean by crushing praise? I doubt they have even seen the Zhou star ranking here. Are you implying? Che Lai rolled his eyes at Dong Sun but was soon equally perplexed. What does brother mean? To subdue the heart before subduing the person. Tell me, if someone who has never appeared suddenly ranks on the Zhou star ranking, what do you think would happen? Shu Yuan smacked the heads of the two with a mix of frustration and exasperation. Brother, I see now. The Empire and the major esteemed factions pay close attention to the Zhou star ranking. If such a situation occurs, those who believe they have a chance to be ranked, or are already ranked, will certainly not accept it. Che Lai's eyes suddenly lit up. At that time, they will look down on someone from a small place, causing a stir in the empire. They might even come here to challenge Yang Bai. Precisely, Shu Yuan replied, a glimmer of approval in his gaze as he nodded at Che Lai. Yang Bai has not cultivated any extraordinary techniques. Although I do not know how he managed to enter the top 30 of the Zhou Tian star ranking, it is certainly unstable. When a few prodigies challenge Yang Bai, it will temper their audacity and shatter their resolve. By that time, we can extend our goodwill towards Yang Bai, making him easily attainable. So it is. Truly deserving of being the eldest brother. What a cunning strategy. Of course, how else would I be the eldest brother? Days turned into weeks and a month passed. Unbeknownst to them, unfamiliar men arrived in Jinling. The technique pavilion in Jinling. Is this it? The void blade technique? Yang Bai is cultivating this pathetic technique? Ha ha ha, it's truly laughable. A group of young men clad in luxurious garments burst into laughter, tossing the technique aside. They hailed from the empire and had trained in extraordinary techniques, opening over 1,000 acupoints, rendering such a rudimentary technique beneath their notice. To them, anyone who had not practiced extraordinary techniques could not be deemed a genius. Even if one had practiced, they would not consider themselves inferior to others, a mere Yang by practicing a pathetic technique. The first on the Zhou Tian star ranking, what merit does he possess? In recent days, these prodigies from the empire had been seeking news of Yang Bai in Jinling. The only information they could gather was that he had purchased a technique from the technique pavilion, which had drawn considerable attention. What are you doing? If you're not buying, then don't. Why act like this? Mu Yuqing, unaware of their identities, felt anger rising within her as she picked up the fallen technique. She had already discerned that these individuals were seeking trouble and thus felt no inclination to offer them any kindness. Why act like this? You little girl, you have some nerve to speak to me in such a manner. A young man clad in a fiery red robe smirked, stepping forward to slowly grip Mu Yuqing's neck. A faint aura of spiritual pressure emanated from him, his tone calm and unhurried. This is how it is. What will you do about it? You, Mu Yuqing was so enraged that tears brimmed in her eyes. Xiao, why bully a poor village girl? Aren't you ashamed of being from the Tianfeng dynasty? One of his companions, a woman of regal bearing, disdainfully curled her lip. Yuqian is right. You didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. These country bumpkins are simply beneath my notice. Kai suddenly remembered something. Flicking his hand, sending Mu Yuqing sprawling to the ground, he then pulled out a clean silk handkerchief, hastily wiping his hands. Cough, cough. Mu Yuqing rose, casting a glance at Kai, and then began to sob quietly as she ran towards the door. Hold on, did I allow you to leave? Mu Yuqing conjured a water whip, striking Mu Yuqing's back. Chapter 37. Why not stab a few more times? With a scream, Mu Yuqing fell to the ground. Forget it, let her go, and no need to make things difficult for a little girl. Another man from the empire suggested. Su Lei, impressive. What, are you interested in this village girl? Don't worry, I haven't marred her face. The little girl is indeed quite striking. The reason I stopped her is that we are unfamiliar with this place. It would be better to have her guide us up the mountain than to search for someone else. Mu Yuqing chuckled, rolling her eyes. I have no interest. The man named Su Lei, dressed simply and holding a knife, shook his head. Since that is the case, you shall lead the way. Once we reach our destination, I shall naturally release you. All right, Mu Yuqing, feeling the searing pain on her back, finally nodded in resignation. Knock, knock, knock. While Yang Bai was engrossed in his cultivation, someone knocked at the door, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. What is it, Qing Xian? Upon opening the door, he beheld the anxious expression on Su Qing Xian's face, puzzled. Could it be? Is Su Hu back again? Senior brother, Mu Jie brought 3 individuals with her. Those 3 issued a war challenge to you. And their words were rather harsh. Su Qing Xian pouted as she spoke. Mu Jie brought them? Why challenge me? Yang Bai furrowed his brow. I don't know. I heard them mention the Zhou Tian star ranking and that they were dissatisfied with the empire. You should go and have a look. By the way, it seems Mu Jie was forced. She appeared to be crying. Su Qing Xian shook her head. All right, I understand. Yang Bai contemplated for a moment, then nodded, closing the door. Wait for me a moment. Su Qing Xian. Yang Bai released his doppelganger from the sea of consciousness, transferring his awareness to it before opening the door once more. Since a war challenge has been issued, it means a battle is to ensue. Coincidentally, after a month, his doppelganger had integrated the bloodline of the dragon turtle, making this an opportune moment to test its battle prowess. One must say, dealing with bloodlines is quite complex, as the bloodline of his doppelganger surged. A small turtle shell sprouted from his back. When the bloodline waned, the physical strength became too weak. Over the course of a month, Yangbai exerted considerable effort to adjust the bloodline of his doppelganger to a balanced threshold. If he did not employ the dragon turtle body refinement technique, it would remain unnoticeable. However, should he activate it, patches of green armor resembling dragon scales would emerge across his chest and back, densely packed and somewhat unsettling. Utilizing this state of physical form, he could barely execute the void gun technique without causing significant harm to his body. Let us go. After greeting Su Qingxian, he followed her towards the training grounds. Why do I feel you are somewhat different? Su Qingxian furrowed her brow as they walked. Possessing a woman's sixth sense, she could not shake the feeling that Yangbai exuded an unusual aura. What is different? You're still young. Do not idolize your senior brother too much. Perhaps it's merely an illusion born from your infatuation, Yangbai smirked, rolling his eyes. Having said that, a slight tremor ran through his heart. This was his first time walking about while utilizing a doppelganger, and he had not anticipated that he would almost be seen through. Women are truly formidable. Just you? I have no admiration for you. Su Qingxian, in a moment of silent exasperation, pursed her lips, choosing to disregard Yangbai. Yet, deep within, she couldn't shake the thought that Yangbai might have cultivated some peculiar technique, for he appeared more self-assured than before. Soon, they arrived at the martial arts arena, where a considerable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Mu Yuqing stood at the base of the stage, while three prodigies from the empire stood upon it. Eyes closed in meditation. Sister Mu, what is happening? Yangbai inquired, frowning as he approached Mu Yuqing, who seemed to be in poor condition, her complexion pale. Are you injured? Yangbai, you must be cautious. Those three are from the empire and are here to challenge you. If you can avoid it, do so. With Qingwei Guanju present, they will not dare to act recklessly, Mu Yuqing advised, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Oh, it appears they are the ones who have harmed you. No need to worry. I shall confront them and see what courage they possess in challenging me, Yangbai said nonchalantly. With that, he casually picked up a branch and ascended the martial platform. Who among you dares to challenge me first? Upon his arrival, the three opened their eyes in unison. Unfazed, Yangbai waved the branch through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds, and calmly remarked, So, you are Yangbai? A mere child, still wet behind the ears? The trio was momentarily taken aback, but then Hikai smirked disdainfully. They were well aware of Yangbai's youth. This verbal jab was merely an attempt to psychologically intimidate him. Since you've chosen not to speak, let it be a collective challenge. I care not who you are. For having harmed my friend, you shall pay the price, Yangbai declared, shaking his head as he advanced towards them. In a single step, he appeared before Hikai, the branch poised to strike his face. Arrogant, Hikai exclaimed, his spiritual channels fully activated, unleashing a torrent of fiery spiritual pressure towards Yangbai in an instant. A long sword materialized in Hikai's hand, aimed at severing the branch. With a force of 50%, he struck. The branch and the crimson sword light clashed, resulting in a deep, ghastly wound etched across Hikai's face, revealing bone beneath. How could this be? How can you withstand my spiritual pressure? Did you not cultivate the void blade technique? Hikai exclaimed in disbelief, feeling the searing pain on his face. Mu Yuqian and the other two were equally stunned. This was not what they had anticipated. Spiritual pressure was typically used to bully the weak. To treat it as a genuine weapon was utterly absurd. Yangbai let out a cold laugh and swung the branch again towards the other side of Hikai's face. Damn it! Fear crept into Hikai's heart, and he retaliated with all his might, thrusting his sword at Yangbai. Extraordinary sword art, wind-piercing fire thrust. The distance was minimal, and the sword tip was already aimed at Yangbai's chest the moment Hikai made his move. You strike my face? I shall kill you. Yangbai did not even glance at the approaching sword, allowing the branch to connect with Hikai's face, knocking out a tooth and causing him to spit blood. The sword, however, met an unexpected resistance, halting just short of penetrating Yangbai's body, causing Hikai's hand to tremble in shocked. It was blocked. Mu Yuqing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Hikai, dazed, glanced between his sword and Yangbai. Utterly bewildered, the extraordinary sword art was thwarted. Though I have only just mastered the technique, that should not have happened. You must have cultivated a body refinement technique? He gritted his teeth, a look of terror crossing his face. It seems your defensive capabilities are commendable. Why not stab me again, and let me test your body? Yangbai smiled faintly, touching the area where Hikai had struck him. Chapter 38, 70%. His physique, unlike those who practiced extraordinary body refinement techniques, could already be likened to that of a half-dragon tortoise. Such physical strength could withstand the onslaught of over 2,000 spiritual apertures, rendering Hikai's unrefined sword techniques utterly ineffective. Moreover, even if he were to breach his defenses, he would not perish. After all, the ginseng fruit tree was not merely for show. You stab me, and I shall return the favor. How does that sound? No objections? Yangbai smiled at Hikai, then swiftly moved the branch, piercing through the air towards Hikai's throat. Why you dare to kill me? I am. Hikai's eyes widened, his expression frozen in disbelief. Don't overthink it. Kill you? You are hardly worthy of such consideration. However, your words remind me. Apologize to my friend, or I may very well take your life, Yangbai retorted, withdrawing the branch and flicking the blood off. He pointed towards Mu Yuqing. No, you wouldn't dare, Hikai exclaimed, blood trickling from his lips, his expression twisted in a sinister grin. If you kill me, your entire Taoist temple will face annihilation. I am from the He family of the empire. Enough of that, do not lecture me. As a member of a prominent family, your bullying of the weak and reliance on your status is evident. If I were truly you, I would not utter such words. Yangbai shook his head, regarding Hikai with pity, then struck his chin with the branch, breaking it. Killing you? I could simply vanish into obscurity. What would your family do then? Oh, you may believe you can harm those close to me. But prominent families would not dare do so. For if you harm my friend, I shall truly become a lone wolf, and with my strength, your family would tremble in fear of being hunted. With that, Yangbai activated his spiritual apertures, unleashing a terrifying pressure, void, continuous. Suddenly, the faces of the three shifted as they felt the surrounding space constrict and shatter, an immense force pinning them to the ground. But that was not all. The weight upon them intensified, their bodies trembling as blood began to seep from their orifices, as if a hand were squeezing the cream from between two slices of bread. How about this? After 3 breaths, I shall withdraw my pressure. Apologize and live. Refuse, and you shall die. I am quite reasonable, so you have 3 breaths to consider. Point 3. I apologize. Wait, I was wrong. The trio's faces turned pale as they hastily begged for mercy, their eyes betraying a deep-seated terror. For the first time, they experienced the taste of death, a feeling profoundly unsettling. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. The pressure Yangbai had just exerted felt far beyond mere spiritual aperture mastery. It was akin to that of a golden core. This realization struck them with dread, understanding that Yangbai was truly formidable, and they faced the impending doom of their family should they fall. Exactly. Sister Mu, come over here and see them. Feel free to ask for anything, and I shall fulfill it. Yangbai nodded, contemplating as he flicked his fingers, a green light descending into Mu Yuqing's body. Instantly, her complexion brightened, and her wounds healed as if nothing had transpired. I have no demands. Mu Yuqing replied, feeling her body restored, offering Yangbai a grateful smile before shaking her head. Observing the trio's bloodied state brought her a sense of satisfaction. She had no twisted desires. To be honest, it was hard for her to believe that Yangbai would go to such lengths for her, considering their limited interactions. By the way, suddenly, Mu Yuqing appeared to recall something. Yang Daosheng, now that the 3 have been defeated, why not seize their storage bags? There may be valuable items within. No, Hikai protested, suddenly grasping the implications, his complexion paling. Mu Yuqing and Su Lei mirrored his apprehension. Their storage bags contained personal treasures and secrets. If relinquished, it would be disastrous. Hand them over, Yangbai interjected, his eyes gleaming, grateful for Mu Yuqing's suggestion. He had not considered this aspect. Killing is one matter, but taking their storage bags is hardly excessive. Is it? I could certainly use a replenishment of resources. Absolutely not. The 3's faces turned ashen. Yangbai, seeing their stubbornness, unleashed his spiritual pressure, forcing them to the ground, before deftly unfastening the storage bags at their waists. Ah? This book is exhilarating, and this item is quite exquisite. After inspecting the contents of their storage bags, Yangbai regarded the trio with an enigmatic expression, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't say a word," Hikai screamed, waving his hands in desperation. "Very well, I shall safeguard your personalized items for you. Have a few people escort them to the guest quarters, ensuring they are well treated with food and drink. After a few days to reflect, I shall release them." Yangbai chose not to press further. The trio each harbored their own secrets, and forcing them to reveal them on the spot would surely drive them mad. Yes, Elder. A few Taoists, eager for excitement, each carrying one of their own, made their way toward the guest courtyard. All three had sustained injuries and were unable to stir much commotion. "Do you intend to confine them, waiting for others to arrive and continue plundering their storage bags? Is it to prevent them from revealing your strength?" When Yangbai returned to Su Qingxian and Mu Yuqing pondered for a moment and remarked, "Sister Mu is indeed clever." Yangbai nodded, viewing Mu Yuqing with newfound respect. "It is true. These three are not particularly strong and may have been sent by others as pawns to test me. To me, they are merely an appetizer. It is likely that a steady stream of challengers will come my way, presenting an opportunity. I must admit, the contents of their storage bags are quite plentiful. The accumulation of spirit crystals alone amounts to approximately 100,000, not to mention other items. Yangbai has now resolved to cultivate the dragon tortoise, and thus, various resources are exceedingly welcome. Previously, he expended all his accumulated spirit crystals, achieving only 70% of the dragon tortoise's development. Resources are now a significant shortfall for him. "Are you confident? I've heard them say you are ranked first on the Zhou Tianqing list. Is it true?" Mu Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she inquired. "First? This heavenly ranking is indeed extraordinary. I cannot believe I was discovered despite my concealment." Yangbai replied, a complex expression crossing his face. "That thing is too precise. Isn't it a bit abnormal? Very well, I shall stay here for a while. Is that convenient? I will return once the commotion subsides." Mu Yuqing wore an expression of admiration, then contemplated, "If I return now, I might encounter individuals like Hikai again. Today, I brought Hikai and the others here. If I return alone, who knows what awaits me? Coercion? Interrogation? Perhaps even more. Of course, that is within my purview." Yangbai acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 39. A wise man's oversight. A day later in Jinling, within an inn, several young women gathered, awaiting news. Su Lei suggested finding a way for Hikai to test Yangbai. "It has been a while since any information has surfaced." A woman with scarlet lips and bright eyes spoke up. "Something has happened." The remaining faces bore a solemn expression. Although Hikai may not be impressive, he possesses strength comparable to that of the Zhou Tianqing list, and with Su Lei by his side, who is ranked 100 on the battle power list, they should have had an advantage. However, a high rank on the battle power list does not guarantee a high rank on the Zhou Tianqing list. Age is a crucial factor. For instance, Yangbai has yet to enter the battle power list but ranks within the top 30 on the Zhou Tianqing list due to his youth. Nevertheless, if one holds a position on both lists, it signifies true prowess, and the Zhou Tianqing rank is unlikely to be low. There are two possibilities. Either the three are too strong and the old master intervened to suppress them, or they were defeated and heavily injured by Yangbai, unable to descend the mountain. Zhu Yilong contemplated, "What shall we do? It's too far to run over. We cannot just abandon this. We haven't said anything about giving up. We shall still challenge him, but we should adopt a more amiable approach to gauge Yangbai's strength." Zhu Yilong continued. Among those present were familiar faces. One ranked 92nd on the battle power list, another 87th, alongside several geniuses from the Zhou Tianqing list. Regardless of Yangbai's strength, it suffices to understand why he holds the first position on the Zhou Tianqing list. Good. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At the Huishan Taoist temple, within the study, Yangbai immersed his consciousness in the sea of awareness, merging the spirit crystals and refining materials from Hikai and the others into the ginseng fruit tree. After a considerable time, Yangbai nodded. 22%. The progress is nearly complete. With a few more unwitting benefactors like Hikai, I will soon give birth to a true dragon tortoise avatar. He felt a strong intuition that the dragon tortoise avatar would be formidable. Once born, its physical form would not be inferior to that of a golden core cultivator. Among the contents of Hikai's storage bag, besides spirit crystals, there were precious refining materials and some techniques. Wind and fire thrust, extraordinary sword technique. A reed crossing the river, first-class movement technique. Explosive roar, first-class secret technique. Minor three calamities bewildering heart array, second-class formation, and more, senior brother. Another group has sent a letter of introduction. This time, 5 have come. After a day, Yangbai awakened from his cultivation, then exited his room, heading to the training ground with Su Qingsheng. By the way, why haven't I seen Li Chunfeng? Is he still cultivating? Yangbai inquired, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen Li Chunfeng for days and missed him a bit. There has been a minor incident at senior brother Li's home. It is said that his village is haunted, and many have gone mad that a few days ago, the master took him away from the Taoist temple. It should be resolved soon, Su Qingxian replied after some thought. Ghosts? Do they truly exist in this world? Is there a realm of the dead, with Yama and Kayadagarba Bodhisattva? Yangbai felt a sudden stirring within. The realm of the dead? Yama? What are those? I only know of Kayadagarba Bodhisattva. Revered in the high-ranking force of Kayadagarba Jade Buddha Temple. As for ghosts, what ordinary people call ghosts, we cultivators merely perceive as spiritual entities or souls. As Su Qingxian conversed with Yangbai. They arrived at the training ground. Junior brother Yang has arrived. Previously, when junior brother Yang fiercely dealt with the imperial genius, you should have seen the outcome for those individuals. So dire? Junior brother Yang is so powerful. It's a pity I wasn't present the last time he acted. What junior brother Yang? He is elder Yang, no, young master Yang. You all should be cautious with your words. Come, place your bets. Will these imperial geniuses be knocked down in mere moves? The training ground buzzed with even more excitement than before. Not only had some disciples arrived, but even a few elders had shamelessly come to watch the spectacle. There was no denying that Yangbai's strength was overwhelming, and they were eager to gauge their own prowess in comparison. Now, within the vast Taoist temple, aside from the master, no one truly believed they could best Yangbai. This group of country bumpkins is so noisy. On the training ground, the 5 were meditating with their eyes closed, yet the incessant chatter began to irritate the red-lipped woman, who opened her eyes, her brows furrowing with annoyance. Cultivators often hold themselves in high regard, and some fearsome techniques can also affect one's mentality. This woman's state of mind was still somewhat immature. Zhu Lan, calm down. Do not forget why we are here. Consider the fate of He Kai and the others. Zhu Yilong opened his eyes and admonished her. If the woman acted recklessly today, they too would suffer the consequences, I understand. Zhu Lan clenched her fists and exhaled slowly. While they were conversing, Yangbai had already leaped onto the stage. A smile adorning his face as he declared, "Who will come first?" I can hardly contain my eagerness. Indeed, he was eager. In his eyes, each of them represented a pile of resources. They were angels delivering spirit crystals to him. I will go first. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhu Lan stepped forward, 2 sinister-looking sand blades manifesting in her hands. The blades connected with her internal spiritual orifices, channeling her energy and malevolence into the knives. Zhu Lan was determined to unleash her full power at the very onset. She had learned from the Taoist discussions that Yangbai's strength was terrifying, and without going all out, she would stand no chance. Ranked 97th on the Zhou Tianqing list, please enlighten me. With a single stroke, she unleashed a torrent of crimson malevolence, enveloping all of Yangbai's retreat routes. This is interesting. Yangbai took a step back, the air around him distorting as he shrank the distance, the fiery long blades slicing past him, only to dissipate into the void. Too slow. Your swordplay has flaws, Yangbai remarked slowly, offering his critique. Utilizing a projection, he could easily discern the shortcomings in Zhu Lan's technique. Yangbai estimated that even if she had practiced the extraordinary sword technique, she was likely still a novice. Have the courage to stop dodging. Zhu Lan gritted her teeth, launching a flurry of strikes at various angles, locking onto all of Yangbai's potential routes. Yangbai chuckled, hands clasped behind his back, his steps unhurried. Zhu Lan's dual blades could not reach him at all. Fiery body technique. In a sudden burst, Zhu Lan revealed her trump card, her form transforming into a mass of flames as her dual blades struck Yangbai. Extraordinary movement technique. A glimmer of surprise crossed Zhu Lan's face. A wise man's oversight is inevitable. Yangbai was too arrogant, but then again, he was still a child, lacking in combat experience. Chapter 40. Splintered Mind, Divided Spirit. However, Zhu Lan's expression shifted from surprise to confusion, then to terror. She felt as though she had pierced flesh, yet something seemed to obstruct her advance, preventing her from penetrating further. See, life is filled with surprises, while you lament your inability to strike me. Little do you know that even if I stood still for you to stab, you would still fail to break through. Yangbai chuckled softly, stretching his limbs. It is time to conclude this. My time is indeed quite precious. He extended a hand, his palm transcending the boundaries of time and space, landing firmly upon Zhu Lan's shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated. Immediately, Zhu Lan's expression morphed wildly. She felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure surge from Yangbai's hand, rendering her breathless. In the next moment, thud. Zhu Lan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yangbai collected Zhu Lan's storage bag, then beckoned to the remaining four. Who shall be next? You have lost. Zhu Yilong's pupils constricted in disbelief. What had just transpired? Why had Zhu Lan, with merely a seemingly mundane palm strike from Yangbai, fallen to her knees? Was it a secret technique? Or a divine talent? I shall take my turn. Ranked 93rd on the star list, Li Yu, I humbly request your guidance. Li Yu, strikingly handsome and wielding a long sword, pointed it at Yangbai, his expression grave. His strength was only slightly superior to Zhu Lan's, leaving him with little confidence in this battle. The 93rd. Come forth, Yangbai nodded, gesturing invitingly. Angry horse sword technique, with a mental shift, akin to Zhu Lan's earlier display. Li Yu's sword technique infused with murderous intent and spiritual energy erupted, 1,080 energy points howling as they lunged toward Yangbai. Bang. Moments later, Yangbai delivered a palm strike to Li Yu's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Having retrieved Li Yu's storage bag, Yangbai turned to the remaining three, nodding. Perhaps you should all join forces. Your strength appears rather lacking, and I find this somewhat unfulfilling. Once again, he exhibited his overwhelming prowess. Zhu Yilong exchanged glances with his companions, determination gradually settling on his face as he stepped forward. Ranked 87th on the combat list, my strength should be the highest. If you can defeat me, they will concede. With that, he brandished a long spear, crafted from wudong iron, capable of piercing through the protective barrier of the golden core. Be cautious. A spear user? Yangbai's eyes shimmered with intrigue. He too practiced spear techniques, albeit of a mere secondary tier, lacking any significant merit. Moreover, he had yet to gauge his practical combat prowess. Contemplating briefly, he retrieved a spear from his storage bag, an ordinary long spear. Excellent! Zhu Yilong assumed Yangbai was preparing to unleash his full strength, elated as he charged forth with his spear. Yangbai's spiritual energy surged as he executed his spear technique, engaging in combat with him. 3 breaths later, Yangbai's spear shattered. 5 breaths later, Yangbai found his rhythm disrupted, barely managing to defend himself, appearing rather disheveled. 10 breaths later, he discarded the mangled spear and swiftly subdued Zhu Yilong. As 2,160 energy points manifested, Zhu Yilong, still lost in the euphoria of impending victory over Yangbai, failed to react in time, his head drooping as he met the ground with a thud. Unconscious, the third one, Yangbai mused, had I known, I would have brought my divine weapon. Rubbing his wrist, he picked up Zhu Yilong's storage bag and addressed the remaining 2. You can either concede and hand over your storage bags, or we can continue this battle. We concede, we concede. The remaining duo, initially buoyed by Zhu Yilong's apparent dominance over Yangbai, paled at his words, their hearts heavy. They hastily surrendered their storage bags, not daring to utter more. They had realized that Yangbai's strength was undeniably unfathomable. He had merely been toying with them. The young man before them, ranked first on the star list, was indeed deserving of his title. Under the serious countenance of the two, Yangbai arranged for them to be taken to the guest quarters before retreating to his room to sift through the contents of the storage bags. Truly, the rewards of the star list are bountiful, he remarked with excitement after reviewing the items. Transcendent techniques, extraordinary secret arts, divine weapons, and more. An overwhelming array. Compared to Hikai and his companions, the 5 individual storage bags were on an entirely different scale. The more talented one is, the more affluent they seem, or perhaps, the greater the talent, the higher their status. Yangbai pondered, having sacrificed nearly 500,000 spiritual crystals. The progress of the dragon tortoise reached 72%. Just a bit more, and it would be born. He mused that the techniques and secret arts below the transcendent level were likely commonplace within the empire. Only those above the transcendent level would hold any real value for him, potentially serving as legacies for the Taoist temple. After some thought, he summoned Su Qinxian, tasked her with transcribing various techniques, and placed several copies of transcendent techniques and unused divine weapons into the secret chamber's storage bag. What is borrowed must eventually be returned. Moreover, as the junior sect master, he found little need for certain divine weapons at this time. Returning to the small courtyard, Yang Bai checked on the medicinal garden. After providing some nutrients, he sought out some mature spiritual herbs to absorb. Subsequently, he discovered that the previously planted mysterious seeds had sprouted. The seeds, extracted from the secret chamber's storage bag, were rumored to be rare and difficult to cultivate. So he had thought to plant them on a whim, nearly forgetting about them. To his surprise, they had suddenly sprouted today, perhaps due to a lack of nutrients. Yang Bai contemplated, dissolving the blue leaves and infusing them into the spiritual soil. Let them grow slowly. I shall see what they ultimately become. With spiritual energy in abundance and sufficient nutrients, they would likely flourish in no time. Can I cultivate those techniques from senior brother? After a while, Su Qinxian emerged from her room, presenting a storage bag to Yang Bai, one he had previously gifted her as payment for transcribing it, of course. Moreover, it would be best if you exerted yourself to practice diligently. You are still young, and you have time to cultivate transcendent techniques. But Su Qinxian hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. There is no need for embarrassment. With strength, you can assist me. Consider this an advance on your future rewards. Yang Bai shook his head, collecting a portion of the techniques from the storage bag before returning it to Su Qinxian. Very well, Su Qinxian nodded, her spirits soaring as she departed. I too must continue my training. Yang Bai observed her retreating figure with a faint smile before retrieving a technique. Not a technique, but a secret art, the split spirit technique. This method allows one to divide their consciousness into several parts, achieving control over objects and puppets. Once mastered, I estimate I could simultaneously awaken both my true self and my avatars, not to mention the dragon tortoise. Gratitude to Zhu Yilong for the fortuitous gift of this transcendent secret art. 666, Chapter 41. Secret arts and techniques. Secret arts and techniques differ in definition. The former refers to a broader category. While there are distinctions, they are not excessively pronounced. Some exceedingly difficult techniques, including dark arts and witchcraft, should be classified as secret arts. The variety they encompass is not typically vast. However, the cultivation of the split spirit technique presents certain challenges. An ordinary person would likely be deemed foolish for attempting it recklessly. The prerequisites for mastering this technique include the use of tranquil heart grass. To rashly split one's consciousness is a perilous endeavor. Some may descend into madness, others may become fools, and still others may plunge into a state of irreversible unconsciousness, akin to a vegetative state. Nevertheless, Yang Bai had no need for such a plant. He already possessed methods for calming the mind. While perhaps not as effective as tranquil heart grass, he believed that quantity could compensate for quality. The saying rings true: qualitative change arises from quantitative change. Having memorized the technique, Yang Bai consumed several leaves of the tranquil heart tree to safeguard his consciousness. He then materialized a spiritual energy short blade in the void and began to slice through his consciousness. One cut, two cuts, smooth as slicing through pork, and after a brief period, Yang Bai found himself endowed with two perspectives. The two, complementary yet distinctly separate, were somewhat painful, yet he had prepared himself for this. The leaves from the ginseng fruit tree rapidly disintegrated, transforming into streams of energy that merged into his newly divided consciousness. The freshly split consciousness was initially weak. However, after receiving nourishment from the various leaves, the two fragments gradually grew stronger. Still lacking in resources, I wonder when the next challenger will arrive. Stretching languidly, Yang Bai released his avatar, allowing it to practice other secret arts in the courtyard. Zhu Yilong and the others possessed numerous secret arts. Among them was a blood sword secret art that Yang Bai found particularly intriguing. It required breaking a tooth and utilizing the technique to shoot it forth from the mouth, capable of shattering the golden core's protective aura, blood energy breaking through defenses. There was also a technique known as 10,000 swords returning to one, which entailed inserting 1,000 swords into one's body to nurture a myriad of sword spirits within. If successful, one could master the essence of all swords, unafraid of any swordsman in the world. You practice here. I will go buy some oranges. The true self patted the avatar's shoulder before meandering around the Taoist temple. It's essential to rest properly. Balance work with leisure. Recently, he has been practicing all day, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. One must remember, he is indeed still a child. Now that he has a doppelganger, he feels as if he has achieved a form of liberation akin to that of a ginseng. Whenever there are tasks, the doppelganger takes care of them. When there are none, it still engages in activities. After finishing his training, Yang Bai contemplated and made his way to the guest house. It would be rather inappropriate for him, as the host, not to extend a greeting to the guests who had arrived. Those unaware might even suspect him of mistreating them. He entered one of the rooms and smiled at the man within. "Release me. Whatever you desire. Just ask why family possesses everything. With a mere word from you. Extraordinary techniques, breakthrough elixirs, and divine weapons shall all be yours." At that moment, Hikai appeared quite frail. He lifted his gaze to Yang Bai, speaking in a tone of terror. Having spent several days here, his fears had only escalated. Would Yang Bai truly kill him? Though his instincts suggested the likelihood was slim, he was the one in peril. It was better to be overly cautious than underprepared. Once one is dead, there is no turning back. I have already acquired everything I needed, so rest assured, I will not kill you. I approached you to discuss the female puppets stored within your spatial bag. They are astonishingly lifelike. How did you manage to create such realism? Hikai's cheeks flushed crimson. I am genuinely interested. Never mind. I shall not press you further. Instead, tell me how many individuals from the Empire have arrived. And how did you come to be here? Yang Bai waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Hikai's reluctance to speak was a pity, as he had some ideas in mind, especially since he had cultivated the Divine Rift technique. However, if the other party chose to remain silent, so be it. After all, he could create doppelgangers, whose strength surpassed his own, thus rendering puppets unnecessary. I have no knowledge of how many have come from the Empire. But I do know there are 26 people besides myself, one of whom ranks 26th on the Zhoutian star list. An imposing presence ranked 59th on the power list, with his life in Yang Bai's hands. Hikai was rather forthcoming, quickly divulging all he knew, akin to being spilling from a bamboo tube. This included information about a bidirectional teleportation array. Oh, and those from the upper-tier sects should be arriving soon. Particularly the 9 palaces and 12 sects. Among them are hidden prodigies, individuals who do not appear on the Zhoutian star list, akin to celestial beings. Once they arrive, you shall surely be outmatched. Hikai continued, his tone laced with excitement. Hidden prodigies? Now, that piques my interest. Yang Bai nodded, gaining a clearer understanding from Hikai's words. Currently, the upper-tier sects and the 9 palaces and 12 sects were still biding their time, awaiting news from the Empire. They were even more ethereal and aloof than the Empire itself. Numerous individuals from the Empire had arrived in Jinling, and those powerful factions could not possibly be oblivious to this. What they awaited was a glimpse of Yang Bai's true capabilities. Everything would hinge on next month's Zhoutian star list rankings. Should Yang Bai fail to make the list, they would act as if nothing had transpired. Yet, if he remained on the list, a genius unbound to the Empire would be a coveted target for various factions, enticing them to recruit, seduce, or even coerce him. Having gathered the information, Yang Bai nodded and departed the guest house. A teleportation array, and a large-scale one at that. I wonder how much longer I have. As he strolled along the path, he sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. What would he do if individuals from the 9 palaces and 12 sects came to confront him? Should he flee, or should he stand his ground? In the face of such formidable powers, he felt somewhat inadequate, unable to even take charge of his own destiny. Alas, how wonderful it would be if everyone could simply converse amicably. And this world knew no warfare. If things were to worsen inevitably, there would be but one course of action. Yang Bai gazed in the direction of the scripture hall, his vision seemingly piercing through the void to observe his doppelganger in the courtyard. After all, no one was aware that he possessed 2 bodies. Before matters escalated further, he would first teleport his doppelganger away and then venture into the Empire, drawing the attention of others. At that point, all eyes would shift toward the doppelganger, allowing him to remain unbothered at the Taoist temple. Even if the doppelganger were to perish, it would matter little to him, as long as his true self survived. He would face no trouble. Furthermore, if he found the doppelganger insufficient in number, he could always create a few more, one for each of the 9 palaces and 12 sects, and no need to fight over them. There would be enough for all. Chapter 42. The Doppelganger. In the Empire, at the headquarters of the Imperial Astrological Bureau, an elderly man in a robe observed the astrological mirror, suddenly lost in thought. The astrological mirror had updated. It was not a mere fluctuation, but rather a significant change. One individual's name had soared to the top. "What is it, my lord?" A bystander noticed the elder's frown and approached to peer at the astrological mirror. "Yangbai? He has ascended to first place so swiftly. Wait, what? 8th, 6th on the battle power list? What sorcery is this? He has defeated Zhu Yilong. But he is only 9 years old." The onlooker's face was one of disbelief. First on the Zhoutian star list, 75th on the stellar overall list, 86th on the battle power list. This is Yang Bai's current standing. Indeed, as indicated by the astrological mirror, this confirmed that Yang Bai had cultivated extraordinary techniques. The elder sighed, contemplating the miscalculations of Uncle Yuan and his companions. They had aimed to pilfer something but ended up with nothing. They need not revisit the Tianfeng dynasty. They could instead go to the Tiandu mine for mining. "Yes, my lord," the attendant nodded, not daring to contradict the elder's opinion. "By the way, my lord, how exactly did Yang Bai cultivate extraordinary techniques? This should not be the case. Even with such techniques, he should not have reached 86th on the battle power list." "Who knows?" The elder pondered, equally puzzled. Perhaps it was the Tianfeng dynasty's backing, or perhaps individuals from the empire had invested in Yang Bai. This matter had already occurred. Let it be. Let us wait for the changes in the Zhoutian star list and the battle power list next month, as well as the stellar overall list. My lord. The attendant's expression shifted abruptly. The Zhoutian star list changes monthly, especially at the lower ranks, where individuals constantly vie for position. However, the stellar overall list is different. It represents the Empire's millennium-long roster of geniuses. Such a list has not seen changes in a millennium, and should this news be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval across the continent. One must not underestimate the impact of a genius, especially an extraordinary one. Such individuals lead the era and are fundamental to the continuation of sections. Do you think we won't inform them? The 9 palaces and 12 sects will surely have their own means of gathering information. We possess the astrological mirror. They have similar spiritual artifacts. Prepare to disseminate the news. The elder waved his hand. Sighing deeply, yes. At the very moment the astrological mirror revealed this intelligence, similar news reached various powerful factions, either before or after. Qingyun's sect, a cultivator clad in a blood-red robe, sat cross-legged in the dense forest when suddenly, a girl in a green robe rushed over, exclaiming, "Senior brother, Elder Mo Yun has received news that the Tianfeng dynasty has a prodigy, supposedly surpassing even you." "How formidable is he?" the male cultivator inquired. "Isn't there a grand list of sects? It features various hidden prodigies from the 9 palaces and 12 sects, and it is said he has surged to the top." The male cultivator abruptly opened his eyes. Extending his hand, "Fetch me my Feng Tianhua halberd." At the Jading Palace of the 9 palaces, news emerged that the hidden prodigy list had been updated, revealing that several sects had concealed many talents. However, no matter how they compared, none could rival the divine son of Jading. Indeed, the divine son is merely 12 years old in this world. I dare say he is the foremost among divine sons. Had he displayed his true strength, he would surely top the stellar overall list, the supreme record, and the Dao True rankings. Look, wait. The first place doesn't seem to be the divine son. How can this be? Is the rankings' authenticity compromised? Has the divination gone awry? Indeed, Yang Bai? What is this? At the Xinyuan Palace, Zhuwei Palace, Huashan sect, and Dao True sect, all factions were engulfed in astonishment. Each of their lists contained prophecies and compiled the mysteries of existing talents across the continent. Though perhaps not as comprehensive as the empires, there had never been an issue before. Go. The Tianfeng dynasty must be visited. We must locate this person at all costs. A genius? My sister has a penchant for geniuses. I hope he can endure for a while longer. A talent surpassing even me. Such a being should not exist. I've heard he is only 9 years old. He should be quite easy to eliminate. And his flesh would be delectable. Bring him to the palace. I shall personally take him as my disciple. Why Chongyang Palace shall gain another divine Soen. It's the Huishan Taoist temple, amidst the turmoil of the cultivation world. Yang Bai was engaged in a lively sparring session with his doppelganger. The exchange was vigorous and entertaining. After a considerable time, the doppelganger pinned his true self to the ground with a spear. A hint of disdain gracing its lips, too lacking, far too lacking. Your strength is still a long way off. Seeing you like this, how can I feel at ease leaving you? You are simply not putting in enough effort. You have truly disappointed me, the esteemed one. Let it be, let it be. Who am I to argue with myself? For my own sake, I shall not stoop to your level. Rising from the ground, I gently tended to my wounds, which swiftly healed as if they had never existed. By the way, why have there been no challengers lately? This seems rather unusual. I sent my clone to the room to cultivate. While Yang Bai pondered quietly, sensing something amiss. Ever since the last encounter with Zhu Yilong, a few individuals had dared to challenge him, but that had been the end of it. It had been nearly a week since he last had any engagement. The completeness of the dragon turtle stood at 82, leaving only 18 to go. Another challenger would be welcome. Yang Bai stroked his chin and sighed. If this continued, he might have to borrow a little from the inheritance to enhance his own strength. Currently, he possessed 2,200 spirit apertures within his true body. Should he elevate his physical form, he would be able to refine his spirit apertures and subsequently break through to the chi pole stage. Reflecting on it, he was approaching the age of 10. Time waits for no one. His senior brother, Su Qingxian, dashed out from the courtyard, her expression somewhat grim. What happened? Is someone bullying you? Who dares to be so bold? Su Hu? Or perhaps your father? If it's your father, then so be it. Please extend my regards to uncle. Given that he is your father, I cannot intervene. Yang Bai chuckled, teasing lightly. That's not it. I'm more concerned about our master and second senior brother. They have yet to return. Could something have happened to them? Su Qingxian spoke with a hint of distress. She had contemplated for quite some time and, for some inexplicable reason, felt a sudden wave of foreboding. They haven't returned. Yang Bai furrowed his brow deeply. But it has only been around 10 days, right? With travel time, and considering the exorcism and the first 7 days, it should be about right. I understand. I am just a bit worried, Su Qingxian replied softly. There's no need for concern. I shall go take a look. Nothing will happen. Yang Bai reassured her, gently patting Su Qingxuan's head. Seizing the opportunity, he decided it was time to arrange his clone and investigate the situation regarding their master. Departing through the teleportation array. Chapter 43. The Great Freedom Sword Intent? Senior brother, do take care. If anything goes awry, return and seek assistance from the observer. His strength is formidable. Do not let your confidence in your own abilities lead you astray. All right. Yang Bai interrupted, patting Su Qingxuan's head once more before heading toward his room. I will be fine. Do not worry. Back in his chamber, he summoned his clone and then exited the small courtyard. Seeking out Mu Yuqing at the guest residence, I need a favor from you. What is it? Beyond Huishan, in a village called Li, there have been some occurrences. I wish for you to return to Jinling and utilize the power of the Techniques Pavilion to convey a message. Yang Bai said, handing her a piece of paper. Rest assured, Mu Yuqing smiled brightly after reading the note, then departed Huishan. With this note, she no longer needed to linger on the mountain. With a creak, Yang Bai released Zhu Yilong and the others, a total of 11 individuals, and flashed a smile. I am aware of your purpose for coming. You are merely pawns for certain individuals. It saddens me to see that no one has come to redeem you for such a long time. Now, you have an opportunity. Yang Bai paused, extending a finger. I recently wished to visit the Empire or the sect. I do not care who stands behind you. I offer you a chance. I in the village of Li. My senior brother and master are in a bit of danger. Whoever can bring my master and junior brother back, I shall accompany them. You may leave now, but there is one condition. You must do so before me. For I shall also be going. With that, Yang Bai turned and walked down the mountain. The individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. Are we truly allowed to leave? That should be the case. Then let us depart for the Empire. We must return to assess our injuries. They did not mention Yang Bai's final remark and soon dispersed, leaving Huishan Daoist Temple. However, after departing, they covertly made their way to Li Village, hastening their journey with great speed. It must be said that Yang Bai's last words had stirred their hearts. Returning to the Empire with him would undoubtedly bring them benefits from their backers. Little did they know that Yang Bai had already secured the 75th position on the overall leaderboard. Otherwise, they would have exerted themselves even more at that very moment. a piece of news spread swiftly through Jinling. Yang Bai had a request or a proposition, rapidly circulating in the city. Whoever could rescue his master and junior brother would be permitted to accompany him to the empire. The news was disseminated by Mu Yuqing, and those with insight in Jinling understood that her relationship with Yang Bai was anything but ordinary. Thus, it was indeed Yang Bai's intention. In an instant, several families from the empire were stirred by the news. Yanli village. Within the ancestral hall, a sense of dread loomed. What on earth occurred? Why has everyone become like this? My father! My father! Inside the hall, Li Chuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his body covered in wounds as he wept loudly at the entrance. They are all dead. All of them. Moreover, the entire village had succumbed to a ghastly transformation. Their eyes vacant, resembling marionettes as they attacked anyone they encountered. Li Chunfeng had been bitten by his father, having held on to the hope that his father was still alive. Now, he found it hard to accept the grim reality. Chunfeng, please accept my condolences. Zhao Yu managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to console him. Her own attire was disheveled from the battles in a foreign realm, though she had not sustained injuries. Her condition was far from ideal. It felt as if a certain dark energy lingered in the mountains, making it difficult for her spirit veins to recover. Furthermore, the bodies of the undead were as solid as stone, draining her energy significantly. Fortunately, ever since they had taken refuge in the ancestral hall, they seemed to have been isolated from the undead, as the creatures did not breach the hall, seemingly holding a certain fear of it. However, they could not remain there for long. The hall lacked provisions, and the undead roamed outside, preventing their escape. Master, I seek vengeance. After a while, Li Chunfeng wiped away his tears, a surge of malevolence enveloping him. Father always enjoyed reading novels and often said I possessed the potential of an emperor. I believed him. Master, do you think I truly have the potential of an emperor? Is my talent truly so lacking? If only I had my senior brother's gift. Chunfeng. Zhao Yu gazed earnestly at her disciple, whom she had long overlooked, letting out a deep sigh. What more could she do when her disciple was in such despair? She could not continue to dishearten him. In my heart, you have always been someone with the potential of an emperor. You are different from your senior brother. His talent lies in cultivation, while yours resides in the heart. The heart? Indeed, do you know why I imparted the great freedom sword technique to you? As long as your heart is present, your dreams will persist. As long as you live and believe in your capability, no one can hinder you in this world. I see Li Chunfeng suddenly recalled his diligent training on the mountain, toiling day and night, even pilfering and tasting spirit herbs. He realized he had been mistaken all along. The sword technique was not to be practiced in such a manner. The heart. As long as I have the heart, that is enough. Drawing the long sword from his back, Li Chuanfeng's fingers gently caressed the blade as he closed his eyes. Freedom! Heart! In a haze, he seemed to perceive a beam of light enveloping his being, gradually diminishing his senses. Break! With a low roar, Li Chunfeng sliced through the light before him, then opened his eyes. Master, thank you. I understand now. Huh? Understand what? With that, a surge of sword intent emanated from Li Chunfeng, and he stepped forward, opening the door to the outside. A multitude of undead awaited him outside, and upon seeing Li Chunfeng emerge, they rushed towards him. I possess a sword capable of slaying the undead. I can vanquish all. Li Chuanfeng's eyes had never held such determination. His father and master were the closest individuals to him, and they were the ones who claimed he had the potential of an emperor. He believed it wholeheartedly. With a single stroke, it felt as though the very void stilled in his gaze. At that moment, his heart comprehended the essence of the great freedom sword technique, and from it, he drew forth the true meaning of the sword path, sword intent. Once the sword intent manifested, the undead that obstructed him were cleaved in twain, collapsing to the ground. Only by fully comprehending the technique and reaching a state of transcendence could one grasp the intent within the art. While transcendence was relatively attainable, the intent was a rare pursuit. Once understood, the weak could slay the cheapulse, and the strong could rival the golden core. Zhao Yu stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 44. Composed in the face of adversity. Master, let us depart. Li Chunfeng sheathed his long sword. Feeling a slight dizziness, he rubbed his head and spoke slowly. All right, wait, there are more coming. Zhao Yu glanced into the distance, then hastily pulled Li Chunfeng back. After all, Li Chuanfeng's current strength was too feeble. Wielding sword intent greatly taxed his spirit. Rest well. When you regain your full strength, we shall venture out again, and then we can return to the mountain. All right, master. Li Chunfeng nodded. Be why the way, master. Why do you think those living corpses dare not come here? This place seems rather ordinary, I am uncertain. Perhaps those living corpses subconsciously fear this location. What do you mean? We can return to the mountain and have the observer come take a look. You must remain calm. Zhao Yu's heart stirred as he suddenly spoke. No, master. My father died here. I cannot wait another moment. I must uncover the truth, for the answer may lie hidden here. Li Chunfeng leaned on his sword and slowly rose. If we do not find out, might my father remain blind in death? If we do not find out, what of my mother? Good heavens! 127 souls in our village have now fallen to this plight. And I must uncover the truth. The sword intent around him gradually coalesced, and waves of sword energy ravaged his surroundings, stirring everything within the room. The table shattered. The offering splintered. The incense burner broke apart. The statue crumbled. In that instant, as a statue shattered, an underground passage appeared before the two. A tunnel. Master, wait for me outside. I shall take a look. Li Chuanfeng's eyes brightened, and he leaped in, sword in hand. I am not a burden. Zhao Yu rolled his eyes and followed suit. Living corpses? Could there be dark forces here committing murder to refine treasures? Zhao Yu cannot be dead. Can he? Dead? If so, that would be quite well. First, let us eliminate the living corpses in the village. Then we shall search for him, and hopefully, he will still be alive. Before long, several robed cultivators arrived at Li family village. With a flick of his sword, one of them impaled a living corpse. Wait, isn't that Jin Shijun? No, the Sanshan Fist Demon has arrived as well. Damn. And there's also the one ranked 77th on the power list. He's a notorious figure. Why is he here? Suddenly, figures appeared in the distance, causing the group to pause. Zhu Yilong smacked his forehead, gritting his teeth. We must speed up. Yang Bai has likely leaked the news. It seems he truly welcomes chaos and thrives on it. And worse still, he has succeeded. Yes. The group quickly dispersed, searching house by house. Before long, someone discovered the ancestral hall and a dark tunnel. The Sanshan Fist Demon stepped forward, a sinister grin on his lips. It seems there truly are dark forces lurking here. However, you are no longer needed. Return from whence you came. What do you mean, Fist Demon? Yes, we came here for leisure. This has nothing to do with you. Do not overstep. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Zhao Yu was likely within the tunnel, and they were merely a step away from him. The Sanshan Fist Demon, in an attempt to rescue Zhao Yu alone and seize their opportunity, could not be tolerated. What are you all doing here? You know well enough. If someone truly wishes to enter, let us settle this with a contest. Train well, defeat me, and you may enter. The Sanshan Fist Demon shook his head, mocking the crowd. He was ranked 78th on the power list. Among those present, only Shui Daokuan, ranked 77th, and Zhang Shijun, ranked 83rd, were worthy of his regard. However, Shui Daokuan and Zhen Shijun would not act just yet, allowing the Sanshan Fist Demon to clear the lesser threats first, which would benefit them all. They needed to rescue Zhao Yu before discussing anything else. Applause. Yang Bai appeared outside the ancestral hall, clapping his hands and nodding. You all have worked hard. It's time to head back. The Sanshan Fist Demon is competent. Once I rescue my master, I will accompany him to the Empire. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless, particularly Shui Daokuan and Zhang Shijun. This was not in line with their plans. They had yet to rescue anyone, and he was already speaking of saving his master. One must keep their word. Enough. Yang Bai rubbed his ears, his expression turning serious as he released his spiritual pressure. The faces of the crowd changed instantly, and silence enveloped them. How is this possible? No, I have cultivated 1,080 meridians. How can I be suppressed by spiritual pressure? Is this a divine ability? Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces as they stared at Yang Bai in disbelief. Among the crowd, Zhu Yilong and the others exchanged wry smiles. Lying flat, too afraid to move. When the spiritual pressure was unleashed, struggling was futile. They could only submit to Yang Bai's will. This was the terrifying aspect of Yang Bai, truly a force to be reckoned with on the overall ranking. The Sanshan Fist Demon, Shui Daokuan, and others could not utter a word, desperately holding on. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, realizing Yang Bai had entered the power rankings, it was hard to fathom that they were not even a match for him. The spiritual pressure was too overwhelming. How could this be achieved? Could it be that this individual possessed several hundred more spiritual meridians than ordinary people? Let us go, Sanshan Fist Demon. We shall descend to rescue my master. Afterward, I will return to the empire with you. Yang Bai patted the Sanshan Fist Demon on the shoulder, and the latter's spiritual pressure dissipated. Yang Bai pointed ahead and said, "Ah, yes." The Sanshan Fist Demon nodded, forcing a smile, "that I am not much older than you. My name is Meng Zikuan. You can call me Kunzi. Then I shall call you Zikuan." Yang Bai nodded, not rejecting the name. Meng Zikuan led the way, and soon the two entered the tunnel. Not long after Yang Bai and Meng Zikuan departed, Shui Daokuan and the others felt a lightness in their bodies as the spiritual pressure lifted. What now? Are we truly to let that scoundrel Meng Zikuan? Zhang Shijun touched his heart, sighing with relief, and thought to himself, what else could we do? Shui Daokuan sighed, his expression gradually turning fierce. We must return to the empire at this point. We have only one last resort. To snatch him away. If we cannot seize him, then we must destroy him. Destroy? Zhang Shijun nodded in agreement. A genius should be destroyed rather than become a threat. Meng Zikuan's backing, the Meng family of the empire, is already quite formidable. If Yang Bai joins them and grows stronger, one could only imagine the pressure of the spiritual power present. Who could remain unperturbed? Destruction was the only option. Chapter 45. Zombies? No, puppets. The tunnel was intricate and winding. Meng Zikuan guided Yang Bai carefully until they reached a fork in the path. Yang Shidi, which way should we go? Meng Zikuan hesitated to decide, asking, could it be a maze? Yang Bai glanced at both sides, feeling uncertain. What if they took a wrong turn and became trapped? Zhao Yu would be impossible to save. He secretly regretted not letting the people outside enter. Let us take the left path. Yang Bai decided to take a gamble. If they lost the gamble and could not find a way out, they could just break through the ground and start over. The two confirmed their route and proceeded down the left path. Oh, someone has died. From a distance, Meng Zikuan saw a figure collapsed on the ground, his eyes brightening. Yang Bai was taken aback, then stepped forward to the figure. It's not my master. Yang Bai turned the body over, shaking his head. There's no saving him. It seems he was a villager from Li family village. Dark cultivators must have coerced the villagers to build this tunnel and, to conceal something, resorted to murder. Meng Zikuan approached the corpse, shaking his head. Let us continue. Hurry. Yang Bai nodded, stepping forward and disappearing from Meng Zikuan's sight. The bond between master and disciple. Quite the advantageous bargaining chip. Meng Zikuan's lips curled into a slight smile before he quickly returned to his calm demeanor and hurried to catch up. Who sent you here? By the cold, shadowy pond, several chains bound two figures. A man in green robes wielded a chain, mercilessly striking a man. A deep sword mark marred his hand, radiating a piercing aura that the green-robed man struggled to dispel. The one who had harmed him was none other than Li Chunfeng. At that moment, the two bound figures were Zhao Yu and the barely conscious Li Chunfeng. Is it the Shangyang Palace? Indeed, the Shangyang Palace has found this place. They still won't let me go. The green-robed man stepped forward, discarding the bloodied iron chain, and seized Zhao Yu by the throat. What a beautiful girl. Why must you come here? I just escaped to this place and you all arrived. Ha ha ha, mad dogs. You are but a pair of mad dogs, and you shall become a bitch. The green-robed man babbled incoherently, his eyes gradually turning blood-red. Senior, you have misunderstood. We merely stumbled upon the living corpses outside and came to investigate. We are not from the Shangyang Palace. Please take a good look. My strength is merely at the spiritual vein stage, far from being one of theirs. Zhao Yu's complexion was ashen, and with a bitter expression, she spoke. This is not the first time I have revealed my identity. Yet the man in the green robe remained utterly unconvinced. Rambling on with madness, the people of Shangyang Palace have arrived. I must hide. I will kill you all. I will kill you all. The darkness of the green-robed man's visage was saturated with murderous intent as he gripped Zhao Yu tightly. His eyes a blood-red hue. Damn it, let go of my master. At this moment, Li Chuanfeng's mind was in a complete haze. He focused intently, attempting to unleash his sword intent once more, but after several failed attempts, he found himself utterly exhausted. You killed my parents and now wish to slay my master. I shall fight you to the death. Li Chunfeng tried repeatedly, finally managing to condense a faint trace of sword intent before collapsing to the ground. Die! The green-robed man laughed maniacally, and with a swift motion, Zhao Yu lost her breath. Ha ha ha! You dare oppose Shangyang Palace? I shall annihilate you all. I shall annihilate you all, master. At that moment, Yang Bai finally arrived. Witnessing his master and senior brother in a state of peril, and he clenched his fists in rage. I will make you pay. A long spear appeared in his hand, and with a surge of 2,160 spiritual apertures, he traversed the void, driving the spear into the green-robed man's forehead, pinning him to the ground. Master, your disciple has arrived late. Stepping forward, Yang Bai reached Zhao Yu's side, where the green and blue leaves within his consciousness swiftly dissipated. Soon, Zhao Yu's airway was restored, and she regained her vitality. Subsequently, he stabilized her spirit, anchoring the still remaining soul within her consciousness. After a few breaths, Zhao Yu stirred back to consciousness. Where am I? Zhao Yu felt a throbbing pain in her head, her body feeling heavy, as if she could scarcely control it. I'm alive. Thank goodness that man did not reduce you to ashes, and considering the time was short, otherwise, master, your soul would have dissipated. And I truly would have been helpless. Yang Bai, relieved to see Zhao Yu unharmed, sighed deeply. Zhao Yu glanced at Yang Bai and then around her, seemingly realizing that green-robed man is dead. Yang Bai interrupted, Master, focus on your recovery. I will check on my junior brother and then take you both home. Fearing that Li Chunfeng might also be dead, Yang Bai directed some green and blue leaves into Li Chunfeng's body and then examined him closely. Not dead, just asleep. Yang Bai was taken aback and then gently patted Li Chunfeng's cheek. Master, with the aid of the calming leaves, Li Chunfeng felt significantly better, suddenly opening his eyes and shouting, Master is safe. Yang Bai patted Li Chunfeng's shoulder. Senior brother, am I dreaming? Li Chunfeng pinched his thigh hard. Then his expression changed in shock. There is a green-robed man over there. Yang Bai pointed behind him, where a figure was pinned down by the spear. Dead Li Chunfeng felt a wave of desolation wash over him as he looked at Yang Bai, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. The murderer of his parents had suddenly perished, leaving him feeling hollow. The green-robed man, Pei Qiandao? Just then, Meng Zikuan arrived, glancing at the slain figure, his expression shifting. Do you know him? Is he from the Empire? Yang Bai and Li Chunfeng turned to Meng Zikuan. Indeed, Pei Qiandao is from the Empire. A ruthless killer who delights in taking women's lifeblood for his cultivation. He was pursued by the people of Shangyang Palace after he harmed the Thousand Moons Maiden, leading to a bounty on his head. I never expected him to end up here. Meng Zikuan's expression was one of complexity. However, suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and terror filled his face. Wait, isn't Pei Qiandao a golden core formed through the heavenly vein? How could he be dead just like that? Did you kill him? Heavenly vein? Yang Bai frowned, realizing that he had acted too swiftly and had not considered the implications. Could it be that he was indeed a golden core? Am I that strong? Let me see. Yang Bai approached Pei Qiandao, pulling out the spear and lifting the green robe to inspect further. A corpse. Wait, where is the storage bag? Why is there none on him? No, something feels off. This body resembles those female puppets of He Kai. This is a puppet. Chapter 46. No foundation. With a swift motion, the entire body disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Yang Bai stood up, tense and alert, scanning the surroundings. What just happened? The sight of the body turning to dust left everyone present in stunned silence before they processed the event. Every golden core cultivator should possess a golden core within their body, which represents the condensation of vital energy. Upon reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the Qi opening realm, a cultivator can condense their vital energy into a golden core, if the individual before them were truly a golden core. Then upon death, their vital energy would not simply dissipate. It is said that some even practice dark arts to harvest others' golden cores for their own gain. Be wary. This is a puppet, Yang Bai declared. And immediately, he unleashed his spiritual pressure, suppressing the area around him. How strong is he? He wondered. He knew he might not even match a typical golden core, as he had never experienced such a confrontation. How intriguing, truly intriguing. You kill me and leave. Why go to such lengths to destroy my puppet? A green-robed figure sighed. appearing from the cave's entrance, gazing at Yang Bai. "Little boy, I know you. The #1 on the Zhou Tian star ranking. To have slain my puppet is commendable. My puppet was crafted from 10,000 strands of malevolent energy combined with the golden core of a heavenly vein cultivator. Its strength is not inferior to that of a golden core at the spirit vein stage. Truly alive!" Meng Zikuan gasped in shock. The green-robed man clapped his hands and surveyed the others. "I admire your talent. If you eliminate the rest, I can take you as my disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. This is your only path to survival." Upon hearing this, Meng Zikuan's pupils constricted, and he looked at Yang Bai with tension. "Heh." Zhao Yu scoffed derisively, unfazed. "You? Perfect, you're still alive. I shall kill you and avenge my village." Li Chunfeng gritted his teeth, slowly condensing his sword intent. Although he held no sword, at that moment, a massive, sword-shaped phantom materialized above him, gradually taking solid form. Sword intent taking shape? At such a young age? Not only have you comprehended your own will, but you've also transformed your sword momentum into sword intent, and now it even manifests physically? It seems your spirit is formidable. In that case, you cannot be allowed to live. The green-robed man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Chunfeng to recover so quickly from his previous exhaustion. "Spirit?" Yang Bai contemplated, glancing at the pale-faced Li Chunfeng before stepping behind him. "I've never heard of sword intent. Let me see just how powerful it can be." With that, he placed his hand on Li Chunfeng's shoulder, and the blue leaves from the ginseng fruit tree rapidly merged into Li Chunfeng's body. At that moment, Li Chunfeng's complexion regained its color, and the long sword coalesced into its form, filling the cave with an atmosphere of impending doom. "So it's you. What is this? Could it be a divine ability? Can it help stabilize one's spirit?" The green-robed man's heart surged with fervor. If that were the case, as long as Yang Bai was willing to assist him, he need not fear losing control. "Capture Yang Bai. I must secure him. I am unsure if I can match him, but I will do my utmost to provide you with opportunities. If possible, do not worry about me. I have the means to survive." After patting Li Chunfeng on the back, Yang Bai pointed his spear at the green-robed man. "Despicable villain, prepare to meet your end." With all 2,160 spiritual apertures activated, a series of turtle shell-like armors emerged around him as he executed the void spear technique, lunging toward his opponent. Boom! The green-robed man dodged, causing Yang Bai's spear to strike the ground behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. This spiritual energy. The green-robed man's expression shifted. Without engaging at close quarters, he could not truly gauge the terrifying nature of Yang Bai's strike. The explosive force was not weaker than his peak condition. "So strong. Let us see how long you can endure." The green-robed man, wary of engaging Yang Bai directly, withdrew a magic sword and began to duel with him. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The forceful techniques unleashed left the green-robed man in shock, his arm trembling involuntarily. Injure this little brat first. Realizing a direct confrontation was not feasible, the green-robed man employed a top-tier movement technique, condensing the secret arts of the golden core, striking Yang Bai with force. Bang! Yang Bai's body was struck, leaving a bowl-sized wound, causing him to stagger slightly. However, a flash of green light passed, and his injury healed completely. What a terrifying physique! What a terrifying recovery speed! The green-robed man was utterly astonished. Despite unleashing his full strength, Yang Bai appeared unscathed. Not good! Panic surged within the green-robed man. If Yang Bai chose to flee, he would be utterly powerless to stop him. If Yang Bai escaped, he would lose everything. Wait, I must stall. The operation of spiritual power primarily relied on the inherent spiritual energy within the apertures. As long as he delayed, Yang Bai would inevitably exhaust his final chance to escape, depleting his energy and spiritual essence, leaving him at the green-robed man's mercy. The fierce battle continued, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. With 10 times the spiritual apertures of an ordinary cultivator, alongside 2,160 apertures, extraordinary techniques, and the bloodline of the dragon turtle, Yang Bai was indeed a formidable opponent, proving once again how powerful a golden core truly was. Yang Bai, with each thrust of his spear, exhibited his mastery of the martial arts to a remarkable degree. However, ultimately, he found himself unable to penetrate the defenses of the man in the green robe. This individual was no ordinary golden core practitioner. He was a celestial pulse golden core, a seasoned veteran, now the practitioner of the fourth layer of golden core. Even though he was currently injured, he still possessed at least the strength of a second-layer golden core, complemented by various elite martial arts and secret techniques. It was only natural that Yang Bai could not close the distance to his opponent. Am I going mad? Am I truly overpowering Pei Qiandao? Meng Ziquan watched as Yang Bai and the green-robed man exchanged blows, even noticing that the latter dared not retaliate. His expression gradually became dazed. It must be an illusion. It has to be. He slapped himself to regain focus, gazing at Yang Bai with a bitter look. So powerful, exceedingly powerful, even if his speed is inferior to that of a golden core. His physical prowess and recovery rate are enough to astonish any golden core practitioner. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in every aspect, Yang Bai can indeed rival a golden core, even an esteemed celestial pulse golden core. Does Yang Bai have a chance to win? At some point, Zhao Yu stood up and anxiously inquired of Meng Ziquan. She felt a twinge of worry regarding Yang Bai's capabilities. There's no need to fret just yet. As long as Yang Bai's spiritual energy remains intact, we shall be safe. Moreover, if the sword intent presents an opportunity, we will undoubtedly find a way out. Meng Ziquan nodded, hope igniting in his eyes. Could you elaborate on just how strong the green-robed man is? If I were to launch a sneak attack, would there be a chance? Zhao Yu asked, her brow furrowing with tension. After all, she was a practitioner of the enlightenment realm. A sneak attack should yield some effectiveness, shouldn't it? Don't waste your opportunity. I've heard that your sect leader has only just entered the golden core stage. Even if Pei Qiandao is at the mid-stage of the spiritual pulse golden core, he would still be outmatched. Zhao Yu's complexion turned pale. How can he be this strong? She felt utterly speechless. She recalled that Yang Bai was merely in the aperture realm. How could the sect leader not stand against him? Wasn't it said that one must cultivate extraordinary techniques, open 1,080 apertures, and then enter the enlightenment realm to rival a golden core? What on earth is happening? Does Yang Bai possess such aptitude in the aperture realm? Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands together, worrying for Yang Bai. Though Yang Bai could contend with a golden core, there was still the issue of spiritual energy. What if soon, time passed, and the green-robed man lunged again, aiming a sword at Yang Bai's chest, then retreated a couple of steps to catch his breath. He glanced at the unruffled Yang Bai, who appeared as if he had not exerted himself at all, and was momentarily taken aback. Something is amiss. After such a lengthy engagement, this young lad should have healed from his injuries, but is he not fatigued? Has he not consumed any spiritual energy? Yang Bai thrust again, and Pei Qiandao, in a state of alarm, attempted to evade. In a moment of distraction, he found a portion of his robe pierced. Observing Yang Bai's unscathed condition and his relentless fighting spirit, Pei Qiandao had no time to ponder further. He pressed forward once more to confront Yang Bai. Inhalation, exhalation. Pei Qiandao found himself growing increasingly fatigued, his arms suffering more cuts. Moreover, his spiritual energy dwindled rapidly, and his complexion grew paler. Impossible. What on earth is your spiritual energy? How can you not tire? What on earth are you? Pei Qiandao's frustration mounted as he realized that Yang Bai seemed to be expending no energy at all. Furthermore, Yang Bai's spear technique appeared to be improving with each exchange. Are you not done yet? Surely, it hasn't been that long? Yang Bai, witnessing Pei Qiandao's deteriorating state, finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. He had nearly forgotten that his spiritual energy had been depleted and had merged with the red leaves. And when injured, he had utilized the green leaves, complemented by the purple leaves representing vitality. He felt invigorated with each clash, forgetting that he was not battling his true self, who had not expended any energy. You are simply intolerable. The green-robed man ground his teeth, striking Yang Bai with his sword, yet only managing to leave faint marks. His strength was nowhere near what it once was. After another bout, the green-robed man was struck in the chest, his eyes glazing over. At that moment, Li Chunfeng seized the opportunity, directing his sword with a flick of his finger, and the massive sword howled as it pierced through Pei Qiandao's body. I hate this. I despise this. Pei Qiandao howled in rage before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. We've won. Meng Ziquan could scarcely believe it. They had truly slain Pei Qiandao. It felt surreal. That was a celestial pulse golden core. Father, Mother, I have avenged you. With vengeance fulfilled, Li Chunfeng knelt, wiping away tears before bursting into laughter. This is splendid. Zhao Yu felt a sense of unreality. Her disciple had grown so formidable. Surely this must be true. Yang Bai, with a deft flick of his spear, collected a golden core that fell into his hands, examining it closely. Unblemished, radiating a golden hue, exuding spiritual energy. A fifth-tier golden core. This is not insignificant. Meng Ziquan glanced over, nodding at Yang Bai, though his tone bore a hint of disdain. Fifth tier? Is there a classification for golden cores? Yang Bai was puzzled. He only knew of spiritual pulse golden cores, celestial pulse golden cores, and sacred pulse golden cores. The notion of a fifth tier was entirely foreign to him. In truth, it is similar to celestial pulse golden cores. Within the Empire, there has been research on the breakthroughs of sacred pulse, celestial pulse, and spiritual pulse golden cores, leading to the establishment of a 9-tier classification. The 7th to 9th tiers correspond to breakthroughs of spiritual pulse golden cores, categorized by quality. Your sect leader should fall within this range. Pei Qiandao, being a celestial pulse golden core, belongs to the 6th to 4th tier. Lastly, the sacred pulse corresponds to the 3rd to 1st tiers. Yang Bai inquired further, and Meng Ziquan, cautious, replied, "Are there tiers above the 1st? Yang Bai stored away the golden core and asked, estimating that if he were to break through to the golden core stage, he would certainly surpass a 1st-tier golden core. An ordinary 1st-tier golden core would not be able to showcase his potential. There are. Above the 1st tier lies the Wulo. At the golden core stage, one can condense divine powers. However, if one possesses innate divine powers before reaching the golden core stage and can inscribe these powers onto the golden core, they would be termed a Wulo golden core. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. I saw it challenging to inscribe innate divine powers during the golden core condensation? Yang Bai queried, perplexed. It is indeed difficult. Divine powers also have tiers. Some may possess innate divine powers, yet they only understand the surface and cannot grasp the underlying principles. They can merely perform the techniques without comprehension, rendering them unable to inscribe such powers. Meng Ziquan explained with a bitter smile. Very well. Yang Bai ceased his inquiries, noting that it was getting late. He intended to collect the green-robed man's corpse and suggested, "It seems that Shangyang Palace has a bounty. If we survive, we should claim it. Meng Ziquan, take my master and junior brother back to Huishan Daoist Temple. I have a matter to attend to." Upon reaching the fork in the underground tunnel, Yang Bai glanced at the unexplored path on the right and pondered aloud. All right. Meng Ziquan, reluctant to part ways with Yang Bai for fear of being abandoned, quickly nodded, mindful of Yang Bai's strength. Be cautious, Zhao Yu. Aware that the right tunnel might harbor danger, followed Meng Ziquan and Li Chunfeng out of the cave. The green-robed man's storage bag was not on his person, so it must be here. However, there could be dangers. Master, I am quite uneasy, Yang Bai murmured as he entered the tunnel. After all, Pei Qiandao was a golden core. His storage bag was bound to contain many valuable items that should not go to waste. Yang Bai had a premonition that upon locating the storage bag, he could summon forth his little turtle and perhaps continue to extract its essence blood to cultivate the turtle body refinement technique, which would undoubtedly suffice. The tunnel was darker than the left. After traversing for a while, torches finally came into view. Yang Bai surveyed his surroundings and found only an emerald-colored coffin. In no danger? Yang Bai tightened his grip on the spear. Cautiously approaching the coffin, inside, he discovered the figure of a green-robed man lying within, a storage bag tied at his waist. How cunning! Setting a puppet at a tunnel entrance. Is he that afraid of death? Yang Bai contemplated, placing his hand upon the coffin and activating his innate divine power. Rinsheng Gosh Tree. All things may be devoured. Before long, the coffin and puppet disintegrated into ash, leaving only a storage bag in their wake. Chapter 48. Foundation. As Yang Bai opened the storage bag, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed ample. The inventory of a golden core practitioner is unexpectedly bountiful. The spiritual crystals within require no further elaboration. They are all of medium quality, nearing 10,000, according to the exchange rate with inferior spiritual crystals, that amounts to 1,000,000 inferior crystals. Merely these spiritual crystals could elevate the progress of the dragon turtle from 1% to a full 100. The remaining assorted items, books, and divine weapons are extraordinarily precious. As for the divine weapons and elixirs, which are not immediately needed, let the ginseng fruit tree absorb them for now. We can have it produce them when necessary. As for the books, Let's hold on to them for the time being. I shall review the techniques that aid in my ascension to the meridian opening realm and any useful secret arts. Regrettably, they are all merely first-rate techniques. Yangbai took a moment to meticulously organize the contents of his storage bag before exiting the cave. Outside Li family village, the people had largely dispersed. Yangbai waited for a while, and then Meng Zikuan finally arrived. Upon seeing Yangbai, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Yangbai might flee. "Let us depart for the Empire," Yangbai said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Yang. Rest assured, my Meng family will not mistreat you," Meng Zikuan replied with a grateful expression. Although the Meng family is a prominent clan, they are only backed by a 4th-grade golden core. With Yangbai's talent and strength, the Meng family could not restrain such a dragon. Thus, they could only seek to befriend him. The two made their way to the teleportation array, and after a month, they arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital of the Tianfeng dynasty. Some major families possess private teleportation arrays, so they would likely encounter no obstacles leaving from here. As long as we can reach the Meng family, I believe there will be no danger for you, Brother Yang. Meng Zikuan produced a token, waved it, and activated the teleportation array. Indeed, Yangbai smiled, not disputing what Meng Zikuan had said. He stepped forward and was the first to enter the teleportation array. At the Huishan Taoist Temple, in the small courtyard of the academy, Qingwei, Zhao Yu, Li Chunfeng, and others were summoned by Yangbai. Once inside the room, Yangbai sat at the table and briefly informed Qingwei, the temple master, of the situation. "Isn't your innate divine ability the one that heals your own injuries?" Upon hearing that Yangbai had created a clone that then sought death in the empire, the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially Zhao Yu and Li Chunfeng, who could hardly fathom that the Yangbai who had slain the green-robed man was merely a clone. If the clone was so powerful, how formidable must the true self be? Surely, there must be others who could awaken such a divine ability, perhaps 2 or 3. Yangbai pondered and tentatively suggested. Pop! The temple master's beard was abruptly pulled. The others stood in stunned silence. What? Can innate divine abilities be mass-produced? Coughing, he added, "I think it's getting late, and I have matters to attend to at the temple. So I shall take my leave. I will change your identity to that of Zhao Yu's newly accepted disciple." Although it pained Qingwei to say this, he understood from Yangbai's words that he could no longer contend with him. All he could do for such a genius was to let him grow freely. Safe travels, master. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yangbai returned to his room and began refining his essence blood. With ample resources at his disposal, the essence blood quickly coalesced. Next, he would practice the dragon turtle body refinement technique. Based on his estimates, once successful, his strength would likely not be inferior to that of his clone. After all, the bloodline of the clone was not particularly high. Days swiftly passed as Yangbai lost track of time during his training. It was only when he condensed the malevolent energy from his essence blood that he finally paused. The technique has been perfected. The void spear technique is complete. Now, I can break through to the meridian opening realm. However, I shall first consolidate my skills and solidify my foundation. A skyscraper rises from the ground up. I shall wait for half a month before proceeding with the breakthrough. After all, the dragon turtle body refinement technique had only just been mastered. He needed to familiarize himself with his current strength, ensuring he could wield it with ease. Amidst a swirling sensation, Yangbai shook his head and found himself in a dense forest. The forest emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. Inhaling deeply, Yangbai's eyes sparkled with astonishment and a wonder. The Empire's spiritual energy is so abundant that even the wilderness possesses the gathering effect of my small courtyard's spirit-gathering array. Indeed, but the spiritual energy in the sects of the upper-tier forces, like the 9 palaces and 12 sects, is even more concentrated. A single breath could fill half of a spiritual cavity. Meng Zikuan emerged from the teleportation array, wearing a wry smile. He produced a communication token, sent a message, and then exhaled in relief. "Let us go. There are indeed few people here. We should head to the Meng family." Noticing Meng Zikuan's actions, Yangbai said nothing but nodded. "Follow me." Meng Zikuan called out to Yangbai and chose a direction, leading him onward. Not long after, several figures emerged from the woods. "Uncle, brother," Meng Zikuan exclaimed joyfully and introduced Yangbai. "Less idle chatter. Now that we are here, the Meng family will protect you. Rest assured, my strength is at the 7th layer of the heavenly vein. and ordinary people are no match for me. When we encounter any situations, follow my instructions. Meng Dao scrutinized Yang Bai closely, feeling quite satisfied. After saying this, he led everyone toward Luocheng. To avoid arousing suspicion, the location of their teleportation was somewhat distant from the Ming family in Luocheng. Moreover, they dared not take the official roads, which would require them to take a longer and more circuitous route. Meng Zikuan wished to inform Yang Bai of his strength, but Yang Bai waved his hand. Smiling, interrupting him, "I shall follow the elder's instructions." "Very well." Meng Dao was pleased with Yang Bai's attitude and could not help but nod, stroking his beard. Initially establishing authority over Yang Bai would make him aware of who was in charge. The Meng family was a large clan. While they were delighted by Yang Bai's talent, they would be even more satisfied if he obeyed. An obedient subordinate is a good subordinate, one that can be better cultivated. The five of them quickly set off. Just as they exited the dense forest and entered a narrow path, a sudden mist enveloped them, and a figure wielding a short dagger appeared from the fog. "Who goes there?" Meng Dao shouted, drawing his long sword. "The golden token assassin from the shadowy palace has come today to test the weight of the first position on the Zhou star ranking." The dagger wielder spoke in a hoarse voice. Seeking death, Meng Dao charged forward, sword raised. With a strength ranking around 50, the shadowy palace was said to possess 10 golden token assassins, occupying the 45th to 55th positions on the strength rankings. Their abilities were comparable. Meng Zikuan took a deep breath and whispered to Yang Bai, explaining, "This is bad." Chapter 49. Surrounded by venomous snakes, assassins spill blood. Meng Dao's long sword, infused with spiritual power, easily sliced through the assassin's form, but then halted. "No, be cautious." Suddenly, Meng Dao's expression changed as he glanced in Yang Bai's direction, urgently warning. Just as he finished speaking, a knife suddenly appeared before Yang Bai, and a figure in a black robe wielding a long blade emerged before him, striking downwards. An illusion? Yang Bai's eyes narrowed as he stepped back, then leaped through the void, evading the knife's path. However, it was not over yet. The assassin, missing their strike, vanished into thin air, disappearing as if they had never been there. Venomous snakes surround us, waiting for the right moment to strike. Be cautious. Meng Dao returned to the group. Just as someone suddenly screamed, "Ah!" A black blade pierced through their body, rendering them silent. "Damn it!" Meng Dao's spiritual pressure surged, guarding against the surroundings, tense and vigilant. It has only just begun, and one person is already dead. Those damned assassins, those accursed 9 palaces. Truly, the empire is formidable. The people here are simply too powerful. Just one assassin nearly cost me my life. Yang Bai internally clicked his tongue. Meng Zikuan, hearing this, rolled his eyes in disbelief. He certainly did not share the same sentiment. Among those present, there was no one who could contend with Yang Bai. A mere assassin could not even approach Yang Bai. Even if they did, Yang Bai would not fall. That defense, that recovery, it was likely the assassin would question their own existence. "Brother, please do not indulge in wanton slaughter. I am willing to accompany you and submit to your will. I only ask that you spare the Ming family." Yet another person fell silently. Tears welled in Yang Bai's eyes, his expression resolute as he called out loudly, "Brother Yang." Meng Zikuan stood in a daze, unsure of Yang Bai's intentions. "Brother Meng, I am immensely grateful for your bringing me to the empire, but I cannot bear to watch you perish in vain. I am willing to leave with him. Do with me as you will, but I implore you to spare Brother Meng." Yang Bai spoke sincerely to Meng Zikuan. "Yang Bai, you are one of my Ming family. We shall protect you at all costs." "Ah!" Meng Dao exclaimed, about to refuse, when yet another guard fell silently. Now, only Meng Zikuan, Meng Dao, and Yang Bai remained. With each subsequent attack, it could very well be Meng Zikuan who fell next. However, after taking a life, the assassin slowly emerged. He glanced at Yang Bai, his expression uncertain. "Are you truly willing to leave with me?" Though his voice was hoarse, it carried a note of excitement and urgency. A renowned assassin could gather a formidable following to cultivate power. The stronger his underlings, the more resources he could command. Given Yang Bai's exceptional talent, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter any unforeseen obstacles, which would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance. Without hesitation, Yang Bai approached the assassin, standing behind him, and nodded. "You need not worry about my betrayal. Meng Zikuan is my brother, and his life is as dear to me as my own." Upon hearing this, Meng Zikuan's face darkened, an ominous premonition washing over him. Very well, do you have any objections? The assassin's deep-set eyes bore down on Meng Dao, whose strength piqued his interest. He was a bit more challenging to eliminate. However, as long as no one could discern his shadowless technique, he posed no real threat. I will remember this matter concerning the Shadow Palace. Zikuan, let us depart. With a fierce glance at the assassin, Meng Dao made no move to confront him, aware that the assassin's presence limited him to mere self-preservation, leaving little room to protect Yang Bai. Yet, he found it curious that Yang Bai and Meng Zikuan shared such a profound bond. Furthermore, who had leaked their information? The location of the teleportation array was known to only a handful, unless there was a traitor within their family. The two hastily departed, while Yang Bai followed the assassin. Taking another route, to him, Meng Zikuan was merely a pawn. Now that he had arrived in the Empire, he no longer required Zikuan's assistance. Not killing him was simply a stroke of luck for Zikuan. As for the claim of his own weakened prowess, Yang Bai's thoughts shifted as he detonated the hidden mechanism he had long since prepared on Meng Zikuan. On another path, Meng Zikuan could no longer contain himself and felt compelled to inform Meng Dao of Yang Bai's ulterior motives. Suddenly, his expression froze, a cloud of black mist surging forth. In the next moment, his face became mottled with dark stains, his eyes widening as he collapsed to the ground. Poisoned to death? Zikuan, Zikuan, what has happened to you? Curse that Shadow Palace. I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Upon witnessing Meng Zikuan's sudden demise, Meng Dao's eyes widened in shock, rage surging through him as he appeared gaunt, resembling a demon. The 100 corpse poison from Pei Qiandao would surely claim the life of this master of the Three Mountains Fist. As Yang Bai traveled alongside the elite of the Shadow Palace, a smile graced his face, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Meng Zikuan was a liability that had to be eliminated. If left unchecked, he could cause significant trouble for the Huishan Taoist Temple. Once reunited with Meng Zikuan, Yang Bai enveloped the 100 corpse poison in yellow leaves from the talent tree and infused it into Meng Zikuan's body. With a mere thought, the poison would disperse with the earthy aura, permeating his entire being, an affliction that no remedy could cure. After walking for a while, a large group suddenly blocked Yang Bai's path. A young man clad in golden armor, mounted on a warhorse, appeared before him. From the Empire, ranked 38th on the Zhoutian star list and 30th in the power rankings. What brings him here? The golden-armored assassin halted, internally cursing his luck. I am Su Feng, and I kindly request that you accompany me, young hero Yang. The Emperor wishes to see you. The golden-armored youth spoke courteously. At this moment, I wish to leave with you, but it seems I must first defeat the individual beside you. Yang Bai replied with a smile, neither endorsing nor opposing the request. Very well. Su Feng did not cast a single glance at the assassin, dismissing him as a non-threat, and approached with confidence. He drew a long spear, and a dense aura of martial might erupted from his being as he charged toward the golden-armored assassin. In an instant, the assassin's form dissipated, only to silently reappear behind Su Feng, striking with his blade. Yet, before the blade could pierce flesh, the assassin retreated, his complexion pale. Why combat strength is unstable. I am fully channeling my martial aura. Even a spiritual-level assassin would not dare approach me, fearing disruption to their mental state. What gives you such confidence? With a scoff, Su Feng executed a counter-strike with his spear. The spear's tip found its mark. The assassin's face turned ashen as he felt the piercing energy of the poison coursing through his body. Realizing he was mortally wounded, gritting his teeth, he cast a final glance at Yang Bai and, with a moment of resolve, hurled his short blade, striking Yang Bai's left chest. Chapter 50. Bury me here. You seek death. Upon seeing Yang Bai grievously wounded, Su Feng shouted in anger, swiftly cleaving the assassin's body in two with his spear. Yang Bai, are you all right? He rushed to Yang Bai's side, observing his fading breath. Panic gripping his heart. He can't be dying. Can he? I may not survive, General. I cannot go to the Empire. Please, bury me here, Yang Bai gasped, his heart pierced and beyond salvation. After uttering these words, he fell silent, a pleading expression frozen on his face. Damn it, damn it. Su Feng pounded his fists against the assassin's remains, utterly shocked that his seemingly foolproof mission had gone awry. General, how should we proceed? A servant inquired. casting a glance at Yang Bai's storage bag. Sigh, bury him. After all, it was his final wish. Moreover, the body of the deceased holds little value. I shall personally report to the emperor. No, I must apologize. This was supposed to be a golden opportunity for the empire. Su Feng's heart felt hollow as he arranged for the servant to handle the corpse, then departed on horseback. Night fell, the moon shining dimly amidst scattered stars. In a desolate graveyard, a hand emerged from the soil. Feeling around cautiously, the coast seems clear. Soon after, a head broke through the earth, followed by the rest of the figure, who leapt from the grave. My storage bag is gone, but I have memorized most of the techniques. As for the golden core, I've absorbed it long ago. So be it. Yang Bai's internal energy swirled, and with a surge of strength, the dust upon him vanished. To conceal his identity, he decided to remain hidden for a while. If anyone were to arrive shortly, it would indicate that news of his survival had reached the heavenly mirror, compelling him to alter his strategy. Yang Bai meticulously restored the grave, then concealed himself within a nearby thicket. Stifling his breath and heartbeat, like a lifeless corpse, the ginseng fruit tree was his true essence. Nourished by it, his body remained intact, granting him control over every part of it, enabling a true simulation of death. Though he had initially contemplated genuine death, he was uncertain of the heavenly mirror's capabilities. If someone from the empire returned to find him dead, it would contradict the heavenly mirror's report, potentially leading the empire to the Huishan Taoist temple. Presenting unforeseen complications, before long, midnight passed. Just as dawn approached, a group arrived at the grave, and a golden-armored general dismounted. Su Feng, damn you. How dare you deceive me? If it weren't for the heavenly mirror stating that I was not dead, I might have truly fallen for your trick. Su Feng raised his spear, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that leveled the entire grave. Drag him out, he barked, his frustration palpable. Yes, the soldiers complied, digging around the area. After a moment, they halted, faces filled with terror. General, the body is gone. Damn it. Su Feng thrust his spear into the shallow pit, stirring up clouds of dust, his face flushed with rage. Search. I refuse to believe he can fly away. Yes, the soldiers scattered, scouring the vicinity. Over here. One suddenly exclaimed. Su Feng turned to see a figure clad in Yang Bai's attire boldly seizing a horse and galloping away. Stop, if I let you escape. I swear I'll make you pay. Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he pursued, astonished that Yang Bai would so arrogantly await him by the grave. Relishing in his exasperation, the steed galloped swiftly. But Su Feng's strides were even quicker. After an undetermined distance, Su Feng pierced the horse's hindquarters with his spear, eliciting a pained whinny that sent Yang Bai tumbling to the ground. General. Ha, what a pleasant surprise. I thought it was someone else disturbing my grave in the middle of the night. You scared me to death, Yang Bai remarked, brushing his nose with excitement, patting his chest in a mix of amusement and astonishment. Su Feng's eyes were fixed on Yang Bai, on the verge of laughter from sheer anger. Very well, very well. Su Feng has never been toyed with like this before. If you ever fall into my hands again, I shall make you pay for today's humiliation. Now, let us return to the imperial capital. Agreed. Yang Bai smiled slightly and took a few steps towards Su Feng. However, suddenly, he felt a pang of anxiety as a spell enveloped him, rendering him immobile. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Bai chose not to struggle, realizing that there were indeed meddlesome forces at play this evening, and thus he decided to observe the unfolding drama. Ever since he had come to understand that he could not die, he had been pondering how to handle this body of his. Clearly, he could not return to the empire. His innate talents were too conspicuous. If discovered, it could spell disaster for him, and consequently, his true self would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Since returning to the empire was out of the question, Yang Bai contemplated whether he might explore other places, such as the previously visited Shadow Palace, or perhaps other sects among the 9 palaces and 12 clans. Should he manage to infiltrate one of these sects with this incarnation, it would likely deter any unwelcome attention from the Huishan Taoist temple. However, before pledging allegiance to any other sect, he needed to ascertain their attitudes towards disciples. If the junior disciples were unwilling, why should the young general impose upon them? It seemed more prudent to accompany the charming lady to the Hahuan Palace. A waft of pink mist materialized, and shortly thereafter, A voluptuous lady clad in palace attire emerged, wielding an incense stick, and directed a cloud of smoke towards Su Feng. Vixen. Su Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly sealed his mind with murderous intent to ward off the encroaching mist. This is inappropriate. This disciple ought to join my Huashan sect. Suddenly, a gust of fresh wind swept through, dispersing the mist, revealing a middle-aged swordsman resembling a scholar standing beside the lady. Another one? Su Feng furrowed his brow. This is dire. There are spies from various sects in the court, and the news of Yang Bai's survival here has been exposed. His complexion changed drastically as he quietly stepped back. The weather tonight is quite pleasant. This disciple shares a fateful bond with my Bo Palace. Perhaps you could grant this old man a small favor. An elder, moving with a leisurely gait, exuded the spiritual pressure of a Saint Dan expert, smiling as he emerged from the void. Yet, this was not the end. From the Sun Palace, the ancient tomb sect, one after another, the masters of the 9 palaces and 12 clans appeared, uttering a few words, swiftly encircling Yang Bai and Su Feng. Tonight is indeed lively. However, young friend Yang Bai, you have truly earned your place among the ranks. You may not yet realize how formidable you have become. You are now listed among the power rankings, truly hidden well. A portly figure from the Qingfeng sect grinned at Yang Bai, breaking the silence. According to the Qintian Mirror, he has triumphed over the 4th-grade golden elixir. Pei Qiandao. Do note that Pei Qiandao possesses the strength of the 4th layer of the celestial realm, and though he was injured, he is still not to be underestimated. What? Upon hearing this news, Su Feng suddenly froze. Chapter 51. Competition. Strictly speaking, this information was known only to those from the Qintian Bureau. The Empire regarded the Bureau's personnel as trustworthy, unaware that this organization had become riddled with leaks. The 1st on the Zhou Tian star ranking, 9th on the stellar overall ranking, 1st on the power sub-ranking, 9th on the power overall ranking. Such were the current capabilities of Yang Bai, places that were hard to believe for the entire 9 palaces and 12 clans. For many years, the power overall and stellar overall rankings had remained stagnant, yet upon Yang Bai's arrival in the Empire, he had instantly ascended to such heights. It is crucial to recognize that the current circumstances differ vastly from those a millennium ago. In fact, they cannot even be compared. A millennium prior, the stellar overall and power overall rankings hardly shifted. Those at the forefront faced the holy vein golden elixirs without much difficulty. But who were those individuals? The 4 sacred beasts, monstrous entities. Their physical prowess was astounding, endowed with innate divine-grade offensive abilities, invincible in assault. The human emperor, embodying the collective luck of humanity, condensed his luck into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Unstoppable in attack, the reincarnated martial god, harboring a broken small world within, invincible in combat. The holy son of the demon path, with the assistance of the demon clan, trained countless humans and condensed a banner of myriad souls. Invincible in assault. The head of the soul control family, possessing divine-grade innate abilities, controlled souls, and by a stroke of luck, managed to dominate a dying 1st-grade golden elixir, invincible in assault. Presently, the individuals at the forefront of the power overall and stellar overall rankings are predominantly these few, and Yang Bai follows closely behind. Although many voiced their dissent, the Qintian Mirror indicated that Yang Bai harbored secrets it could not unveil. 9th on the stellar overall ranking, 9th on the power overall ranking. Truly well-deserved. In truth, this was indeed the case. While the Qintian Mirror could not pierce through the veil surrounding Yang Bai's incarnation, it was aware that there existed 2 Yang Bais in the world, and it likely understood that Yang Bai's incarnation faced no significant limitations. If one incarnation could slay a heavenly pulse golden elixir, what of 100? What if they collectively self-destructed? Even the holy pulse golden elixir would face peril. How could that be possible? At this moment, Su Feng pinched himself fiercely, his complexion paling. This can't be a dream, can it? That is Pei Qiandao. How could he possibly be slain by Yang Bai? With such strength, would Yang Bai dare to toy with him? Su Feng gazed at Yang Bai, his eyes reddening with rage. Alas, the members of the 9 palaces and 12 clans looked at Su Feng and shook their heads. In truth, upon hearing this news, the prodigies from the major powers could hardly believe it, be they divine sons, Taoist heirs, demonesses, or Buddha sons. Whether hidden prodigies or assassins concealed within the Shadow Palace, all found themselves questioning their very existence. How could someone emerging from an unknown corner of the world so easily overshadow them? It seemed utterly unrealistic. Yet, regardless of how they felt, this was reality. Not only the Qintian mirror, but also the spiritual artifacts from various sects yielded similar results. The major sects, having received the news, had already arrived by nightfall. Eager to seize the advantage, they had neglected to return to their sects and directly intercepted Su Feng. Truly lacking in discretion, upon hearing this news, Yang Bai was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, letting out a sigh. Discretion? Spiritual artifacts have distance limitations. Even the Qintian mirror, crafted by the empire with the collective strength of the nation, can only encompass a range limited to the Danding continent, its effectiveness diminishing with distance. If you were in the Tianfeng dynasty, perhaps the Qintian mirror would not have continued to discover you. An elder from the Sun Palace chuckled and explained. Very well, what shall be done about those esteemed figures? I have but one self. Surely you cannot divide me. Yang Bai spread his hands, a wry smile on his face. Moreover, having joined one of the factions, the others would undoubtedly object. The leaders of the 9 palaces and 12 clans nodded in agreement, casting glances at one another, and soon enough, a hint of hostility brewed among them. Indeed, if they could not possess him, they would take any measures necessary to eliminate him. Otherwise, once Yang Bai grew stronger, the repercussions for the other sects would be dire. How about you all engage in a duel? The last one standing, I shall accompany them, Yang Bai mused, testing the waters. The assembly. Every matter has its regulations. Resorting to violence is hardly dignified. How does that differ from the marauders of the mysterious Abyss continent? How about this? You choose, and once you have made your selection, we will certainly refrain from intervening. The St. Pulse golden elixir from the Bo Palace glanced at some individuals showing signs of restlessness and quickly waved his hand, stating, among those present, there are at least 3 who are not weaker than he. Had he been the sole St. Pulse present, he might have acted decisively. But alas, Yang Bai had indeed reminded him that if Yang Bai did not choose Bo Palace, he would annihilate him with astonishing speed. Really? Then name your price. What benefits would I gain from joining? I need to weigh my options carefully before making a decision. Yang Bai nodded, smiling, and rubbed his hands together. Then continued, the assembly was left somewhat speechless. This was their first experience of someone requesting benefits from them. It left them feeling rather peculiar. Yet, it also served as an excellent opportunity to showcase their sect's prowess, and they eagerly began to speak up. Extraordinary techniques of the Qi awakening realm, secret arts, take your pick. We will help refine your innate abilities. Join us in Bo Palace, and you will have a 70% chance of becoming a flawless golden elixir. A lifetime of cultivation insights from a Hawaiian practitioner, with techniques available for your choosing, as well as divine weapons and elixirs. We possess a myriad of elixirs conducive to breakthroughs. Join us, and we shall provide boundless supplies. We at the Sun Palace also have elixirs. Anything you desire is at your fingertips. The Sun Palace offers you access to a secret location 5 times. 10 times from the Huashan sect. 20 times? 20 times? Have you lost your mind? The ancient Tomb sect can only offer 10 times at most. We can scarcely maintain the Yin Sha realm. Are you looking to jeopardize our existence? Come to my Wan Yao sect. We have an abundance of beastly bloodlines. As the crowd grew increasingly animated, an impulse to engage in conflict began to simmer. Enough, enough. Elders, please refrain from further discussion. I have already formed a notion. Upon Yang Bai's declaration, the gathering fell silent. Well, Yang Bai sighed, contemplating his words, I am aware of your fondness for me. Truth be told, I am merely an ordinary person who fortuitously obtained the bloodline of a demon ancestor. As he spoke, a series of turtle shell patterns began to emerge across his body. Upon witnessing this, the Wan Yao sect felt a stir within. Furthermore, I possess 2,160 innate spiritual orifices, along with a unique innate ability to heal my own wounds. Thus, through my studies of techniques and the interplay of yin and yang, I have achieved my current status. After Yang Bai finished speaking, he surveyed the crowd, who were all wearing expressions of shock, and shook his head. I lack innate talent, yet I also believe that the various sects may not be able to offer me much assistance. Therefore, would you all agree to allow me to pursue my cultivation autonomously, without interfering in my training matters? Chapter 52. A great transformation with such a meager talent. The crowd looked on in speechless disbelief. However, Upon hearing this, there was a flicker of excitement among them, for it was revealed that Yangbai had inherited the bloodline of the demon clan, possessing an innate multitude of spiritual apertures. No wonder he was so formidable, yet it seemed that their sect had contributed little to his prowess, offering minimal assistance. The only thing of some value to Yangbai was the secret realms. No matter which sect you choose, we shall not interfere with your cultivation, they collectively agreed after some contemplation. Indeed, Yangbai was quite the anomaly. Over 2,000 spiritual apertures, a first for them, and he had successfully cultivated his techniques as well. What would happen if he suddenly attained the golden core? They could not fathom the extent of Yangbai's golden core, as it all hinged on how he would navigate the Qi awakening stage. Excellent, Yangbai beamed, then turned to face a certain direction. I have slain Pei Qiandao, who was under a bounty from the Shangyang Palace. Thus, I believe joining the Shangyang Palace would be a wise choice. Really? A beautiful matriarch from the Shangyang Palace gasped, taken aback. Among the representatives from various sects present, she was neither the strongest nor the one who offered the highest price, yet Yangbai had chosen to join their Shangyang Palace? Well done, Pei Qiandao, young friend. Have you truly made up your mind? Your bloodline must be that of the dragon tortoise, correct? Our Wanyao sect possesses remnants of dragon tortoise essence. Come to our Wanyao sect, and we can ensure your Qi awakening stage surpasses that of your peers. A representative from the Wanyao sect, feeling anxious, hastily interjected. No need. Yangbai replied resolutely, I have already made my decision. Even at my current state in the Qi awakening stage, is there anyone who can rival me? The celestial pulse certainly cannot. And while I am unaware of the depth of the sacred pulse, I believe if I can step into the sacred pulse stage, I shall reign supreme, Yangbai stated with unshakable confidence. Very well, you are indeed ambitious. However, I fear you may not live to see that day. The elder from the Bo Palace chuckled gently, then pointed a finger, directing a force into Yangbai's mind. Soul extermination technique. With that, he grasped Yangbai's head, lifting it and giving it a gentle squeeze, reducing it to nothing but ash. A genius. One who has not yet matured can never truly be called a genius. Even if you possess extraordinary talents, with a single gesture from me, your demise is inevitable. No. The elder from the Shangyang Palace, the beautiful matriarch, finally reacted, her eyes widening in shock. He is dead? Yangbai has perished so easily. Zhu Zhenting, you are truly ruthless. Yangbai had clearly agreed to join our Shangyang Palace, yet you. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhenting slapped the matriarch to the ground. Luo Wu, adjust your attitude. You, a mere sacred pulse, have yet to achieve the golden core, and you dare to speak to me in such a manner? I have already slain the individual. Should there be any issue, let your father Luo Cheng come to find me. You are not worthy. With a cold snort, Zhu Zhenting vanished from sight. What a pity. A prodigy, had he joined our Wanyao sect, I might have been able to spare his life. The remaining individuals cast one last glance at Yangbai's headless corpse before departing one by one. Damn it! Luo Wu rose from the ground, the imprint of a slap on her face, stinging painfully. Rest assured, Yangbai, the moment you pledged allegiance to me, you became one of us in the Shangyang Palace. I shall seek justice for you. With that, Luo Wu took Yangbai's avatar and departed as well. Justice? Power is the true form of justice. Without strength, no matter how great one's talent, what use is it? Life and death lie in the hands of others. Only with power can one attain justice. Seeing the crowd disperse, Su Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly gathered his forces and returned to the capital to report to the emperor. At the Huishan Taoist temple, within a small courtyard, he, poised to break through to the Qi awakening stage, suddenly felt his complexion change, paling slightly. His avatar is dead? But wasn't my plan to feign death? What has transpired? Most of my spirit fragments are gone, leaving only a trace within the ginseng fruit tree. Yangbai, not daring to be careless, quickly immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness, merging with the spirit of the ginseng fruit tree to obtain a clear answer. So it was Bo Palace. Yangbai awakened, striking the ground with his fist. I had no desire to stir trouble. I intended to endure with the 9 palaces and 12 sects, but I never anticipated that Bo Palace harbored such individuals. After some thought, Yangbai promptly employed the spirit-splitting technique once more, dividing his consciousness in half. Subsequently, the blue leaves of the ginseng fruit tree integrated into his spirit, mending the injuries within and restoring his strength to near its usual state. The situation at the Qintian realm cannot remain hidden for long. I must rapidly restore my avatar. Fortunately, my foundation has stabilized over these past few days, so I shall set aside my reservations and directly enter the Qi awakening stage. Yang Bai contemplated, and with a thought, over 2,100 spiritual apertures connected, surging toward a certain ethereal gate of spiritual insight. He soon felt as though he had glimpsed a new world. Compared to before, the speed of spiritual energy circulation had increased tenfold. Yang Bai sensed his overall condition, then opened the fragment of the Earth Book to reveal, name, Yang Bai Spirit Pulse, Celestial Spirit Pulse, Earth, True Form, Ginseng Fruit Tree Lifespan, 360, for every 10,000 years of cultivation. Lifespan increases by 47,000 years, Realm, first layer of Qi awakening, above Sacred Pulse, can be termed Divine Pulse, Physical Body, Pinnacle of Connecting Apertures Realm Techniques, Void Spear Technique, Transcendent. Dragon Tortoise Body Refinement Technique, Transcendent. Spirit Splitting Technique, Mastered. Thunderbolt Spear Technique, Transcendent. Shrinking the Earth to an Inch, Mastered. Soul Pursuit Technique, Beginner. Innate Divine Ability. Transformation of all things by absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, elixirs and artifacts, and through resource nourishment, one can nurture the ginseng fruit tree, condensing all things. The specific effects of condensation relate to the absorbed heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Divine Pulse? Yang Bai mused, accepting this designation. Divine pulses may have existed since antiquity, yet he did not dwell on it, considering himself the first. The soul pursuit technique, I never expected it would be useful so soon, though it is a golden core secret technique that I can barely utilize at present. This is Pei Qiandao's golden core secret technique, rather obscure, yet capable of controlling puppets from a distance, condensing one's spirit based on the puppet's aura. The green-robed avatar of Pei Qiandao emerged from this very technique. Using half of his consciousness as a conduit, Yang Bai activated the soul pursuit technique to connect with his remaining headless body. He must complete his resurrection before the various factions react and find a secure location. His spirit trembled. Soon, from 1,000 miles away, the corpse's fingers began to twitch. Yang Bai's half-consciousness dissipated entirely, manifesting within the headless body. He had temporarily turned his corpse into a puppet, achieving the descent of his spirit. However, after the spirit's descent, this avatar would transform from a puppet back into an avatar, reviving once more. Chapter 53. How is it possible for him to live? Within the avatar, Yang Bai's spirit immersed itself into the sea of consciousness, utilizing the ginseng fruit tree to regenerate his headless form. Time passed, and amidst the radiance of green light, his neck, mouth, eyes, head, and black hair gradually reformed, followed by Yang Bai opening his eyes. Where am I? Glancing around, Yang Bai realized he seemed to be in a dark space, confined as if within a coffin. Goodness, could it be that they buried me? What a delightful surprise. It seems that the elder from the Shangyang Palace is indeed quite adept. I did not choose wrongly. Yang Bai familiarized himself with his newly reborn body, feeling the multitude of spiritual apertures within him surge forth, rallying to his call, Master, do not grieve. Yang Shidi and we were simply not fated to be. Though his talent is commendable, he has lost the opportunity to grow. Even a genius requires strength. In a spacious room, two women sat upon chairs, before them a cloudwood coffin exuding an ancient aroma. Sighing, Luo Wu felt helpless, wiping away her tears. Regardless, he is now one of us in the Shangyang Palace. Bo Palace has been excessively oppressive. Let us take the coffin back to the Shangyang Palace. When my father returns, he will surely make them pay? Very well. The girl named Yuna rose, channeling her spiritual power to lift the coffin. But at that moment, the coffin lid suddenly exploded, and a figure leaped out from within. My goodness, a ghost? Yuna screamed, her face paling in fright, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Luo Wu, too, was taken aback as she was crying. She suddenly choked up, her heart racing, nearly losing consciousness. Cough, cough, I am not a ghost. Elder, we must make haste. I cannot feign death for long. Once Bo Palace discovers they have been deceived, they will surely eradicate all traces. Yang Bai surveyed the two women, realizing he had indeed made quite a commotion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Bai? Indeed, I'm alive. Of course, I'm alive. Luo Wu, incredulous, asked a few questions, her disbelief growing. Didn't Zhu Zhengting the old demon eradicate your soul? And what of your head? It's a puppet. Yang Bai rolled his eyes in silence. Su Feng buried me, so I swapped in a puppet to take my place. Why true essence? The 3 souls and 7 spirits are concealed within an ancient talisman I carry with me. Alas, that talisman is destined to turn to ashes once used. Then there's the matter of Bayou Palace. Zhu Zhengting, that old ghost, killed me, but the elders brought me back. I then returned to my body and utilized my innate abilities to grow a new head. Grow a head? Yuner, upon hearing that he was still alive, felt a wave of relief wash over her, but soon, a sense of horror crept in. As long as you're alive, that's wonderful. In that case, let's hasten back to Shangyang Palace. This place is merely a branch of Shangyang Palace in the Empire, equipped with a teleportation array. I am quite curious to see the expression on that old ghost's face when he learns the news. Luo Wu, sensing that Yang Bai was indeed alive, was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly led him to a location within the courtyard where an array was situated. Yuner, guard the house, she instructed, before activating a token and stepping into the array with Yang Bai. This night was anything but tranquil. After the news of Yang Bai's supposed death was relayed by the various factions of the 9 palaces and 12 sects, an unusual atmosphere enveloped all major sections. In the imperial palace, Su Feng wore a look of regret as he reiterated to the emperor, Yang Bai is dead, a tragic and lamentable affair. However, the emperor merely waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in official robes stepped forward, casting a peculiar glance at Su Feng. Just now, Yang Bai's ranking on the stellar leaderboard has risen by 1. The heavenly mirror indicates that Yang Bai has survived the lethal strike of the sacred vein golden pill and, possessing unparalleled talent, has surpassed the son of the demon path, now ranking 8th. What? Su Feng's complexion paled, disbelief washing over him. This cannot be. He was clearly dead, his head severed. How could he possibly still be alive? That remains uncertain, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head at Su Feng. After experiencing this twice today, I feel you should return home to recuperate and gather your wits, the emperor suggested. Yes, Su Feng's face darkened, his voice hoarse, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, news reached Bayou Palace, Yuing Palace, Mount Hua Sect, Wudong Sect, and Wanyao Sect, prompting them to scold their disciples who had ventured out to recruit Yang Bai. What a splendid opportunity! Yang Bai is alive. What are you all doing, you bunch of good-for-nothings? Especially the master of Bayou Palace, who glared at Zhu Zhengting, seething with rage. Murder? What a fine method you have. Your actions have opened a Pandora's box for my Bayou Palace and Shangyang Palace, attracting an unparalleled genius. You are truly a commendable elder and junior disciple brother. I clearly executed the soul extermination. This should be impossible. Zhu Zhengting was equally astonished and furious, unsure of what to do. He had allowed that little thief Yang Bai to deceive him. It was utterly infuriating. Could it be that he had killed a mere puppet? Upon reflection, that seemed quite plausible. Brother, do not worry. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Since I have provoked that little thief Yang Bai, I shall sever ties with Bayou Palace from this day forth, which would also provide an explanation to Shangyang Palace. Zhu Zhengting felt a bitter taste in his mouth. At this point, there was no other choice. If Yang Bai were to grow stronger, reaching the transformation stage would not be his final destination. And that was something to be wary of. You should leave and find a place to hide for a while. Once the opportunity arises, I will certainly bring you back. The master of Bayou Palace regarded him with a cold gaze and nodded. Understood, Zhu Zhengting sighed, hastily gathering his belongings and departing from Bayou Palace. In this vast world, where else can I go? Ah, but that little thief Yang Bai has obtained the dragon tortoise inheritance in the Tianfeng dynasty. It is said that a millennium ago, that area was a battlefield for myriad races. Perhaps there I could find other opportunities. Moreover, Yang Bai's future achievements cannot be underestimated. I must firmly secure Huishan Daoist Temple in my hands as leverage. Through the teleportation array, Zhu Zhengting entered the realm of Tianfeng dynasty. With a single step, he felt as if he had crossed into the void, and after a considerable time, he arrived at Jinling Yufu City. He brushed his hand across his face, altering his appearance before proceeding to Huishan Daoist Temple. I am a wandering cultivator. Zhu Wei, I have heard that Daoist Qingwei of Huishan has entered the golden pill stage, instilling fear in countless armies, so I have come to pay my respects and exchange insights on the path of cultivation. Upon entering the temple, Zhu Wei conversed with Qing Wei, and leveraging their connection, Zhu Zhongting was accepted as a guest elder, beginning his cultivation at Huishan Daoist Temple. Chapter 54. The Tao Child? As the world spun, Yang Bai had grown accustomed to the teleportation array for the second time. Once the dizziness subsided, he opened his eyes to behold pavilions and towers, intricately carved and painted, resembling a celestial palace. The spiritual energy here was twice that of the empire, making progress and cultivation here rather swift. Yang Bai marveled at the sight. However, he did not place much importance on this. As long as resources were abundant, spiritual energy was plentiful enough to be of little concern to him, of course. Among the 9 palaces and 12 sects, Shangyang Palace ranks at the forefront. It is said that our ancestral master was originally at the peak of the transformation stage and a master of formations. She established a high-grade gathering spirit array within Shangyang Palace, Luo Wu remarked proudly, emerging from behind Yang Bai. A high-grade gathering spirit array is indeed impressive, Yang Bai replied, admiration etched on his face. Gathering spirit arrays are easy to learn but difficult to master. The grand array established by Shangyang Palace requires at least a high-grade gathering spirit array to be proficient. Come, I shall take you to meet the sect master. If you have the chance to take him as your master, the benefits for your future cultivation will be immeasurable, Luo Wu said, smiling as she led Yang Bai into a grand hall. At that moment, the sect master of Shangyang Palace had already received the news and was waiting in the hall. Good, very good. The sect master, an aging man with graying hair, scrutinized Yang Bai carefully before speaking with a smile. I have already heard what Luo Wu has conveyed. Rest assured, once you enter Shangyang Palace, I will take charge of your matters concerning Baiyu Palace. Tomorrow, I shall personally seek justice for you. Thank you, sect master. Yang Bai responded with a smile, yet remained neither servile nor overbearing. However, I would prefer to resolve this matter myself. Zhu Zhongting killed me, and I must avenge myself. Once I possess sufficient strength, I will certainly pay a visit to Baiyu Palace and eliminate that scoundrel Dado. The sect master of Shangyang Palace's eyes glinted momentarily as he grasped Yang Bai's intent. Yang Bai was determined to kill Zhu Zhongting, but from Shangyang Palace's perspective, the most they could do was demand that Baiyu Palace punish Zhu Zhongting and offer an apology, avoiding any severe repercussions. Very well, then you may handle it yourself. Those who kill must be killed in turn. I trust you will not take long to achieve this, the sect master stated, pausing momentarily. Now, let us discuss your entry into the palace. Shangyang Palace is divided into 9 divisions and 3 halls. Tell me which hall you prefer, and I will arrange for your admission. By the way, Luo Wu has agreed to your request, and will provide it to you once you are settled. There is no need to rush. Thank you, sect master. Yang Bai pondered briefly before stating, among the 9 divisions, I have a fondness for alchemy, so I would like to join the alchemy division. Having traveled here, Luo Wu had already provided him with a general introduction to the 9 divisions and 3 halls. Alchemy? Both the sect master and Luo Wu were taken aback. Surely not. You, a prodigious talent in cultivation, wish to dabble in alchemy? The path to improving your strength is the true priority. Are you truly certain about this? Absolutely. Ever since I was young, I have held a passion for alchemy and farming. Witnessing the flourishing growth of spiritual herbs fills me with joy. Moreover, alchemy does not interfere with my cultivation. I can practice alchemy while cultivating, Yang Bai expressed, his face alight with eagerness. Very well, if you have made your decision, then proceed. Stay for 3 months to familiarize yourself. If after 3 months you wish to leave, I shall not force you to stay. The sect master sighed, waving his hand. In truth, he harbored some thoughts of accepting Yang Bai as his disciple. But Yang Bai appeared indifferent, as if he did not care. All right, thank you, sect master. Yang Bai nodded and, following Luo Wu, prepared to depart. Hold on, however, fate had other plans. A man clad in a robe, exuding an imposing presence, strode out from the hall, his eyes shining brightly as he fixed his gaze on Yang Bai with a formidable aura. Daziang. What brings you here? The sect master raised an eyebrow at the man. I wish to challenge him and see what strength he possesses, ranking 8th on the stellar leaderboard, while I rank 9th, Chun Ziang declared with unwavering determination. His status was not insignificant. He was a hidden Tao child of Shangyang Palace, possessing strength superior to that of a true Tao child. Yet, he could not accept that after dedicating over a decade to cultivation, he would be outshone by a mere child. a 10-year-old at that. He needed to test himself. He could not accept defeat without a fight. Haha, Yangbai, the Tao child of Shangyang Palace wishes to challenge you. If you defeat Ziyang, you shall become the new Tao child of Shangyang Palace. What do you say? The sect master raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on his face. Tao child? How trivial, however. If he truly wishes to compete, let us see if he can take even 5 steps closer to me. Yang Bai replied nonchalantly, releasing his spiritual pressure towards Chen Xiang. As the pressure surged forth, Chen Xiang felt as if his body had become laden with an oppressive weight, akin to waves crashing against him, rendering him breathless. Such strength is truly captivating. A fierce glint ignited in Chen Xiang's eyes as he wasted no time, unleashing his hidden card, the sword intent. In this world, myriad sword intents exist, and each individual comprehends their techniques differently, resulting in varying forms of sword intent. Fundamentally, there is no distinction of strength, much like Li Chunfeng, who grasps the essence of the great freedom sword intent, where the sword moves with the heart, and the stronger the heart, the mightier the sword. In contrast, Chen Xiang's sword intent embodies the cutting force that can sever all. With a single sword, one can cleave through the myriad mystical abilities of the world. Once the sword intent is unleashed, a fissure appears in the spiritual pressure, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiang steps forward, his sword intent howling as he thrusts his long sword towards Yang Bai. Impressive indeed. Yang Bai chuckles, remaining motionless, merely observing as the opponent's sword strikes his body, only to be halted by his protective shell. Chen Xiang's expression shifts, and he attempts to retract his sword for another strike. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yang Bai clenches his fist and delivers 3 powerful blows to Chen Xiang's chest, sending him flying, rendered unable to rise again, ultimately losing consciousness. Yang Bai's 3 punches, bolstered by over 2,000 spiritual apertures and his physical prowess, could obliterate an ordinary sacred vein cultivator. However, the fact that Chen Xiang merely lost his capacity to retaliate is terrifying in itself. Well, defeating Chen Xiang signifies that no one in the 9 palaces and 12 sects in the Tongmai realm can rival you. From this moment forth, my Shangyang Palace gains another invincible disciple. Ha ha ha. The master of Shangyang Palace, witnessing Chen Xiang's incapacitation, bursts into laughter, waving his sleeve, saying, "It is my fault. Had I known, I would not have struck so severely." Yang Bai sighs, casually emitting a blue light, causing Chen Xiang to awaken slowly. Huh? What happened to me? Chen Xiang is taken aback, attempting to rise, only to be halted by a sharp pain in his chest. Damn it, 37 ribs are broken. Chapter 55. What should not be seen at Shangyang Palace? Within the alchemy department, Yang Bai enters the courtyard alongside Luo Wu, where he is greeted by a myriad of exotic fragrances, an aroma of spiritual herbs. The essence is at least of medium quality, suitable for those in the Qi awakening realm. Indeed, quite remarkable. Sensing the fragrant air, a smile reminiscent of a seasoned farmer graces Yang Bai's face. This is the steward of the alchemy department. Luo Wu gestures towards an elderly man, kindly introducing him to Yang Bai. Greetings, steward. Yang Bai smiles at the old man. What is this little child doing in my alchemy chamber? Could it be that he has come to serve as a furnace attendant? Just what I need. A child to tend the flames and cook. The old man nods, his expression devoid of warmth. The alchemy department values talent above all, and they typically recruit disciples externally. A child of merely 10 years, lacking alchemical talent, would only serve as a mere furnace attendant. Steward, he is a disciple, and he has an affinity for alchemy. You should instruct him. Luo Wu, misinterpreting the old man's words, hastily waves her hands in explanation. A disciple? The old man's brow furrows as he gazes at Yang Bai. I know of disciples, but it seems you do not qualify. Never mind. I cannot be bothered with whether you are a disciple or not. My alchemy department prioritizes talent. If you lack it, you might as well leave. Yang Bai, upon hearing this, lets out a sigh. Well, if I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Elder Luo, I will seek to enter your tutelage. Please help me find a plot of land where I can practice on my own. What? Luo Wu is momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed. You mean to become my disciple? Is that what you intend? Indeed, Elder. Do you object? If so, I shall consult the palace master. Willingly. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple. How could a master refuse? Steward Ma, here are 3,000 medium-quality spiritual crystals. Choose the finest spiritual soil and the best herbs as a welcoming gift for my disciple." Upon hearing this, Luo Wu quickly shakes her head, thumping her chest in excitement, creating a wave of enthusiasm. Tio become a disciple. She never imagined Yangbai would choose to be her pupil, though it may be merely a title. It makes her feel fortunate beyond measure. "Are you certain?" Steward Ma looks incredulously at Yangbai. 3,000 medium-quality spiritual crystals? That's nearly 300,000 low-quality crystals. Is he truly giving such a sum as a welcoming gift for a child? Indeed. Quickly, bring it forth. Luo Wu nods eagerly, her excitement palpable. 3,000 medium-quality spiritual crystals represent nearly all her possessions, yet the thought of accepting Yangbai as a disciple makes it worthwhile. Very well. A smile spreads across Steward Ma's face as he retrieves a furnace from his storage bag, extracting a handful of brown soil and tossing it to Luo Wu. Growing spiritual herbs is not a quick path to wealth. It would be unwise to pursue it. With that, he proceeds to take out several seeds: watered orchid, twin lotus, enlightenment tea, three-turn peach, and moonlight ginseng. All medium-quality spiritual herbs. The top-quality soil costs you 2,005 spiritual crystals, and the herbs 500. Will this suffice? Luo Wu does not respond, glancing at Yangbai. Acceptable. Yangbai nods affirmatively. Then it is settled. We are square, haha. However, you must prioritize enhancing your strength as a disciple. The old man, having profited handsomely from Luo Wu, turns to Yangbai and kindly advises, "Fear not. My innate ability allows me to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. A century's worth of herbs will mature swiftly. And when sold, I shall earn a considerable sum of spiritual crystals," Yangbai reveals without hesitation. Once he cultivates the herbs, it would be impossible to conceal, so he decides to be forthright, knowing that his abilities cannot be taken from him, thus averting potential complications, accelerating growth. Steward Ma's expression suddenly stiffens. Tio hasten the growth of spiritual herbs. Such an innate ability is exceedingly rare, and one that directly complements our alchemy department. I could slap myself for having declined so hastily. Luo Wu, equally astonished, recalls that Yangbai's innate abilities did not seem to align with this. However, she refrains from questioning it, recognizing that he is her disciple and it is not her place to undermine him. Ahem, your innate ability is indeed impressive. By the way, our alchemy department possesses a device to test alchemical talent. Would you care to try? If you exhibit talent, our department would warmly welcome you, and I would personally accept you as my disciple. At this juncture, Steward Ma can only attempt to salvage the situation. Enough, enough. I have already become a disciple. To join the alchemy department now would be akin to betraying my master. Come, master, let us depart. Yangbai shakes his head, declining the offer. A device. He feels a twinge of apprehension at the thought of a device. What if it reveals his true origins? Wait, as Yangbai turns to leave. Steward Ma grows anxious, retrieving a bagua mirror from his storage, a golden light descending upon Yangbai's head. Let us first assess your aptitude. If your alchemical talent is truly exceptional, I shall approach the palace master. With my influence, he is unlikely to refuse, especially since Yangbai is already set to enter the alchemy department. The golden light shines upon Yangbai, who is utterly unprepared for Steward Ma's actions. Once he realizes, his expression darkens. He turns, unleashing a punch fueled by over 2,000 spiritual apertures towards Steward Ma. Steward Ma dismisses Yangbai's attack, regarding the child as inconsequential. Yet, he is swiftly sent flying, crashing into the alchemical furnace and landing on the ground, spitting blood. Severely injured, Steward Ma's breath is shallow. Master, Elder, seeing Steward Ma's plight, a disciple rushes forward to feed him a spiritual pill, while others draw their weapons. Glaring furiously at Yangbai, Elder Luo, what is the meaning of this? Their anger mingles with confusion. What transpired moments ago? Their master is a golden core cultivator, albeit a novice, and should not be felled by a mere child. I do not provoke others unless provoked. Just now, Steward Ma launched a sneak attack against me. Yangbai's eyes shimmer with a hint of murderous intent, quickly suppressing it. This moment, he cannot afford to kill Steward Ma, for even if he did, he would not escape unscathed. For now, he can only hope that nothing has been uncovered. Everyone, stand down. At this moment, Steward Ma, having narrowly escaped death, approaches Yangbai with a trembling hand over his chest. Shaking his head, This disciple's reaction was merely instinctive. It was my fault. You may all continue with your business. Yes, upon hearing Steward Ma's words, the disciples dare not protest further and quickly withdraw. You feared I might witness what should not be seen? Rest assured, I shall remain silent. Steward Ma's expression is complex as he gazes at Yang Bai, forcing a bitter smile. He has come to terms with Yang Bai's capabilities. What? Luo Wu's expression shifts in alarm. Uncertain of Steward Ma's implications. Chapter 56. A great supplement. What do you know? Yang Bai's eyes flicker with a dangerous glint, sensing that Steward Ma's words may not bode well, as if ready to retaliate. See for yourself. Steward Ma says nothing further, handing the Bagua mirror to Yang Bai. Comprehension. Unknown, spiritual root, immortal, divine ability, unmeasurable, overall assessment, exceptional alchemical talent, a tremendous boon. Upon reading this, Yang Bai exhales in relief. Though his expression darkens, not only did it fail to reveal the ginseng fruit tree, but what does tremendous boon even mean? Luo Wu felt a tinge of curiosity. She wished to observe, but recalling Yang Bai's propensity for violence made her hesitant. Master, Yang Bai contemplated for a moment and cast a glance at Luo Wu before extending the Bagua mirror toward her. After all, she was his master, and refusing to let her see it would undoubtedly create a rift in their relationship. He still had matters to attend to and needed to maintain a good rapport with this makeshift master of his. I suppose I shall refrain from looking, Luo Wu modestly declined, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her as she stole a glance. Oh, celestial spirit root, celestial spirit root, she exclaimed, casting aside her reluctance and eagerly snatching the Bagua diagram to examine it closely. Indeed, it was truly a celestial spirit root. She gazed at Yang Bai in disbelief. But suddenly, her expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. She had been too exuberant and inadvertently let slip her thoughts. A few disciples from the alchemy division had already begun to gossip from a distance. Seemingly discussing Yang Bai shook his head, offering a wry smile. I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary disciple, but since it has come to this, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am indeed the celestial spirit root. With this proclamation, the entire alchemy division was set abuzz. The so-called celestial spirit root was, in essence, the celestial spirit meridian, an unimpeded and extraordinarily vast natural conduit of spiritual energy. Its absorption and cultivation rates surpassed those of the heavenly spirit meridian by unfathomable margins. While numerous celestial spirit roots had emerged millennia ago and were not particularly rare, the complexity of spiritual energy in recent centuries had rendered their appearances exceedingly scarce. Master, as the 8th on the stellar leaderboard, is it too much to claim the celestial spirit root? Yang Bai suggested. Let us return and cultivate medicinal herbs. He handed the Bagua mirror to Elder Ma and took Luo Wu's hand to depart. 8th on the stellar leaderboard? Has the stellar leaderboard been updated? Elder Ma's eyes widened in disbelief as he momentarily processed this revelation. The alchemy division was somewhat isolated from the outside world. Apart from a few disciples, most seldom ventured out. Consequently, news about the stellar leaderboard was scarce, and after a millennium without updates, who would take notice? It became clear that this was indeed Yang Bai, 9th in the overall power rankings and 8th on the stellar leaderboard. No wonder he could injure Elder Ma with a single punch. His reputation was well-deserved. A few disciples who were privy to the news exchanged complex glances before voicing their thoughts, as soon as the words left their mouths. News of Yang Bai spread like wildfire throughout the alchemy division. Luo Wu, being a member of the affairs hall among the 9 divisions and 3 halls, took it upon herself to settle Yang Bai within the affairs hall after he had become her disciple. Disciple, I must apologize to you today, Luo Wu said with a face full of regret as they journeyed. Following the events in the alchemy division, Yang Bai's celestial spirit root would likely no longer remain a secret. It was possible that some ancient figures from the sect would emerge from seclusion, seeking disciples, and at that moment, she would be unable to intervene. It's quite all right. My name on the stellar leaderboard is already substantial enough. I hardly lack for this one. By the way, I would like a quiet courtyard for myself, where someone can assist me in tending to the medicinal herbs. Do you have anyone in mind? Master, Yang Bai replied nonchalantly. Anyone? How about Yun Er? Yes, the young girl you just revived. She is quite diligent and can handle any tasks you assign her. Observing Yang Bai's carefree demeanor, Luo Wu expressed her gratitude. She is also my disciple, your junior sister. Feel free to employ her as you see fit. There's no need to worry about my feelings. Oh, thank you, master. Yangbai recalled the timid girl and smiled slightly. Rest assured, master, she will not be at a loss working for me. When my medicinal herbs mature, she may take a share, and once they are sold, she will receive a portion as well. Luo Wu had not anticipated Yangbai's generosity. Their conversation dwindled as they swiftly arrived at the affairs hall. Luo Wu facilitated the issuance of Yangbai's identity token and provided him with a fitted ceremonial robe before leading him to a quaint courtyard. When Luo Wu had initially agreed to accept Yangbai into the Shangyang Palace, she had promised him a wealth of resources. Thus, a tranquil courtyard was but a trifling matter. Moreover, given that the various affairs of the affairs hall were backed by the palace master, Yangbai would not be burdened with additional duties. He could focus solely on his cultivation. I will not forget my promise to grant you access to secret locations and medicinal herbs. You will receive a monthly allocation of herbs and elixirs from the palace master. Regarding the blood of the dragon turtle, I will liaise with the 10,000 Beasts sect to acquire some for you. After settling Yangbai, Luo Wu prepared to take her leave. Wait a moment, master. Yangbai suddenly recalled something. I no longer require the dragon turtle's blood. Instead, I seek the notes of a master marksman to refine my spear techniques. Do you have a way to procure them? Haha, fret not. I shall borrow some from the scripture pavilion for you another day. The profound arts and secret techniques I promised you are still available. You may also seek them out yourself. Luo Wu smiled at his words. Very well, master, I shall go and take a look tomorrow. Yangbai nodded, and after a brief exchange, he did not linger further and escorted Luo Wu out. With the Shangyang Palace finally settled, it was time to advance his cultivation. After breaking through, he would visit the scripture pavilion in search of spear techniques suitable for his Qi awakening realm. Upon returning to his chamber, Yangbai tidied up before commencing his breakthrough. Given his current prowess, he should have already advanced. After all, his true self had transcended. However, it was not too late. With a focused thought, Yangbai crossed that threshold. Qi awakening achieved. Yangbai smiled faintly as he opened the fragment of the Earth Book to assess his present state. Name: Yangbai Spirit Meridian, Celestial Spirit Meridian, Earth, Entity, Ginseng Fruit Tree Physique, 7 Herb Body, Vital Energy. Spirit and Essence are abundant. Bloodline: Dragon Turtle Bloodline. 37 Lifespan: 4 every 10,000 years of cultivation. Lifespan increases by 47,000 years. Realm: Qi Awakening Realm. First Layer: Divine Meridian, Physical Body. Peak of the Aperture Realm Techniques: Void Spear Technique, Transcendent. Dragon Turtle Body Forging Technique, Transcendent. Split Divine Technique, Mastered. Thunderbolt Spear Technique, Transcendent. Ground Shrinking Technique, Mastered. Soul Pursuit Technique, Beginner. Low-Grade Spirit Gathering Array, Spirit Pattern. Innate Divine Ability: Transformation of all things by absorbing rare materials and treasures, elixirs, and artifacts, and through resource cultivation, one can nourish the ginseng fruit tree and refine all things. The specific effects of refinement are related to the absorbed treasures. Chapter 57. Heed the old man's advice. A day later, Yangbai awoke from his slumber, opened the door, and stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard of the Shangyang Palace was more than 10 times larger than that of the Huishan Taoist Temple. However, after some contemplation, Yangbai felt as though something was amiss. After all, it was not the Huishan Taoist Temple. Perhaps he could invite Li Chunfeng over. The knowledge regarding sword intent at the Huishan Taoist Temple was severely lacking, and Li Chunfeng had not received adequate development. Yangbai pondered this and left a message for his true self through the ginseng fruit tree. Of course, whether or not Li Chunfeng would come was entirely his decision. Yangbai merely wanted to inform him. Ultimately, it depended on Li Chunfeng's own choices. Junior brother? No. Senior brother? Have you risen? Just as Yangbai was about to settle the high-grade spirit soil in the courtyard, a melodious voice rang out from outside. The door is unlocked. Yangbai responded, and soon a young woman clad in a snow-white ceremonial robe, with a pure and adorable visage, entered the courtyard. Oh, I remember now. You are junior sister Yun Er. Come here quickly. I was just pondering where to place this, Yangbai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yun Er. He then produced the high-grade spirit soil along with some mid-grade medicinal herbs, handing them to her. I apologize for the trouble, junior sister. I must go to the scripture pavilion. Huh? Yun Er was taken aback by Yangbai's lack of formality. After all, this was high-grade spirit soil and mid-grade medicinal herbs. While she could overlook the medicinal herbs, Pilfering even a small amount of high-grade spirit soil would be noticeable. Did he not fear that she might steal it? Yang Bai handed the items to Yun Er and stepped out. Unconcerned with such matters, to him, the difference of a little spirit soil was insignificant. As he cultivated his medicinal herbs, his spirit crystals would swell like a rolling snowball, rendering a trivial amount of spirit soil inconsequential. After glancing at the map he had received upon entrance, Yang Bai set off for the scripture pavilion. He could not help but marvel at the vastness of the Shangyang Palace, with tens of thousands of disciples alone, and numerous courtyards, the 9 divisions and 3 halls, and various grand halls. The entire Shangyang Palace resembled the size of the Jinling Yufu city. Arriving at his destination, Yang Bai let out a sigh of relief after walking for about 15 minutes and stepped into the pavilions of the scripture pavilion. On the first floor, an elderly man was overseeing the borrowing of books. Yang Bai approached him, presented his token, and respectfully inquired, "Elder, may I ask which floor contains the techniques for the Qi awakening realm? Additionally, how might I seek insights on spear intent?" Young lad?" The elder, reclining in a chair, regarded Yang Bai with a languid gaze and slowly waved his hand. "Don't aim too high, young one. First, seek out the foundational techniques of the aperture realm and study them diligently. As for the Qi awakening realm techniques, trust me, you won't grasp them." Yang Bai tightened his fist, causing the spirit energy in his hand to crackle audibly, resounding with a thunderous boom. "But I have already awakened my Qi." "What?" The elder opened his eyes in surprise, scrutinizing Yang Bai closely. "How many apertures have you opened? Your forehead is well-rounded and radiant. Your spirit root must be quite formidable. Heed my advice, if possible. Strive to cultivate extraordinary techniques. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it later. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Yang Bai nodded, then spoke. "I have opened 2,160 spiritual apertures, and I have now completed my cultivation." "Only 2,000? The old man waved his hand, seemingly about to speak, but suddenly he fell silent. "How many? 2,160 spiritual apertures?" Yang Bai forced a bitter smile and repeated, 2,160. Child, are you insane, or am I? Over 2,000 spiritual apertures. Do you have any idea how long it takes to open a single one? At your age, completing a third-rate technique would be the utmost you could achieve. Huh? The elder puffed his cheeks and glared, feeling that Yang Bai was speaking nonsense, growing somewhat irritated. "Esteemed elder, what is your strength?" Yang Bai found himself at a loss for words, too weary to argue. Having just broken through, he wished to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. "I am at the first level of the second-rank Saint Dan." "What, do you truly think you can challenge me?" the elder said with a teasing smile. "Wise elder, indeed. I am Yang Bai, a newly admitted disciple of the Affairs Hall. I humbly request your guidance." Yang Bai nodded. Stepping out of the library, drawing a long spear, and pointing it at the elder that moment, the elder seemed to recall something, leaping from his recliner. "You are the 8th on the stellar rankings? That Yang Bai?" "Precisely," Yang Bai affirmed with a nod. The elder exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Guidance. At my age, I've grown weary." He sighed, about to refuse, when a voice suddenly resonated in his ear, prompting a shift in his heart. "Very well. Since that is the case, I, Gu Deng, shall offer you some instruction and see your prowess." Gu Deng stepped out of the library and approached Yang Bai now. Due to Yang Bai's challenge, a crowd had gathered, with many recognizing him. As news spread, more disciples passing by were drawn in. Some pointed at Yang Bai, unsure of the strength of the person on the rankings, but they recognized the elder from the library. A few bold newcomers had previously attempted to sneak away with some techniques from the library, only to be discovered by Gu Deng, who had broken their limbs and thrown them out, leaving their master too frightened to protest. The St. Paul's Golden Dan was indeed terrifying. Thus, despite Yang Bai appearing formidable, the crowd did not regard him as a match for Gu Deng. Regardless of Yang Bai's strength, the truth remained. The pulse connecting realm against the Golden Dan, the aperture opening realm against the Golden Dan. The Saint Dan powerhouse would undoubtedly prevail. Yang Bai tightened his grip on the spear, channeling his spiritual energy, unleashing a tenfold surge of power as he thrust at Gu Deng. Gu Deng considered for a moment, opting not to clash head-on. He sidestepped the thrust, then, with a hand infused with spiritual energy, struck the spear. Bang! The wooden shaft emitted a resonant sound. Yet, Encased in Yang Bai's spiritual aura, it did not shatter. Some power is truly beyond the reach of an ordinary, heavenly pulse golden Dan. A single strike failed to land, Gu Deng remarked in admiration, setting aside his initial underestimation, intent on a swift conclusion. After all, he was a Saint Dan powerhouse. Despite his age, engaging in a prolonged battle with a mere child who had just entered the aperture opening realm seemed beneath him. Release your spiritual pressure. Yang Bai's body momentarily froze, then he hastily retreated. However, that brief hesitation allowed Gu Deng to capitalize on Yang Bai's opening. He clenched his fist, unleashing a transcendent martial technique. Dragon Yang breaking armor. Knowing Yang Bai possessed a gifted divine ability, he did not hold back, unleashing 50% of his Golden Dan's spiritual energy, aiming to strike Yang Bai's chest and conclude the bout. With a swift and lethal maneuver. He realized that this was the aspect he currently lacked. Otherwise, he would have already secured victory in this battle. Yang Bai blocked the strike with his spear, contemplating his strengths and weaknesses. Engaging in combat was not the goal. Rather, it was to discern his shortcomings. Yang Bai had grasped the general scope of his strength and devised a plan for self-improvement. First, the will of the spear. This was something he needed to comprehend swiftly. Once he grasped the essence of the spear, he would no longer feel so constrained. Next, his agility in combat against a Saint Dan, his speed was still insufficient. Although the void spear technique provided methods for instantaneous movement, its mobility remained inadequate. Lastly, his transcendent techniques, body refining and chi cultivating methods. The dragon tortoise body refinement technique would likely be available from the Myriad Beast sect, and he might visit there when time permitted. Of course, he wouldn't require it for this avatar. It was primarily for his true self's preparation. Bang! The spear shattered under the impact of the technique, and Yang Bai was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The dragon tortoise armor on his chest had been completely shattered, and Yang Bai felt a searing pain in his chest, with at least 7 ribs broken, suffering grievous injuries. How do you fare? Gu Deng chuckled, inquiring of Yang Bai. Although he was putting on a brave front, truthfully, he was already running on fumes. His golden Dan dimmed, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Thank you, Senior. Yang Bai rolled to his feet, and as a flash of green light enveloped him, his body was restored to its original state. He then twirled the spear, sheathing it away. Although he could still fight, the purpose of this battle had already been achieved. Whether to continue or not was inconsequential. Furthermore, Gu Deng's steps had grown unsteady, and Yang Bai sensed this, opting to show the elder some respect. It would not be prudent to strike down an old man. Cough, cough. Since that is the case, you should retrieve the techniques. The 3rd floor holds what you seek. I, an old man, have grown weary and shall rest now. Gu Deng waved his hand, having realized Yang Bai could recover from injuries, yet still being astonished at how swiftly Yang Bai had healed. That had indeed been a grave injury, and Gu Deng had exerted nearly all his strength. Thankfully, Yang Bai did not pursue further. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for a Saint Pulse Golden Dan to be bested by a mere child who had just entered the aperture opening realm. Returning to his recliner, he leisurely sipped his tea. Those outside, please leave quickly. You are blocking my sunlight. Upon hearing this, the onlookers dared not linger and hastily departed. Understood, Elder, Yang Bai responded with a smile. Then, with his identity token in hand, he ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor appeared quite spacious, lined with numerous bookshelves adorned with labels. Yang Bai wandered around, selecting a volume on the void chi refinement technique, then eyeing a book on spear techniques and consciousness analysis. However, an elder was engrossed in the latter, seemingly unable to part with it. After contemplating, Yang Bai decided not to disturb the elder and instead began perusing the void chi refinement technique, which was suitable for the aperture opening realm. Cultivating in the aperture opening realm requires connecting with spiritual veins. Each successful connection enhances explosive power and speed twofold. The more spiritual apertures one possesses, the stronger the constructed spiritual veins, if one were to equate Yang Bai's current state. Following the operational route of the void spear technique to the first layer of the divine veins, he would need to interlink over 2,000 spiritual apertures through a different operational route. This would signify the second layer of the divine veins. However, with an increase in spiritual apertures, the risk of falling into madness at this realm also escalates. This stage demands various elixirs for support, with high requirements for the pills. Time passed, and as Yangbai became engrossed in his reading, the elder beside him closed the book. This spear technique and consciousness analysis are indeed more suited for you. Take it, huh? Yangbai was taken aback, then quickly realized, Senior, you were waiting specifically for me? Indeed, Gu Deng's strength is commendable. I initially intended for him to test you, but it seems that was not your limit. The elder smiled. I am the head of the library at the transformation stage. Would you be willing to become my disciple? The transformation stage? Yangbai chuckled bitterly, surprised by such an honor, that a transformation stage powerhouse wished to take him as a disciple. Senior, I have already taken a master, he said cautiously. Some powerful individuals possess narrow minds. He dared not assume the consequences of a refusal. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his rejection. A transformation stage powerhouse is immensely powerful and might see through his secrets. Haha, if so, then let it be. One cannot force what is not meant to be. By the way, here is a copy of the Shangyang rankings. Take a look, it will give you some insight into Shangyang Palace. The elder sighed, his expression somewhat melancholic, handing Yangbai a list before departing. Yangbai's future accomplishments would not pale in comparison to his OWN. As an adult, being able to form a master-disciple relationship was naturally splendid. Even if it did not materialize, fostering a good rapport would bear no harm. The rankings? Yangbai pondered for a moment, channeling his spiritual energy, and entered the rankings. He soon discovered that this was a sub-spiritual artifact connected to the true Shangyang rankings, which updated continuously. A list of prodigies was inscribed upon it, and his name prominently appeared among them. The rankings included the Tongqiao Realm Prodigy List, the Qimai Realm Prodigy List, and the Jindan Realm Prodigy List. It bore some resemblance to the Zhou Star rankings, albeit lacking the overarching star rankings and the intricate details of the strength rankings. Naturally, those formidable individuals in the Qimai realm who were under 40 years of age would be listed among the prodigies. Third, this implies that there are indeed two individuals in the Tongqiao realm who surpass me in strength. Yangbai glanced at the two individuals before him, dismissing the thought as he tucked the rankings away. Those two were likely Daozi or divine maidens, having spent years in the Qimai realm and possessing formidable divine abilities. This was quite normal, after all, as Chen Xiang posed some threats to him in the Tongqiao realm. The will of martial arts was currently his weak point. After a leisurely stroll on the third floor, he casually selected a transcendent movement technique from the Qimai realm and descended the stairs. After registering with Gu Deng, Yangbai returned to his small courtyard. Chapter 59. Comprehending the martial stone. Impressive, you have managed to cultivate everything so well. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yangbai was exceedingly pleased to see Yuner had arranged the spiritual soil and planted all the spiritual herbs. This little girl is quite efficient. It is not particularly difficult. With the many tasks from the affairs hall, for us, labor becomes a form of cultivation, Yuner declared with a hint of pride. The cultivation techniques have developed over millennia, giving rise to some peculiar methods, especially concerning certain techniques, where every action, be it walking, sitting, or lying, embodies the essence of cultivation. Thank you for your hard work. Yangbai nodded, moving closer to the spiritual soil, allowing a trickle of luminous energy to seep into it, initiating its nurturing process. After utilizing the innate divine abilities, growth also requires time. After informing Yuner to take full responsibility for the herb garden, Yangbai refrained from further involvement. He entered his room, retrieved the cultivation technique, and commenced his training. First and foremost was the movement technique, which could wait. Yangbai set it aside for the moment. After some contemplation, he resumed perusing the void qi cultivation method, intending to explore the path of his cultivation in the Qimai realm. This technique primarily elucidated the practice routes of 1080 spiritual meridians, which, although not directly applicable to him, provided some inspiration. The circulation of 1080 meridians in yin and yang amounted to 2160 spiritual meridians. Before long, he lost track of time. Yangbai closed the technique with a wry smile, rubbing his eyes. The positions of spiritual meridians within human bodies are generally similar, and techniques are invented according to these meridian routes. Yet for Yangbai, this posed a considerable challenge, as his meridians were distinctly different from the norm. 3 strategies emerged in his mind. After some contemplation, Yangbai formulated his thoughts. The first approach was to seek the subsequent techniques of the void spear method. This would be quite difficult, yet he could discuss it with his master for potential solutions. The second was to create his own technique, developing 2000 spiritual meridians, and simultaneously cultivate the 9 Qimai techniques. Along with the 10 techniques of yin and yang circulation, forming the 10 supreme methods. The third was to comprehend the will of the void. This refers to the martial will inherent in the void qi cultivation method. Transforming his spiritual veins into a part of the void veins, blending the real and the illusory, though this would be slightly less powerful than the second approach. Yang Bai rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. The first approach involved techniques that were hard to find, the second would certainly strain his physical body, and the third, to be frank, might impact his future Jindan cultivation. After all, the void veins are ephemeral, and when reaching the pinnacle of the Qimai realm and unlocking the 3 flowers, complications would inevitably arise. Never mind, let us first examine the spear techniques. The ship will right itself when it reaches the bridge. I am merely 10 years old. There is no need to rush in my practice. I must proceed at a measured pace. Setting aside the void qi cultivation method, Yang Bai then turned his attention to the spear techniques and his consciousness. Slowly contemplating. His doppelganger possessed considerable comprehension, and the void spear method had long since reached an extraordinary level due to the doppelganger's formidable insight. After a brief perusal of the text, Yang Bai felt he gained significant insights, deepening his understanding of the spear path. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. I in the courtyard. Spear, come. Yang Bai closed his eyes and shouted softly. Suddenly, a spearhead manifested within the void. Following that, the spear shaft emerged from the void, extending horizontally before Yang Bai, who ultimately grasped it firmly. The will of the void spear had been achieved. Yang Bai's heart swelled with joy. Secretly exhilarated in the span of a year, he had temporarily set aside the qi cultivation method, but his body refinement technique had progressed remarkably. Luo Wu, bearing the secret edict of the Shangyang Palace's master, visited the Wanyao sect, and it was unclear what price she had paid, but she successfully exchanged for the Longgui body refinement technique. Both the Qimai and Jindan realms were well supplied. Interestingly, the Longgui body refinement technique was originally acquired by the Wanyao sect from the ancestors of the Huishan Daoist temple. And now, with Yang Bai utilizing it, it could be seen as a return to its roots. After a year of resource consumption and spiritual herb utilization, the doppelganger had attained the pinnacle of body refinement in the Qimai realm. If he were to engage in battle with Gu Ding again, it was uncertain whether the latter could inflict serious injury upon him in this year. His strength had surged significantly. It was not merely the spear will. Even his physical strength had improved, and the transcendent movement technique, through the doppelganger's practice, had also reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to traverse the void with ease. Senior brother, the time for the second entry into the secret realm has arrived. The master requests your presence. After completing his training and taking a sip of water, Yuner entered the courtyard, presenting Yang Bai with a storage pouch. Inside the pouch were some medium-grade spiritual crystals. Given the abundance of spiritual herbs in the Shangyang Palace, the spiritual herbs Yang Bai sold were not particularly valuable. However, over the course of a year, both he and Yuner had accumulated considerable wealth, each becoming quite affluent. Is it another spiritual energy secret realm? Yang Bai inquired, somewhat puzzled. Initially, he had imagined the secret realm to be a small world, but it had turned out to be quite different from his expectations. The so-called secret realm was, in fact, a place sealed off by formations, featuring a large pool filled with high-purity spiritual liquid. A place Yang Bai had visited once before. It was tasteless to consume and wasteful to discard. He had no shortage of spiritual energy. If not, this time, it is said to be the Martial Dao Pavilion. Yuner shook her head, her expression tinged with excitement. It is rumored that within the Martial Dao Pavilion lies a martial stone, which allows individuals to comprehend martial arts every 30 years. Depending on one's comprehension, each person may experience varying degrees of enlightenment while near the martial stone, rapidly grasping techniques. Senior brother, you have been struggling to find direction in the qi cultivation method. This is a perfect opportunity to test yourself. The martial stone. Yang Bai nodded. Since it was not a spiritual energy secret realm, he would certainly go and take a look. Whether it would be useful or not, he was uncertain, but he placed great importance on the concept of enlightenment. In novels from his past life, there was often a moment of sudden realization that propelled characters back to their peak. Allowing them to comprehend myriad techniques, he sought no more than a modest gain. After organizing his belongings, Yang Bai followed Yuner to the Shangyang Palace, where the master resided. Upon arrival, he found a dozen individuals already present in the hall. Upon spotting Yang Bai, they greeted him warmly. We've been waiting for you, remarked Jian, a daozi of the Shangyang Palace. Yang Bai nodded in acknowledgement, greeting the others present. Over the course of the past year, he had come to recognize most of them, including 2 prodigies with sacred pulse Jindan who were also daozi, as well as a 1-grade Jindan. Additionally, there were those daozi and divine maidens from the Shangyang rankings who had suppressed him in the Qimai realm. Currently, Yang Bai's rank remained 3rd. Despite his considerable increase in strength, Yang Bai was indifferent to the title. To be honest, with his current capabilities, he would dare to challenge those 2 daozi of sacred pulse Jindan. Lastly, there were other prodigies listed on the Shangyang rankings, including Chen Ziyang, who had entered the Qimai realm, and several others at the Tongmai realm. However, Chen Ziyang merely cast a glance at Yang Bai without approaching. He was self-aware, yet he harbored a strong resolve to accumulate strength and eventually defeat Yang Bai to wash away his humiliation. Chapter 60. Enlightenment. The palace master led the group into a teleportation array. Arriving before a mountain stone, the gate of all methods, open. With a token in hand, the Shangyang Palace master recited an incantation, and a door materialized within the stone, opening before the group. Enter, with a flourish of his robe. The palace master ushered Yang Bai and the others inside. As they regained consciousness and opened their eyes, they found themselves within a cavern, the heart of the cave. A massive stone captivated the attention of all present. It seemed as if the stone exuded a unique aura, a force, perhaps a manifestation of some heavenly might capable of inducing a specific state within them. This was the first visit for Jian Qian and others. As he spoke, one among them stepped forward, crossing the threshold. With that first step, the individual appeared to glimpse something, instinctively closing their eyes to deeply sense the experience. It is said that proximity yields the best results. Having taken only one step, this individual clearly possessed limited comprehension. Chen Ziyang nodded, glancing at Yang Bai before also stepping forward toward the massive stone. After taking a step, an array of spiritual lights flickered in his mind, and he sensed a voice urging him to immerse himself in the brilliance of these spiritual lights. Not enough. He let out a thunderous shout and took a step forward. Yet, still unsatisfied, he stepped out once more before finally coming to a halt. Chen Ziyang exclaimed, 3 steps. To behold the colossal rock, one would need at least 49 steps. Chen Ziyang's innate talent should surpass that of an ordinary disciple, as he is a hidden disciple. However, even he could only manage 3 steps. Yang Bai pondered for a moment and then took a step forward. A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, accompanied by an unseen force attempting to ensnare him in a trance. Calmness, a stirring within him, caused the blue leaves to merge with his consciousness, swiftly restoring his inner peace. Indeed, it is remarkable. Even I nearly succumbed. The fact that Chen Ziyang could traverse 3 steps is truly extraordinary. Yang Bai expressed his admiration aloud. With that, he took another step, followed by several more, ultimately breaking into a light run toward the wisdom stone. This position is excellent. It should maximize the effect. Yang Bai announced to the remaining group and then closed his eyes to commence his enlightenment. Countless flashes of inspiration surged within his mind. In that moment, he relinquished the need for tranquility, allowing himself to delve into the depths of understanding. Am I hallucinating? The remaining dozen individuals, initially intending to comfort Yang Bai upon witnessing his struggle, were left speechless as they observed him effortlessly ascend the wisdom stone. What were you saying earlier? The group exchanged glances, and soon they felt emboldened by Yang Bai's progress. If he could approach the wisdom stone, surely they could as well. One by one, they took a step forward. 7 ceased their advancement, while the remaining 5 wore complex expressions before taking another step. 3 of them halted. Damn it, Yang Bai, you brute! Jian Shan cursed angrily, taking a step alongside the other remaining disciple of the Qi Pulse realm. He was now the only one left. My limit is merely 4 steps. I refuse to accept this. Jian Shan sighed and took another step, only to become frozen in place, unable to move. Time passed slowly. The brilliance of the wisdom stone diminished rapidly, with most of it absorbed by Yang Bai. After an indeterminate period, the entire radiance of the wisdom stone vanished entirely. Subsequently, Jian Shan and the others gradually regained consciousness. Indeed, this was a significant gain. I now have hope of creating a formidable offensive technique. Jian Shan's face beamed with joy as he conversed with the others. Yes, This training has saved me at least half a year of arduous effort. Several other disciples and goddesses expressed their excitement. The secret realm indeed lived up to its name. It represented the profound foundation of the 9 palaces and 12 sects, which is precisely why these sects surpassed other superior sections. The array of cultivation resources alone is beyond comparison. By the way, why hasn't Yangbai descended yet? Chen Xiang glanced at Yangbai atop the massive stone, his brow furrowed. He must still be in a state of enlightenment. Such insight is rare. Let us all take this opportunity to cultivate and organize our gains. Once Yangbai recovers, we shall depart together, Jin Shun suggested, not wishing to disrupt Yangbai's chance for understanding. That sounds reasonable. The others agreed, settling down to wait. They waited for half a day. When the moonlight finally graced the land, Yangbai emerged from his enlightenment, an uncontainable smile adorning his face. The void spear technique has advanced. Yangbai waved his hand, assessing his current state. Name: Yangbai Spirit Vein, Celestial Spirit Vein, Earth, Entity, Ginseng Fruit Tree Physique, 7 Medicinal Body, Vigorous Essence, Bloodline, Dragon Turtle Bloodline 37 Lifespan, 4 every 10,000 years of cultivation. Lifespan increases by 47,000 years. Realm: Chi Pulse Realm, First Layer, Divine Vein, Physical Body, Pinnacle of Chi Pulse Realm Techniques, Chi Pulse Void Spear Technique, Transcendent, Chi Pulse Dragon Turtle Body Refinement Technique, Transcendent, Divine Splitting Technique, Transcendent, Void Dragon Step, Transcendent, Ground Compression Technique, Transcendent, Soul Pursuit Technique, Beginner, Low-Grade Spirit Gathering Array, Spirit Pattern, Martial Will, Void Spear Intent Innate Divine Ability, Transformation of all things by absorbing heavenly materials, earthly treasures, elixirs, and artifacts. He can nurture the ginseng fruit tree, refining all matter. The specific effects of refinement are related to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures absorbed. He had perfected the Void Spear technique based on the Void Chi refinement method and other Chi Pulse realm techniques, and it was now nearly sufficient for him to cultivate to the pinnacle of the Chi Pulse realm. A year of accumulation led to this moment of enlightenment, as everything fell into place. Thank you all for your patience. Here is a token of my appreciation. Yangbai presented several mid-grade spirit herbs to the group as a gesture of gratitude for their support. It was also fortunate that they refrained from waking him, for had his enlightenment been interrupted, his techniques would not have attained such perfection. Furthermore, the secret realm adhered to rules. The formations were not to be activated recklessly. As they departed, they had no choice but to leave together. For a brief period, they could only wait for Yangbai to emerge, which would occur in 30 years. Then we shall not be polite. The group accepted the spirit herbs without hesitation and exited together. Returning to the exterior of the mountain, Palace Master? The group noticed the Palace Master meditating and looked on with slight surprise. It's quite late. The Palace Master hasn't left yet. I feared something had occurred in the secret realm. Thank goodness all is well. Let's head back. The Palace Master of the Upper Sun Palace breathed a sigh of relief, saying nothing further as he activated the teleportation array, bringing everyone back. If something had gone awry in the secret realm, it would have been a catastrophic disaster. Nearly 30 years' worth of geniuses were present. Should anything have truly happened, the Upper Sun Palace would likely find itself at the bottom among top-tier forces. Chapter 61. The vanished individual. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, the group dispersed. Yangbai returned to his small courtyard, exhilarated as he plucked a moon-white ginseng and took a few bites. Senior brother, how did it go? Yuner emerged from the herb garden, her face beaming with a smile. Indeed, the secret realm lives up to its reputation. I believe I can break through in no time. Yangbai nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. Yuner felt elated, for Yangbai was her senior brother. After a year without any progress, she had been quite anxious. Now that he could continue his cultivation, it was truly a stroke of good fortune for Yangbai. I'll head back to cultivate, she declared. After munching on a radish, Yangbai felt somewhat satisfied, bid farewell to Yuner, and returned to his room to practice. The Void Spear technique had entered the Chi Pulse realm, and the method of application differed. He needed to experiment, wary of the possibility of falling into madness. If that occurred, he would need to make subtle adjustments to his technique. A day later, a loud crash echoed as Yangbai's heart almost gave out. His chest wound healed with a grim expression. In just one day, his progress in cultivation was substantial. After several minor adjustments, he had narrowly avoided slipping into madness multiple times. with the progress of his second divine vein reaching 1.5%. This technique was certainly not something an ordinary person could cultivate. Were it not for my innate divine abilities, Yang Bai sighed, continuing his training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. The progress of the second divine vein reached 59%. This was still only the second divine vein. What would it be like by the ninth? Yang Bai felt somewhat exasperated. Although he was pleased with the creation of the technique, he now understood that his joy had come too early. The process of cultivating the technique was fraught with daily madness and bodily destruction, something that ordinary individuals could hardly endure. If not for his ample supply of spirit herbs, he might well have been unable to continue his training. However, despite this, his current stock had significantly dwindled, as he still had his true self. The true self lacked sufficient spirit herbs, and while the cultivation progress closely followed that of his avatar, the required herbs were not many but were indeed essential. I should take a break. Even though I possess the calming leaves, I cannot endure this self-harm every day. I am not a lunatic. Stepping out of the small courtyard, Yang Bai steadied his mindset and began to wander leisurely within the Upper Sun Palace. He had no specific destination in mind, allowing himself to drift. The Upper Sun Palace spanned thousands of miles, with many disciples around. Yang Bai casually gathered some items at a few trading markets and sold numerous others. What a pity that Li Chunfeng is unwilling to come. Otherwise, I would have someone to accompany me. Yang Bai casually entered an inn, found a seat, and called for a jug of wine. All actions are forms of cultivation. Some run taverns while others serve. This is also a method of cultivation, as one can acquire resources through labor. Truth be told, the business of the affairs hall has quite a market. Have you heard? The gold medal assassin from the Shadow Palace killed the one ranked 52 on the Zhou Tian star list. What a loss. What a pity. That genius was simply too high profile, much like the former Yang Bai. In the end, wasn't he just a dead man? But Yang Bai didn't die. Look at you, unaware. It's actually all the same. Had Yang Bai not joined our Upper Sun Palace, he would have undoubtedly perished. As the patrons engaged in conversation, Yang Bai leisurely sipped his wine, finding amusement in hearing discussions about his past. Hey, did you hear? Zhu Zhangting from the Baiyu Palace reportedly left the sect and went to the teleportation array of the Tianfeng dynasty. Alas, I wonder where he has gone. Yang Bai furrowed his brow upon hearing this and stood up. What did you say? Yang Bai approached the individuals engaged in conversation, an aura of menace enveloping him. What are you doing? A young rascal, seeking trouble, was discussing a certain man with a bushy beard. Upon witnessing Yang Bai's utter lack of decorum, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. However, before he could finish his retort, a tall and slender individual beside him interjected. But he is Yang Bai, junior brother Yang, isn't he? Indeed, Yang Bai nodded in affirmation of his identity. To be frank, he had only just celebrated his 11th birthday and appeared rather youthful. There were not many young individuals in the Sun Palace, and those with a modicum of discernment could readily identify his status based on his countenance. Yang Bai? The bearded man's face turned pale upon hearing the name. He was the very one who had spoken ill of Yang Bai earlier, and now confronted with the actual person, he broke into a cold sweat. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Yang, I was merely speaking out of turn in my cups. I apologize for my indiscretion. With that, he grasped the Tianjin wine jar on the table and attempted to drown his embarrassment in drink. Not so fast. Let us finish our conversation first. I will treat you to wine later. What has become of Zhu Zhangting? Where has he gone in the Tianfeng dynasty? Yang Bai, with a serious demeanor, knocked the wine jar from the man's grasp onto the table and inquired earnestly, that matter. I'm not entirely sure myself. I learned of it from a disciple maintaining the transmission array at Bo Palace. Junior brother Yang, you must remain calm. It is said he has been gone for over a year, the bearded man cautiously replied. Over a year? Yang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, righted the wine jar, and filled it for the bearded man. I was too agitated earlier, and I owe you an apology, brother. Let us drink. With a hearty gulp, he gestured for the bearded man to join him. Ha ha, junior brother speaks too kindly. It is indeed my fault. Cheers. The bearded man, sensing Yang Bai's seriousness, felt a thrill of excitement and drank heartily. After a while of drinking, Yang Bai declared that he could no longer hold his liquor and took his leave from the tavern. A year, in this span of time, neither the Huishan Taoist temple nor my home has encountered any troubles. Zhu Zhangting should be wary of me and refrain from taking action. Yet one can never be too cautious. He remains a potential source of calamity. As Yangbai walked along the road, the brisk wind began to clear his head. What would I do if I were him? After a moment's thought, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. A year prior, a guest elder of the Golden Core had suddenly appeared at the Huishan Taoist temple, and he was quite intriguing, sharing the surname Zhu. Yangbai decided to relay this information to his true self. He found Luo Wu and got straight to the point. Master, what was Zhu Zhengting's strength at the time? If he was weak. You have found him? Luo Wu was momentarily taken aback and inquired. He seems to have vanished for a year, and Bo Palace has expelled him. I intended to search for him, but there has been no news. Perhaps I have found him. However, I need to test him first. Yangbai nodded, leaving the matter open-ended. Splendid. Luo Wu's expression brightened at this, for she could not harbor any goodwill towards Zhu Zhengting, having been slapped by him in the past. He's a second-tier Golden Core, a second-layer cultivator, not at his peak. However, he is a sorcerer, so it would be best to strike him at close quarters. Chapter 62. Poison? Sorcerer? Yangbai smiled slightly upon hearing this and promptly dismissed it from his mind. Upon reaching the Qi Pulse realm, a cultivator can determine their future path of cultivation. Some focus on techniques, becoming sorcerers, also known as law cultivators. Others concentrate on their physical bodies, becoming body cultivators. Additionally, there are weapon cultivators who grasp the will of martial arts and those who possess various means, such as secret arts, talisman cultivators, artifact cultivators, alchemists, and array cultivators. The dual-winged spiritual energy of Zhao Yu was, in fact, a manifestation of a sorcerer's technique. A law cultivator typically has a weaker physique, and Luo Wu was correct. A close-range assassination would yield more effective results. Then, Master, I shall prepare. After bidding farewell to Luo Wu, Yangbai left a message for his true self and departed. The Huishan Taoist temple, in the small courtyard. Yangbai received a message from his doppelganger and fell into deep contemplation. In the past year, he had encountered Zhu Wei a few times. Though the latter wore a smile, he was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that Zhu Wei was, in fact, Zhu Zhengting. This individual was a friend of the temple's master and should be informed of the situation, as Yangbai hoped the master would not become too emotionally invested. With a sigh, Yangbai summoned Li Chunfeng. Over the year, Li Chunfeng had undergone significant changes. Although he had not pursued further studies at the Sun Palace, Yangbai's doppelganger had frequently visited the Sun Palace's scripture repository to seek techniques related to sword intent, providing Li Chunfeng with personalized instruction. Coupled with the support of his true self in his cultivation, Li Chunfeng had now reached the 7th level of the Qi Pulse realm, having opened over 700 spiritual orifices. Of course, his cultivation techniques had naturally been upgraded to extraordinary ones, and with the addition of sword intent, even ordinary Qi Pulse cultivators pose little challenge now. In the current Huishan Taoist temple, aside from the temple master and Zhu Zhengting, there were few worthy opponents. Senior brother, you called for me? Li Chunfeng approached with a silly grin, looking somewhat puzzled at Yangbai. Please summon the temple master. Yangbai instructed succinctly, sending Li Chunfeng away. A moment later, the temple master of Qingwei, donned in Taoist robes, entered the small courtyard with an elder, both laughing heartily. Li Bai, you sought me? The temple master inquired. Indeed, my current identity is that of Li Bai. Yangbai responded. I had intended to discuss a matter with you, but I see Elder Zhu is also present. Please, take a seat. Qing Xian, bring us some tea. Fetch some of the spiritual tea I cultivated a few days ago. Understood. Su Qing Xian from the medicinal garden replied, then brought forth a teapot, adding a few tea leaves before pouring hot water with some reluctance. Wu Dao tea, a medium-grade spiritual herb, quite precious indeed. Haha. No wonder my old friend Qingwei enjoys visiting this little courtyard. The abundance of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance here is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Elder Zhu's eyes lit up as he poured himself a cup, taking a sip. Ha ha, if only there were more tea leaves. It lacks a bit of punch. You, always taking advantage of your disciples. The temple master shook his head, not partaking in the tea but eyeing Yangbai with a hint of curiosity. Yangbai must have something important to discuss, which was quite rare. Li Bai. If you have something to say, do so directly. There are no outsiders here. After some thought, the temple master deemed Elder Zhu trustworthy, believing he had a good sense of character. Not in a hurry. Elder Zhu, do you find the tea leaves lacking? Have you perhaps tasted better Wu Dao tea? Do you know where I might purchase some? Yangbai inquired playfully, shaking his head at the temple master before turning to Elder Zhu. Wu Dao tea is indeed delightful, Elder Zhu chuckled, setting down his cup. Unfortunately, I only had the chance to taste high-grade spiritual tea once a long time ago, and since then, I have not had the opportunity. Oh, Yangbai nodded. Sighing wistfully, he took the teapot and, with a delicate motion of his fingers, stood to refill Elder Zhu's cup. That is indeed regrettable. Yes, it has been years since then. I can hardly recall which year it was. Elder Zhu reminisced, taking another sip of tea with a smile. By the way, I heard that Bo Palace's Biluo Chun is quite good. Did you bring any with you, Elder Zhu, for us to sample? Yangbai asked, as if casually. Elder Zhu had been away from home for quite some time. Had he ever considered returning for a visit? Yangbai poured himself a cup of tea while engaging in friendly conversation with Elder Zhu. Seemingly unguarded. Bo Palace? Where would one find Biluo? Elder Zhu shook his head, speaking without thinking. After uttering those words, he paused, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he stared intently at Yangbai. Do not look at me like that. Are you familiar with the Wancher poison? I just added this poison to your tea. Its potency is fierce, and for one at the golden core stage, it is certain death that to ensure that Zhu Zhangting, Elder Zhu, suffers a slower and more painful demise. I intentionally used a minimal dosage. How are you feeling, Elder Zhu? Are you sensing the pain yet? Yangbai smiled and personally lifted the teapot, pouring for Zhu Zhangting. Yang Li Bai, this must be a misunderstanding. Zhu Zhangting's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his face contorting into a stiff smile. Aside from being frightened, I feel pain. There is a tearing sensation in my abdomen that is unbearable. For a year, he had believed himself untouchable, yet this Li Bai had suddenly revealed his whereabouts in broad daylight. The key point was that he had been poisoned. Was this truly a misunderstanding? Should I take out my second-tier holy vein golden core to determine whether it is a misunderstanding? Or do you, the esteemed elder of Bo Palace, dare to kill me yet refuse to acknowledge it? Yangbai casually wiped his face, revealing his true identity, smiling at Zhu Zhangting. Yangbai? Upon seeing Yangbai, Zhu Zhangting's complexion drained of color. At this moment, the temple master of Qingwei also recognized the issue with Zhu Zhangting. He rose with a complex expression, eyeing Zhu Zhangting warily. Killing Yangbai? No wonder. No wonder Yangbai would act against Zhu Wei, and no wonder Zhu Wei suddenly appeared at the Huishan Daoist temple. Everything makes sense now. Zhu Zhangting must have harbored a grudge against Yangbai, having offended him. His arrival at the Huishan Daoist temple was intended to exert control over them, aiming to counterbalance Yangbai. Alas, he misjudged the situation. How could you possibly be here? Weren't you at the Shanyang Palace? No, that can't be right. You have been at the temple all along. What on earth is happening? Zhu Zhangting, drenched in sweat, realized his mind was faltering. Chapter 63. The second tower of Shanyang Palace. There are many things you do not comprehend. Why should I divulge them to you? Yangbai took a sip of tea and turned to Master Qingwei, saying, I apologize for not notifying you in advance. Leaving you a bit unprepared at it is of no consequence. Master Qingwei replied, nodding solemnly and waving his hand. This individual has bewitched the Huishan Daoist temple due to my oversight. Fortunately, you are here that I entrust this matter to you. Haha, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Zhu Zhangting coughed lightly, rising to his feet and glaring fiercely at Yangbai. I will take a life. You cannot stop me. Su Qingxian and Li Chunfeng are your junior disciples. If you wish for them to live, let me go. Very well. Yangbai nodded, a smile gracing his lips, not opposing Zhu Zhangting's demand. A desperate strike from Zhu Zhangting could indeed endanger Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian, and Yangbai would certainly consider the safety of his junior disciples. Moreover, having been afflicted by the Wancher poison, Zhu Zhangting would not survive unless he possessed an immunity to all toxins. Everything thus far had merely been a performance for him. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Zhu Zhangting fixed a piercing gaze upon Yangbai before transforming into a wisp of breeze. Vanishing before their eyes, Yangbai released him. He could potentially leak information. Master Qingwei furrowed his brow. Do not worry. He cannot escape. I have mastered the soul pursuit technique to an extraordinary level. I have left a trace of my spiritual essence within him. There shall be no issues. Besides, Zhu Zhangting is a guest elder of our temple. His demise here would have undesirable repercussions. Yangbai leisurely set down his teacup, then took a step forward. Spatial compression. Ethereal dragon step. Zhu Zhangting, severely injured, was incapable of fleeing. At this moment, he was merely grasping at straws to attained the Bayou Palace's teleportation array. Zhu Zhangting was aware he could not escape, yet he saw a singular chance remaining. Returning to the Bayou Palace would grant him life. Producing the Bayou Palace token, Zhu Zhangting's expression stiffened as he beheld Yang Bai, who had inexplicably appeared before him, thrusting his spear with a flourish that shattered the teleportation array instantly. How fortuitous, Elder Zhu. We meet again, but this time, you shall not set any conditions. Yang Bai, cradling his spear, looked at Zhu Zhangting with a grin. Zhu Zhangting, cornered and desperate, spat a mouthful of black blood. Indeed, it was a potent poison. Pei Qiandao had some skill. Fortunately, he had not employed poison against me back then. Otherwise, it would have been wasted on Zhu, the guest elder. Seeing Zhu Zhangting's plight, Yang Bai could not help but chuckle. Child, regardless of your words, I am a Saint Dan, and you are merely at the Qi Pulse stage. I find it hard to believe you possess such strength. I can just as easily leave after eliminating you. Zhu Zhangting's face contorted with rage as he formed seals with his hands. Soon, a fiery beast surged toward Yang Bai. Yang Bai leveled his spear, condensing its intent with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, he swept his spear forth, toppling the fiery beast, which gradually dissipated. This amount of time is even inferior to Gu Ding. It appears you are running on fumes. Yang Bai executed the ethereal dragon step, appearing before Zhu Zhangting in an instant, piercing through his body. Farewell. Zhu Zhangting's face reflected bitterness. Yang Bai's spear had grievously wounded him. Coupled with the toxins coursing through his veins, he was beyond redemption. The intent of the spear erupted within him, and Zhu Zhangting's body ultimately burst apart, vanishing from existence. It resolved? That was quite swift indeed. Ha. Within the Shanyang Palace, Yang Bai received news from his true self and nodded. Thoroughly impressed. With his enemy eliminated, Yang Bai's spirit soared, and he resumed his cultivation. Severe injuries, a shattered body, a descent into madness, and a disordered mind in the blink of an eye. Over half a year had passed, and Yang Bai's strength had ascended to the 4th layer of the Qi Pulse stage, equivalent to the 4th layer of the Divine Pulse. His body now housed 4 divine pulses, causing the air around him to tremble and resonate with each movement. Resources were depleted. Even with the ginseng fruit tree, cultivation remained arduous. Alas, my plight is indeed severe. Emerging from his chamber, Yang Bai beheld the barren medicinal garden and sighed. Senior brother, I still have some spiritual crystals here. Yuner, unsure why Yang Bai consumed such vast quantities of resources daily, did not dare to inquire. Upon noticing the medicinal garden's desolation, she realized the imbalance between income and expenditure, promptly retrieving some spiritual crystals. No need. I shall rest for a few days, and the garden will recover. I still possess spiritual crystals. You should go purchase some spiritual herbs. Yang Bai handed Yuner several spiritual crystals. Spiritual crystals would merely replenish the red leaves of his ginseng fruit tree, offering little benefit to his cultivation. Only spiritual herbs could provide various effects for calming the spirit and healing injuries, allowing him to continue his practice. Yuner nodded, saying no more, and departed to the alchemy department to procure spiritual herbs. Yang Bai was not incorrect. Mid-grade spiritual herbs typically required at least 1,000 years to mature. However, through Yang Bai's urging, they could be ready in just 5 days. The nutrients absorbed from mid-grade spiritual herbs far surpassed those of low-grade ones, thus significantly shortening the time needed despite the herbs being of higher quality. Had Yang Bai not been somewhat absorbed in his cultivation, spiritual herbs could indeed sustain an unending cycle. Perhaps I shall take a stroll and seek to refine a few St. Pulse golden pills. Feeling somewhat bored in the small courtyard, Yang Bai contemplated leaving. Leisurely meandering, he unconsciously arrived at the Martial Arts Tower. The so-called Martial Arts Tower is one of the 2 towers of the Shanyang Palace. A low-grade spiritual artifact. Yang Bai had heard Yuner mention it. The tower boasts 33 levels, corresponding to the 4 realms from Qi Pulse to transformation. The Martial Arts Tower was immense, filled with illusory beasts and opponents corresponding to each realm. Passing through would yield rewards and contribution points. It was said that the updates to the Shanyang rankings were also somewhat related to this tower. Contribution points essentially served as currency within the Shanyang Palace. Yang Bai had never used them, having always traded with spiritual crystals. However, contribution points were quite popular in the palace. At this moment, Numerous disciples were queuing outside the martial arts tower, indicating it was bustling with activity. Yang Shidi has come as well. By the way, you have yet to challenge the second tower, right? You may not need the divine ability tower yet, but it would be a shame not to venture into the martial arts tower. Jin Xin, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, approached Yang Bai, having spotted him. Senior Brother Jin. Yang Bai greeted him with a smile. Don't call me Senior Brother Jin. That sounds odd. Just call me Senior Brother. Come, I shall take you inside without the need to queue. Daozi has a special array entrance. Jin Xin, slightly exasperated, quickly encouraged Yang Bai. Is there truly this reward? How intriguing. Yang Bai felt a flicker of interest and subsequently entered the martial arts tower with Jin Xin through a specific array. As the world spun around him, Yang Bai experienced a sensation akin to that of a teleportation array. What is this? Upon regaining his bearings, Yang Bai looked around, feeling somewhat astonished. He found himself in a small room, devoid of any amenities. The martial arts tower has 33 levels. I must be on the first level. It is said that the tower refreshes opponents at all times, yet I did not anticipate it would be in this manner. Nonetheless, it is rather intriguing. Stepping out of the room, Yang Bai remained vigilant, soon discovering he stood upon a street. The doors of each house along the street were tightly shut, yet just then, one door creaked open, and a middle-aged man slowly emerged. Upon seeing Yang Bai, the man's eyes sparkled, and he clasped his hands, drawing closer to Yang Bai. Yang Bai anticipated the man would speak, but unexpectedly, standing a meter away, the man suddenly sprang forth with malice. A silver needle shot from his mouth, aimed directly at Yang Bai. Yang Bai was momentarily taken aback, then observed the silver needle strike him, producing a spark before being deflected away. The damage was minimal. Is that all? It feels akin to a mosquito bite. Shaking his head, Yang Bai extended his palm, stirring the void, causing the middle-aged man to be engulfed by a swirling vortex, vanishing without a trace. Not a genuine life form, merely an illusion. Yang Bai strolled along the street, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, another arrow soared from the distance, aimed straight at Yang Bai. The faintest twitch of his ear signaled his awareness, and with a swift motion, he reached out, capturing the arrow in his grasp. In a seamless motion, he twisted his wrist and hurled the arrow back 0.2 miles away. Atop a roof eave, a woman donning a square scarf met the arrow's point, only to dissipate into a phantom. It became clear. The adversaries on this first tier were predominantly practitioners of extraordinary techniques, second-tier adept cultivators skilled in transcendent offensive arts. Those without at least 360 spiritual apertures would likely struggle to surpass this challenge. Of course, exceptions might exist for prodigies like Daozi. As Yang Bai recalled the force behind the arrow, he couldn't help but nod in approval. This method of training disciples within the sect was indeed commendable. Along his journey, Yang Bai encountered numerous figures of varying identities. Monks chanting the Great Compassion Mantra, beggars unleashing powerful strikes, and courtesans engaging in stealthy assassinations. When he finally registered that he had dispatched over 100 foes, a sudden flash before his eyes signaled his departure from this layer. What a formidable challenge! To ascend through 33 layers, one must achieve the transformation into an infant before the age of 30 to gain recognition for this spiritual artifact. Yang Bai opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings as he assessed the second layer. This layer revealed a desolate expanse, where expressionless zombies charged toward him, pathetically weak. Observing the approaching undead, Yang Bai waved his hand, conjuring ethereal spears that cascaded down upon them. A one-sided slaughter ensued. After a considerable time, Yang Bai found himself in the third layer. Another half-day passed before he arrived at the 18th layer. Brilliant white light enveloped him, and he materialized amidst rugged mountains. Surely, this was the domain of those at the first level of the sacred vein. Yang Bai cautiously scanned his surroundings, instinctively growing wary. Each sacred vein golden core practitioner was formidable. Although he felt unafraid, this layer demanded the elimination of 100 foes. If all came at once, he could very well meet his end here. Suddenly, he sensed a searing heat, his expression shifting slightly as a flaming bird charged toward him. How brazen! Yang Bai concentrated his spear intent, summoning 3 ethereal spears above him and launching them at the firebird. Boom! The firebird retaliated by unleashing a barrage of fireballs, clashing with the ethereal spears. One spear pierced a fireball, dissipating it in the air, while the other 2 spears struck the bird's wings, bringing it crashing down. Roar! As the firebird remained alive, Yangbai intended to deliver a finishing blow when, out of the mountain path, a white tiger suddenly appeared, its vibrant maw gaping wide, ready to devour him. Where did this beast come from? And what a foul stench! Furrowing his brow, Yangbai activated his 4 sacred veins, executing a side kick that sent the white tiger sprawling to the ground. The beast let out an unwilling roar before Yangbai stomped down. Dispersing it completely, with a swift motion, he pierced the firebird, ensuring its demise, and breathed a sigh of relief as he continued along the mountain path. Black ants, monkey kings, bear cubs. Throughout his journey, Yangbai felt his spiritual energy waning. Silently counting his progress, finally, he reached 100. After toppling a wolf, he exhaled deeply. Once his energy was depleted, he would retreat. The 33rd layer was beyond reach for now, and he would return when time permitted. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself on the 19th layer. The scene before him was that of a martial arts arena, and Yangbai stood in the center, surrounded by 100 diverse figures. Could it be? Was this a traditional combat format? A fixed-wheel battle? After a moment's wait, a woman with a long whip ascended the stage. She bowed slightly to Yangbai before striking at him with her whip, the wind howling as he stepped back and caught the whip in his grasp. Extraordinary whip technique? Yangbai felt the surge of energy from his sacred veins, pulling the whip forcefully. The woman staggered, nearly losing her balance, a martial cultivator, yet lacking the comprehension of martial intent. Though such was to be expected, an illusion, if it could grasp martial intent, would be an anomaly. Even if it wielded extraordinary techniques, they would lack true essence. Concentrating his spear intent, Yangbai formed an ethereal spear and thrust it forward, striking the woman in the chest, causing her to gradually dissipate. Next, with the ethereal spear standing firmly on the ground, Yangbai addressed the remaining challengers. I am next. A burly man with a massive shield leaped onto the arena. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward Yangbai, shield raised like a rampaging bull. With each step, Yangbai sensed the arena tremble beneath the man's weight, as if it could barely withstand the pressure. A physical cultivator, Yangbai's expression grew serious. He mimicked a throwing motion with his ethereal spear, hurling it at the man with great force. Sizzle! The spear pierced the shield but only left a fist-sized wound on the man's chest. Standing at 2 meters tall, he hardly flinched at the injury. Instead, the man's shield crashed heavily into Yangbai. With a loud thud, Yangbai was sent flying, landing at the edge of the arena. The man raised his shield once more, launching it toward Yangbai with lethal intent. What strength! Yangbai knew he could not match the physical prowess of this cultivator, yet he remained unfazed. Executing a backflip, he employed the Void Dragon step to evade the flying shield. The shield returned to the man's grasp, and with a thunderous roar, he charged at Yangbai again. A bull-like charge. Truly, he was reminiscent of a rampaging bull. Yangbai subtly nodded in acknowledgement, then propelled himself into the air, his body suspended by ethereal forces. However, a bull remains a bull. A human possesses intellect. While physical cultivators were undeniably strong, they had their glaring weaknesses, mere meat shields. With a focused mind, countless small spears emerged behind Yangbai, resembling shards of ice. Under his control, they surged toward the man in a relentless barrage. Whoosh! The man's body was riddled with wounds, ultimately collapsing with wide eyes, never to awaken again. Next, Yangbai remained suspended in midair, not yet descending, and called out to the remaining challengers, I am ready. In the subsequent battles, Yangbai refrained from toying with his opponents. Utilizing his ethereal spear intent in conjunction with the speed of the Void Dragon step, he dispatched countless foes with precision. Before long, the last contender on the arena was pierced by a multitude of spears, vanishing from sight. Is there no one left? Then it is time for the next layer. Yangbai's expression remained unchanged as he vanished from the arena amidst a flash of clear light. Simultaneously, the Shenyang ranking list updated, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The Qi Pulse realm rankings had shifted, and Yangbai's position now surpassed both Taizhong Daozi and the goddess of Luo Shui, achieving this feat in a single leap. Within the halls of the Shenyang Palace, the significant alteration on the grant list drew innumerable gazes. The Qi Pulse realm was already considered a mid-tier level of cultivation. Furthermore, this marked a change within the top 3. an event too thrilling for anyone to overlook. Surpassing them was entirely expected. Yang Bai was the 8th most gifted individual in the realm of Qi Pulse within the star rankings, thus such a rise was hardly surprising. Yet, at merely 12 years of age, his prowess was undeniably remarkable. But there was more. A knowledgeable individual, wearing a knowing smile, remarked, according to a junior brother from the affairs hall, Yang Bai has also made it onto the Zhou Tian star ranking for the Qi Pulse realm, and he claimed the top spot. Even on the star rankings, he has reached the 10th position. Unfortunately, I am unaware of his strength ranking, but it should be formidable. The news of his recognition in the Qi Pulse realm caused a stir among the crowd. By the way, the Grand Assembly of the 9 palaces and 12 sects, along with the 5 great empires and 36 superior forces, is set to commence soon. It is said that disciples from other continents will be attending as well. If Yang Bai can make his mark, what does that imply? Are there truly no worthy opponents in the Danding continent? Regardless of the continent, the Grand Assembly is bound to leave him in awe. Brother, it seems you lack the qualifications to participate at the 3rd tier of the Qi Pulse realm. Unbeknownst to Yang Bai, he remained indifferent to the happenings on the Shenyang ranking list. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. Regarding the strength of the previous 2, he could have bested them long ago, but that would yield little benefit aside from amplifying his fame. At the 20th layer, Yang Bai found himself in a vast canyon, faced with a sea of military banners fluttering in the wind, the sounds of warhorses neighing, and soldiers roaring. The overwhelming aura of military might weigh heavily upon him, causing him to struggle for breath. Could it be? What is happening here? Were there not supposed to be 100 golden core practitioners at the 3rd tier? Yang Bai felt bewildered, gazing at the soldiers and questioning whether he was hallucinating. Surely, this could not be the combined might of 100 practitioners at the 3rd tier of the sacred core. Furrowing his brow slightly, he sensed the atmosphere shift, kill, as Yang Bai found himself momentarily lost in thought. The soldiers suddenly sprang into action, their voices rising in a unified shout. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of military ferocity coalesced in the void, materializing into a colossal black spear that pointed menacingly at Yang Bai, leaving him slightly breathless. This was a stark contrast to his earlier musings about the martial tower lacking martial intent. It felt like a slap in the face. Yang Bai began to suspect that if the martial tower indeed possessed sentience, it might be the weapon spirit seeking retribution against him. Of course, this could hardly be categorized as martial intent. It was merely a manifestation of malevolent energy. Yet, in comparison to true martial intent, it was by no means inferior. The more individuals that condensed this malevolent energy, the stronger the soldiers became. Given the current onslaught of combined malevolence, Yang Bai felt certain he could not withstand a direct confrontation. Facing 100 soldiers at the 3rd level of the sacred pulse, along with this concentrated malevolence, made Yang Bai ponder whether there truly was a weapon spirit targeting him. Could he still engage in this battle? The soldiers had their weaknesses. He was eager to see who would ultimately prevail. With a flicker of thought, Yang Bai executed the Void Dragon Step, closing the distance to the army as countless spear intents converged and surged toward the soldiers. But the soldiers remained unfazed. Controlled by the weapon spirit, they were incapable of panic. As the enormous spear lunged toward Yang Bai, a formidable barrier of malevolent energy enveloped the troops, absorbing the impact of numerous sword intents. This was troublesome. Yang Bai maneuvered through the void, employing his extraordinary agility to narrowly evade the soldiers' malevolent assaults. However, the situation was far from over. Within the ranks of the army, it appeared that instead of forming a single massive spear, they had manifested countless short spears, reminiscent of Yang Bai himself. They had adopted the technique of using one's own strengths against them. The weapon spirit demonstrated a cunning intellect that rivaled that of humans. What was he to do? Yang Bai felt a twinge of frustration in a one-on-one confrontation. He was not afraid, even against 100 soldiers at the 3rd level of the sacred Dan. He did not believe he would lose. If his innate abilities were still usable, and with sufficient spiritual herbs, the 4th level of the sacred Dan was inconsequential. He could wear them down. But facing an army of 100 soldiers, each a 3rd level sacred Dan warrior leading 100,000 troops, meant he was up against 1,000,000 strong. Coupled with the unique malevolent energy, no matter how high he soared, it would be futile. At this juncture, defeat seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, even if he were to lose, he was determined to discern the true extent of his battle prowess, Yang Bai deftly dodged the onslaught of spears with his void dragon step. He channeled his supreme techniques. The spear intent surged violently, culminating in the manifestation of malevolent energy from his own physical form. The dragon turtle body refinement technique proved immensely beneficial, particularly when combined with his bloodline, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. With a boisterous laugh, Yang Bai abandoned defense, coalescing a massive spear in his hand and thrusting it toward the army's malevolent barrier, fueled by an unwavering resolve to triumph. To avoid any loss of chapter content, please remember to save your work regularly. Chapter 66, a secret technique that does not harm the body. Outside the martial tower, a phantasmal portal emerged. Yang Bai, pale-faced, stepped through. Humph, had I not been in poor condition today, I would have obliterated that million-strong army. After absorbing some spiritual crystals, he managed to regain his composure. That final thrust had, unsurprisingly, shattered the army's malevolent defenses. But simultaneously, he had been pierced by the spear of malevolence, turning into a wisp of shadow and dissipating on the spot. Sword Qian, upon seeing Yang Bai reappear, approached with a broad smile. Congratulations, Yang Shidi. You have secured the top position on the Shangyang leaderboard. Within the awakening realm, none can surpass you. Oh, Yang Bai nodded, indifferent. By the way, Yang Shidi, how many levels have you cleared? If you can surpass the 18th level, it indicates your strength is inferior to that of the 3rd level of the Sacred Pulse. Noticing Yang Bai's less than cheerful demeanor, Sword Chun playfully teased. Aware that Yang Bai had engaged in a spirited battle with Elder Gu Deng upon his breakthrough into the awakening realm, he sensed that Yang Bai might be nearly on par with the 3rd level of the Sacred Pulse. I've cleared the 19th and 20th levels. What a monstrous feat, with 1,000,000 soldiers pursuing me. I'll have to train for a while longer before returning for revenge. Yang Bai waved dismissively, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Sword Chen as he departed from the martial tower. 20 levels. Sword Chen was momentarily stunned, and only after Yang Bai's departure did he fully grasp the implications. Are there any methods to rapidly enhance strength? He pondered. Perhaps the supernatural spear technique could suffice? But it requires an inordinate amount of time to cultivate. It would be better to delve into some secret techniques. Yang Bai meandered, eventually arriving at the library pavilion. Elder Gu, I have returned. Elder Gu Deng, slumbering in a recliner, abruptly awoke at the sound. Yang Shitzi? A flicker of panic coursed through Elder Gu as he realized it had been a long time since he last saw Yang Bai. Since their last encounter, he had harbored regrets. What if Yang Bai had made breakthroughs and come back to challenge him? His own strength was rather limited, and at his age, he couldn't endure much more strain. Over the past year, Yang Bai had visited numerous times, each occasion leaving Elder Gu in a state of trepidation. Elder, do you have any powerful secret techniques? The more potent, the better, Yang Bai stated bluntly. Oblivious to Elder Gu's apprehensions. Secret techniques? Elder Gu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What kind of secret techniques do you seek? The more powerful the technique, the higher the cost of usage, and some even harm one's lifespan or intellect. Really? Upon hearing about techniques that could damage one's lifespan, Yang Bai's spirit soared. If there are such techniques, I'll take 2 pounds. 2 pounds? Are you insane? Elder Gu exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. You are still young. Everything should be focused on cultivation and longevity. Techniques that harm one's lifespan are only toyed with by those from the Phantom Palace. I will not provide them to you. Don't be like that, Elder Gu. I was just joking. How could I possibly cultivate such techniques? I'm actually creating my own method and need some secret techniques for reference. I want to leave Shangyang Palace. And no one will harm me. I promise I won't resort to those techniques. When Yang Bai saw Elder Gu was unwilling to oblige, he quickly denied any intent. Creating your own method? Elder Gu contemplated, recalling Yang Bai's over 2,000 spiritual acupoints, and nodded. The techniques in this world have all been forged through the lives of countless practitioners. Very well, but you must be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, come and ask me. Though my own strength is lacking, I am familiar with most of the techniques in the library pavilion. Have you agreed? Yang Bai's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Rest assured, I already have some ideas for a technique. That's good. The 6th floor awaits you. Off you go. Elder Gu smiled and closed his eyes once more, drifting back to sleep. Yang Bai clasped his hands in gratitude before ascending to the 6th floor. There were not many books on the 6th floor. After a quick glance, he estimated there were only around 200 volumes. He randomly selected a technique and began to understand the so-called powerful secret techniques. Although they were few, if truly executed, they could rival ordinary divine abilities. Divine abilities could only be condensed at the Golden Dan stage and grew stronger with the elevation of one's realm. These secret techniques operated similarly, albeit at a cost. For instance, lifespan, intellect, and even the soul. Lifespan is something I have in abundance. Setting aside the remnant demon 3 swords, Yang Bai specifically sought techniques that would harm his lifespan, ultimately locating 10 volumes. The time flows like a shuttle seal, power-up strike, Xuanwu body protection art, 12 demon blades of the wilds, and the 3 rings of demon forging. Techniques like swordplay and blade techniques were of no use to him. And he was also wary of those that might damage his soul. In the end, Yang Bai was left with 3 volumes. The time flows like a shuttle seal, power-up strike, and Xuanwu body protection art. The time flows like a shuttle seal was excessively powerful, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while also costing 1,000 of one's own lifespan. A single strike would harm both the user and the target. A true life exchange technique. The power-up strike and Xuanwu body protection art belong to the realm of offense and defense, sacrificing a portion of lifespan for formidable strength. Yang Bai took the 3 volumes to Elder Gu for registration. Elder Gu nodded in acknowledgement and cautioned Yang Bai against reckless cultivation before allowing him to leave. Back in his room, Yang Bai decisively resumed his training. His doppelganger was sustained by medicinal power. Thus, the lifespan consumed by the secret techniques was equivalent to that of the medicinal energy. However, his true self could not cultivate, as his lifespan was limited. For ordinary individuals, the Golden Dan stage granted a lifespan of 500 years. While his true self might exceed that slightly, it was not by much and could not withstand excessive strain. After a day, Yang Bai's physical form had shrunk considerably, appearing gaunt and emaciated. However, he had made significant progress in the 2 offensive and defensive secret techniques and had fully grasped their fundamentals. As for their power, the power-up strike consumed 10 years of lifespan at entry level, delivering a blow comparable to the full force of a first-level Sacred Pulse Golden Dan. 20 years equated to the second level, 40 years to the third, and 80 years to the fourth. Yang Bai estimated that a single strike consuming 160 years of lifespan would likely surpass a full-force strike utilizing his spear intent and various other techniques. Certainly, the arcane arts are merely a preliminary step. Mastery and transcendence remain distant aspirations. As one's comprehension deepens, the consumption of energy diminishes correspondingly. The Xuanwu bodyguard technique, however, is quite commendable, especially when practiced alongside the dragon turtle body refinement technique, as it consumes half the lifespan compared to a single concentrated strike. Yang Bai estimates that in merely 80 years, he could withstand the full force of a 5th-tier Golden Core practitioner. Time swiftly passed, and after a few days, the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden ripened once more. Yang Bai's physique gradually recuperated, and he began to practice the 3 secret techniques and the qi cultivation methods in succession. To prevent any loss of content, please remember to save your work periodically. Chapter 67. Results of cultivation as spring gave way to autumn. A year had elapsed in the blink of an eye. 13-year-old Yang Bai, having practiced the body refinement techniques, appeared scarcely distinguishable from a 17 or 18-year-old youth, though his visage still bore traces of youthfulness. Senior brother, the palace master requests your presence. In the courtyard, Yuner adjusted her robe and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal garden before speaking. Very well. Yang Bai opened the door, clad in a deep azure robe that accentuated his striking appearance. Senior brother, you smell even more delightful. The fragrance of the entire room cannot overshadow your own scent. Yuner remarked, licking her lips and swallowing unconsciously. Alas, my constitution is unique. Perhaps once I attain the Golden Core stage, I shall improve somewhat. Yang Bai replied with a warm smile directed at Yuner, and together they proceeded to the hall of the Upper Sun Palace. Inside the hall, 8 individuals had already gathered, 3 from the Qi Opening Realm, 3 from the Golden Core Realm, and only 2 from the Awakening Realm, the esteemed Taizhong Daozi and the enchanting Luo Shui Shin Nu. Taizhong Daozi merely cast a fleeting glance at Yang Bai, clenched his fists, and remained silent, while Luo Shui Shin Nu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed intently at Yang Bai. A year had passed since he topped the Upper Sun rankings, surpassing the 2 others, and they had not crossed paths since. However, He had heard from Yuner that these two harbored some doubts regarding his capabilities. They have been diligently challenging the martial tower, yet neither has surpassed Yangbai, leading them to question their own existence. Yangbai, how fares your cultivation? I heard from Elder Gu Ding that you are creating your own techniques. Do you have any uncertainties? The Palace Master inquired kindly. Thank you, Palace Master, but I currently have no uncertainties to be why the way. What brings you to seek me today? Could it be that yet another secret realm is about to open? Yang Bai's eyes brightened at the thought. Since the last time the Dao Insight's secret realm closed, he had not re-entered any secret realm. He could not deny that such realms held great significance for him. Had he not entered the last one, he might still be struggling to create a chi opening technique by now. The Palace Master shook his head, offering a wry smile. The next secret realm will not open for another 5 years. I will certainly inform you at that time. Today, I came to discuss the sect meeting. A sect meeting? What is that? Yang Bai, having spent his days in secluded cultivation, was somewhat unfamiliar with this matter. The so-called sect meeting occurs once every decade, gathering various sects for amiable discussions and competitions among junior disciples. Each sect, including empires and dynasties, contributes resources for betting. The top 10 victors in the Chi opening, Awakening, and Golden Core realms will share these resources according to a set ratio. The Palace Master, noticing Yang Bai's lack of knowledge about the sect meeting, patiently explained, "SOE9 are the selected competitors?" Yang Bai pondered aloud. Indeed, Jinshen nodded, adding, each realm has certain restrictions. For instance, in top-tier forces like our 9 palaces and 12 sects, those competing in the Chi opening realm cannot exceed 20 years of age, while those in the Awakening realm cannot surpass 30, and those in the Golden Core realm must be under 40. However, mid-tier forces impose fewer limitations. Jinshen's words were accurate, and the Palace Master added, do not presume your strength is invincible. Those from upper-tier and mid-tier forces may have cultivated forbidden techniques. Yang Bai, upon hearing this, touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized the Palace Master was speaking directly to him. Palace Master, I have a question. Yang Bai hesitated before continuing. If someone in the Awakening realm participates in the Awakening competition, can they also compete in the Golden Core one? Before he could finish, all eyes in the hall turned towards him, their gazes sharp, filled with disbelief and incredulity. Yang Bai chuckled. I was merely speaking casually. But I'm curious, just how strong is your current power? Jinshen, being somewhat aware of Yang Bai's strength, was the first to respond to his query. If we consider your strength from a year ago, the Golden Core competition might be a challenge. However, given that you have spent a year in seclusion, it is unlikely that it was in vain. Moreover, the fragrance of spiritual herbs emanating from your abode has become renowned within the Upper Sun Palace. You certainly have access to ample resources. Senior brother, what was the peak strength observed in previous sect meetings? Yang Bai countered with a question. Roughly equivalent to a 6th-tier Golden Core strength, though cultivation level does not always equate to battle prowess. Someone at the 1st-tier Golden Core, if they mastered divine techniques or forbidden arts, could potentially rival a 6th-tier Golden Core practitioner, Jinshen remarked, studying Yang Bai intently. Then there should be no issues. Yang Bai sighed in relief, nodding at Jinshen and the others. Hiss, upon hearing this, the group collectively gasped, questioning if they had misheard. Wait, what is your current strength? Luo Shueishan knew could no longer contain herself and inquired. Awakening realm, 8th layer of awakening. I just recently broke through. Heh. Yang Bai responded with a smile. 8th layer of awakening? That's only been 2 years, right? You've progressed this swiftly? I heard you were cultivating a self-created technique. Shouldn't that consume more time? You're not wrong. Do you believe I possess the battle strength of a 6th-tier Golden Core? Luo Shueishan pondered, then asked, feeling slightly absurd for posing such a question. Indeed, merely the 6th-tier Golden Core. I should have no problems, Yang Bai affirmed, addressing Luo Shueishan. Having entered the Upper Sun Palace, he had not contributed much, and this was an opportune moment to prove himself. As for his strength, he did not take it to heart and did not intend to conceal anything. Heavens! Several prodigies from the Chi opening realm could hardly believe the revelation. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more arduous it becomes to transcend realms, particularly beyond the Golden Core stage. For instance, a 1st-tier Golden Core individual, even employing all their techniques, would only possess the strength of a 6th-tier Golden Core. But such power could not be sustained indefinitely. A consistent strength of the 3rd-tier Golden Core is already commendable. The The Golden Core stage represents a period for cultivating divine techniques, and no one has ever heard of an awakening practitioner being comparable. Chapter 68. Divine Techniques. Alright, enough chatter. As for the sect meeting, you may participate in the awakening realm. If you can secure first place in the awakening realm, I shall be satisfied. After a moment, the palace master shook his head, moving past the subject. Yang Bai was merely 13 years old. Although his strength rivaled that of a Golden Core practitioner, the palace master still felt a tinge of unease. One awakening realm participant would suffice for now. Let Yang Bai grow. In the next decade, or even the one after, when he has matured and possesses strength greater than now, the palace master would feel more at ease. Very well. With the palace master's words as confirmation, Yang Bai had no choice but to nod in agreement, feeling a bit bashful. All right, everyone, return to your quarters. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall depart for the Purple Sacred Palace. This meeting will take place in the illusory realm of the Purple Sacred Palace. After discussing various rules and requirements regarding the sect meeting, the palace master dismissed the assembly. The group bowed and retired to their respective chambers. Ah, the awakening realm is truly lackluster. If only it were the Golden Core realm. Alas, it is what it is. Perhaps it will be a pleasant journey. After such extensive cultivation, a change of scenery is indeed warranted. After a casual session of cultivation, Yang Bai experienced several episodes of distraction, ultimately leading to the arrival of the following day. Outside the Upper Sun Palace, at dawn, the 9 individuals had gathered early, awaiting the arrival of the palace master, who soon appeared, accompanied by an elderly man and a young woman. Yang Bai glanced at the elder accompanying the palace master, and a sudden realization struck him. He recognized this elder, the one who had introduced him to the profound understanding of spear intent on the 3rd floor of the library. This is Elder Gu Dian of the Classical Temple. And this is Elder Hua Yueying. They shall accompany us this time. The lord of the Shangyang Palace nonchalantly reached out and retrieved a flying vessel, measuring 100 zhang in length, spanning the sky. With a gentle lift, he ascended onto the ship, subsequently introducing the elderly man and woman. The crowd then bowed in greeting to the 2 elders before collectively boarding the vessel. I believe I have met almost all of you disciples. But you, my dear child, must be Yang Bai. Do not address me as elder. Simply call me sister, for I am not much older, said Hua Yueying. She glanced at the others and then moved in front of Yang Bai. Affectionately ruffling his hair, as the youngest present, coupled with Yang Bai's exceptional talents and innate charm, he effortlessly garnered Hua Yueying's favor. All right, sister, Yang Bai sweetly responded, though inwardly he could not help but scoff. To stand alongside the palace master, one must at least be a transformation stage expert. How could there be anyone under 50? The ship was spacious, and with a hand gesture, the palace master quickly initiated the flight. Ascending smoothly into the sky and heading towards the distant horizon, Yang Bai and the other disciples stood on the ship, eagerly observing their surroundings, their hearts brimming with excitement. The vessel was equipped with protective formations, allowing everyone to freely admire the scenery, offering more pleasure than flying on their own. Since we have some time before we reach the Purple Sacred Palace, why not play a game on board? After a while, feeling a bit bored, Hua Yueying stifled a yawn and produced her storage pouch. Heavenly materials, earthly treasures, secret techniques, and divine powers await. Whoever wins may take home a gift. Oh, elder, how shall we compete? Jinshin inquired, intrigued. The divine powers comprehended at the Golden Core stage, including innate abilities, are classified into 5 grades: immortal grade, celestial grade, superior grade, middle grade, and inferior grade. Most of the scriptures in the library of Shangyang Palace, as well as the techniques in the Divine Power Tower, are primarily of inferior and middle grades. Superior grade techniques are relatively rare in Shangyang Palace. Many Golden Core experts face a transition in their innate abilities at this stage, relying on their Golden Core to condense the seeds of divine powers. While there are many techniques cultivated at the Golden Core stage, the seeds of divine powers are scarce. Each Golden Core level has its constraints on the innate abilities it can manifest. For instance, a 9th grade Golden Core would find it nearly impossible to condense a divine power, while at least an 8th grade Golden Core would require the aid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to form an inferior grade divine power. Jian Shen and the others had already been Golden Core experts for many years, and with their innate talents as 1st grade Golden Cores, they could easily condense middle grade divine powers. Superior grade divine powers, however, were a matter of chance. Of course, Condensing divine powers also required compatibility with one's own characteristics. For example, a superior-grade divine power related to agriculture would hold no value for them. While Shangyang Palace indeed possessed superior-grade techniques, most were unsuitable for them. Hua Yueying's reward, however, caught their attention. Certain transformation stage elders in Shangyang Palace possessed some formidable divine powers of their own. I will seal off all your perceptions, and then you will enter our Hua Yu illusion. The last one to awaken will be the victor, Hua Yueying said with a smile. I have no objections. Jianxin pondered briefly and nodded. If Hua Yueying intended to eliminate them, it wouldn't require such elaborate measures. After all, it was merely a game. Acquiring a divine power would be a worthwhile endeavor. To be honest, if it were a contest of strength, he would genuinely feel apprehensive. He believed Yang Bai could indeed defeat the sixth layer of the sacred vein. And caution was warranted, however. Now it was merely an illusionary trial, which should pose no problem. The others thought it over and nodded in agreement. It seemed fair enough. Then let us proceed. Hua Yueying nodded and swiftly gestured, unleashing a burst of purple light that enveloped the crowd, swiftly obscuring their vision. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they found themselves spinning through space, landing in a flower valley where their spiritual energy was sealed, rendering them all as ordinary mortals scattered throughout the valley. Truly a transformation stage expert, Yang Bai sighed ruefully, realizing the state of his body and inwardly marveling at the extraordinary illusion. He was indeed in an ordinary physique. If anyone were to attack his true body now, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The last one to awaken, in simple terms, would be the final person left in the Flower Valley. Yang Bai contemplated, gradually regaining a smile. For him, and for everyone else, there were two paths to victory. One could either hide and survive until the last person remained, or continually enhance one's strength to eliminate the others. Strength? Yang Bai felt a surge within. With 120 spiritual apertures whirling, he began inscribing the formation patterns of the gathering spirit array. He had tested it before. His martial will had been sealed. And now he could only rely on strength. An ordinary body at the first layer of the aperture realm should suffice for eliminating others. Spirit energy surged as the world transformed. Yang Bai's spiritual apertures were continuously washed over. And soon, his body was riddled with wounds, blood spurting forth. Chapter 69. Waiting for the rabbit. Is the game over? There was no need to employ innate divine powers. Moreover, innate divine powers were inherently tied to the physical body. Given his current state, it was unnecessary to do so. He needed to play it safe, as he observed his increasingly weakened physique. A smile involuntarily appeared on Yang Bai's face. First aperture opened, second aperture opened. Third, fourth, 20th, 30th, 120th apertures opened. Before long, Yang Bai had entered the first layer of the aperture realm. His physical body indeed felt fragile. Dispelling the gathering spirit array's inscriptions and sensing the cracks forming in his spiritual apertures, Yang Bai decided to turn back. I can stabilize for now. Time to hunt. Truth be told, had it not been for Yang Bai's formidable spirit, having endured the torment of demonic cultivation for over 2 years, he might have succumbed long ago, making it far less effortless. However, Yang Bai had now reached his limits. Every moment felt like 1,000 blades piercing him, a pain few could endure. Someone's coming. Suddenly, as Yang Bai plotted how to systematically eliminate the others, he heard a faint sound in the distance. The goddess of Luo Shui, noticing a broken branch beneath her feet, changed countenance. A sense of crisis washed over her, and she swiftly attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. A colossal spear-like phantom materialized, firmly blocking her escape route. A spear. The goddess of Luo Shui shut her eyes, her gaze resembling a tranquil pool, as she turned to face Yang Bai, who approached steadily. Indeed, it is you that I never imagined you could break through to the aperture realm. The goddess of Luo Shui felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had only been a short distance from Yang Bai, initially believing that the energy gathering around him signified the emergence of some heavenly treasures, prompting her to investigate. Little did she know that everything was orchestrated by Yang Bai himself. Moreover, Yang Bai had managed to restore his strength in such a brief span, effectively ensnaring her in her own trap. Unbelievable. She could hardly comprehend how Yang Bai had achieved this. Was it not cheating? In a situation where their martial wills had been sealed, they were all now mere mortals. And with an aperture realm expert present, how could they compete? It was simple enough to forcibly open apertures, but now, her opportunities had vanished. Yang Bai chuckled, his energy coiling around him as the spear behind the goddess of Luo Shui radiated a sharp aura. Her expression shifted. "Junior brother, how about sparing me? Being the first to perish is rather embarrassing." The goddess of Luo Shui gazed at Yang Bai with a hint of sorrow, a touch of vulnerability evident in her demeanor as she implored him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, hope, and a hint of seduction. "Oh, 1,000 middle-grade spirit crystals. If sister agrees, then I will spare you until the end." Yang Bai raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the allure of the goddess of Luo Shui. 1,000? The goddess of Luo Shui was taken aback, not expecting such an exorbitant demand from Yang Bai. "Fine. 1,000 it is." 1,000 spirit crystals were not a significant sum for her. After a moment's contemplation, she readily agreed. In truth, her aim was not merely survival. Her true objective was to establish a connection with Yang Bai, believing that by offering spirit crystals for her life, she would forge a bond with him. "Truly worthy of being my sister, so affluent," Yang Bai remarked, waving his hand to dissipate the spiritual spear. He then patted the goddess of Luo Shui on the shoulder, his expression one of approval. He had no interest in her motives. With the ransom settled, Yang Bai would not hesitate to take advantage of her until the game concluded. "What shall you do next?" the goddess of Luo Shui inquired, her expression one of resignation. "Wait." Yang Bai's demeanor shifted. "Let us adopt a strategy of waiting for the rabbit. If you can come, others may very well do the same to investigate. We shall wait, and by the way, I will add a few more elements." He surveyed his surroundings and casually inscribed spiritual patterns onto several flowers and stones in the valley. The patterns absorbed the surrounding spirit energy, causing it to converge wildly towards Yang Bai's location. Such a vast fluctuation of spiritual energy may indeed attract a few curious onlookers. "You possess such abilities. No wonder your cultivation progresses so swiftly." Observing Yang Bai meticulously inscribing spiritual runes, the goddess of Luo Shui could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Naturally, she was aware of the gathering spirit formation, yet aside from formation masters, few could casually etch spiritual runes. It is not that they cannot, but rather that it is deemed unnecessary. For the pinnacle sects and superior forces, their internal structures already boast mid-grade or higher gathering spirit formations. For disciples of large sects, learning a low-grade formation and mastering spiritual runes seems somewhat misguided. Why not seize this opportunity to cultivate? Perhaps there remains a chance to turn the tables. Yang Bai smiled enigmatically at the goddess of Luo Shui, who rolled her eyes in response. "I am aware my innate talent pales in comparison to yours. No matter how much I cultivate, the outcome remains unchanged. It is better not to waste my efforts." Ding dong. As they conversed, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "One person has died. Remaining count, 8. Dead?" Yang Bai chuckled. "With one less, I have to exert less effort. This game is most unreasonable. You still laugh? And I truly suspect Elder Hua has given you an advantage." Luo Shui sighed. She resolutely sat up, quietly awaiting the conclusion of this game. Remaining count, 7. Remaining count, 6. With a sudden whoosh, a wooden sword pierced through the void, aimed directly at Yang Bai, followed closely by the emergence of a figure. The figure was a woman, exuding a significant aura of menace. Is that Sister Hua Ci, one of the 3 golden cores? The goddess of Luo Shui's eyes brightened as she observed the unfolding drama. As Yang Bai lay in wait, he encountered 2 more figures, both severely injured. Without revealing himself, he swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. This was not an ordinary encounter. Although Hua Ci was a woman, she was a body cultivator. It seemed she possessed some strength, rapidly advancing her physical prowess to unleash combat techniques. "How intriguing, sister." Yang Bai, sensing the imminent danger, remained unfazed, extending his hand to grasp the wooden sword before him, which was entwined with spiritual energy. "What?" Hua Ci gasped, incredulous. Initially dismissing Yang Bai, she intended to strike him down in one blow, only to find him seizing her full-force strike. He possessed spiritual power. She realized he had unlocked his acupoints. But how many had he opened? Attack. Just as she pondered, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared behind Yang Bai, one on each side, launching an assault. Chapter 70. Stepping on one's own foot. There are 2 more. All 3 golden cores have gathered. I wonder how this junior brother intends to break the deadlock. The goddess of Luo Shui stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth point, one could only admire the prowess of the golden cores. Although the game had only just begun, they had already achieved the first layer of body cultivation. Coupled with their possession of martial techniques, they were poised to launch a coordinated attack. Yang Bai was in peril. Brother Jianchun, Brother Yushao, is there truly a need for such haste? Yang Bai sensed the situation behind him but remained calm, merely flexing his fists. Have you ever witnessed the explosion of a gathering spirit formation? A formation's detonation? I wonder if my esteemed brothers have had the pleasure of witnessing such a spectacle? What? Jianchun and Yushao paused, their expressions shifting as they frantically attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Yang Bai's surroundings erupted as the spiritual runes he inscribed detonated in unison, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that sent all three Golden Core brothers crashing to the ground. Here comes the spear. Yang Bai raised his hand, conjuring 3 spiritual energy spears that descended upon Jianchun and his companions. Remaining count 3, and thus, victory is claimed. The goddess of Luo Shui gazed at Yang Bai, somewhat speechless. The disparity is too great. I initially believed Yang Bai would exert considerable effort, yet it was surprisingly effortless. Indeed, the golden cores are not to be taken lightly. Had I not laid traps in advance, I might have truly fallen to these 3. I wonder how they managed to band together. Yang Bai rubbed his wrist, shaking his head with a sigh. How else could they have united? The 3 must have planned to clear the field. Elder Hua's reward was destined for the 3 brothers, had it not been for encountering a peculiar individual like you. The goddess of Luo Shui rolled her eyes again. So it is, Yang Bai nodded thoughtfully. Now only one remains. This individual must be exceedingly treacherous, lurking in the shadows until now. I wonder who it could be. Upon saying this, he glanced at the goddess of Luo Shui. Oh, not look at me. I am equally in the dark, she replied, shivering slightly, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. Heh, I plan to lure him out. Sister, why not assist me? Rest assured, I will grant you a swift end. Yang Bai's expression was all smiles. The goddess of Luo Shui wore a look of resentment. You might as well kill me now. Though she spoke thus, she struck her chest with her palm, spitting blood as she fled in disarray. Yang Bai chuckled, concealing himself in the shadows while following closely behind. He knew the goddess of Luo Shui could not refuse. With only one person remaining, it was best to conclude this game swiftly and return home. In the shadows, Taizhong Daozi lay on the ground, concealing all traces of his presence and spiritual fluctuations. His cultivation leaned towards the lineage of the Palace of Shadows. In silence, he awaited the thunderous strike, the instant kill. Since the inception of the game, he had begun to cultivate quietly, halting only upon opening an acupoint. With spiritual energy at his disposal, he could now employ his techniques. Thus, he had remained hidden, biding his time for the final outcome. Now, with 3 golden cores in play, they should unite to clear the field. At this moment, the 2 golden cores would likely determine a victor, presenting his opportunity. Someone approaches. Suddenly, Taizhong Daozi's gaze sharpened as a woman stumbled into view. Goddess of Luo Shui, Zhen Nu? Taizhong Daozi was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Why is it her? As a prodigy on the Shangyang rankings, he was well acquainted with the goddess of Luo Shui. Her talent was commendable, not inferior to his. Had he not been slightly older, he might not have been her match. Is she being pursued by a golden core? Could it be Brother Jianchun, the top of the Shangyang rankings? Taizhong Daozi mused, patiently observing. Before long, he discerned the figure pursuing her, Yang Bai. Taizhong Daozi's mind went blank, nearly failing to react. Why is it him? This means all 3 golden cores have been eliminated. He felt a surge of excitement, fixating on Yang Bai, only to notice that Yang Bai's body was now spewing blood. Yang Bai appeared pale, seemingly on the brink of collapse from blood loss. Both were severely injured. An opportunity. Taizhong Daozi felt a thrill, stealthily shifting from the shadows, closely following. Had the remaining 2 still been golden cores, he would not have acted so carelessly, merely observing the fight. However, with both Yang Bai and the goddess of Luo Shui gravely wounded, a single strike could yield a bountiful harvest. Escape? Could they truly flee? After an indeterminate time, the goddess of Luo Shui stumbled over a stone, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yang Bai too had lost all strength, his severe injuries rendering him perilously close to death. His heartbeat slowing to a crawl, He slowly approached the goddess of Luo Shui, raising his wooden sword, his expression filled with fervor, plunging it toward her. Die. Suddenly, a stone blade pierced through Yang Bai's body, impaling him completely. What? Yang Bai seemed reluctant to accept this fate, gazing behind him. His heart had been completely pierced. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. Yet now, he had little time left. So it is you, having hidden for so long, finally showing yourself. Had you not emerged, I would have had to obliterate the entire Hua Valley. A smile crept across Yang Bai's lips, though to Taizhong Daozi. It struck a note of alarm. He felt an ominous premonition. Drawing an energy for a decisive strike, Yang Bai's palm clenched as he unleashed a powerful blow toward Taizhong Daozi, 120 acupoints shimmering, expelling spiritual energy with all his might. This is bad. Taizhong Daozi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly attempted to retreat, desperate to evade the impending strike. But it was too close. The power of a decisive strike was inherently a secret technique. Under the circumstances of Yang Bai sacrificing all his lifespan and exerting himself fully, should Taizhong Daozi truly evade this fate, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The spiritual energy spear whistled past, shattering Taizhong Daozi's physical form, his true essence returning to his body. Remaining count 2. The goddess of Luo Shui lay on the ground, witnessing Taizhong Daozi's demise, and slowly exhaled in relief. She had no idea the final opponent would be this brother. The unexpected piercing of Yang Bai had startled her as well, but ultimately, it was over. Sister, thank you. Yang Bai smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Subsequently, the two departed from this illusory realm, one after the other. Chapter 71. The trial aboard the flying vessel. 9 disciples gradually awakened from their slumber. However, the gazes of the others fell upon Yang Bai with a hint of discomfort. They had lost indeed. This was especially true for Jian Qian and his companions, who had not anticipated such an outcome. Congratulations, little brother. If there is anything you desire, feel free to tell your sister. I have gifts to bestow upon you. Hua Yueying said with a smile, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light in the illusion. When confronted with one's true self, Yang Bai's innate talent was undeniably remarkable. With the cleansing of 120 acupoints and the shattering of spiritual meridians, it was difficult for her to fathom how Yang Bai had persevered to such an extent. It was essential to remember that he was merely a child, a mere 13 years of age. I wish to learn the method you used to create the illusion just now, Yang Bai stated directly, without hesitation. The best is what suits oneself. For him, techniques and secret arts were plentiful. The only thing that piqued his interest was the illusion he had just experienced. It was both real and surreal, especially the pain and the sense of realism. If he could master it and incorporate it into his cultivation, it would significantly expedite his progress. That is my innate divine ability. A superior grade divine technique, Huagu illusion. I acquired it through a fortuitous encounter in my early years. As for the seed of the divine ability, I can gift it to you, but it must remain confidential. Hua Yueying replied, covering her mouth with a light laugh. With that, she produced a jade tube from her storage pouch. The other disciples looked on with envy, unable to suppress their regret. Why hadn't they exerted themselves more? If they had claimed ultimate victory, that superior grade divine ability seed would have been theirs. Thank you, sister. Yang Bai expressed his gratitude, accepting the jade tube and carefully stowing it away. Her current cultivation level was somewhat insufficient. Even if she practiced, she could not condense the divine ability and would have to wait until the golden core stage, or the moment when the 5 Qi returned to origin. I have already given you the cultivation method, but you must be cautious regarding innate divine abilities. The Huagu illusion suits me, but it may not be suitable for you. With your qualifications, you might even be able to condense a heavenly grade divine ability, Hua Yueying remarked, casting a thoughtful glance at Yang Bai. Yang Bai's talent was indeed unprecedented. It was rumored that within the top 10 of the Golden Core Realm stellar ranking, each possessed a heavenly grade divine ability, with some even wielding immortal grade ones. If Yang Bai merely aimed for her techniques, she felt he would be at a disadvantage. Heavenly grade. Yang Bai nodded, taking this point to heart, and expressed his thanks to Hua Yueying. However, he pondered, where could he possibly obtain a heavenly grade divine ability? Throughout history, the known heavenly grade divine abilities likely numbered fewer than 100, and with many lacking inheritance. Along with damaged and ineffective divine ability seeds, the chances of him obtaining one were exceedingly slim. He could only take things step by step. Even if he could not find one, there was little he could do. Before long, a day passed. The flying vessel of the Lord of the Sun Palace had traveled an indeterminate distance and finally arrived at the outskirts of an empire. The border town was desolate, seemingly devoid of human presence. "Let us disembark," the Lord of the Sun Palace commanded the vessel to descend. Soon after, they arrived in a wild forest. "There is a teleportation array of the Purple Sacred Palace here. From this point, we can directly reach a location not far from the Purple Sacred Palace," the Lord of the Sun Palace explained to the others. In truth, the imperial capital also boasted teleportation arrays, allowing them to teleport directly from the Sun Palace to the Empire and then to the Purple Sacred Palace. However, there was an issue. The 9 palaces and 12 sects were not as united as family. The moment one traversed the teleportation array was the most vulnerable time. If someone were to attack them at that instant, they would likely face unimaginable consequences. 300 years ago, a group of disciples from the Shadow Palace attended a sect meeting, teleporting through the imperial capital to the Huashan sect, the location of the meeting. Alas, the moment the disciples of the Shadow Palace stepped out of the teleportation array, they were all slain, 3 elders and 9 disciples. The Shadow Palace suffered greatly from this, only recently managing to recover. The teleportation array here led directly to the residence of a Sun Palace spy, ensuring their safety. The Lord of the Sun Palace took out a token, activating the teleportation array, and stepped inside first. Following him were the Grand Elder and then Yang Bai and the others, with Hua Yueying last, keeping a watchful eye for any sudden developments in the wild forest. Should enemies lie in wait, she would be prepared to fend them off. As they spun through the vortex, Yang Bai soon found himself in a dark chamber. A disciple with a gaunt face and red-rimmed eyes approached, bowing to Gu Dianxi and the Lord of the Sun Palace. "Master, Palace Master, I've missed you both dearly," the disciple wailed, appearing genuinely emotional. "All right, Zhu Yuan, get up quickly. Once the sect meeting concludes, you won't need to remain here any longer." Gu Dianxi sighed, patting the disciple's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression brightened, and he eagerly nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He had originally been an ordinary disciple, but Gu Dianxi had recognized his talent and taken him as an apprentice. Unfortunately, after entering the sect, his progress had been less than impressive, and he had later been relegated to this place due to some misdeeds. "All right, let us head out." As Hua Yueying stepped out, the Lord of the Sun Palace waved to the others, and they all exited the chamber. Before them lay pavilions and towers. Unlike the Sun Palace, the Purple Sacred Palace was imbued with an aura of purple. It was said that the color purple was beneficial for cultivation within the Purple Sacred Palace. The group soon entered the Purple Sacred Palace. "Ha ha ha! The Palace Master of Yuhua has personally come to our Purple Sacred Palace. What an honor! What an honor!" An elder of the Purple Sacred Palace, having received the news, came forth to welcome them. The elder glanced at the assembled disciples before finally fixing his gaze on Yang Bai, as if recalling something, and did not dare to underestimate him. "Where is that old man of the purple light? What are his thoughts regarding this sect meeting? Have representatives from the other 9 palaces and 12 sects arrived?" the Lord of the Sun Palace inquired. Nodding. "The Palace Master is still in seclusion. As for this sect meeting, our Purple Sacred Palace has discovered a legacy of the transformation of infants, and this meeting will be held there," the elder replied with a chuckle. "The Shadow Palace and the Myriad Demons sect have yet to arrive. The rest are here. The Lord of the Sun Palace nodded, refraining from further questions, as he knew the elder would not elaborate. However, it was somewhat surprising that the Purple Sacred Palace was willing to dedicate a legacy site for the trial. This was rather generous. Chapter 72. The pursuers. The group was soon assigned guest rooms within the Purple Sacred Palace. They received word from the elder that, at the earliest in 10 days and at the latest in a month, once the Palace Master of the Purple Sacred Palace emerged from seclusion, the sect meeting would commence, from the Grand 9 palaces and 12 sects to the smaller sects and noble families. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would rarely be absent. This was not merely a meeting. It was also a trial. There had once been a small genius from a mid-grade sect who, upon completing the trial, comprehended the will of martial arts and ultimately condensed a superior-grade golden core. Of course, with great opportunity came great peril. For mid-grade and superior-grade forces, The disciples of the 9 palaces and 12 sects would not regard them as equals. If luck favored them, they might survive. If not, they could only hope for another chance 18 years later to become a formidable warrior. Wu Tua Mountain, Huishan Taoist Temple. The master of Qingwei gazed at the 3 figures before him, unable to suppress a sigh. Have you truly made up your minds? Indeed, Su Qingxian declared, channeling her spiritual power, her 1,080 spiritual acupoints radiating brilliance. I have also cultivated extraordinary techniques. Not inferior to those top-tier talents, I must witness the sect meeting, oh must I? Li Chunfeng proclaimed, a dominating will rising within him. Heaven did not create me, Li Chunfeng, for the sword path to languish in the endless night. If I cannot surpass my senior brother, the others are nothing but mere chickens and dogs. Su Qingxian retorted, are you calling me a dog? No, no, little junior sister. I was merely jesting, he laughed, aside from you. Junior sister, all others are but insignificant. At his words, Li Chunfeng faltered momentarily, nearly losing his composure. The power of the two had significantly diverged from their previous states. With Yang Bai present, the two could confidently embark on their cultivation journeys. Especially with Yang Bai's ample supply of spiritual herbs, Su Qingxian had achieved full acupoint enlightenment, while Li Chunfeng had perfected his great freedom sword intent and the azure dragon body refinement technique. Su Qingxian dared not say much, but Li Chunfeng was indeed not a match for the average disciple of top-tier forces. You've spoiled them, Yang Bai. What are your thoughts on this? Master Qingwei, somewhat helpless, finally turned his gaze to Yang Bai. Participation? Yang Bai replied succinctly. Not only do I intend to participate, but I also aim to join the Golden Core Realm Trial. The Huishan Taoist Temple will ultimately attain rewards in both the Golden Core and Acupoint realms, bringing us closer to a superior grade sect. What we currently lack is precisely this foundation. With a sigh, Qingwei Guanzhu gazed with a somewhat forlorn expression. Do you not realize that this could lead to fatalities? With your doppelganger present, there is no need for your true self to strive. In a decade or two, you will inevitably achieve the transformation into a Huaying. Yang Bai nodded, neither affirming nor denying the statement. I understand I will attain Huaying, but that is far too slow. Guanzhu, Master, and the disciples of Huishan Taoist Temple, how much potential remains in you after more than 20 years? As a disciple of Huishan Taoist Temple, I must consider the interests of the temple. Yang Bai spoke with unwavering determination, feeling that the abundance of resources available was too precious to forego. Very well, if that is your resolve, then go forth. Qingwei Guanzhu, seeing Yang Bai's steadfastness, ceased to elaborate further and waved his hand, permitting the 3 to depart. The trio bowed respectfully to Guanzhu before exiting Huishan Taoist Temple. Have you all made your decisions? Leaving the temple means that upon your return, formidable strength will be required. At the foot of Wu Tua Mountain, Yang Bai turned to Su Qingxian and Li Chunfeng, a serious expression on his face. We must be prudent, senior brother. Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian nodded solemnly. The 3 had no intention of returning this time. If they could achieve commendable results during the sect meeting, there would be only one outcome awaiting them, joining the 9 palaces and 12 sects. Only thus could they safeguard Huishan Taoist Temple. Otherwise, lacking strength, the temple could not protect them. That is good. Yang Bai nodded and took out a turtle from his pocket, placing it upon Wu Tua Mountain. The turtle, of course, was a Longgui dragon turtle, yet at this moment, it had merely entered the initial stage of Tongqiao and required further growth. By placing the Longgui in the temple, Yang Bai demonstrated his determination. One day, he would undoubtedly return to the temple. The trio continued on their journey and soon arrived at Yufu City. Subsequently, with the assistance of the head of the Gongfa Pavilion, they utilized a small teleportation array to reach the Tianfeng dynasty. In the royal hall of the Tianfeng dynasty, a sharp-voiced eunuch respectfully addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. Those from Wu Tua Mountain wish to borrow the teleportation array to reach Zixing Palace. Qingwei Guanzhu? The emperor of Tianfeng set down the memorial in his hands. His brow furrowed. Bring them in. A sect capable of breaking through to Jindan was certainly not inferior to the Tianfeng dynasty, and although there was a gap, they were still of the same tier. So the Tianfeng dynasty did not look down upon such a sect. Yes. The eunuch quickly withdrew and soon led Yang Bai and the others into the hall. What is it? The emperor of Tianfeng glanced at the group of youngsters. His expression contemplative. Is it just you few borrowing the teleportation array? Indeed. Yang Bai stepped forward, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he addressed the emperor. We three represent our sect to attend the sect meeting, and due to time constraints, we have come to borrow the teleportation array. I see, but why should I lend it to you? The emperor lightly tapped the memorial on the table, a smile gracing his face. Merely based on Qingwei's reputation is insufficient. Though he is a Jindan, he is merely a low-grade Jindan. If your majesty refuses to lend it, we will have no choice but to take it by force. Yang Bai sighed, a smile lingering on his lips as he regarded the emperor. The emperor was aware that the Tianfeng dynasty had Jindan practitioners, but they certainly lacked Huang at this moment. Jindan held little significance for Yang Bai, especially considering that the Tianfeng dynasty might not possess any upper-grade Jindan. Without upper-grade Jindan, the combined might of the Tianfeng dynasty would be futile against him. That was Yang Bai's confidence. Oh, upon hearing this, the emperor's smile faded, and he looked at Yang Bai with curiosity. You? Or is it Qingwei? I. Yang Bai pointed to himself. Smack! The emperor, struck by Yang Bai's audacity, slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. How utterly ridiculous! A few youngsters so brazenly bold. I intended to extend some courtesy to Qingwei Guanzhu, but if that is the case, guards, seize them. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards appeared in the hall, advancing towards Yang Bai and the others. Not enough. Yang Bai discreetly exerted a hint of spiritual pressure, causing all the guards to collapse to the ground, rendered unconscious. Summon the Jindan to subdue them. I suspect you would then be amenable. Chapter 73. Dao and Marshal, how is this possible? The emperor, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stared at Yang Bai and then at the fallen guards. Momentarily at a loss, imperial guards. They are all at the Qimai realm, and their leader is even a Tianmai. How could they be so easily defeated before Yang Bai? It must be an illusion. Who exactly are you? I am a disciple of Qingwei Guanzhu, a member of Huishan Daoist Temple. You may call me Bai Yang. Yang Bai smiled at the emperor. Bai Yang, I have not heard of you. A weathered voice emerged, and an elderly man clad in a yellow robe appeared before Yang Bai, uncle ancestor. The emperor's expression brightened upon seeing this venerable ancestor, a sigh of relief escaping him. I am but an insignificant figure, hardly worth mentioning. It is entirely normal for esteemed seniors not to have heard of my name. Yang Bai glanced at the elderly man, returning the smile. The energy radiating from the elder was obscure, and Yang Bai could not discern his true strength. However, the elder did not instill any sense of crisis in him, allowing Yang Bai to remain unfazed. You wish to use the teleportation array? Indeed. Very well. Take one of my punches to prove your strength, and I shall allow you passage. The elder's expression darkened, a glimmer of white light coalescing in his hand. Fourth stage of Tiandan. Upon witnessing the elder's display of strength, Yang Bai comprehended the elder's current prowess. That is acceptable. Yang Bai nodded, pointing to his chest. Strike, as you wish. The younger generation is amusing. The elder chuckled, glancing at Yang Bai's chest before unleashing his punch, his Jindan surging forth. The punch landed on Yang Bai's chest, and patterns resembling turtle shells surfaced, only for the elder's spiritual energy to dissipate entirely. What? The elder stared, astonished, at Yang Bai, whose complexion remained rosy. He had exerted at least 50% of his strength in that strike. How could Yang Bai remain unscathed? This is impossible. Who are you? Could it be that you are Yang Bai? Yang Bai, still under the age of 14, appeared as a mere child. The elder could hardly fathom that besides Yang Bai, Huishan Daoist Temple had another equally gifted individual. He was more inclined to believe that the person before him was indeed Yang Bai. What Yang Bai? I am Bai Yang. Now, may I take my leave? The teleportation array token, please. Yang Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, extending his hand. Understood. You are Bai Yang. The elder recited Yang Bai's name, suddenly enlightened, and with a beaming smile, handed a token to Yang Bai. Regardless of whether this was indeed Yang Bai, he was not someone the elder could afford to provoke. Such strength at such a young age warranted the utmost caution from the Tianfeng dynasty. Thank you. Under the guidance of the guards, the trio swiftly utilized the teleportation array, arriving at Zixing Palace. The teleportation array of the Tianfeng dynasty within Zixing Palace was located in a grand hall of the marketplace. However, the people of the Tianfeng dynasty did not regard it highly, and upon seeing three youngsters, they completely ignored them. After all, their strength was rather lacking in a nearby tavern. Several burly men laughed dismissively. Though the four great dynasties were all empires, they frequently experienced turmoil. Upon emerging from the teleportation array of the Tianfeng dynasty, Yang Bai and his companions had effectively become subjects of the Tianfeng dynasty. Senior brother, where should we go? Su Qingxian surveyed the surroundings, sensing the spiritual energy in the air, her face alight with excitement. Tio Zixing Palace. I recall we must first register. Yang Bai mused, leading his junior disciples toward Zixing Palace. This time, no elders came to greet them, but Yang Bai did not take it to heart. After providing the sect's information to a disciple, they were assigned to a residence. Senior brother, let us go explore. It is a rare opportunity to visit Zixing Palace. It is truly magnificent. Su Qingxian, unable to contain herself, implored Yang Bai. Not only her, but Li Chunfeng also felt restless. This was their first visit to a top-tier sect. And the palaces, marketplaces, and everything else were vastly different from Huishan Daoist Temple. Less bustling, more ethereal. Very well, then let us visit the marketplace. After all, the sect meeting is just a few days away. We should enjoy ourselves in the meantime. Yang Bai relented, his expression one of resignation. All right. The two followed Yang Bai out, and soon they began to wander through Zixing Palace. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye on this day. The master of Zixing Palace emerged from seclusion, not by choice, but due to the arrival of visitors. In the purple sacred palace, a young man clad in a black robe sipped from a bowl of tea, only to disdainfully set it aside. Indeed, the Danding continent proved to be a desolate land. Before arriving, I harbored a glimmer of hope, yet I never anticipated the spiritual energy would be so severely lacking. This enlightenment tea appears to be underwhelming. Compared to the Dao Wu continent, my Danding continent is undeniably barren. The master of the purple sacred palace remained unfazed, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you here? Young friend? I am well aware of your intentions. Since you wish not to linger in the Danding continent, you may return. Do you think I desire to stay here?" The black-robed youth scoffed. "If it weren't for my father insisting I venture out in this forsaken wilderness, I would have never come. Since that is the case, let us make the best of it. Recently, a relic has been unearthed at the purple sacred palace. You might as well explore it. Moreover, there will be participants from the Qi Hai continent as well, which should add to the excitement." The master of the purple sacred palace nodded, seemingly casual as he remarked, "Yet, having too many people can be rather dull. There isn't even a single genius among you, making it exceedingly tiresome." The black-robed youth chuckled in disbelief, "With my prowess of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown? Who among your awakening pulse realm could possibly contend with me? Who dares to be my opponent? Indeed, no one stands a chance against you, young friend. Is that not even better? Once the relic exploration concludes, you can return to the Dao Wu continent, and your family shall be at a loss for words upon learning of your invincibility in the Danding continent." The master of the purple sacred palace shook his head, a serious expression crossing his face as he sighed inwardly. At his level, when had he ever lowered himself so? Alas, the proximity of the purple sacred palace to the Dao Wu continent entangled him with the sects of that realm. The black-robed youth was indeed from the Dao Wu continent, and truth be told, he could not afford to provoke his father. Not only could he not contend with him, but the entirety of the purple sacred palace together could not afford to provoke him either. Chapter 74. Transformation into an infant at the 9th tier. Transcendence of the primordial spirit. Transformation into an infant at the 9th tier. Transcendence of the primordial spirit. In the Dao Wu continent, there exist formidable beings of the primordial spirit. The Danding continent is no longer as it was a millennium prior. Once a primordial spirit appears, the 9 palaces and 12 sects of the purple sacred palace must bow down. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed youth nonchalantly acquiesced, subsequently departing the grand hall. His residence lay deep within the purple sacred palace, a place typically reserved for the elders and the master. Yet he had no intention of returning just yet. Wandering the halls of the purple sacred palace, he found himself utterly bored. "Junior sister, be cautious. The purple sacred palace is filled with the affluent and powerful. Do not rush and inadvertently offend the nobles. Senior brother, hurry up. You're too slow. Ha. Ouch." In a moment of distraction, a young woman collided with the black-robed youth and fell to the ground. "How unfortunate." The black-robed youth brushed off his robe and glanced at the girl on the floor. His expression clouded with displeasure. "Why, sincerest apologies. It was our carelessness. We did not mean to bump into you, esteemed friend. Please forgive you. At that moment, a middle-aged man turned pale as he approached the black-robed youth, assisting his junior sister to her feet, his demeanor cautious. Senior brother, that hurt. How is this person so solid? Could he possibly have a heart of iron? The girl looked at the black-robed youth with a mix of grievance and curiosity, before suddenly breaking into a chuckle. Junior sister, you? The middle-aged man grew anxious upon hearing her laughter, casting a helpless glance at the black-robed youth. Esteemed friend, my junior sister has been pampered since childhood. Both he and his junior sister were merely disciples of an ordinary sect, visiting the purple sacred palace for the sake of this gathering. Their combined strength was merely at the awakening pulse realm, which, to be frank, made them akin to cannon fodder. The middle-aged man was acutely aware of their limited strength and remained vigilant. However, he did not anticipate that his junior sister would behave like a wild horse unleashed upon arriving at the purple sacred palace. Seemingly disregarding the gravity of colliding with a disciple of a major sect, pampered, the black-robed youth regarded the pair with disdain. How fortunate I am to be of the same ilk. You may take your leave now. Your presence offends my eyes. With a flick of his robe, he sent them flying into the crowd. Such ignorant provincial bumpkins were not worth his time. He could easily brush them aside. Where should I toss them? Yang Bai, accompanied by Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian, was watching the spectacle unfold when the black-robed youth unexpectedly hurled the two towards him. Reluctantly, he extended a hand, manipulating the air to twist, thereby suspending the two in midair before gently lowering them to the ground. Thank you very much, esteemed friend. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He never expected the black-robed youth would take action. After expressing gratitude to Yang Bai, he hurriedly led his stunned junior sister away. We should depart as well. Yang Bai smiled at Li Chunfeng and Su Qingxian, casting a glance at the black-robed youth, but choosing not to comment as he prepared to leave. If the middle-aged man could foresee this, how could Yang Bai not? Caution became second nature, akin to walking on thin ice. Such was the plight of lesser sects and factions. Stop. The black-robed youth regarded Yang Bai with a raised brow, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Bai emanated a peculiar sense of danger. Deep within his subconscious, a feeling emerged. If he were to engage in combat with this peer of similar stature, he might meet his demise. Yet, how could that be possible? He found it hard to believe, deeming it surely a mere illusion. A native of the Danding continent, how could he possess strength surpassing his own? What is it? Yang Bai inquired, frowning at the black-robed youth. Since you have intervened on their behalf, this matter cannot simply end here. Let us engage in a duel. Should you prevail, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. A long spear materialized in the black-robed youth's hand, pointed diagonally at Yang Bai. Using a spear, are we? Yang Bai suddenly found himself in a predicament. You certainly appear to be affluent. Thus, if you can assure me that should I win, you will not seek vengeance upon my family, nor retaliate with elders, nor harbor any new grievances, then I shall gladly accept your challenge. What a hassle! The black-robed youth scoffed. I, Zhao Yubai, am not one to act without reason. If you truly manage to defeat me, then you have my respect. Should we meet again, I shall steer clear of you. A gentleman's word is his bond. Yang Bai smirked, a smile gracing his lips. Then let us proceed. It has been quite a while since I last fought. I am somewhat out of practice. With that, he unleashed his spiritual pressure, directing it towards the black-robed youth. The oppressive force of the eighth heaven of the divine vein bore down upon the black-robed youth. Not employing any other abilities, Yang Bai assessed the black-robed youth, who appeared to be at the peak of the awakening pulse realm, with 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Only if he could withstand Yang Bai's pressure would he find interest in continuing to engage. Otherwise, impressive. As the pressure emerged, Zhao Yubai's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly felt as though he were a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, overwhelmed by colossal waves, leaving him gasping for breath. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from the necklace around his neck, snapping Zhao Yubai out of the suffocating sensation. What a terrifying spiritual pressure! This level of pressure must be at least that of a 5th-tier holy pill. I never expected to encounter such an individual in the Danding continent. This is truly remarkable. Zhao Yubai refrained from attacking, quietly caressing his necklace. This necklace was his life-saving charm. Only in the face of life-threatening peril would this spiritual artifact save him. Had it not been for this artifact, he would have surely perished. What was the point of continuing this fight? Zhao Yubai understood his own limitations. With his third-tier holy pill prowess and relying on his secret techniques and heavenly-grade talents, he ought to be able to defeat Yang Bai. Coupled with his various divine weapons, he could even contend with a fourth-tier holy pill user. However, against a fifth-tier holy pill, who could predict how terrifying Yang Bai would be if he unleashed his full power without restraint? The surrounding onlookers, not solely Zhao Yubai, were also taken aback. However, as they were not the primary targets of the spiritual pressure, none felt that Yang Bai's strength was excessively outlandish. They merely sensed that the prospects for the Awakening Pulse trial had dimmed considerably. Are we still fighting? If not, I shall take my leave. Let's explore elsewhere. Yang Bai, noticing Zhao Yubai's prolonged silence, gradually withdrew his spiritual pressure and smiled. He had anticipated Zhao Yubai's defeat. To be honest, among his contemporaries and peers at the same level, it was virtually impossible for anyone to challenge him. You are indeed formidable. I now grasp my father's meaning. There are always greater talents beyond, and the heavens hold even more wonders. You may go. Chapter 75. The lush waters of the heavenly palace under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. The black-robed youth found himself unable to act further. To make bold threats would not suit his standing. Indeed, those who consider themselves superior often possess a deeper understanding of what actions are appropriate and which are not. Let us depart. Yang Bai nodded slightly, greeted them, and then left with the two individuals. The performance had concluded, and the audience, feeling no inclination to linger, quickly dispersed. Zhao Yubai cast a deep glance at the departing Yang Bai, then flicked his black robe, snorted coldly, and made his way back to his room. As he traversed the path, he became increasingly intrigued by the prowess of Yang Bai. He had only heard whispers of Yang Bai's strength from the great sects of the Dao martial continent, where it was said that he was a supreme prodigy capable of reaching the meridian opening realm, rivaling the pinnacle of the holy pill. However, despite this, given Yang Bai's current capabilities, he was hardly inferior to those prodigies. It was essential to note that Yang Bai was merely at the 8th level of the meridian opening realm, had yet to condense the 3 flowers, and lacked the complete array of spiritual artifacts that those prodigies possessed. If only he had taken the opportunity to recruit Yang Bai before departing, it would have been a commendable act for his family, and his father would surely be pleased. As Zhao Yubai reveled in thoughts of how to entice Yang Bai, he suddenly spotted a woman, and his pupils constricted. Luo Wu Tian? What is she doing here? No, this isn't Luo Wu Tian. She has already attained the transformation embryo realm and is affiliated with the Luo Shui Heavenly Palace. So she wouldn't appear here. This individual merely bears a striking resemblance to Luo Wu Tian. Zhao Yubai approached the Luo Shui Divine Maiden, feigning calmness. Luo Shishu, what brings you here? If there is anything this junior can assist with, please do not hesitate to command. The Luo Shui Divine Maiden glanced at Zhao Yubai, furrowing her brow before breaking into a gentle smile. Little junior brother, there are not many who flirt like you. She scrutinized him with interest. Are you going to say that I resemble your Luo Shishu next? Zhao Yubai responded, Sister, you truly are perceptive. Haha, little junior brother, I am already taken, so you should seek someone else. Patting Zhao Yubai on the head, the Luo Shui Divine Maiden turned to leave. Wait, I am not. Zhao Yubai stood dumbfounded. This was the first time a stranger had patted his head, leaving him bewildered and slightly indignant. Who was he? A disciple of the Zhao family from Lingyan City on the Dao martial continent, the son of the Yuan spirit. Was he someone that could be casually touched? With a sudden impulse, he chased after her in the distance. Taichung Daozi and Yang Bai had joined forces with the Luo Shui Divine Maiden, each wearing expressions of joy as they cheerfully proceeded toward their quarters. The market indeed held numerous treasures, including various spiritual pills for enhancing cultivation, rare medicinal herbs, and powerful techniques. The myriad meetings of sects rendered this market a veritable treasure trove. Although there were many fakes, Yang Bai had amassed quite a fortune over the past few days. He had no shortage of spirit crystals, so he had purchased several remnants of divine weapons and seeds of secret techniques. He possessed a ginseng fruit tree. With proper cultivation, he could refine the essence blood of demon beasts from divine weapons and even resurrect them. Amassing additional resources would only prove beneficial. Stop! The group had not traveled far when a black-robed youth called out angrily from behind. What is it, little junior brother? The Luo Shui divine maiden chuckled softly, a hint of confusion on her face. It seems he is looking for you, Shiji. We shall take our leave now, haha. We won't disturb you further. Yang Bai glanced at the black-robed youth, his brow slightly raised, inwardly cursing his luck. This black-robed youth was no ordinary character. He had received prior warnings from his side to avoid provoking him. A person adorned with spiritual artifacts around their neck could either be the young master of the 9 palaces and 12 sects, or someone far more formidable. I have no relation to him. In this life, I love only you. The Luo Shui divine maiden's eyes twinkled as she hurriedly grasped Yang Bai, preventing him from leaving, her expression imbued with melancholy. All being disciples of the purple sacred palace. Coupled with their connection in the illusion, Yang Bai had become somewhat acquainted with this Luo Shui divine maiden. He understood that although she appeared dignified and composed, she possessed a quirky and playful spirit. This was merely a jest stemming from their previous defeat. Enough of this, Yang Bai said helplessly, waving his hands. Shiji, please do not let this black-robed senior misunderstand. If he were to kill me, would that not be in vain? Zhao Yubai interjected. You speak nonsense. This is outrageous. Apologize, and we shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, he pointed at the Luo Shui divine maiden, drawing a long spear. Apologize? The Luo Shui divine maiden was taken aback. Unsure of the situation, a mere child, lacking any awareness, should be disciplined. Do you think the Baiyu Palace is devoid of people? Taichung Daozi found Zhao Yubai's reaction amusing. Disregarding the circumstances, he drew his long knife and struck down toward the black-robed youth with the back of his blade. He was merely a child, and he did not exert his full strength. It was merely a lesson for the other party. Little did he know that the thick-browed, large-eyed Taichung Daozi was quite cunning. Fortunate was he that he had not provoked him. Yang Bai watched as Taichung Daozi took action, inwardly impressed. Taichung Daozi claimed that they were from the Baiyu Palace. Why was he making such a statement? It implied that they were to give Zhao Yubai a lesson, while the latter could do nothing about it. Even if he sought revenge, it should be directed at the people of the Baiyu Palace. However, Yang Bai suspected that Taichung Daozi had miscalculated. Humph, you have quite the audacity. Zhao Yubai snorted coldly, condensing the intent of his spear. A series of purple long spears formed in the void. Shooting toward Taichung Daozi, the spear intent took shape. Even an ordinary golden core cultivator would not stand a chance. Zhao Yubai's martial will had reached a profound state, nearly attaining the pinnacle of spear intent. Impressive, Taichung Daozi bellowed, his long knife flashing with blade energy as he slashed toward the spear intent. Secret technique, hidden blade method. The blade intent took form, enhancing his divine weapon, and with the added pressure of secret techniques. Taichung Daozi shattered the spear intents one after another, feeling his arm grow numb, the base of his thumb splitting, as if his hand were no longer his own. Remarkable. Taichung Daozi gazed at Zhao Yubai with a serious expression. Sensing a grave foreboding, he suddenly had the intuition that he might not be his opponent. He had already exerted 70 to 80% of his strength with those previous strikes, and he was uncertain if he could withstand another onslaught. Interesting. Zhao Yubai regarded Taichung Daozi with a cold smirk. He then swept his long spear, enveloped in countless murderous and spiritual energies, streaking toward Taichung Daozi. Before the spear reached its target, Taichung Daozi felt an ominous premonition. He was no match for him. Chapter 76. The Jade Tablet. I will handle this. Letting out a heavy sigh, sensing the terror emanating from Zhao Yubai, Yang Bai approached Taichung Daozi, his gaze calm and unwavering. Then, over 2,000 spiritual apertures surged into action. 8 divine veins rapidly circulated. Gradually, a phantasmal long spear materialized in his hand, enveloped in spiritual energy. With a sweep through the void, the purple long spear was instantly met with a tremendous impact, vanishing into thin air. Still wish to continue? The phantasmal long spear embedded itself into the ground. Yang Bai smiled, gazing at Zhao Yubai. Humph, do you think you have me cornered? Zhao Yubai's heart raced with alarm. For reasons unbeknownst to him, seeing Yang Bai reminded him of a previous encounter with an individual who had suffocated him with mere spiritual pressure. He scrutinized Yang Bai, and an ominous premonition washed over him. This person instilled a sense of terrifying danger. Not weaker than that previous individual. Damn it, I knew my father was not thinking simply. A mere Danding continent has led me to encounter 2 prodigies. Is this truly the Danding continent? Surely there can't be more prodigies lurking about. Zhao Yubai secretly repressed his disdain, and at that moment, his gaze shifted dramatically. Since we have met, let us see just how formidable this prodigy truly is. A faint purple light flickered, and a powerful aura manifested in his eyes. Divine ability, heavenly grade divine ability, purple light illuminating the heavens. If you can withstand my strike, I shall call you father from now on. Humph. With that, the sky above the purple sacred palace transformed. Countless streams of purple light flickered, filling the heavens, and soon, the purple light shot toward Yang Bai. Not good. The master of the Shangyang Palace within the purple sacred palace turned pale. His consciousness swiftly locked onto Yang Bai, prepared to intervene at the first sign of trouble. He had not anticipated that someone capable of comprehending heavenly grade divine abilities would coincidentally cross paths with Yang Bai. Was known how rare such abilities were, with scarcely a few existing in the Danding continent over the past 10 millennia. Other numerous transformation embryo strongholds also closely monitored the unfolding events. This was truly a matter of life and death. As for Yang Bai, he was somewhat familiar with the situation. After all, the commotion he had caused a few years prior had been substantial, and his talent was unparalleled in the current Danding continent. Gifted with divine abilities, Yang Bai observed the countless flickering streams of light, showing no signs of alarm. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. Forbidden secret technique. Xuanwu protective body. A swirling vortex manifested around him, soon revealing the ethereal figure of the Xuanwu. The clash between the purple light and the Xuanwu produced a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. Just this? Almost there. With a bloodline of the dragon tortoise and the foundational dragon tortoise body refining technique, Yang Bai's physique was extraordinary. He glanced at Zhao Yubai, who was still controlling the myriad streams of light, and leisurely strolled within 10 paces of him. Let us conclude this. With a swift motion, Yang Bai extended his hand, smiling gently as over 2,000 spiritual apertures surged forth, slapping directly against Zhao Yubai's chest. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Zhao Yubai, in a state of distress, spat 3 mouthfuls of blood into the air, before collapsing to the ground in a daze. The brilliance around him dissipated, and the sky returned to its tranquil state. Astonishingly, he had triumphed. The onlookers, including the hidden experts of the transformation realm, were left in silent astonishment, deep in thought. The divine abilities he had just displayed were formidable enough to challenge even those of the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm. Yet Yang Bai had genuinely managed to withstand them. Just how formidable was he now? It had only been a few years. Indeed, it seemed that the 6th layer of the sacred pill realm was insufficient. No wonder Yang Bai had questioned it before. The leader of the Sun Palace and the goddess of Luo Shui appeared lost in thought, as if recalling something, and sighed softly. With Yang Bai present, claiming the top position was a distant dream. At best, one could only aspire to 2nd place. Indeed, if only Yang Bai could be disqualified. The young man in the black robe, while not lacking in strength, had little hope of contending for 2nd place. Did he truly believe he could surpass Yang Bai? The Golden Core realm was already a daunting challenge. It would be wise to abandon such thoughts and rest instead. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and spectators gradually dispersed. Are we still going to fight? Yang Bai inquired, glancing at the still prostrate Zhao Yubai, who was questioning his life choices. With a smile, he continued, let us call it off. No more fighting. Zhao Yubai clutched his chest as he rose, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. Feeling as though he had suffered a grave injury, he harbored a deep bitterness within. Mountains and rivers shall meet again. Bo Palace, I shall remember this. With that, he departed in a sorry state, refraining from provoking anyone else along the way, fearful of encountering a 3rd Yang Bai. Shadows of doubt lingered in his heart. Let us depart as well, Yang Bai said, exchanging pleasantries with the goddess of Luo Shui before leading them away. 3 days swiftly passed. Before the Zixing Palace, a multitude of thousands gathered, and the palace master stood before the crowd, smiling as he addressed them. Since ancient times, sect meetings have been held to allocate resources through the disciples' ranks. Among countless sects, we shall select the top 10 from the realms of opening the aperture, awakening the veins, and golden core, to undergo the relic trial before discussing further matters. The palace master of Zixing Palace delivered an important address regarding the sect trials, assuring that the trials would be fair and just. Subsequently, He led the assembly into the relics. Though referred to as relics, little of value remained. Zixing Palace would certainly not leave anything of worth behind. The so-called relics merely served as a venue for disciples to compete. This was the site of a primordial spirit relic, divided into 4 layers corresponding to the realms of opening the aperture, awakening the veins, golden core, and transformation. It had been thousands of years since its inception, and its treacherous paths harbored both inherent dangers and lurking evils. The activated relic consisted of 3 layers: opening the aperture, awakening the veins, and golden core. Disciples from various factions received jade tokens and subsequently entered the relic through the teleportation array. The jade tokens were ancient spiritual artifacts that could record points. In times of life-threatening danger, one could also use the teleportation array inscribed upon them to exit the relic. Upon the conclusion of the trials, or when the number of participants on each layer reached a certain threshold, all holders of the tokens would be transported out, with the ultimate victor determined by the points inscribed upon the tokens. Defeating an opponent granted 1 point. The contestant with the highest score would emerge as the victor of the trials. Let us go. With nearly 10,000 entering each layer, we shall have no results for at least half a month. During this time, we may converse at length, for it has been quite some time since we last met. The palace master of Zixing Palace concluded his address and spoke to the surrounding factions. May your wishes be fulfilled. The crowd nodded in agreement, leaving a few elders outside to wait, before collectively participating in the genuine sect meeting. The 9 palaces and 12 sects took turns hosting these gatherings. And historically, the trials had concluded in less than half a month. Chapter 77. Relics, or tombs? Cold, dim, and filled with a chilling air, Yang Bai felt an immediate discomfort upon traversing the teleportation array. Relics, or tombs? Yang Bai could not help but mutter to himself as he surveyed his surroundings before making his way toward a shadowy cave. The area was riddled with caverns, each resembling a labyrinth. Yang Bai remained cautious, choosing a single path rather than wandering aimlessly through the myriad of tunnels. This relic could accommodate thousands. Thus, it must be vast. He prepared himself for a prolonged battle. After some contemplation, he casually retrieved a mature high-grade spiritual herb and began to play with it in his hand. The herb exuded a fragrance that might attract others who could mistake it for an opportunity within the relic. Moreover, being a high-grade herb, it would surely draw attention even from those in the golden core realm. Yang Bai had no fear of solitude. As he walked, boredom began to set in. Suddenly, an axe struck him from behind, crashing heavily against him and producing a blinding spark. Subsequently, a figure materialized from the void, appearing utterly astonished. By the heavens, that was solid. The figure was a burly man with a formidable presence, suggesting a history of violence. Yet, he now seemed utterly bewildered, staring at Yang Bai with a look of confusion. The first strike had apparently met with iron. What to do? This is urgent, little brother. I assure you this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? The burly man spoke cautiously. A misunderstanding? Yang Bai regarded him coolly, casually grasping the axe. How about I return the favor with a strike of my own, and we can both be in a misunderstanding? Little brother, please spare my life. I can be of assistance. I don't wish to die. The burly man lamented, on the verge of tears. Originally a disciple of a mid-tier faction, he had come to the trials hoping to seize an opportunity to rise. But now it seemed that chance had slipped away. He knew his own strength. A direct confrontation with someone of Yang Bai's caliber was futile, and even a sneak attack appeared to be a poor option. All right, since I've encountered someone, I'll let you live for the moment. Stick by my side and assist me in gathering resources. Yang Bai frowned, suddenly struck by an idea. He produced around 20 high-grade spiritual herbs and strung them together with a cord, adorning the burly man with them. Additionally, he infused some spiritual leaves, enhanced by the ginseng fruit tree's essence, making the cluster of herbs even more fragrant. The burly man stared, dumbfounded, as Yang Bai worked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Deep within, a wave of envy and resentment surged. Damn it, disciples of major sects possess so much. With this many high-grade spiritual herbs, if I had them, I would have long since broken through to the golden core realm. Rather than scouring this relic for resources, let us go. Yang Bai beckoned the burly man, urging him to lead the way while he followed closely behind. As they moved, the fragrance intensified, gradually reaching the nostrils of those within a 2-mile radius. Drawing them toward Yang Bai, little brother, My name is Hu Li. Just call me Hu Li." The burly man treaded cautiously, fearful of encountering an ambush. He understood that Yang Bai was baiting others, yet felt powerless to resist. "All right," Hu Li. Yang Bai nodded, responding nonchalantly while maintaining vigilance, scanning his surroundings for any potential ambushers, and coalescing his murderous aura around himself. The earlier encounter with Hu Li's axe had served as a reminder. One must always be wary of hidden threats. If Zhao Yubai had secretly utilized his divine ability against him, Yang Bai might have been caught off guard, leading to dire consequences. "Haha, I've barely arrived at the relic, and already I stumble upon spiritual herbs. Surely, this is destined to be my fortuitous encounter." Just then, a voice drew their attention, and a figure emerged from the cave before Yang Bai, clad in a robe. The man glanced at the herbs adorning Hu Li, then at Yang Bai, his expression shifting to one of horror. "Yang Bai," he exclaimed, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he attempted to flee. As a member of the Empire, he was acutely aware of Yang Bai's fearsome reputation and had no illusions about his chances of victory. Yet, he could not fathom why such misfortune had befallen him. Among tens of thousands in the awakening realm, how had he drawn the short straw? Though many participated in the sect meetings, the number of participants was not as overwhelming as it seemed. The 9 palaces and 12 sects, alongside the empire, constituted only 22 factions, each with age and number limitations. It could be said that, among the top factions, the total number of disciples in the awakening realm did not exceed 70. As for other mid-tier factions, the 5 great dynasties, while subject to age restrictions, had no limits on numbers. Having hundreds or even thousands from a single faction was commonplace. Mid-tier factions, including various clans and sects, faced no restrictions whatsoever. As long as one was willing to risk their life, they could join. Hu Li, along with Li Chunfeng and others, fell into this category. "Where do you think you're running?" Yang Bai chuckled at the fleeing figure of He Ji. And with a simple gesture, a piercing intent shot forth, striking He Ji in the back. "Pooh,